Chapter 1 Final Exam, Plants vs. Zombies. How's your exam preparation going? Not great. Haven't been playing the game seriously, just kept reading trivial stuff like literature and math. Sigh, my mom even sold our house just to make sure I could focus on gaming. The pressure is crushing. It's fine, don't stress. Look at it this way, if you don't get into esports college, won't you become the family disappointment? Now I'm even more stressed, damn it. My dad keeps forcing me to stay up all night at internet cafes. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in ages. I'm so nervous, who knows which games will be on this final exam. I awoke to the clamor of conversations, my gaze dazed. Where is this? After a moment, my eyes focused as I surveyed my surroundings, taking in what appeared to be a high school classroom setting. A torrent of information flooded my mind as my vision cleared. This was Game City, where everyone was a player, with over 90% of human knowledge and resources originating from game cartridge worlds. Entering these cartridge worlds and clearing games could yield abundant resources, rare treasures, and even the chance to wield supernatural powers. In the real world, escaping data wreaked havoc on humanity while illusionary dark zones spawned everywhere, creating a landscape where opportunity and danger coexisted. The athletes, those with combat capabilities who could repel escaping data and explore illusionary dark zones, became the profession with the highest status, fervently pursued worldwide. I've traveled through time? Is this the world of a game? It's the last final exam of senior year, and now we're about to enter the game cartridge world for our test? After a brief moment of daze, I was overjoyed. As an ultimate gaming enthusiast, playing high-quality games and conquering challenging ones have always been my greatest passions. Nowadays, being able to break free from that tedious world and come to this gaming metropolis is definitely not a bad thing for me. I raised my hand and glanced at the identity bracelet recording my basic information. Name, Lin Tian. Level, LV1, 25 out of 100. Game points, 115 points. Level is the most crucial attribute for humans in this world, which can be enhanced by entering cartridge worlds and playing games. Increasing one's level not only boosts physical capabilities to some extent but, more importantly, unlocks the authorization to learn certain skills. Basically, for professions with higher difficulty and salaries, the required level is also higher. Simply put, rank is directly tied to social status. The better you are at gaming, the better you thrive in this world. Game point cards serve as the universal currency in this world, with purchasing power slightly higher than the soft sister currency, RMB, from my previous life. For a high school senior without much income, carrying over 100 point cards isn't insignificant, which also reflects my relatively comfortable family background. However, both of my parents are extremely busy and rarely come home, only occasionally topping up my point cards as living expenses. After finally getting Ice Guide, I end up in such an awesome world. I've got to make something of myself, maybe even become a pro gamer. As I was browsing the panel with a thoughtful smirk, a warm, chubby little hand suddenly patted me on the shoulder. Hey, Lindsay, how's the exam prep going? Turning around, I saw a chubby guy with glasses and a buzzcut, looking somewhat sleazy, grinning at me. This guy was one of my better friends in class, named Lu Zhou. Though he didn't look like the most upright sort, he was genuinely a straight-A student. In this world, someone exceptionally good at gaming consoles should probably be called a console king, right? Didn't study much. How about you, console king? Old Lu. I shot back. Lu Zhou proudly flashed his phone's chat history, boasting with a laugh. Didn't study either, too busy getting a girlfriend. That class beauty from class 5? Took me just 3 days to win her over. Pretty impressive, huh? I replied, no, thanks. Lu Zhou was speechless. I sized up his chubby frame and asked doubtfully, why would the class belle want to get involved with you anyway? Lu Zhou chuckled smugly, must have taken a liking to someone like me. I shook my head, then why'd she spend 20 Neil points on a plate of pork belly at the snack shop by the school gate? Lu Zhou was utterly speechless. Dude, I kinda feel like kicking your ass. Just as we were idly chatting back and forth, the classroom suddenly fell silent. At the entrance, the proctor walked in holding a PS8 cartridge reader in his left hand and a sealed dossier in the other. After carefully placing both items on the lectern, he cleared his throat and announced, everyone, return to your seats. We're about to record identity bracelet information. As he spoke, the teacher took out the game cartridge for this semester's final exam from the file folder. Opening the PS8 cartridge reader, he began installing the cartridge. Generally speaking, there are 3 types of cartridges: single-player mode, local area network mode, and global online mode. The cartridge used for final exams like this one is the local area network type, with 1 cartridge per class. The price of cartridges was exorbitantly high, and each cartridge could only be used once. Outside, even the cheapest entry slot for an F-level local connection cartridge would cost several thousand points. The teacher was installing the cartridge on the lectern, and some students in the front rows couldn't sit still, rising on tiptoe and lifting their hips, trying to catch an early glimpse of this year's final exam questions. Lu Zhou and I sat toward the back, unable to see the exam titles, so we settled for watching the raised hips of the girls in front of us. Before long, through the hushed whispers of the students ahead, I managed to piece together the general gist of the exam titles. The final exam game is Plants vs. Zombies? Hey, even my stroke-surviving great-aunt could play this game. I muttered under my breath, eyes gleaming as I suppressed a chuckle. As a once globally popular casual strategy game, Plants vs. Zombies was something I knew like the back of my hand. Though the game content and rules in this cartridge world surely differed from the PC version I'd played before, my previous life's knowledge and experience with this game already gave me a massive head start. Hearing it was Plants vs. Zombies, Lu Zhou also couldn't hide his delight, patting his pregnant-looking belly. Strategy games? That's my specialty. As she spoke, the teacher stepped down from the podium and used the card reader on the PS8 to scan each examinee's identity bracelet. Then, she began reading out the examination hall rules. Rule 1, once entering the cartridge world, communication between examinees is strictly prohibited. 2, do not interfere with other examinees' tests in any form. 3, follow the proctor's instructions, no independent actions allowed. 4, after completing the entire procedure, the teacher returned to the podium and added one final reminder. The opportunity to enter the cartridge world is extremely precious. Try your best to perform well, students. Although earning generous clearance rewards is nearly impossible for you at this stage, there's still a chance to gain some experience points. Once you enter the game, be sure to play attentively and thoroughly understand the rules. For strategic games like this, you need to be even more careful with every choice you make. Alright, time's up. Begin the test. As the chime rang out, the teacher pressed the start button on the PS8 card reader. I couldn't help but clench my fist slightly, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. A brand new life begins. First, I'll ace this exam to start things off right. In the next instant, a flash of white light erupted. The entire class, no, even all the third-year high school students, vanished on the spot. At almost the same time, information flickered through my mind. Detected host entering cartridge world, Plants vs. Zombies. System is assigning game cheats. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Chapter 2, everyone bear witness, it's the game who forced me to cheat. Host detected entering cartridge world, Plants vs. Zombies. System is allocating game cheats. Please choose one from the following 3 options. 1. Infinite sunlight, allows unlimited planting of plants. 2. 100-fold drops, increases the probability of obtaining plant cards by 100 times. 3. Plant modification, you can spend sunlight to modify plants. The system arrived? Going to help me cheat? I was stunned as I browsed through the information about the 3 cheats. As a top-tier player, I'm actually quite opposed to things like cheating programs. Hey system bro, can I not choose? I tried asking. System, no can do. Host bro, I've got performance metrics to meet. My name is Lin Tian. Given the current situation, I don't want to cheat either, but I've got no choice, it's forcing me. Showing off is one thing, but if there's cheat available, it'd be a shame not to use it. After all, this isn't an ordinary computer game. Performing well and even completing levels in this cartridge world means I can earn substantial rewards in reality. After some thought, I directly chose the third cheat option. 3. Plant modification, you can spend sunlight to modify plants. Compared to the first 2 mindless power boosts, this one actually enhances gameplay. Choosing it should make things more fun. After selection, the panel disappeared, revealing a spacious courtyard before me. My classmates had also materialized throughout the yard. Directly ahead, Dave, wearing his signature cooking pot helmet, began flailing dramatically while explaining the rules. Wabba dubba, bubba wabba, wabba 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 dubba. My classmates looked completely baffled, unable to understand a word. Only I nodded thoughtfully in understanding. A classmate next to me asked in surprise, "Can you understand what he's saying?" I smiled faintly and replied, "Wabba baba, baba wabba, baba wabba," leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, a prompt that appeared shortly after helped everyone understand the rules of this cassette tape world. This world was based on Plants vs. Zombies, a local multiplayer tower defense strategy game with a difficulty level of F, accommodating 38 players. After the game starts, each player is assigned a backyard. The objective is to collect sunlight, plant plants, and prevent zombies from invading the house. This session features 40 waves of zombie attacks. Successfully defending against them means clearing the level and earning generous rewards. The prompt box disappeared, and I found myself standing in a courtyard. To my left and right were 2 identical courtyards where my classmates were situated, much like seating arrangements in an examination hall. Then, a prompt appeared, first wave of zombies approaching, you've collected 100 points of sunlight from the sun. It also mentioned that 100 points of sunlight would be consistently granted before each zombie wave, urging me to plant vegetation quickly. I glanced at the available plant selection. Just like in the original game, only the pea shooter was available initially, costing 100 sunlight points. It could fire peas to attack zombies with considerable effectiveness. With exactly 100 sunlight points in the first round, there was no choice but to plant the pea shooter. With a thought, I spent the 100 sunlight points to plant it. For positioning, I chose the very back center of the courtyard. This location would give the pea shooter more time to shoot, with a wider range to ensure no zombie would be missed due to being too far to the side. The student on the left patio chose the same spot as me, but the one on the right patio was downright outrageous. Before the game even started, he planted the only pea shooter right at the patio entrance, as if he couldn't wait for the zombies to get a bite. About a minute later, a massive horde of zombies is attacking. Accompanied by eerie sound effects, the first wave of 10 zombies shambled over. My pea shooter swayed back and forth, continuously spitting out bullets. It took just a few shots to take down a zombie, keeping them from getting anywhere near the house. They could barely make it halfway across the yard. But the classmate's pea shooter in the courtyard on the right didn't stand a chance against the zombie. The first zombie to appear simply swallowed the pea shooter whole, then shambled into the house, followed by a blood-curdling scream. At the same time, in the chief proctor's office, the invigilators and the grade director were observing the exam hall through the PS8 terminal monitoring system. The first wave of zombie attacks had ended, with 8 students eliminated across the grade. The grade director's expression darkened as he remarked that if they could lose on such an easy level, he couldn't understand how these students had even gotten into number 2 high school in the first place. The invigilator comforted him, advising him to focus more on the top students sitting ahead. Names like Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, and Zhao Wenjun were mentioned, talented individuals who had already reached level 2 and stood a chance at securing spots in Kyoto and Qingyuan, the 2 primary sports universities. No one could predict who'd emerge victorious in this final exam. The invigilator also mentioned that the principal had shelled out generously, with first place promising a lavish reward. The rules here differ from the original level-based mode, resembling more of an endless mode where plants remain as long as they aren't destroyed. After surviving the first wave of zombie attacks, all examinees received a plant card, Sunflower, as a reward from Crazy Dave. It costs 50 sunlight points and generates an extra 50 sunlight before each zombie wave, meaning the earlier you plant it, the higher the returns. Many examinees plan to use the next round's 100 sunlight points to plant 2 sunflowers. Second wave of zombies approaching. You've collected 100 sunlight points from the sun, please plant vegetation promptly. Facing the prompt, I stepped forward towards the pea shooter planted in the first round and activated my cheat, which presented 3 modification options. Modification option 1, dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter, consumes 50 sunlight points, fires 8 peas simultaneously per shot, increasing output 8-fold. Modification option 2, laser pea shooter, consumes 100 sunlight points, launches laser peas with quadruple firepower that can penetrate zombies. Modification option 3, pea shooter waifu, consumes 150 sunlight points, a mo-anthropomorphized pea shooter that fires 4 peas per attack while automatically generating 2 regular pea shooters nearby before each zombie wave. Holy shit! I couldn't help but freeze after reading. This cheat was truly outrageous. Just the first dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter alone equaled the power of 8 regular pea shooters. 8 normal ones would cost 800 sunlight, while this Gatling version, including the initial pea shooter cost, totaled only 150. This damn cheat completely breaks game balance. How unfair to the other students, he. I indignantly complained while immediately selecting the first modification option. In an instant, the adorable pea shooter transformed into a cool soldier pea shooter wearing a military helmet and wielding 2 Gatling guns. With 50 sunlight points left, I planted a sunflower in the back. The guy on the left side of the courtyard kept sneaking glances at me. His usual performance was mediocre, not even as good as mine. In the first round, he copied my pea shooter placement, which worked quite well. Before the second round began, he was peeking at me again. When he saw my pea shooter carrying 2 Gatling guns, his eyes almost popped out of his head. This was one strategy he couldn't just copy. A huge wave of zombies is approaching. While he was still stunned, the second wave of zombies attacked. In a panic, he hurriedly planted another pea shooter at random. Many students who planted 2 sunflowers in the second round started to panic, as the firepower of a single pea shooter couldn't suppress the zombies. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the last zombie fall before their pea shooter. Those who didn't position their pea shooters well were immediately eliminated this round. Meanwhile, players who still planted pea shooters in the second round relied on double firepower to handle 15 zombies. I wasn't in much trouble. Zombies could at most reach the middle of the lawn. My 2 Gatling peas were blazing away with blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The zombies were as fragile as paper. They didn't even have time to enter the lawn before being turned into Swiss cheese at the entrance. Chapter 3. I broke the game. The second wave of zombie attacks ended, with over a dozen more players eliminated. Third wave of zombies approaching. You've collected 100 sunlight points. You have collected 50 sunlight points from plants. Total sunlight, 150. Please plant vegetation promptly. At this stage, my firepower is already quite formidable. For the third round, I plan to first improve sunlight acquisition efficiency. I approach the sunflower planted in the previous round and activate the cheat. Transformation Plan 1, Competitive Sunflower. Cost, 50 sun points. Effect, a very hard-working sunflower that collects an additional 300 sunlight points before each zombie wave arrives. Alternative Plan 2, Summoner's Sunflower. Consumption, 100 sunlight points. Effect, collects an additional 100 sunlight before each zombie wave and randomly summons a plant. Upgrade Option 3, Solar Panel. Consumption, 200 sunlight points. Effect, collects an additional 900 points of sunshine before each wave of zombies arrives. This sunflower modification plan is downright insane, and the third option isn't even a plant anymore. With 150 sunlight points in hand, I briefly contemplated before choosing the first modification option. After modification, the sunflower's appearance didn't change much except its formerly smiling face suddenly turned ferocious and pained. My firepower should handle the early waves fine, but accumulating more sunlight seems prudent. With just 100 sunlight points left, I planted another sunflower and once again modified it into a double sunflower. This way, before the fourth wave of zombies arrives, I can gather an additional 600 sunlight points. A huge wave of zombies is approaching. The third wave of zombies is here. This time, there are a total of 20 zombies, including some conehead zombies with traffic cones on their heads. However, my dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters easily suppressed the zombies' advance outside the yard. Even the conehead zombies with their exceptional defense were blown to pieces the moment they half-stepped into the yard. Now, let's look at the other test takers. Those who planted 2 sunflowers in the second round gained an extra 100 sunlight points, allowing them to plant 2 additional pea shooters this round. With the firepower of 3 pea shooters, they smoothly passed this wave. But there were quite a few students like those in the courtyard to my left who only started planting sunflowers in the third round. Though they barely scraped by with the firepower of 2 pea shooters, they all suffered losses. Some had their sunflowers eaten, some lost pea shooters, and the unlucky ones had their brains devoured outright. Taking losses as early as the third round doesn't bode well for them down the line. As for the handful of students mindlessly spamming pea shooters, they're cruising through now, but without surplus sunlight reserves, elimination is inevitable. The fourth wave of zombies is approaching. You collected 100 sunlight from the sun. You have collected 600 points of sunlight from plants. Total sunlight, 700. Please plant plants as soon as possible. Before the start of round 4, my available sunlight reached 700 points. 2 double sunflowers directly provided me with 600 points of sunlight. My firepower is still holding up well, and my main goal remains accumulating sunlight. I spent 350 sunlight points to plant 7 sunflowers, then used another 350 points to upgrade them all into twin sunflowers. Now I have a total of 9 twin sunflowers. A huge wave of zombies is approaching. The fourth wave of zombies has arrived, still 20 in total, but this time mixed with one highly defensive buckethead zombie. With the firepower from my dual Gatling pea shooters, I handled it easily again, and the buckethead zombie only made it halfway across my lawn. And the other students who hadn't made the right choices in previous rounds began to be eliminated in large numbers, with my classmate in the courtyard to my left being one of those eliminated. The fifth wave of zombies is coming. You collected 100 sunlight points from the sun. You collected 2,700 sunlight points from plants. Total sunshine, 2,800. Please plant crops as soon as possible. 9 overachieving sunflowers directly provided me with 2,700 points of sunshine. By the 5th round, I had so much sunshine that I could hardly use it all. It's time to upgrade my firepower. A sunflower costs 50 sunshine, and transforming it into a summoner sunflower consumes an additional 100 sunshine, making each summoner sunflower cost 150 points of sunshine in total. I spent 900 sun points to cultivate 6 summoner sunflowers. These summoner sunflowers were clad in magic robes, wielding enchanted staffs, looking extremely dashing. Then I had 1,700 sunlight left and began planting and upgrading pea shooters. I immediately planted 10 pea shooters, 8 of which were upgraded to dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters, while the other 2 were transformed into pea shooter girls that could produce 2 pea shooters per turn. This pea shooter girl has delicate features, fair green skin, and holds a pea shooter in her hands, looking valiant and heroic. The moment I modified her into the pea shooter girl, a bold idea popped into my mind. But considering we were still in the middle of an exam with invigilators watching, I quickly shook my head and dismissed the thought. One shouldn't, at the very least, consider such things. After planting, my firepower instantly increased tenfold, equivalent to deploying nearly 80 pea shooters. With this terrifying formation before me, I felt it should be enough to clear the entire level. But it's only the 5th wave. Standing under the courtyard awning with my hands behind my back, I sighed with mixed emotions. I truly am a gaming genius. Just by flexing slightly, I've already reached this game's limits. A huge wave of zombies is approaching. As I spoke, the 5th wave of zombies attacked. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Countless peas erupted simultaneously, covering the entire courtyard with a barrage of pea fire in an instant. Before I could even get a proper look at the zombies, the 5th wave had been utterly annihilated, not even scraps remained. This is epic. Now this is what I call firepower suppression. I lounged leisurely on the courtyard bench, casually crossing my legs. The sixth wave of zombies is approaching. You have collected 100 units of sunlight from the sun. You have collected 3,300 units of sunlight from your plants. The pea shooter has spawned a total of 4 pea shooters. The summoner sunflower summoned 6 new plants in total: the snow pea, the fire pea, the kernel pult, the cabbage pult, the tall nut, and the cactus. Total sunlight count, 3,400. Please plant the plants as soon as possible. What's the point of planting this crap now? Even if I start AFK farming from this point, I could breeze through the rest of the game. Damn, I think I've completely broken this game at this point. Watching the sudden proliferation of plants in my courtyard, I laughed so hard that snot bubbles popped out. But sunlight must be utilized whenever available. I attempted to upgrade the 6 plants summoned by my summoner sunflower. At the same time, inside the monitoring room, the grade director was thoroughly engrossed in watching the surveillance footage of a few top students: Yuan Xiaoyu, Linan, Zhao Wenjun. The choices they've made so far are all the optimal solutions in this game. Truly the finest talents from Yunqing No. 2 High School. Yuan Xiaoyu's placement of the plants shows a unique insight that maximizes attack efficiency. Linan, on the other hand, seems to be blessed with a stroke of luck. He already got a reward card for twin sunflowers by wave 6. Which upgrades his regular pea shooter. Zhao Wenjun had to use a valuable in-game resource card to gain extra sunlight, but substantial family wealth is also part of a player's strength. Just then, one of the proctors suddenly let out a startled shout. Holy shit! Holy shit! The grade director frowned and turned to look. What's all the shouting about? After all, we are teachers, role models for our students. How can we just casually swear like that? The invigilator was so shocked he couldn't speak, only extending a trembling finger at the computer screen before shouting, "Holy shit!" The grade-level director, puzzled, stepped forward to look. The moment he saw the content on the screen, his pupils instantly contracted. Holy fucking watermelon rind. What is this? Coincidentally, the school's academic director happened to drop by at that moment. As soon as he entered, he heard the grade-level director swearing. The academic director frowned in displeasure and admonished, "Old Zhang, you're an academic director too. You should mind your words and manners." The very next second, he also saw what was on the screen. The Dean of Discipline cursed angrily, "Damn your mother's legs." On the screen was the surveillance projection of my courtyard. Colorful tracer bullets filled the entire scene, obliterating the 6th wave of zombies before they could even make an appearance. The sheer volume of firepower annihilated them instantly. I'd cleared the wave in less than a second. Chapter 4, Playing well means cheating? What in the world is this? Since when did these plants even exist? The invigilator's voice trembled as he turned to ask the grade-level director, "Are we sure he's playing the same game as the other students? Did someone mix up the game cartridge?" The grade-level director looked equally baffled, turning to ask the academic dean. The dean frowned and thought, no way. Their class was using a local multiplayer cartridge. If there was a problem with the cartridge, it should have affected their entire class. But clearly, only his interface looks off. A nearby invigilator muttered under his breath, "He couldn't possibly be cheating, could he?" The head teacher immediately scolded, "Since when does playing well equate to cheating? Humans have been in the age of gaming for centuries without ever hearing of anyone cheating inside cartridge worlds. As far as I can tell, only 2 explanations exist for what's happening right now." The grade director asked curiously, "Which 2? The teaching director sat before the screen, interlacing his fingers, his tone solemn as he explained, "Either this student possesses exceptional insight, uncovering hidden mechanics within the game, or he has awakened a formidable gaming talent, gaining inherent boosts from the game itself. Whichever the case, I feel it's absolutely essential to nurture this student named Lin Tian with full support. After this exam, have him come to my office." The grade director responded enthusiastically, "Yes, sir." At this moment in the tape world, the zombie assault had reached its 10th wave. System notifications kept popping up. Wave 10 zombies approaching. You collected 100 sunlight points from the sun. You collected 4,800 sunlight points from plants. Pea shooter girl has produced 4 pea shooters. Snow pea girl has produced 2 snow pea shooters. Summoner sunflower has summoned 6 new plants, including twin sunflower, puffshroom, fumeshroom, torchwood, spikerock, tallnut. Total sunlight, 7,200. Please plant your defenses quickly. The transformed plants covered the entire courtyard, and even if I upgraded every single one of them, the sunlight I had would never run out. I could only focus on modifying the newly summoned plants from the summoner sunflowers as much as possible, things like orthopedic sunflowers, spitter shrooms, homing missile fume shrooms, shadow clone torchwoods, venomous spikerocks, load-bearing walnuts. After this round of upgrades, the battlefield prowess of the courtyard flora reached another level entirely. Wave 10, and I still managed to clear it without even catching a glimpse of a zombie. I couldn't help but complain, is this game called Plants vs. Air? I haven't seen a single zombie in ages. After the 10th wave of zombies swept through, only about half of the test takers remained. At that moment, a notification popped up before all the examinees. You have passed the introductory level of this game cartridge. From now on, you will receive XP rewards for every wave of zombies you repel. The remaining examinees in the testing hall all wore expressions of joy. Experience could raise their levels, and levels influenced every aspect of a person. For most examinees, gaining even a bit of experience in the cassette world was already a considerable reward. This game is too easy. I was practically drowsy and about to fall asleep until I saw this prompt, which perked me up a little. The 11th wave of zombies is approaching. You collected 100 sunlight from the sun. You collected 4,900 sunlight from plants. Pea shooter girls produced a total of 4 pea shooters. Snow pea girls produced a total of 2 snow peas. Shadow clone torchwoods summoned 3 new torchwoods. Summoner sunflowers summoned 6 new plants. Garlic, kernel pulse, pea shooters, twin sunflowers, star fruits, and coffee beans. Total sunlight, 11,250. Please plant your defenses promptly. Facing the impending 11th wave of zombies, I felt a slight spark of anticipation and devoted extra effort to modifying my plants. By now, my entire courtyard was completely packed with all kinds of ridiculously modified botanical monstrosities. However, when the zombies came, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, the barrage of bullets completely covered my view, and I still didn't catch a single glimpse of a zombie. My plant army instantly melted all the zombies outside the courtyard. Successfully defended against the 11th wave of zombie attacks, EXP +1. Damn it, this is boring. Seeing that we won without even spotting a single zombie, I yawned and sprawled out on the recliner for a nap. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, making it extremely comfortable. Before long, I genuinely dozed off. ZZZ. My soft snores resonated under the shade of the awning. Before me, clearance prompts kept popping up. Successfully repelled the 12th wave of zombie attacks, EXP +1, successfully repelled the 13th wave of zombie attacks, EXP +1, successfully repelled the 14th wave of zombie attacks, EXP +1. Outside the cartridge world, in the school's monitoring room, a group of school officials summoned by the dean were gathered around the surveillance screen, intently watching my gaming footage while awkwardly bending over. When they saw me sound asleep in the cartridge world, they couldn't help but fall into silence. Their years at the school weren't short. They'd witnessed students who slaughtered their way through the cartridge world with ease, and had seen those who slacked off and slept. But watching someone sleep while effortlessly mowing down enemies was a sight that defied all logic. A female teacher around 40, the academic affairs department head, adjusted her glasses and asked the principal, "Principal, what's your take on this?" The principal, a bespectacled fat man who looked every bit the otaku, stared at the surveillance screen for a long time before sighing regretfully. He must have discovered hidden rules in the game rather than awakened any gaming talent. Because even the most exceptional gaming talent can only assist players, it could never produce such terrifying effects. Such overwhelming results can only be achieved by exploiting hidden rules. The other leaders also found it regrettable. While uncovering hidden rules in a game proves a player's keen insight, it ultimately remains a matter of chance. Hidden rules, also known as bugs or exploits, are typically patched by the game shortly after being discovered and abused. No matter how sharp a player's insight might be, they can't possibly uncover hidden rules in every match. Thus, players who occasionally stumble upon loopholes are far less valued than those who awaken formidable in-game talents. A stable and consistently effective gaming talent that performs in every match is the true foundation that top players and esports professionals rely on. However, for Lin Tian to discover and utilize hidden game mechanics in such a short time after joining speaks to his extraordinary talent. We should intensify our efforts to nurture him further. The principal glanced meaningfully at the academic dean as he spoke, who immediately understood the implicit instruction and nodded in acknowledgement while making a note of the matter. After confirming my situation, the school leadership team turned their attention to other top students in the senior year. By this point, the zombie waves had already reached the 20th level. As the waves of zombies increased, these top students started feeling the pressure too. Yuan Xiaoyu managed to barely hold the 20th wave with her perfect formation layout, though noticeably less effortlessly than before. In earlier waves, she had obtained a walnut plant card from defeating a pole vaulting zombie. Making full use of the walnut's defensive capabilities, her formation remained remarkably strong. Li Nan, with his luck bonus gaming talent, consecutively acquired 3 plant cards. Relying on this plant diversity, he successfully defended against the 20th zombie wave too. Zhao Wenjun fared rather poorly. Although a primary resource card worth thousands had given him extra sunlight for a strong start, his haphazard plant placement led to heavy battlefield losses. Many plants got eaten by zombies, though he barely scraped through the 20th wave. I'm clearly struggling to cope with the subsequent waves now. Even the top geniuses from number 2 high school are feeling tremendous pressure, while other students find it even more difficult. At this point, out of over 500 examinees in the entire grade, fewer than 50 remain in the examination hall. Chapter 5, They're already this insane, and this cheat can still upgrade? In the examination hall, other students are racking their brains for countermeasures, gritting their teeth to resist wave after wave of zombie attacks while getting eliminated one after another. As for me, I'm sound asleep. During the zombie slaying process, I'd occasionally get some plant cards as loot, but none contain particularly powerful plants. I couldn't be bothered to pick them up. I already had my hands full with the plants summoned by my summoner Sunflower. Successfully repelled the 20th wave of zombies, EXP +2. Successfully repelled the 21st wave of zombies, EXP +2. Successfully repelled the 22nd wave of zombies, EXP +2. After 20 waves, the experience reward for clearing each subsequent wave was reduced to 2 points. Successfully repelled the 28th wave of zombies, EXP +2. Successfully defended against the 29th wave of zombie attacks, EXP +2. Successfully repelled the 30th wave of zombie attacks, EXP +3. Soon came the 30th wave, with increased experience rewards once more. This wave brought forth the formidable football zombie and gargantuar. These two types of zombies, with their massive defense and health bars, barely managed to set foot in my courtyard, but they only took one step inside before collapsing under a barrage of dazzling projectiles that filled the screen. Under their assault, another large batch of examinees was eliminated. Only 7 examinees remained standing after the 30th wave of zombie attacks. The much-watched wealthy examinee Zhao Wengjun was clearly struggling during the 30th wave, but recalling the insider tip he'd received about the rewards for securing first place in this final exam, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a green card from his chest, shouting, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'm going all out." This was an intermediate boost card worth over 30,000 in-game points, capable of providing players with a massive amount of in-game power they desperately needed. After activating the card, a green light flashed above Zhao Wenjun's head, and in the next second, an entire row of Gatling pea shooters appeared in his courtyard. These Gatling pea shooters could fire 4 peas per shot, with firepower equivalent to half that of dual-wielding Gatling pea shooters. This squad of exceptionally powerful Gatling pea shooters helped him successfully survive the 30th wave. After clearing the 30th wave, I was jolted awake by the system notification in my mind. Your total sunshine has exceeded 100,000, reaching the game's maximum limit. Consume all sunlight to upgrade your cheat plant modification? I stood up, rubbing my eyes and stroking my chin. This cheat is already ridiculously overpowered, and it can still be upgraded? Well, go ahead, let's see just how broken this thing can get. Ding! Upgrade complete. Your cheat has been upgraded to Plant Ultra Evolution. Plant Ultra Evolution, you can spend sunlight to evolve plants into their ultimate forms. As the 31st wave approached, another large batch of sunlight was about to arrive. Ultimate plant forms? Sounds pretty badass, let's give it a try. I chuckled and moved closer to my plants, attempting their Ultra Evolution. Grindhard Sunflower can Ultra evolve into Overworked to Death Sunflower. Ultra Evolution, Overworked to Death Sunflower. Cost, 300 sun points. Effect, an overworked sunflower that literally died from exertion. Before each zombie wave arrives, receives 6,000 sun as death compensation from the company. Though this ultimate evolution of the Grindset sunflower has a ridiculous name, its effect is insane, providing 20 times the usual sun per round. I attempted to undergo hyper-evolution, and immediately, the involution sunflower's form transformed. The agonized grimace on its face vanished, replaced by an expression of profound serenity, though this peaceful visage was now carved upon a tombstone. That's right, after hyper-evolution, the involution sunflower had become a gravestone. Ah, this is truly damn tragic. Witnessing this scene stirred bittersweet emotions in me, as if recalling my past life as an overworked wage slave trapped in involution. I gazed at the other involution sunflowers with wistful reluctance, then promptly transformed them all into sudden death sunflowers. Compared to the agony of endless competition, death is your best destiny. The kind and innocent light in my eyes overflowed. I've modified a total of 12 competitive sunflowers, and after their super revolution, all 12 transformed into 12 overworked sunflowers. Each round, they can provide me with 72,000 points of sunlight. Successfully defended against the 31st wave of zombies. Experience +3. The 32nd wave of zombies is approaching. You've collected 100 points of sunlight from the sun. You have collected 75,400 points of sunlight from plants. The pea shooter girl has produced 2 pea shooters. The snow pea girl has produced 4 snow peas. The fire pea girl has produced 4 fire peas. Shadow clone torchwood has summoned 3 new torchwoods. Summoner sunflower has summoned 6 new plants, which are cob cannon, blue flame torchwood, spikeweed, sunflower, garlic, and sunshroom. Total sun count, 81500. Please plant the plants as soon as possible. The sunlight in my hands surged to an overwhelming abundance, and I immediately began attempting to super-evolve other plants. Dual-wielding Gatling pea shooter can be super-evolved into Titan Mecha pea shooter. Super Evolution, Titan Mecha pea shooter. Cost, 250 sunlight. Effect, fires 100 peas simultaneously, boosting output 100-fold. Ice Pea Shooter Girl can super evolve into Frost Pea Valkyrie. Super Evolution, Frost Pea Valkyrie. Cost, 300 Sunlight. Effect, attacks with Frozen Tundra, instantly freezing all enemies and dealing massive damage. Corn Cannon can Ultra Evolve into Corn Nuke. Ultra Evolution, Corn Nuke. Cost, 500 Sun Points. Effect, launch a cornucopia nuke attack, dealing tons of area damage. If my earlier prowess could be considered invincible, now that I've super evolved all the plants, I'm practically running wild without limits. Successfully defended against the 32nd wave of zombie attacks, EXP plus 3. Successfully defended against the 33rd wave of zombies, EXP plus 3. Successfully defended against the 34th wave of zombies, EXP plus 3. Before I could even see what was happening, wave after wave of zombies had already fallen. Throughout this process, the other examinees gradually succumbed to the pressure of the zombie horde, getting eliminated one after another. Apart from me, only the wealthy Zhao Wenju lasted until the 38th wave. At the 36th wave, he used another intermediate boost card just to secure his position as the top scorer in the final exam. Having endured till the 38th wave, he figured securing first place wouldn't be a problem anymore, so he stopped increasing his spending and faced elimination with composure. As far as the exam went, making it this far was practically like handing in a 98-point paper. Too bad for him, I was still standing. Successfully defended against the 38th wave of zombies, EXP plus 3. Successfully resisted the 39th wave of zombie attacks, EXP plus 3. After easily conquering 2 more waves of zombie attacks, I finally reached the final level, level 40. The game's ultimate boss, Dr. Zomboss, has finally appeared. As the BGM echoed in my ears, I couldn't help but feel my blood boiling with excitement. Come on, Dr. Zomboss, let's battle, I roared. Dr. Zomboss piloted the enormous zombie mech, revealing half of his head as he scanned my yard. His face surprisingly showed an utterly human-like expression of bewilderment, his brain working at lightning speed. After a brief pause, Dr. Zomboss turned around and fled. I looked utterly confused. I've been waiting for you for ages, why the hell are you running now? I launched the Cobb Cannon. Boom! Successfully eliminated Dr. Zomboss. You have cleared this game level. You will receive generous completion rewards as follows. Game Point Card X 10,000. Experience Points 100. Pet, Dual Pea Shooter X1, Combat Level LV5. Equipment, Protective Vine Armor, Quality, Good. Lifestyle Skill Book, Basic Botany, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV5. Silently recite exit to return to the real world. I scratched my head, that's it? I haven't even played enough yet. Chapter 6 Easter Eggs and Worldview Decryption. At this moment, in the monitoring room, all the school officials who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. They might have anticipated that Lin Tian would clear the level successfully, but no one could have foreseen the plant formation Lin Tian would bring to bear. Dr. Zombie actually escaped. Well, he didn't quite make it. Lin Tian took him out instantly. With hidden rules, can one really achieve this level? A school administrator asked in a daze. The principal sucked his teeth and said, to be honest, I've never seen such an absurd game process before. It's like absurdity learned Tai Chi, utterly ridiculous. The invigilator who had previously suspected Lin Tian of hacking muttered under his breath again, could he really be cheating? The grade director weakly retorted, just because it looks like cheating doesn't mean it is. There's no such thing as hacking in the cartridge world. The principal remained silent for a moment before saying, have him come directly to my office after the exam. I'd like to have a private conversation with him. During their discussion, the group of administrators suddenly noticed Lin Tian within the game cartridge world. He didn't leave the game immediately after clearing it. He slowly walked toward the courtyard gate. In the cartridge world, Lin Tian didn't leave right after completing the game. Remembering Dr. Zombie's final escaping movement, Lin Tian suddenly thought of a question. Where does it want to run to? Logically, it must be running back where it came from. Thus, an extended question arises. Where did all these zombies come from? As this question flooded his mind, being a top-tier player, Lin Tian immediately felt an impulse. The world is so vast, I want to check it out. He wanted to see the world beyond the courtyard. Perhaps he might even uncover some hidden game content. However, upon approaching the courtyard gate, Lin Tian was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. With a thought, he attempted to manipulate plants to strike against the barrier. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Various colored barrage attacks struck the barrier. The barrier shook violently. Faintly, he seemed to see cracks forming on the barrier's surface. Lin Tian's eyes lit up at the sight. This looks promising. Controlling the corn nuclear bomb, Lin Tian fired 2 shots directly at the barrier near the gate. Boom! Boom! The cracks are becoming increasingly visible. All units, attack! Manipulating all the plants, Lin Tian launched a full-force attack against the barrier. Dozens of seconds later, crack! The invisible barrier shattered. Lin Tian stretched his hand beyond the threshold once more. Now, nothing stood in his way. Stepping forward, he left the courtyard behind, truly entering the world where Plants vs. Zombies existed. Beyond the courtyard, there was no expected scene of utter devastation or corpses strewn everywhere. On the contrary, the world beyond the door was a thriving urban district. Vendors sat conducting business in their shops. Carefree strollers walked their pet dogs. An elderly man is reading a newspaper in the park. There are office workers everywhere, dressed in suits ready for work. Everything was harmonious and beautiful, except that all those living in this beautiful city were zombies. Lin Tian froze momentarily. In an instant, a possibility flashed through his mind. All along, whether it was Earth in his past life or the players in this world, they had always regarded cute-looking plants as the righteous side. The ugly zombies are naturally classified as villains. Thus, all players of Plants vs. Zombies can plant vegetation and slay zombies without the slightest moral qualm. But, what if this world had always belonged to the zombies? The zombies were living quite happily in harmony, until invasive plants came and took over their homes. Perhaps all the zombies want is to return to their rightful place. If that's the case, the plants, or rather, can these green invaders still be considered the righteous side? Can the players controlling these plants still be considered the righteous side? The information was overwhelming. Lin Tian felt a sudden headache coming on. At that very moment, the system notification appeared again. Easter egg discovered, the zombies world. Bonus reward obtained, common grade combat skill book, summon zombie, learning level requirement greater than or equal to LV15. Your clearance reward has been doubled. After doubling, the clearance rewards are as follows. Game point card X 20,000. Experience points, 200. Pet, Gatling Pea Shooter X1, combat level, LV8. Equipment, P Gauntlet, quality, excellent. Life skill book, intermediate botany, learning level requirement greater than or equal to LV6. Seeing the extra reward granted to him, and noticing that the clearance reward had been doubled, Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Combat skill books were exceptionally rare treasures in this world, items even professional gamers would fight over. Even the most basic combat skill book could fetch at least 100,000 yuan. Generally speaking, only cartridge worlds of grade D or higher would yield combat skill books. Lin Tian never expected that the first F-grade game he played would reward him with such an invaluable treasure. Moreover, with the doubled completion rewards, their value has seen a tremendous increase. It's not just the most basic game time cards and experience points, but even the pets, equipment, and lifestyle skill books included in the rewards have all been upgraded to a higher tier of quality. Lin Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. Yet, he held it back, because the prompt popped up before his eyes once more. Warning, warning, warning. You have left the courtyard, angering Crazy Dave. Leave this cassette world immediately. Leave this cassette world immediately. Leave this cassette world immediately. If Crazy Dave kills you, you will lose all completion rewards. Lin Tian froze instantly. What's going on? Why would leaving the courtyard anger Crazy Dave? Could it be that Crazy Dave is actually the final boss? Was the plant invasion of the zombie world all planned by Dave? Or perhaps, for a moment, countless thoughts surged through Lin Tian's mind. After discarding some useless conjectures, only one thought remained before him. Should we take on Crazy Dave? Lin Tian had a premonition that if he could defeat Crazy Dave, the rewards I would receive would be beyond measure. After a brief moment of consideration, damn it, let's do this. Anyway, with cheat codes backing me up, clearing this game should be a piece of cake. Even if I haven't done it, losing the completion rewards isn't a big deal for me. Thinking this, Lin Tian immediately retreated to the courtyard and stood behind countless plants. A moment later, crooked blood-red characters suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's field of vision. Crazy Dave is here, with a pressure cooker on his head like a lunatic. The mumbling Dave suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's yard, and he's holding a shotgun in his hand. Bang! The bullet fired, instantly killing several plants evolved by Lin Tian Chow. Lin Tian immediately commanded the plants to counterattack. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. A frenzy of multicolored bullets rained down on Dave, forcing him into swift retreat. At the same time, an absurdly long health bar appeared above Crazy Dave's head. These attacks that could instantly defeat Dr. Zomboss were only chipping away a tiny fraction of Dave's health bar every second. Dave racked the shotgun again. Bang! Another shot. A swath of perfected form plants collapsed. Lin Tian sensed the impending danger. He hastily used the sunlight at hand to swiftly construct a pea shooter. Then, activating his cheat ability Plant Hyper-Evolution, he immediately upgraded the pea shooter into its ultimate form, the Titan Mechanoid pea shooter. The battle lasted a full 20 minutes. It was extremely intense. Fortunately, Lin Tian had plenty of sunshine left. In the end, he stubbornly relied on hundreds even thousands of ultimate form Titan mech pea shooters to exhaust and ultimately defeat Crazy Dave. Boom! Crazy Dave's body hit the ground. Before Lin Tian's eyes, the entire scene suddenly shattered. The next instant, the plants vanished, the zombies vanished, even the entire garden and the city beyond disappeared. He suddenly found himself on a battlefield strewn with corpses. The battlefield was bitterly cold, covered in white snow. On the left side, armed with sophisticated equipment, they continuously slew the soldiers charging from the right. Although the right side was poorly equipped, but they fought desperately to charge forward, trying to engage in close combat. Such a vast gap made this battle almost a massacre. Lin Tian focused his gaze on the national emblems on both sides' uniforms. The soldiers on the left were German troops. The soldier on the right belongs to the Soviet forces. Behind the German soldiers' front lines on the left, a figure who appears to be an officer stands there weeping silently, his expression blank as he watches the scene unfold. That man, it's Crazy Dave. Chapter 7 Dave's World. The scene flashed before his eyes once more. The camera focused on a calendar. March 7, 1929. Dave, why do you have to leave? I don't want you to go. Wait for me at home. It won't be long before I return. We're doing just fine. Why do we need to invade others? This is the Führer's order. I love you. Please take good care of yourself. I love you too, darling. Lamplight casts two silhouettes on either side of the calendar. One male, one female. Before long, the man's silhouette vanished. Only the silhouette of the weeping woman remained. The camera flickered once more, still focusing on a calendar. The only thing was, the lighting was somewhat dim. May 18, 1935. Dave, Captain Degust is dead. How did he die? Suicide. How could this be? Given the heavy workload at the concentration camp, it's understandable if you can't handle it. So the reason you called me here is, you need to take his place. This is his service weapon. Two beams of light still flanked the calendar. Before long, the left beam vanished. The remaining light picked up the very service weapon with which Degust had ended his life. Lost in thought, the scene flashes again, still frozen on the calendar. This time, bloodstains smear across its surface. July 26, 1942. Sir, they've run out of bullets. Good, prepare the shackles. Ready to take prisoners. They recharging with bayonets. What? Should we shoot? Kill them, kill them. Isn't this exactly why we came here? Two beams of light. One gradually fades away. The other slumps onto the table, like a puddle of mud. The scenes that followed began to fragment. There were corpses strewn across the fields. There were shackles clinging to the body. There was darkness within prison walls. There was tranquility in the hospital room. Finally, the scene lingered in a courtyard. Dave sat alone leaning back in the deck chair, a cooking pot perched on his head, quietly watching the flowers and plants in the courtyard. He could only use illusions to suppress the guilt in his memories, transforming those heroic Soviet soldiers defending their homeland into imagined evil zombies. The German soldiers who mercilessly slaughtered their subordinates were imagined as plants guarding their own backyard. This is the truth of the Plants vs. Zombies world. Everything was just the delusion of a sinner. A childlike fantasy world constructed to escape the torment of self-condemnation. Reading this, Lin Tian felt somewhat moved and also utterly exasperated. I'm such an idiot. Who could have fucking guessed? This was goddamn Plants vs. Zombies. To think it's actually a game promoting anti-war ideals? Looking up, Dave seemed to glance at the direction where Lin Tian stood. His lips parted slightly. It seemed as if something was said. All the scenes began to slowly dissipate. Ding! Congratulations on successfully deciphering the worldview of the Plants vs. Zombies cassette world, Dave's World. All Plants vs. Zombies game cassettes will cease to function in the real world. Plants vs. Zombies cartridge content will be incorporated into the Metaverse game cartridge. You have received a worldview breakthrough reward, additional skill slot X1. The reward for breaking the worldview is actually an additional skill slot? Lin Tian was stunned, then ecstatic. For the people of this world, skills are the key to survival. The number of skill slots determines how many skills a person can master, which is extraordinarily important for both ordinary people and professional gamers alike. One might almost say they're priceless treasures. Generally speaking, the number of skill slots available to everyone is fixed. Those between LV1 LV9 only have one skill slot. From LV10 LV19, a second skill slot can be unlocked, and so on. If you had an extra skill slot, that would mean, within the same level range, you'd have one additional skill compared to others. Such an advantage, no matter which field you're in. The abilities you can unleash will far surpass others at the same level. In the realm of esports where combat skills decide battles, the advantage of an additional skill slot becomes exceptionally significant. On the market, there are plenty willing to pay tens of millions in game credits for just one extra skill slot. Yet, very few would go to such lengths for mere game credits. and to sell a chance for an additional skill slot. Just as few people would sell their vital organs for money. This bonus extra skill slot reward, directly elevating Lin Tian far beyond the foundation of the vast majority of people in the world. However, the rewards for cracking the world's principles weren't finished yet. You have successfully deciphered the world's principles. All your clearance rewards are doubled. After doubling the clearance reward, the rewards are as follows. Game point card X 40,000, 400 EXP, Pet, P-Shooter Girl X1, Combat Level LV 10, Equipment, Verdant Infusion Ring, Quality, Rare, Lifestyle Skill Book, Advanced Botany, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV 8. Your additional in-game rewards include Commentaire Combat Skill Book, Summon Zombie, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV 15. Equipment Quality Sequence, Common, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythical. Combat Skill Book Quality Sequence, Beginner, Normal, Elite, King Class, God of War. Clear rewards doubled again. The total value of these clearance rewards definitely exceeds 100,000 in-game points. Moreover, by uncovering the Easter eggs, Lin Tian also obtained an ordinary level combat skill book at LV 15. The value of this skill book should be around 200,000. In other words, even without counting the priceless extra skill slot, Lin Tian's rewards from this final exam amounted to over 300,000 game point cards. Hell yeah! One game, and I'm rolling in it. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his heart surge with excitement, a cocky grin curling at the corners of his lips. Exiting current game cartridge world, game point card has been credited. Other rewards have been delivered to your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience points acquisition complete. Your level has increased to LV2. Your level has increased to LV3. Before the entire Plants vs. Zombies cartridge world completely dissipated, Lin Tian returned to reality, sitting back at his classroom desk. After leveling up, he could clearly feel a significant improvement in his overall physical fitness. Raising his hand, he checked his personal information bracelet. Name, Lin Tian. Level, LV3, 185/300. Game card, 40,115 points. Both experience points and card credits were credited as scheduled. He remembered that Li Nan, the top student in their grade, had only barely reached level 2 previously. Now that Lin Tian had already reached level 3, he had undoubtedly become the highest level student in the entire school. Their homeroom teacher in his 30s was only level 4. The classroom was currently bustling with noise. Many students who had finished their exams were going around comparing answers. Those who performed exceptionally were boasting about their brilliant and correct moves. Those who underperformed were frustrated by their mistakes and foolishness during the game. Seeing that Lin Tian was actually the last one to exit the exam, the entire class grew puzzled. Lu Zhou was the first to step forward and ask, Lin Zi, what's the deal? Why are you only coming out now? Lin Tian scratched his head and answered honestly, just cleared the level, so I'm a bit late. Put. Ha 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 ha, what did he just say? Lin Tian said he cleared the game. What a load of crap, I was just a tiny bit from believing it. Why stop there? Why not claim you cracked the entire lore? Ah ha 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 ha, when it comes to showing off, Brother Tian is still the best. Hearing this, the surrounding classmates burst into laughter together. At the podium, the homeroom teacher overheard Lin Tian's words, and couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. Lu Zhou was also somewhat bewildered, but he understood Lin Tian quite well. And judging by Lin Tian's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel perplexed. What on earth happened? At this very moment, outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The head of academic affairs, the great dean, and a group of other administrators appeared at the classroom door. The dean led the way inside, his face adorned with a warm smile as he stepped forward. Student Lin Tian, congratulations on clearing the game in your final exams. The principal would like to discuss the reward for being the top student in your grade with you. In an instant, the classroom fell into complete silence. Chapter 8, wait, that can't be right, I'm supposed to be the principal. A few minutes later, Lin Tian appeared in the principal's office. Come now, student Lin Tian, please take a seat. The principal's plump face was brimming with a warm smile. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of this world's peculiarities. In this gaming metropolis, those who appear like overweight otaku generally don't lack in strength and status. Lu Zhou and this principal are perfect examples. Good afternoon, principal. Sitting down across from the principal, Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed his hands together in greeting, eagerly awaiting whatever reward the principal might give him. The principal, however, took his time pouring 2 cups of tea and asked with a smile about what had just happened during the exam. Student Lin Tian, in the recently concluded Plants vs. Zombies cartridge world, after clearing the game, you didn't immediately return to reality. Instead, you broke through the barrier of the garden gate and even defeated Crazy Dave. Why is this happening? Lin Tian replied, because it's fun. Principal, Principal, just because it's fun? Lin Tian, isn't playing games all about having fun? The principal's lips twitched slightly. Then, after breaking through the gate and defeating Dave, did you receive any game prompt? The monitoring room could only observe Lin Tian's actions within the game, it couldn't see the prompts the game fed back to him. Even the final segment of the worldview revealing animation remained invisible through the surveillance feed. The school leaders only saw Lin Tian standing in the courtyard, motionless for several minutes. The experienced school principal still managed to deduce some clues. Facing the principal's question, Lin Tian replied, "The game prompt said I played really well, really handsome, really awesome." The principal pressed further, and then? Lin Tian, all gone. Principal. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't want to elaborate, the principal stopped pressing him and instead said in a somewhat grave tone, "I just received word that all Plant vs. Zombies game cartridges worldwide have stopped working. I sense that the game cartridge malfunction must be related to you, but since you don't wish to elaborate, I won't press further. If you want to remain hidden, the school will do its best to help conceal you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian simply smiled without responding. Seeing that he couldn't pry any information from Lin Tian, the principal laughed heartily and smoothly changed the subject, saying, "At any rate, you've secured first place in this term's final exams, so I'll deliver on the reward I promised." As he spoke, the principal tapped a button on the desk. At once, from one side of the wall, a small bookshelf slowly extended outward. The principal smiled and said, "All these single-player game cartridges are my treasured collection over the years. Some were job rewards from the game education department, others are prized items I purchased myself. Just pick any one you like as a reward for being first in the final exams." Compared to the LAN game cartridges used during exams, standalone games are slightly cheaper since they only allow for single-player use. However, the price difference isn't that significant. As for the difficulty levels of the cartridges, the primary factor that determines a cassette's value, the higher the difficulty level of the cassette, the more experience points you'll gain during gameplay, and the more lucrative the final completion rewards will be. The advantage of single-player cartridges lies in only one person can connect, with no competitors. Once you enter the single-player cartridge world, as long as you successfully complete it, you can exclusively enjoy all the rewards. Whereas for local multiplayer cartridges, there are far more variables. Among these, there may be elements of both cooperation and competition between players. In the event that multiple players simultaneously complete the game, the rewards will be distributed proportionally based on each player's game rating. The school principal's hidden bookshelf is filled with single-player game cartridges. Lin Tian stepped forward to take a look. The bottom layer contained F-rated single-player game cartridges, which were the most numerous. Among these games were Road Rash, Contra, Super Mario, Breath of Fire. The second layer held E-rated single-player game cartridges, with 5 in total. The 5 game cartridges are Half-Life, Metal Slug, World War II Frontline, Hitman, and Dungeon Warriors. On the top shelf are 2 D-grade standalone game cartridges. One is Grand Theft Auto, the other is Call of Duty. Lin Tian had to choose one from these numerous game cartridges as the reward for finishing first in the final exam. Watching Lin Tian pick up and examine each cartridge one by one, the principal suggested with a smile, "If you want to go for completion rewards, you should definitely pick the easiest F-rank cartridge. But with just 1 month left until the entrance exams, I recommend you take an E-rank cartridge to practice and gain more experience. You only get one chance. Choose wisely." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Then he immediately picked the D-grade Grand Theft Auto and said, "I'll take this one." Principal. The principal sucked his teeth thoughtfully. Although D-class game cartridges are certainly the most valuable, this difficulty level is still too challenging for you at present. Moreover, the game's timeline is quite lengthy. If you truly want to clear it, you probably wouldn't finish before the college entrance exams. Lin Tian scratched his head. "So, can I choose this one? You only get one chance. Think carefully before you answer me." Principal. The principal wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Well, it is possible to choose, but a Class D game cartridge starts at over 100,000. Although he was already advanced in age and no longer had the energy to tackle such high-difficulty games. Moreover, he had mentally prepared himself to part with the treasured game cartridges he had collected. But when it came to actually giving away a D-grade game cartridge, the school principal still found it hard to let go. "I definitely choose this if I can." Seeing the principal give his approval, Lin Tian immediately stuffed the cartridge into his storage space without giving the principal any chance to change his mind. In this world, every individual possesses a personal storage space they carry with them at all times. The higher one's level, the larger the capacity of this storage space becomes. Rewards obtained from the cassette world are usually directly deposited into the storage space. Seeing Lin Tian put away the cassette, the principal sighed and said, "No more. Since you've made your choice, make good use of it. Strive to showcase your brilliance in the college entrance exams and bring glory to our second high school. Alright, go back now and keep working hard." Thank you, Principal. You're the best, Principal. I wish the principal could soar high like a plane from Woohoo and never crash. And when the principal gets arrested for disciplinary violations during disciplinary inspection, I hope the judge will be lenient. To express gratitude, Lin Tian added a couple more auspicious words. Principal, could you please leave now? Leaving the principal's office and stepping outside, Lin Tian immediately encountered 3 students approaching him. Among them, 1 female and 2 males. He knew all 3 of them. They were the top 3 academically ranked students in their grade. Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, and Zhao Wenjun. Seeing Lin Tian emerge from the principal's office, Yuan Xiaoyu, the only girl among the 3, spoke up first. You just came out of the principal's office? Are you Lin Tian? Lin Tian shook his head in disagreement. Your logic is flawed. If I came out of the principal's office, then I should be the principal. Yuan Xiaoyu, Li Nan, Zhao Wenjun. Yuan Xiaoyu turned to look at the other 2. Did this guy actually clear Plants vs. Zombies? Li Nan coughed lightly and said, Classmate Lin Tian, we're also here to collect the final exam rewards from the principal's office. Zhao Wenjun's gaze turned icy as he stared at Lin Tian, grinding his teeth. Damn it. I put so much effort into this exam, yet some useless trash who stumbled upon hidden rules by sheer luck snatched first place. Lin Tian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the remark. He stepped forward and patted Zhao Wenjun on the shoulder. I got quite a few rewards after clearing the game, how about I share some with you as compensation? The 3 of them froze upon hearing this. Zhao Wenjun's icy expression faded as he frowned and asked, is that true? Lin Tian, it's not. Zhao Wenjun, you damn. Chapter 9 What was our Wi-Fi password again? Seeing the veins bulging on Zhao Wenjun's forehead, Lin Tian wisely chose to make himself scarce. After the final exams, the third-year students at number 2 high school finally welcomed their long-awaited 2-day weekend break. Counting the afternoon of exam day, they could rest for a total of 2.5 days. Lin Tian and Lu Zhou walked out of the school gates together. On the way, Lu Zhou kept asking all sorts of questions, wanting to know how Lin Tian had beaten Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Tian also very sincerely kept giving the same answer. Cheating. Don't talk nonsense. In cartridge games, there's no such thing as cheats. Seeing that Lin Tian really didn't want to talk, Lu Zhou couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. When they reached the school gate, Lu Zhou's new girlfriend was waiting for him there. Onlookers watched as the obscenely wealthy Lu Zhou planted sloppy kisses all over the beautiful class belle in his arms. Lin Tian felt his firm muscles and began to consider whether he should gain some weight recently. After waiting for quite some time, finally, the class beauty, overwhelmed by excessive fat intake, began to feel nauseous. She squatted beside the street tree planter, retching. The 2 then waved goodbye to each other. Lu Zhou returned to Lin Tian's side and said with a smile, finally finished the exams. Where should we go to relax? Lin Tian thought for a moment. How about going to an internet cafe to play games? Lu Zhou. Lin Tian's suggestion was the equivalent of a student who had endured a whole year finally completing their final exams, only to propose going back to the library to do 2 more practice tests right after leaving the examination hall if this were on Earth. This is just pure madness. Lu Zhou naturally wasn't having any of it. Are you some kind of masochist? Getting addicted to gaming? Come on, let's go find a place for karaoke. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Lin Tian thought about it and agreed, alright, but skip the barbecue. Since I cleared the game and earned plenty of points, to celebrate my victory you should treat me to seafood instead. Lu Zhou, is this even human language? Talk is cheap. But in the end, Lin Tian still paid for the afternoon's expenses out of his own pocket. Although Lu Zhou had decent grades, his family background was actually quite modest. Having earned tens of thousands worth of in-game currency in just one day, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't hesitate to treat his friends to some karaoke and a meal. At night, bid farewell to Lu Zhou. Lin Tian arrived at Kangju Yaiyuan. This could be considered one of the more upscale residential complexes in Yuncheng. Basically, 1 square meter costs over 20,000 game currency points. Lin Tian's house was situated within this very residential complex. His family was far from poor, in fact, they were better off than most of his classmates. Lin Tian's father was a level 8 archaeologist who spent his days excavating ruins outside the city, searching for ancient game cartridges and valuable equipment treasures. Though dangerous, the work paid extremely well. His mother worked as a level 6 medical researcher for a major corporation, currently involved in a company project to conquer a medical-themed game cartridge world. Their goal was to retrieve advanced medical skill books from within that virtual reality. In Cloud City, where the average level is only LV3, his parents were considered high-level individuals, so naturally their salaries weren't bad. However, these two were truly busy. Lin Tian hadn't seen his parents for nearly 3 months. Taking the elevator, going upstairs, unlocking the door, Lin Tian returned to a home that felt both familiar and strange. After washing his face, he leaned back on the sofa, pondering the fact that he had crossed over into the game world. Lin Tian still feels somewhat surreal, a bit unreal, with an emptiness in his heart. Yet, what fills him most is excitement and anticipation. After all, Lin Tian has always been an ultimate gaming enthusiast. For a person, if work can overlap with passion, this is undoubtedly a most fortunate thing. First, let's see the rewards gained today. Lin Tian smiled as he opened his storage space. After leveling up to LV3, the capacity of Lin Tian's storage space had already reached 3 cubic meters. Inside his storage space, a humanoid pea-shooter girl, a green ring, and 2 books were separately displayed. Nearby, there was also the game cartridge he had received from the principal earlier that morning. With a thought, he first took out the pea-shooter girl. Instantly, a delicate pea-shooter girl appeared on the sofa. However, at this moment, the pea girl was still lifeless, with her legs tightly closed. Please plant this pet into the soil as soon as possible and water it to awaken her. Lin Tian picked up the pea girl and received the prompt. He glanced around the living room. There was a large flower pot next to the television, with a cluster of scarlet sage planted inside. Lin Tian reached out, uprooted the scarlet sage, and planted the pea woman in its place. Then came the step of watering to awaken it. But Lin Tian had a sudden inspiration, recalling knowledge he had learned from a science program. I remember, urine seems to nourish plants better than plain tap water and promotes growth. He decided to conduct an experiment. Sure enough, after being watered, Mother Pea came back to life, glowing with vitality. She opened her dewy, lively eyes, gazing at Lin Tian with hope and adoration, making soft babbles that sounded like she was calling him Master Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian reached out with satisfaction to stroke Pea Sprout. Not bad, this potted plant is quite impressive, truly high-end. Pea Princess let out a questioning sound, appearing puzzled about why her master kept touching her incessantly. Pea Princess's combat level had reached LV10. Within the realm of ordinary people, she's considered quite formidable. Basically, as long as she doesn't encounter professional gamers, Pea Girl can handle anything, more than adequate for home security. The pet has been successfully acquired. Next up is that green ring. Lin Tian took out the plant-quenching ring from his storage space. Information about the ring immediately popped up before his eyes. Equipment, Verdant-quenching ring, rarity, rare. Effects, slightly increases physical constitution strength, greatly enhances recovery ability, boosts medical skill effectiveness by 100%, and increases plant growth rate by 50% after planting. Description, a magical ring imbued with wood attribute mystical power. Usage restrictions, none, because they can be artificially produced. In this world, the price of equipment is never as exorbitant as that of skill books. In fact, many department stores even sell mass-produced gear. However, rare-grade equipment already counts as top-tier gear. On Earth, it would be at least on par with limited edition LV or Hermes products. This ring is worth at least 20 to 30,000 game points. Lin Tian glanced at it and directly slipped the plant-tempered ring onto his finger. Although he didn't possess any medical skills, nor did he intend to engage in agriculture. However, it wouldn't hurt to improve his constitution and enhance his recovery abilities. Indeed, after slipping on this ring, Lin Tian felt his physical fitness ascend yet another notch. The improvement is even more significant than leveling up 2 tiers at once. What followed next were 2 skill books. Life Class Skill Book, Advanced Botany, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV8. Common Class Combat Skill Book, Summon Zombie, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV15. Since skill books can only be obtained within the cassette worlds, their rarity makes them exorbitantly expensive. The former should cost upwards of 50,000 in-game points. As for combat skill books, the latter's price might even exceed 200,000. Though equipped with an additional skill slot, Lin Tian can already learn 2 skills at his current level. However, his current level is still quite low. I barely managed to learn any powerful skills. For now, these 2 skill books will just have to gather dust in storage. I'll revisit them later when my level improves, use them if possible, sell them through proper channels if not. After sorting through the rewards obtained from the Plants vs. Zombies world, Lin Tian picked up his phone, only to find the home Wi-Fi wasn't connecting. He began searching his somewhat muddled memory for the Wi-Fi password. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Tian picked it up and looked. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call and asked, "Who is this?" "Me, your father." On the other end of the phone, Lin Tian's father Lin Yuan panted heavily, his urgent tone laced with panic and irritation. "Son, listen carefully to what I'm about to say next. You must remember it well and follow my instructions exactly. Otherwise, our entire family might not survive." Lin Tian froze upon hearing these words. He didn't even have time to ask what was going on. Father Lin Yuan anxiously continued, "Remember that ancient game cartridge I brought home last time? It's in the storage room. I need you to find it immediately and throw it away somewhere. Then, don't come home for now. I'll transfer some game credit to you, stay somewhere else, and don't go to school either. Your mother should still be in the cartridge world. I've left her a message, she'll come get you and take you to her company when she comes out. Listen carefully, son. You must not show your face in public during this time. At this point, Lin Yuan paused for a moment. The man who had always been strong and optimistic had an unmistakable sob in his voice as he said, Son, I know, since you were little, I haven't been around much. I've failed you, but I just wanted you and your mom to have a good life. I love you, son. If I don't come back, tell your mom I love her. The other end of the phone fell silent. On Lin Tian's side, he didn't know what to say either, and also went silent. I've got to hang up now. Anything else you want to say to me? Lin Yuan let out a heavy sigh before asking his final question. Lin Tian thought for a moment. Dad. Tears silently streamed down Lin Yuan's face. Son, go ahead and say it. Lin Tian, what was our Wi-Fi password again? Lin Yuan. Chapter 10, Lin Tian and I are now good brothers. The call abruptly ended. In the end, Lin Tian still didn't get the Wi-Fi password he wanted. Shortly after hanging up, Lin Tian's identity bracelet displayed a transfer notification. You have received an in-game currency transfer, 5,000 points. Current game currency balance, 44,995 points. Lin Tian stared at the transferred amount, lost in thought. Although his father Lin Yuan's words were somewhat incoherent, through this phone call, Lin Tian could roughly guess that his father had probably offended some important figure. The reason for offending him must have been related to that ancient game cartridge. Although in the game world, Lin Tian could do whatever he wanted with cheats, but in reality, his rank was still far too low. Right now, there was no way he could confront the people his father had offended. All he could do was follow his father's instructions with utmost urgency. Lin Tian rushed to the warehouse and found the severely worn-out tape inside a metal box. He was just about to go downstairs to find a place to discard this game cartridge. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. No way, they found me this quickly. He tiptoed to the door, peeked through the peephole, then finally let out a small sigh of relief. The person outside wasn't some ill-intentioned stranger after all. Instead, it was Zhao Wenjun, a student from number 2 high school. What's he doing here? Did he come looking for revenge because I made him fail the final exam? Lin Tian opened the door in confusion. Outside the door, Zhao Wenjun's face had lost the coldness from their earlier meeting at school. Instead, it now radiated a warm and friendly smile as she asked, Student Lin Tian, have you had dinner yet? Lin Tian wasn't in the mood for small talk and cut straight to the point. I'm in a hurry. If you've got something to say, make it quick. Zhao Wenjun wasn't angry either. He carried 2 baskets of fruit into the house and said with a smile, It's nothing really, but today at school things got a little unpleasant. I went back and reflected on it, and realized I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. I specifically bought some fruits to come apologize. We're still good classmates, right? A month from now, when we're sitting for the college entrance exams, we'll still need to watch out for each other. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood this guy must have somehow learned some information from the school and realized that Lin Tian's success in the final exams wasn't just about uncovering hidden rules. So he came to curry favor, hoping to get Lin Tian's help during the college entrance exams. Lin Tian was currently eager to throw away the game cartridge in his hand and had no patience for lengthy conversation. He casually replied, No problem, no problem. You didn't have to come all this way, and bringing fruit too. I don't have anything good to give you in return. At this point, Lin Tian looked at the hot potato in his hand, that ancient game cartridge. Zhao Wenjun also played along, his eyes fixed on the cartridge as he actively asked, Classmate Lin Tian, what is this thing? Lin Tian answered truthfully, a treasure and ancient game cartridge. You wouldn't believe how many people are clamoring to get their hands on it. How about you take it back with you? An antique? I've heard these ancient cartridges can be quite valuable. Zhao Wenjun also knew that Lin Tian's father was an archaeologist. Hearing Lin Tian say he wanted to use this antique as a return gift, Zhao Wenjun, who had just lost a large sum of game credits in the final exams, clearly wanted it but felt too embarrassed. He hesitated before refusing, something so valuable. It's not appropriate. Lin Tian directly shoved the cassette into Zhao Wenjun's hand with a sweeping gesture. Of course it's appropriate. Take it. No need to be polite, consider it for the kids. In that instant, Zhao Wenjun suddenly felt deep down. Lin Tian is a good guy, straightforward and sincere, someone you can count on. Zhao Wenjun glanced at the mysterious cassette in his hand, then stretched out his hand toward Lin Tian and said, Alright, since you insist on giving it to me, I won't refuse you outright. From now on, we're friends. Lin Tian reached out and shook his hand, not just friends, but good brothers. Zhao Wenjun was genuinely moved. Great, brother, if you ever need anything from me, just say the word. In this little corner of Yunqing, my Zhao family still carries some weight. If you've got urgent matters, I won't keep disturbing you. I'll take off now. Lin Tian waved his hand. Bye, brother. You gotta live well, no matter what. Watching Zhao Wenjun walk away happily cradling the antique game cartridge, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. One problem was finally solved. Next came the matter of moving to a new place. After packing Mother Pea Shooter into his storage space, Lin Tian sighed as he stepped out, grumbling, "Damn it, moving is such a hassle. I hate it more than anything. That damn father of mine, always causing trouble for others. How sudden can this be? Where am I supposed to find a place to live now?" Sigh, might as well ask a real estate agent. As it turned out, the moment he stepped outside, Lin Tian saw the neighbor across the hallway posting a notice on their door. "Room for rent, please contact 139,111. Seeing this, Lin Tian took out his phone and dialed the number. The neighbor, surprised to hear their phone ring, exclaimed, "Huh? I haven't even finished putting up this notice yet. How did the call come through already?" The call connected. Lin Tian asked into his phone from behind the neighbor, "How much is the rent per month?" The neighbor turned around. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. After talking for a few minutes, Lin Tian rented the neighbor's house for 3,000 game points per month, conveniently moving from his own home right across the street. Thus, the issue of changing residences was solved. "Although I'm temporarily safe here, Dad's current situation seems quite dire. I need to carefully consider where to hold the banquet later. Oh wait, Dad's not gone yet, maybe there's still a chance to save him. What can I do? Only by clearing the game cartridge worlds and boosting my strength as quickly as possible." Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the neighbor's sofa, picking up the D-grade single-player game cartridge Grand Theft Auto that he had obtained from the principal during the day, along with a PS7 cartridge reader console. Compared to the PS8 used in school, the PS7, though functionally simpler and incapable of reading LAN multiplayer cartridges or global online ones, was significantly cheaper in price. A brand new PS8 had an official retail price of around 380,000. The price of a PS7 is less than 100,000 game points. Many families with suitable financial conditions choose to purchase a PS7 for their homes. The Lin family was no exception. Insert the cartridge into the PS7 and swipe the identity bracelet to sync the information. Lin Tian received the notification. Detected active gameplay session within last 24 hours via identity wristband. Prolonged continuous gaming may harm physical health. Please wait until the 24-hour fatigue prevention period ends before attempting to start game. Damn fatigue prevention? What's so tiring about playing games anyway? Lin Tian had no choice but to wait until tomorrow morning to enter the game. Late at night, he lay on the sofa, watching mind-numbing TV programs out of sheer boredom. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell of the neighboring house was rung. Lin Tian shuddered all over and rose to peer outside through the peephole. Sure enough, there were two suspicious figures dressed in identical black at his doorstep, a man and a woman. With no response to the doorbell ring, the black-clad man placed his hand on the doorknob. The doorknob and its internal lock visibly melted into liquid metal at an astonishing speed. After exchanging a glance, the two pushed the door open and entered. Soon after, they returned empty-handed to the doorway. The woman in black frowned and asked, "Escaped? Where could he have gone?" The man in black looked cold and detached. Judging by the state of the room, he clearly left not long ago. Under such urgent circumstances, finding a suitable place to stay isn't easy. Check the registration records of all hotels and inns in Yunqing, as well as online and offline real estate agencies. And also, have someone keep an eye on Yunqing No. 2 High School. The woman in black nodded. "Understood. I'll make arrangements right away." The male figure in black thought for a moment and added, "The location of the cassette must have been moved again. How long will it take to use the intuition compass to lock onto its position next time?" The female figure in black pondered briefly before replying, "The other two bosses have other items to locate. If Director Zhang wants to use the intuition compass to search for this cassette again, it will likely have to wait until at least a month from now." The male figure in black sighed. "A month, though we still have time, it's better to act quickly. Let's start with the archaeologist's son first. He must know the cassette's whereabouts." "Yes." As his words faded away, the figures of the two men in black vanished as if teleporting away. As expected, the most dangerous place is also the safest. Hiding behind the peephole, Lin Tian swallowed hard, thinking, "Thank goodness I rented the neighbor's place without even signing a contract, no online records whatsoever. If I'd gone through an agency, I probably wouldn't have escaped this." Chapter 11. Are you hiring part-time workers here? Although there hadn't been a direct confrontation with the two black-clad men, just from their demonstrated abilities and speed of movement alone, Lin Tian could basically determine that they must be the legendary E-athletes. Gazing at the game cartridge and PS7 on the table, Lin Tian felt a surge of urgency in his heart, and a faint thrill of excitement. Unless you reach level 10 and become an esports player, you'll always remain ordinary. If you want to save your dad, you'd better hurry. Early the next morning, Lin Tian woke up punctually at 7:30. After inserting the game cartridge, at exactly 8 o'clock, Lin Tian directly pressed the start button on his PS7. A flash of white light. The next instant, information flickered through Lin Tian's mind. Host detected entering cartridge world, Grand Theft Auto. System is allocating game cheats. Please choose one of the following 3 options. 1. Unlimited wealth. You possess boundless money and can spend freely. 2. Recruit followers. You can expend money to recruit various powerful subordinates. 3. Weapon modification. You can spend money to modify firearms, creating exceptionally powerful weapons. Staring at the 3 options before me, Lin Tian pondered slightly. The first hack, unlimited money, might seem incredibly powerful at first glance, but judging from the circumstances in the Plants vs. Zombies world earlier, this unlimited money hack actually has the lowest ceiling among them all. For example, in the world of Plants vs. Zombies, even though Lin Tian could complete the game with unlimited sunlight, the strength of his plant lineup wouldn't improve effectively. If he chose to use the unlimited sunlight cheat, Lin Tian would have no chance of defeating Crazy Dave and unraveling the game's lore. To gain more benefits from the game, Lin Tian decided to choose between hiring subordinates and gun customization. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the former. Rather than charging ahead with a gun, he still preferred staying back and ordering his underlings to do the fighting. Safe and comfortable. After making the selection, Lin Tian began entering the game screen. Rumble, rumble. His perspective appeared in the back seat of a taxi. Outside the window stretched a neon-lit modern city, with streams of people and cars rushing past. Before long, the taxi came to a stop in a narrow alley. Sorry sir, the money you gave is only enough to bring you this far. Welcome to Los Santos. The driver turned around and gestured for Lin Tian to get out of the car. Lin Tian flipped the driver the bird before pulling the car door open and stepping out. The moment I stepped off, a panel popped up before my eyes. Cartridge world, Grand Theft Auto. Cartridge type, single player. Game genre, open world, role-playing, crime. Difficulty level, D. Game content, plagiarism, assassination, robbery, chaotic battles. Los Santos, a terrifying metropolis hailed as the city of crime. You've come here to make your fortune, aiming to amass vast wealth and unshakable status through your own skills. Your cousin Sonny is a minor leader in the local gang. The Speed Demons seeking his shelter seems like a decent first move. Complete a series of main storyline missions and ultimately become the leader of the Speed Demons to clear the game. Triggering and completing side quests will provide you with additional rewards. Death will immediately end the game. Begin your criminal journey now. The panel vanished, and Lin Tian officially entered the game. In the game, players cannot load their real-life equipment and abilities. In role-playing games, the various attributes of the character controlled by the player are also preset. Lin Tianming could clearly feel that his current body was exceptionally powerful. Against ordinary people, barehanded, fighting 1 against 3 shouldn't be much of a problem. This should be one of the perks of being the game's protagonist. Stepping out of the alley onto the street, pedestrians hurried past. Everything seemed no different from the real world. I wonder if the people in this world are real humans or just computer programs. Lin Tian, somewhat curious, stopped a blonde woman. He attempted to dance Gokuraku Jodo in front of the blonde woman. The blonde woman froze for several seconds, then stepped around him, saying, "Are you insane?" Lin Tian caught up to her and asked again, "Care for a round of intense Gwent?" The blonde woman stuffed her hand into her bag, tense as she replied, "What Gwent? Get lost, or I'll use my pepper spray on you." Hearing her say this, Lin Tian could basically confirm that the people in this world were most likely real humans. Alternatively, they were AI with an extremely high level of intelligence. The difference between these two situations was negligible to him. After strolling a couple more steps, Lin Tian took out the first map from his pocket and received his first mission prompt. Current main mission, meet with cousin Sonia. Mission location, number 78 East Bridge District. Lin Tian glanced at the map. Dongqiao District wasn't far from here, so he walked straight over. Before long, he arrived at number 78 in Dongqiao District. At a courtyard entrance, Lin Tian spotted several modified heavy motorcycles parked outside the courtyard. Inside the courtyard stood a small 2-story villa. Lin Tian approached and knocked on the villa's main door. Soon, the door opened slightly with a creak. A thug-looking man poked his head out, gripping a gun in his hand. He sized up Lin Tian and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Tian lowered his voice, "I am Batman." The thug raised his gun. Lin Tian quickly corrected himself, "I'm Sonia's cousin." The thug gave him a once-over. "Come in then." Once inside the villa, Lin Tian saw the bald-headed Sonia playing cards with several gangsters. After meeting Lin Tian, Sonia stood up, embraced Lin Tian, and then briefly introduced him to the gang members. "Hey, guys, this is the cousin I told you about. He's crazy good in a fight. Starting today, he's one of the road raiders too." Nearby, a black gang member with an afro asked, "Boss, doesn't he need to take the initiation test?" Sonia's smile froze on her face. After coughing awkwardly, she added, "Oh yes, there's also the initiation test to consider. Come here, cousin, I have a little job for you." Some bastard owes us $1,000. I need you to teach him a lesson and get our money back. Complete this job, and you'll officially be part of our motorcycle gang. I'll even throw you a cut from this deal's profits. Consider it your first paycheck from the club." As she spoke, Sonia picked up one of the files from the desk and handed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took hold of the document bag. Almost simultaneously, a prompt popped up before his eyes. Main quest updated. Teach the shopkeeper, Rector, a lesson and demand repayment of the debt. Quest location, Commercial Street, East Bridge District, shop number 15, North Street. Sonia asked, feeling confident? Lin Tian saluted. Paw Patrol, roll out. Mission guaranteed. Sonia asked, any other questions? Lin Tian rubbed his hands sheepishly. Could you lend me some money, cousin? Sonia asked, that's a good question. Have you got any others? Lin Tian. Leaving Sonia's villa, Lin Tian pulled out a photo of the shop owner, Recto, from his file and examined it, hesitating slightly. This guy looks pretty sturdy, though according to the setup, my current body shouldn't be weak either. But going straight over to pick a fight with him still feels too reckless. Life is only given once, better to be cautious. With a thought, he activated his cheat menu. Subordinate recruitment cheat. Tier 1 recruitment, $10 per session. Tier 2 recruitment, $100 per session. Tier 3 recruitment, $1,000 per session. Tier 4 recruitment, $10,000 per session. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per attempt. The lowest level 1 recruitment costs only $10. $10, that's really not expensive. $10 can't buy you regrets, $10 can't buy you deception. But right now, Lin Tian's pockets were emptier than his face. Forget about dollars, he didn't even have a single kitchen knife to his name. I need to figure out a way to earn some money first. Lin Tian's gaze swept across the street. In Los Santos, there are countless ways to make money. Theft, fraud, assassination, robbery. Almost any shady means you can think of is a golden path to quick riches here. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, walked into a pizza shop on the street and directly rushed behind the counter. Facing the bewildered staff, Lin Tian smirked coldly and said, "Do you hire part-time workers here?" Chapter 12, Lin Tian's criminal journey. All evil has a small chance of being brought to justice. Every crime carries the risk of the victim fighting back. Adhering to these two principles, Lin Tian resolved to put in hard work, through legitimate labor, to earn his first pot of gold, get $50 USD. 2 hours later, Lin Tian walked out of the pizza shop, his face plastered with that twisted smile unique to wage slaves. He activated his cheat tool once again. Underling recruitment cheat. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per attempt. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per attempt. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per attempt. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per attempt. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per attempt. Spending $10, Lin Tian attempted a level 1 recruitment. Instantly, a burly figure, a thug-like man appeared before Lin Tian. Hanging at the thug's waist was a pitch-black handgun. $10 consumed, successfully recruited subordinate, 1 street thug. Street thug, constitution, average. Protective gear, none. Weapons, butterfly knife, pistol. Combat experience, average. Information about street thugs popped up. Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Only $10 to recruit a 180-pound lackey? That's an absolute steal. Cheaper than pork. Street thugs. With a thought, Lin Tian directly spent all the wages he earned from 2 hours of work to recruit 5 street thugs. Then, he led 5 vicious-looking armed thugs straight to the East Bridge District's Commercial Street, with 5 armed underlings by his side. Only then did Lin Tian gain some leverage. I saw a man eating a hamburger. Lin Tian slightly raised his hand and said with a smile, fried food is bad for your health. For your own good, hand over the money for pancakes so I can keep it safe for you. Click. 5 pistols were cocked in perfect unison. The man was so scared he nearly pissed himself, and immediately handed over all the money he had. Obtained $20. Lin Tian patted the man's shoulder with satisfaction. Soon after, 2 more street thugs were recruited. Not long after, they passed by another alley. A scantily dressed woman called out, "Hey handsome, wanna have some fun?" Lin Tian raised his hand and scolded, "I can't stand people like you who have no sense of shame anymore. You're quite a fine young lady, couldn't you find something better to do instead of degrading yourself like this? Hand over the money, and don't you dare do something like this again." Click, click. 7 pistols were cocked in perfect unison. The trembling woman handed over a wad of bills and promised to mend her ways and find a decent job afterward. Only then did Lin Tian release her. Obtained $210. A full $210 in hand. Lin Tian activated his cheat and recruited 21 more street thugs. With 28 street thugs in tow, Lin Tian's group marched forward imposingly. Just as they reached the alley entrance, another college student-looking girl appeared. Lin Tian raised his hand and said, "Hey beautiful, time to pay back Huabe." Click click click. 28 pistols were cocked in perfect unison. The female college student was dumbfounded. Trembling, she pulled out the money and said, "This is my living expenses for the week. Without this money, I don't know how I'll survive." Obtain $180. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian frowned slightly, then glanced back at the alleyway and arranged a job for her. He continuously expanded his own forces. By the time Lin Tian arrived at the commercial street, he already had over 50 street thugs with pistols holstered at their waists following behind him. They arrived at shop number 15 on North Street of the Dongqiao District commercial area. A crowd of underlings flooded into the store, nearly filling it to capacity. Lin Tian raised his hand slightly, indicating his purpose for coming. Click, click, click. More than 50 pistols were cocked, staring at the 50-plus pitch-black gun barrels pointed directly at him. Store owner Rector was so frightened he nearly pissed himself, stammering, "I'll pay it back, I'll pay back right now. It's just a $1,000 debt, right? This kind of show of force really isn't necessary." Obtained quest item, $1,000, unusable. Without throwing a single punch or kick, Lin Tian successfully obtained $1,000 and completed the mission with ease. With $1,000 and over 50 people in tow, Lin Tian returned to his cousin Sonia's villa. Along the way, they passed by a jewelry store. A branch task notification popped up before Lin Tian's eyes. Side quest discovered, jewelry store heist. Task difficulty, 4 stars. Objective, seize merchandise from the jewelry store. The mission has no time limit and can be undertaken whenever ready. Tip, if short-handed, you can seek help from your cousin. Lin Tian leaned forward, glancing at the 2 bodyguards inside the jewelry store before turning back to look at his own 50-plus subordinates. He shook his head and said, "This mission is still too difficult for me at the moment. To play it safe, it's better to come back when I'm stronger." 10 minutes later, back at cousin Sonia's villa, Lin Tian tossed $1,000 onto the table. "Cousin, it's done." "Nice." Sonia, who was playing cards, responded before looking up at Lin Tian. He was about to offer some words of praise, but when he noticed the large group of people trailing behind Lin Tian, he froze for a moment. Sonia asked blankly, "Cousin, who are these people behind you?" Lin Tian replied, These are my newly acquired followers. Come on, greet your elder cousin." "Cousin." Under Lin Tian's command, the group of street thugs shouted in unison. Sonia and his few underlings were completely dumbstruck. With a dumbfounded expression, Sonia stammered, "See cousin, didn't you just arrive in Los Santos? How did you recruit so many followers so quickly?" Lin Tian scratched his head. "Maybe it's because I have a particularly charming personality." Sonia was at a loss for words. With so many people, you could easily form another gang all by yourself. Before his cousin could finish speaking, another notification popped up before Lin Tian's eyes. You have discovered a sequential side quest, establishing a gang. Quest level, 2 stars. Quest objective, recruit at least 20 subordinates, acquire or seize a base of operations. There is no time limit for this quest. You may proceed whenever ready. The first condition of this mission, Lin Tian has already achieved. As for the second condition, it shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish either. Received main mission bonus, $100. After completing the first main quest, Lin Tian received a $100 reward. Immediately afterward, his cousin Sonia issued the second main mission. "I just got a call from above. Apparently, a shipment of motorcycles we procured was intercepted by federal security. We need to find a way to reclaim them, and I might need your help, cousin." Main mission, team up with cousin Sonia to steal motorcycles from the security department garage. Mission location, West Bank District Security Department Warehouse Management Division. Time limit, 3 days. Lin Tian's heart clenched upon hearing this. The second mission is directly confronting federal security forces? Now that's what I call outlaw biker spirit. Sonia waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "It's not a battle we're talking about. We're just going to steal the car back. If everything goes smoothly, we shouldn't have to alert any official armed personnel." However, Lin Tian considered the situation more cautiously. But if things don't go smoothly, we might end up confronting not just the regional authorities, but the entire federal government. Perhaps even the military might get involved. If it develops in the worst possible direction, we'd have to consider the possibility of triggering a nuclear war. Sonia replied, "It's not as dire as you're making it out." Lin Tian stood up and solemnly said, "Cousin, I need to make thorough preparations first." Sonia nodded. "All right, but we must act within 3 days. After that, this batch of motorcycles will likely be shipped out from Los Santos." Lin Tian, "No problem." With over 50 underlings in tow, Lin Tian turned away and left the villa. With such limited resources now, nothing's convenient. I have to find a way to make money first. Lin Tian sighed and activated the cheat system. Luckily, he still had the $100 reward Sonia gave him. He intended to try what level of subordinates a Tier 2 recruitment could summon. Tier 2 recruitment, $100 per attempt. Chapter 13, Slaughtering the Falcon. Spending $100, Lin Tian attempted a Tier 2 recruitment. Instantly, a tall, menacing man wearing sunglasses appeared. He was dressed in camouflage military fatigues, with a black bulletproof vest over the uniform. In his hands, an AK-47 rifle was particularly eye-catching. Spent $100, successfully recruited a subordinate, one mercenary. Mercenary. Physique, excellent. Protective gear, bulletproof vest. Weapons, AK-47 assault rifle, grenade, incendiary bomb. Combat experience, excellent. Spent $100 on a level 2 recruitment. Successfully hired a mercenary for Lin Tian. Both in terms of equipment and personal qualities, the mercenaries were far more capable than any street thugs. Not bad at all, just $100, what a bargain. Lin Tian reached out and patted the mercenary's burly shoulder. With over 50 street thugs and one mercenary in tow, Lin Tian wandered the streets, searching for a way to make money. Before long, he arrived at a somewhat remote park. Inside the park, a group of thugs lingered in separate spots. Spotting Lin Tian and his large group approaching, the thugs immediately grew more alert. A prompt appeared once again before Lin Tian's eyes. You have discovered a side quest, cleaning the park. Quest difficulty, 1 star. Quest description, Kenny Park is Falcon Gang's drug-dealing hotspot. If you're short on cash, why not rob these dealers for some extra income? But, beware of the Falcon Gang's retaliation. No time limit for the mission, proceed whenever ready. A 1-star mission? This seems doable. Is this Falcon Gang's territory? Lin Tian paused briefly, recalling the moment he entered the game. Some intelligence about Los Santos injected into the mind. In Los Santos, there are numerous gangs, both large and small. The most notorious are undoubtedly the 3 long-standing crime families, and the 4 rapidly rising gangs in recent years. The 3 major families are the Johnsons, the Temples, and the Sewells. Though in recent years, these 3 families have begun to whitewash their reputations. They now possess numerous legitimate businesses in the lawful sector, but the roots remained dark nonetheless. They still controlled vast illegal enterprises, pulling the strings of Los Santos' entire underworld. As for the 4 major gangs, they were the Angels of Sin Biker Gang, the Black Hand Mafia, the Iron Blood Brotherhood, and the Ballas. As the name suggests, the Flying Wheels Gang made their fortune by smuggling vehicles. The Shadow Hands earned their notoriety through assassinations and kidnappings. The Ironbloods boast the largest numbers, achieving remarkable victories in street brawls. The Barl Gang controlled numerous nightclubs and entertainment complexes, making them the wealthiest among the 4 major gangs. As for the lower-tier gangs, Lin Tian knew about a few of them, but this Falcon Gang was definitely not one of them. Without a doubt, in this Los Santos city filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the Falcon Gang, who can only deal drugs on the streets, is nothing more than a small-time thug. Reject drugs, gambling, and prostitution, the great cause of sweeping away criminal syndicates. Let's take down this Falcon Gang first. Lin Tian smiled faintly and lightly raised his right hand. Instantly, a group of street thugs behind him raised their pistols. A mercenary stood beside Lin Tian, lifting an AK-47. Lin Tian lowered his right hand. Bang 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 bang. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire echoed through the air. Several drug dealers in the park didn't even have time to react. Instantly, he was blanketed by a dense web of bullets, riddled with holes like a sieve. Almost simultaneously, the notification for completing the side mission appeared. You have completed the side mission, clearing the park. Rewards obtained, 20 EXP, 2000 game points. Definitely worthy of being a D-level cartridge world, just completing a mission gives you 20 experience points. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the notification. He remembered back in the Plants vs. Zombies world. Even during the late stages, surviving each wave of zombie attacks only, the player would only gain 3 experience points, if they hadn't uncovered the Easter egg or deciphered the world's lore. Lin Tian's experience reward for clearing the entire Plants vs. Zombies was merely 100 points. Yet here, simply completing a task, you've gained 20 XP points. Such are the benefits of high-level cartridge worlds. Lin Tian chuckled as he dismissed the notification, glancing at the blood-soaked corpses lying in the park before him. In Los Santos, there were clear regulations stating that the authorities won't intervene in gang wars, as long as the fights occur within the gang's illegal territories. Even if the conflicts result in massive civilian casualties, the authorities will merely categorize the dead civilians as victims of natural disasters or similar causes. This is the spiritual and cultural development of Los Santos, the city of crime. So when faced with these Falcon Gang drug dealers, Lin Tian didn't need to waste words. Taking direct action settled everything. The group of drug dealers fell to the ground. Lin Tian immediately ordered his men to step forward and search them for any cash on their persons. Before long, a small pouch of banknotes was delivered to him. Obtained $3,025. Looking at the bloodstained dollar bills in his hand, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh sincerely. profits from stealing from thieves do come fast. With a thought, he activated his cheat system. Used $100 to successfully recruit a subordinate, 1 mercenary. $100 spent, successfully recruited subordinate, 1 mercenary. $100 spent, successfully recruited subordinate, 1 mercenary. Lin Tian directly used this $3,000 plus to recruit 30 mercenaries. 30 fierce mercenaries, armed with AKs, surrounded him. Lin Tian suddenly felt his sense of security greatly strengthened. Yet, he remained somewhat fearful, afraid that the Falcon Gang might seek revenge. Although the Falcon Gang wasn't particularly powerful, Lin Tian simply couldn't shake his fear. So, he decided his next move would be to wipe out the entire Falcon Gang. He sent a few thugs to scout for information about the Falcon Gang in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Lin Tian felt somewhat hungry and led the remaining crew to the pizza shop where he used to work. Using the leftover money, he bought some pizzas for his brothers to replenish their energy first. As Lin Tian and his crew entered the pizza shop, all the other customers in the pizza shop had fled. The manager who had once scolded Lin Tian during his part-time job now approached with trembling steps, stammering, "Boss, I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai earlier and offended you. This meal is on me, my treat." Hearing this, Lin Tian waved his hand with a smile. "In this world, we follow rules. I'm not someone who freeloads. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay. In fact, I'm going to give you all the money I have." As he spoke, he pulled out the remaining $25 from his pocket and stuffed it into the manager's hand, glancing at the over 100 pizzas on the table. Then looking at the $25 in his hand, the manager choked up in tears. "You're just too kind." As the crowd dug in, one of the street thugs sent out to gather information suddenly rushed in covered in blood, panting heavily as he approached Lin Tian and said, "Boss, we found the Falcon Gang's hideout. All their men are at the 9-Point nightclub right now. They're planning to retaliate against us. We were scouting out intel near the 9-Point nightclub when they spotted us. Several of our brothers died right at the nightclub's entrance." Hearing this, Lin Tian flew into a rage. "One bro costs $10, and several have died, that's dozens down the drain. If you converted that into pizzas, it'd buy you a meal and a half." He suddenly slammed the table and roared, "Get me a Coke." Nearby, a mercenary hurried forward to pour Lin Tian his cola. After drinking the cola, Lin Tian stood up, waved his hand, and declared with domineering confidence, "Let's go, follow me to the 9-Points nightclub, we're taking down the Falcon Gang." The mission prompt reappeared at that very moment. You have discovered a side quest, Slaughter the Falcon. Quest level, 2 stars. Quest description, your conflict with the Falcon Gang has reached an irreconcilable point. It's time to eliminate the Falcon Gang and unleash carnage. No time limit for this quest. Can be initiated anytime when prepared. Chapter 14 The Wallhangers Guild forms, a threat from the Bone Gang. With over 30 mercenaries and 50 street thugs in tow, Lin Tian headed straight for 9 o'clock nightclub. The group advanced with overwhelming force, their imposing momentum terrifying to behold. On the other side, the members of the Falcon Gang were still in a meeting, analyzing the robbery at Kenny Park. The office of the 9-Points nightclub was dimly lit. Several key members of the Falcon Gang were discussing their next move. What's their purpose for suddenly turning on us like this? The leader of the Falcon Gang, a young man with a shark fin haircut and a blue falcon tattoo etched across his face, frowned deeply as he clutched a glass of whiskey with ice. Beside him, a man wearing a patterned flannel shirt bearing the same tattoo shook his head. Maybe they're trying to seize our turf in East Bridge District? Or perhaps they've caught wind of our expansion plans and want to suppress us? I can't figure it out either, but they've got numbers. Since we just took out one of theirs, retaliation is almost certain. We need to contact the Boneheads immediately. The shark-headed leader sighed. I reached out immediately when things went wrong. The Bone Gang said they'd send people to help watch our turf during this period. The plaid-shirted man nodded. If the Bone Gang is willing to help, it means the opposing side has no significant backing. They probably can't make waves. After all, the Bone Gang answers to the Palm Tree Syndicate, which itself is directly under the Iron Blood Gang. Even if these people don't respect our Falcon Gang, they wouldn't dare cross the Iron Blood Gang on Los Santos territory. The shark-headed leader nodded in agreement. At that very moment, the office door was flung open abruptly. No, bad news. Boss, they're coming. A thug who was keeping watch rushed in anxiously to report the situation. It said that nearly 100 people are marching in force towards the 9-Points nightclub. The core members immediately showed panic on their faces and hurried out to check. Damn it! Seeing Lin Tian's team and the weapons in their hands, the shark-headed leader's face turned livid. Boss, what should we do? By their side, beads of cold sweat were forming on the foreheads of key members. The shark-headed leader sighed and shook his head. There's no other way, we have to surrender. I'll go negotiate with them. Whatever their purpose or demands, I'll pretend to agree for now. Then we'll find an opportunity for revenge later. Regu, make another call to the Bone Gang. Yes. The plaid-shirted man nodded and immediately went to make the call. Soon, Lin Tian's massive entourage had drawn near. The shark-headed leader had no choice but to steel himself and step outside with a dozen underlings. Raising his hands in surrender, the shark-headed leader shouted, "We surrender. Whatever you want, tell me, I'll give you anything." Hearing that the other party was like Aladdin's genie, capable of granting all his wishes, Lin Tian's eyes instantly lit up as he shouted, "Good health and thriving growth. Shark head." After waiting a few seconds, he lifted his pants for a peek. Lin Tian was furious. "You lied to me." Bang 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 bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The next moment, gunfire exploded instantly in a deafening barrage. Over 30 AK-47 muzzles erupted with fiery tongues. Within seconds, every last member of the Falcon gang lay fallen, their blood forming rivers on the ground. Moments later, the notification for completing a side mission appeared. You have completed the side mission, slaughtering the Falcon. Rewards obtained, 40 EXP, 4,000 game points. Another 40 EXP in the bag. Lin Tian at the center of the crowd was grinning from ear to ear. The guests and hostesses in the nightclub had long since scattered in all directions. Leading his men into the nightclub, he spotted the plaid-shirted man sitting behind the counter, talking on the phone. Lin Tianxiao asked with a smile, "Hey, who are you on the phone with?" Whoosh! Over 80 gun barrels rose simultaneously, all aimed at the man in the checkered shirt. The checkered shirt man trembled violently, dropping his phone to the ground as he slumped down onto the floor, his face deathly pale and unable to utter a word. Lin Tian walked over, picked up the phone, and placed it to his ear, saying, "Hello, this is KFC delivery. How may I help you?" On the other end of the line, silence fell. After a moment, a gloomy male voice responded, "Just who the hell are you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's tone also grew deeper as he began recounting a past incident. "I come from a small mountain village. When I was very young, my father was murdered by the local mafia. To prevent our family from seeking revenge, soon after, my brother and mother also lost their lives one after another. I narrowly escaped death thanks to the help of a neighbor. Later, when I grew up, I earned my first fortune in the city by selling olive oil with my sharp wits. With swift and decisive tactics, I began forming my own gang, securing a place among the underground forces in the city. And then, I returned to the village with my followers under the pretense of seeking cooperation. I found the mafia member who had killed my family all those years ago. By then, he was a frail old man of 90, deaf and blind. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on him, I couldn't suppress the raging fury and hatred surging within me. I approached his side, whispered my true name in his ear, and reminded him that it was he who had slaughtered all my loved ones. My purpose here today was to take his life. As shock dawned on his face, I drew the dagger from my belt. Just then, one of my underlings suddenly shouted, "Boss, today is Crazy Thursday. Venmo me 50, buy me some chicken, and after I'm full, I'll tell you the rest of this story." The other end of the phone fell into another long silence. After what felt like an eternity, the gloomy man's voice finally came through again. "No matter who you are, you shouldn't have crossed us in Los Santos, kid. You're dead." With that, the call ended. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone in his earphones, Lin Tian frowned and asked the man in the checkered shirt, "Do you have someone else backing you up? Who was that on the phone?" As Lin Tian spoke, the two mercenaries already had their gun barrels pressed against the plaid-shirted man's forehead. The plaid-shirted man swallowed nervously and quickly answered, "It's the Bone Gang's second-in-command, the mighty Winnie." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was shocked. "Winnie the Pooh? That yellow one?" The plaid-shirted man quickly shook his head. "A hero, a heroic figure." Whether the opponent was Winnie or Mickey, Lin Tian could sense the danger from the phone threats. He needed to improve his strength as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Looking at the man in the checkered shirt, Lin Tian asked, "Where does the Falcon gang keep their money?" "In the safe in the second-floor office." "I'll take you there." The man in the checkered shirt quickly led Lin Tian upstairs to the second floor. After fiddling with it for quite some time, the safe finally clicked open. Instantly, stacks of cash appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. The gaming system promptly calculated the exact amount of these banknotes. Acquired $115,700. With 110 grand, we could hire a full 1,100 mercenaries. That's firepower equivalent to a regiment. We'd be practically airborne. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. With that kind of money, he doubted some so-called bone gang could still threaten him. At that moment, another task completion notification popped up. You have seized territory from the Falcon Gang, 9 Points Nightclub. You have completed the first step of the chain side quest, establishing a gang. Rewards obtained, 50 EXP, 5,000 game credits. You have discovered the second link in the chain quest, expand and strengthen. Quest level, 3 stars. Quest objective, recruit at least 50 subordinates, acquire or seize at least 3 properties. No time limit for this quest, proceed when ready. Please name the gang you're establishing. Looking at the prompt box before him, Lin Tian, considering his own characteristics, casually said, "Let's call it Cheater Gang." Naming complete. Cheater Gang has now become one of the many gangs in Los Santos. The first step of this chain side quest already offers 50 experience points. The rewards appear to be quite substantial indeed. Lin Tian decided to take it seriously and properly develop the mighty Wallhack clan to its full potential. Seeing Lin Tian's face break into a smile, the plaid-shirted man quickly apologized with a smile. Is there anything else I can do for you? I'll do my best to satisfy your needs. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, good health and strong growth. The man in the plaid shirt froze, his smile stiffening. A few seconds later, bang! The entire Falcon gang has checked in, neatly taking a one-way trip to hell together. Lin Tian arrived at the dance floor of 9 Points nightclub. Settling into the plush cashmere sofa, he popped open an ice-cold beer. Then he summoned a random street thug onto the stage to perform a pole dance. Drinking while watching, he opened the cheat tool while muttering, I've got $115,800 in hand now. What level of subordinates should I recruit? Subordinate recruitment cheat. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per attempt. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per mission. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per mission. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per mission. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per mission. After some thought, Lin Tian first attempted a level 3 recruitment. Chapter 15, a $10,000 recruitment. The slaughter begins. Spending $1,000, Lin Tian tried a level 3 recruitment. Immediately, a fully armed soldier appeared. The soldier was fully clad in complete protective gear, wielding a sleek black machine gun, with a pistol, dagger, and various grenades at his waist. Spent $1,000, successfully recruited a subordinate, Armed Special Forces soldier. Armed Special Forces soldier. Constitution, powerful. Armor, nanosuit combat uniform, advanced bulletproof vest, advanced ballistic helmet, goggles, bulletproof shin guards. Weapons, M416 assault rifle, P228 special forces pistol, titanium dagger, high explosive grenade, smoke grenade, flashbang. Combat experience, elite. Information about armed special forces soldiers popped up. Lin Tian couldn't help but marvel. No wonder they cost $1,000 per soldier. These guys are ruthless. Forget everything else, just their gear alone must be worth over 100 grand. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian directly spent another $9,000 to recruit 9 more armed special forces soldiers. A total of 10 armed special forces soldiers appeared in the ballroom. You go guard outside, prevent any suspicious individuals from approaching. Lin Tian issued the command. Yes, 10 armed special forces soldiers spoke in unison with impeccable synchronization. $10,000 were spent. Currently, there's still $105,700 remaining. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before proceeding to attempt a level 4 recruitment. With a single thought, the next instant, a soldier encased entirely in dark green metallic gear appeared resembling a humanoid robot. 2 beams of crimson light flashed from his eyes, chillingly cold. Behind him, a heavy machine gun was slung across his back, with both sides of his waist, equipped with a shotgun, a submachine gun, and a grenade launcher. Expended $10,000 and successfully recruited a subordinate, Alloy Core Solo Armored Warrior. Alloy Core Solo Armored Warrior. Constitution, extremely robust. Armor, full set of T25 high-strength alloy armor, thermal imaging night vision goggles. Weapons, M249 heavy machine gun, modified P90 assault rifle, M610 Bison shotgun, G11 grenade launcher. Combat experience, world class. Information about the armed special forces soldiers popped up. Holy shit, that's just too damn cool. Looking at the soldiers completely encased in alloy armor before him, Lin Tian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Just looking at its domineering and ultra-cool appearance alone, it's easily worth 10 grand. No need for further consideration. Lin Tian directly spent the remaining 90 grand to recruit 9 alloy armored soldiers for his personal army. Watching the 10 sleek and imposing armored warriors line up before him, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, from today onwards, you will be responsible for my personal security details. Yes, sir. Through the signal broadcast of the electronic communication device, the armored soldiers of the Alloy Corps responded in unison. After spending $100,000, Lin Tian had $5,700 left in his hand. For the sake of convenience, Lin Tian decided to use this $5,700 to further expand the size of his forces. After spending $5,000, he recruited another 50 mercenaries. With the remaining $700, he hired 70 street thugs. In this city of Los Santos, under ordinary circumstances, the mercenary firepower was actually more than sufficient. Although street thugs are somewhat lacking in combat ability, but it's just so cheap. In Los Santos, a meat-loaded pizza costs $20 to $30. For just $10 a henchman, perfect for gathering intel or handling non-combat affairs, it was still very much worth the money. After spending all the cash in hand, the night had grown quite late. After a whole day of busy work, Lin Tian was also tired, so he simply crashed and slept right there in the office. Early the next morning, Lin Tian was startled awake by the game's notification alert. Bone Faction has already formulated an annihilation plan against you. You have triggered a compulsory side mission, tough nut to crack. Mission level, 3 stars. Mission objective, survive the onslaught of the Bones Faction. Completion criteria, last more than 7 days, or have the Bones Faction abandon their elimination campaign against you. Moving pretty fast, aren't they? The Bone Faction must be afraid of living one more day. As the task notification popped up before his eyes, Lin Tian curled his lips into a smile. Someone come here, boss. Outside the door, a mercenary immediately stepped in. How's the intelligence gathering on the Bone Gang going? Lin Tian inquired while brushing his teeth and washing his face. The mercenary immediately reported truthfully, the collection is complete. The Bone Gang has 6 main strongholds, Skull Nightclub, High Heels Entertainment City, Midnight Underground Casino, and 3 bars. Boss, should we deploy a large force to attack and occupy them? Lin Tian shook his head slightly, no need. With that, he casually pointed to a single armored soldier from the Alloy Corps standing behind him and said to the mercenary, hand over all the intelligence about the Bone Gang to him. Yes. The mercenary immediately produced the organized documents and handed them to the armored soldier. Lin Tian looked at the armored soldier holding the documents and said, take 20 mercenaries and quickly sweep through the Bone Gang's territory. Loot all the money there. You have half a day, no problem, right? Just sweeping through enemy territory. A single armored soldier from the Alloy Corps is actually more than enough. Their armor is impervious to ordinary firearms. Those 20 mercenaries were purely there to handle the money haul. The armored soldier's red ocular lights flickered. No problem. The armored soldier immediately set out with a group of mercenaries, heading toward the Bone Gang's territory. Watching the armored soldier depart, Lin Tian paused for a moment, then turned to ask the mercenary beside him, did you find the bomb shelter I asked you to locate? The mercenary nodded repeatedly, we've found it. There's a location in the northern suburbs of Los Santos that matches your requirements. Hidden there, you'd be safe even if nuclear war broke out. However, it's currently occupied by a gang called the Brown Bears, who've converted it into a gun manufacturing facility. The Brown Bears? Lin Tian had heard a thing or two about this gang. In Los Santos? Among the large underground forces second only to the 3 great families and the 4 major gangs, there existed an organization known as the Brown Bear Gang. Who cares about the Brown Bear Gang or whatever bear gang? Barring any surprises, after dealing with this Bone Gang operation, I shouldn't have any rivals left in Los Santos. Lin Tian silently contemplated, formulating his next moves. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that very moment, gunfire erupted in the distance. The armored warriors of the Alloy Corps had just led their squad out when the Bone Gang's assault has arrived. On the highway outside the 9 o'clock nightclub, over a dozen cars sprayed with blood-red bone graffiti came speeding in. Inside each vehicle sat 4 masked figures, the elite members of the Bone Party wielding submachine guns. These individuals, also known as Bloodbones, have earned a fearsome reputation throughout Los Santos. Bloodbones are none other than gang elites who have fought their way up from the very bottom. The fearless ferocity and bloodthirsty brutality kept most criminals in Los Santos at a respectful distance from these guys. The fact that the Bone Gang could secure a spot as a mid-tier faction in cutthroat Los Santos owed much to the notorious reputation of its Bloodbones members. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Cut them down. Send them to hell to repent. The bald leader in the lead vehicle stuck his head out, his finger on the submachine gun's trigger as he fired wildly at the sky, laughing maniacally. However, bang! The next instant, a single bullet pierced straight through his forehead. From over 100 meters away, an armed Special Forces soldier accomplished the kill with just 1 shot, effortlessly completing the execution. The dull gunshot seemed to toll the bell for the death parade. Bang! 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 Then came the rhythmic firing of an M416 assault rifle. 10 armed Special Forces soldiers unleashed full firepower. 100 meters away, Bloodbone members began being picked off one by one at rapid speed. The armed Special Forces soldiers' formidable marksmanship, paired with their high-end equipment, had completely surpassed the combat capabilities of these street thugs from Los Santos, even though these thugs were considered elite among their kind. But when truly facing war-grade Special Forces soldiers, they had no chance to fight back whatsoever. Boom! Boom boom boom! Car after car lost control on the highway, crashing into guardrails. It took less than 5 minutes. Over 60 attacking members of the Bloodbones were swiftly gunned down. Nearly 100 mercenaries, along with Lin Tian's trump card 9 alloy armored soldiers from the Legion, hadn't even gotten a chance to strike. With just 10 armed Special Forces soldiers, Lin Tian effortlessly crushed the advancing forces of the Bone Gang. Suddenly, an out-of-control car came speeding straight toward the 9 o'clock nightclub. Standing on the second-floor rooftop, Lin Tian raised his hand slightly. Beside him, an armored warrior unhooked a grenade launcher from his belt. Bang! Boom! the out-of-control car was blown onto the roadside. Lin Tian turned around and went back into the nightclub to start enjoying breakfast. Chapter 16, Unifying Los Santos, the war begins. 3 hours later, consecutive mission notifications appeared. You have seized all major territories of the Bone faction and eliminated their leader. The Bone faction has abandoned their annihilation plan against you. Side quest completed, tough bone to crack. Rewards obtained, 100 XP, 10,000 game points. You have more than 50 subordinates and over 3 business locations. You have completed the second phase of the chain side quest, expansion and strengthening. Rewards obtained, 80 EXP, 8,000 game points. You have triggered the third phase of the chain side quest, rising reputation. Mission level, 4 stars. Mission objective, make a major impact in Los Santos and make the Guabai gang's name ring through the streets. No time limit for the mission, can be initiated once preparations are complete. It seems the team I sent to sweep out the boneheads is making good progress too. Another huge amount of experience points and game credits received. Lin Tian, thoroughly satisfied with his bountiful haul, was in excellent spirits. Before long, the armored soldiers Lin Tian had dispatched returned, bringing along a squad of mercenaries. The team suffered minor casualties, with 2 mercenaries killed. The armored soldier himself remained completely unscathed. His full-body alloy equipment could already completely defend against damage from ordinary firearms bullets. Without heavy-caliber weapons or massive amounts of explosives, the Bone Gang stood no chance against this monstrous armored soldier. Boss, here's what we confiscated from Bone Gang territory. The mercenaries walked in carrying 2 cases. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to open the box and inspect the loot. One of the boxes was packed full of crisp green bills. The other box was entirely lined with a solid layer of gold. Received $955,000. Acquiring a large amount of gold, convertible to $850,000 USD. It seems hard currencies like gold can also be used as dollars. Lin Tian focused his thoughts. The cash and gold before his eyes vanished, completely deposited into his cheat account. Current holdings, $1.805 million. After pulling off this job against the Bone Gang, Lin Tian instantly became so rich he was practically dripping with oil. With this 1.8 million in hand, I should be able to start the next phase of the plan. Lin Tian murmured under his breath. A mercenary beside him couldn't help but ask, Boss, what's our next move? Lin Tian strode toward the nightclub exit without turning around. Unify the underground factions of Los Santos, he said casually, and maybe pick a fight with the federal government while we're at it. He had a feeling. Playing it this way should yield pretty high rewards for this game. Successful military strategists are often extremely bold in strategy yet exceedingly cautious in tactics. Lin Tian strongly believes in this principle. For the coming period of time, he would stir up major trouble across all of Los Santos, throwing the entire city into chaos. To ensure his own safety, he deliberately began his search for suitable hideouts well in advance. The bomb shelter in the northern suburbs of Los Santos was his optimal first choice. After leaving the 9 Points nightclub, Lin Tian immediately led his team to the bomb shelter they had previously scouted in Los Santos' northern outskirts. This was the armory belonging to the Grizzly Gang. A large number of heavily armed elite forces from the Brown Bear Gang are guarding the place. Moreover, due to the narrow entrance, this location is extremely easy to defend but difficult to attack. Worried that even the Alloy Corps' armored soldiers might sustain damage under such heavy firepower defense, Lin Tian directly activated his cheat system, attempting to spend $100,000 for a level 5 recruitment. Level 5 recruitment, $100,000 per deployment. With a single thought, the recruitment succeeded. Appearing before Lin Tian was a gigantic humanoid armor standing nearly 3 meters tall. Even compared to the massive, nearly 2-meter tall alloy armored soldiers of the regiment. Before this colossal humanoid armor, one looked as small as a child. The armor was predominantly blue and white in color. 2 oddly shaped firearms hung at its waist. But the most striking feature was the massive crimson laser greatsword strapped to the back of this towering humanoid armor. $100,000 spent, successfully recruited subordinate, Future Tech Warrior F5. Future Tech Warrior F5. Physique, human limit. Armor, Ultra T-Class Environmental Camouflage Armor, LV5 Auto Repair Energy Shield, Wing System, Portable Wormhole Traversal Device. Weapon, Infinite Energy Laser Rifle, Laser Compression Cannon, Overload Crimson Laser Greatsword. Special abilities, Invisibility, Flight, Short-Range Teleportation. Combat Experience, equipped with highest grade combat skill chip. Information about Future Tech Combatant F5 popped up. The subordinates recruited at level 5 are already somewhat outrageous. This futuristic combat soldier clearly shouldn't exist in the era where Los Santos is set. Using this thing to fight street gangs for territory in Los Santos. Even Lin Tian himself began to wonder if he was being a bit too unsportsmanlike. Of course, admiration aside, since we've already recruited, we'll definitely put it to use. Take down this air raid shelter. Lin Tian issued commands to the future tech soldier. Yes. The future tech soldiers slightly bowed in acknowledgement. The next second, a black circular mark appeared beneath their feet. The future tech soldier vanished into thin air. Before long, gunfire erupted within the air raid shelter. A few minutes later, the shelter's heavy door swung open. The future tech soldier emerged unscathed. Move out. Lin Tian led his team as they officially took up residence in the air raid shelter. After stockpiling sufficient resources in the shelter, that same afternoon, Lin Tian activated the cheat program without hesitation. Current assets, $1,705,000 US. With $1.7 million still in hand, Lin Tian immediately spent $1 million to recruit 100 alloy armored soldiers from the Mechanized Legion. These formidable armored warriors will serve as the main assault force against the underground factions of Los Santos. Subsequently, another $700,000 were spent by Lin Tianza, who invested $400,000 more for 4 Tier 5 recruitments. 4 more future tech soldiers appeared beside him. A total of 5 future tech soldiers were now responsible for ensuring his safety in the bomb shelter. He still had $300,000 left in hand. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before recruiting 300 armed special forces soldiers. These armed special forces soldiers will follow behind the alloy armored warriors, assisting them in completing missions. While it's called assistance, their primary duty actually involves confiscating assets and resources from various gangs. After all, the armored warriors are burdened by their heavy suits. Although their combat abilities are formidable, their movements may not be as agile. The remaining $5,000, Lin Tian then recruited 50 mercenaries. At this point, Lin Tian's forces now exceed 500 men, 120 street thugs, 135 mercenaries, 310 armed special forces soldiers. The alloy corps consists of 110 individual armored soldiers, 5 futuristic tech warfare soldiers. With the action plan finalized, that night, 110 alloy corps armored soldiers and 210 armed special forces operatives launched a sweeping assault from the air raid shelters, commencing a purge of all underground factions throughout Los Santos. When this alloy armored military force stormed into the city, a slaughter of dimensional striking magnitude commenced. North River District, the Hound Gang, Black 8 International Casino. The casino buzzed with life, its every corner shimmering with intoxicating brilliance. Bomb! A man playing landlord slammed down 4 twos. Boom! The next instant, a grenade blast tore through the casino wall. 2 alloy armored warriors wielding heavy machine guns stepped slowly through the breach. The illusion of prosperity shattered in an instant. Gamblers screamed and scattered in panic. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Gather the men quickly! Dozens upon dozens of black-clad men armed with firearms surged out from the armory inside the casino. Bang 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 bang! Rat-a-tat-a-tat! They were clearly professionally trained. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, they actually quickly assembled ranks and began firing at the 2 alloy armored warriors. But, clang, 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 the bullets struck the alloy armored warriors' protective gear, only to bounce off as sparks flew to the side. Ordinary submachine guns and pistols are completely incapable of causing any damage. Even the terrifyingly powerful shotguns, at point-blank range, could only leave shallow bullet marks on the alloy armor. Yet the alloy armored warrior merely casually raised his heavy machine gun and opened fire. Boom 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 boom. After a deafening roar, nearly 100 black-suited bodyguards were obliterated by the metallic storm. At the same time, similar scenes played out across multiple gang territories. The superior organization of the Dongqiao District Bone Gang, the Palm Tree Syndicate. A group of gang lieutenants were gathered in the sauna on the top floor of K9 Entertainment City. An elderly gang elder was enjoying a massage. The massage therapist asked, "How is my technique, Mr. Smith?" The gang elder exclaimed in admiration, "That's fucking awesome." Boom! The next second, his dick actually exploded. Amidst the bombardment of howitzer shells, 8 armored warriors stormed in, quickly staining the bathhouse crimson with blood. Chapter 17, The Supreme Conference and the Backup Plan. Within the manor of the Brown Bear gang leader in the Central District. At this moment, an exceptionally imposing black man was feeding his pet, a terrifyingly massive brown bear over 2 meters tall, with flesh of some unknown creature. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. The brown bear abruptly stood up, baring its teeth and letting out deep growls from its throat. "Sit down." The imposing black man coldly issued a command. Upon hearing this, the grizzly bear obediently sat down as told, a flicker of fear even flashing through its eyes. "Come in." The black man, leader of the brown bear's gang, said indifferently. Outside the door, a subordinate finally dared to push it open. "Have you figured out the bunker situation?" the brown bear's leader asked coldly. The subordinate outside the door turned pale, trembling as he spoke. "The men we sent to investigate, they lost all contact right after approaching the air raid shelter." Roar! As if sensing its master's fury, the brown bear let out a tremendous roar. The leader of the brown bear gang grinned, revealing a chilling smile as he asked, "If the matter hasn't been clarified yet, then why are you here?" The subordinate felt a sudden chill run down his spine and hastily explained, "There's something more important to report to you. Right now, dozens of gangs in Los Santos are being attacked by an unknown force. They possess world-class military-grade armor, and the major gangs are being completely slaughtered without any ability to fight back." The brown bear gang leader frowned and asked, "So what?" The subordinate lowered his head and said, "I came to ask, for your safety, shouldn't we find a place to take cover?" The leader of the brown bear gang scoffed, "Do you think I'm afraid of them? Even the Iron Blood gang wants to cooperate with me now. Do you think they have the guts to fight their way here?" The words barely left her mouth. Boom! In the courtyard of the estate, an explosion resounded, followed immediately by the furious roar of firearms unleashing bullets. The leader of the brown bear gang froze, then rushed to the window to look outside. In an instant, over a dozen alloy armored warriors stormed into the estate, beginning to indiscriminately slaughter the members of the brown bear gang. Despite outnumbering the attackers and being well armed within the estate grounds, they stood no chance against these dozen terrifying alloy armored warriors. The resistance from the brown bear gang still appeared feeble, utterly suppressed by the overwhelming firepower, unable to even lift their heads. "How dare they!" roared the leader of the brown bear gang at the sight. He turned around, moved aside a bookshelf, and stepped through a hidden door behind it. Moments later, he emerged carrying an RPG launcher, marched straight to the window, and kicked the glass to shards. Boom! A rocket shot out, striking one of the alloy armored warriors dead on. The alloy armored warrior was blasted several meters away. Visible damage appeared on the protective gear. Die! Loading the rocket shell, the boss of the brown bear gang fired again, targeting the same spot. Boom! An armored alloy warrior fell in battle. But at the same time, boom 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 boom, the metallic storm of bullets instantly shredded the leader of the brown bear gang into bloody chunks. B-boss is dead. His panicked underlings in the room immediately fled in terror. The pet brown bear nearby watched as its master suddenly turned into minced meat just like its usual meals. The brown bear climbed forward and picked up the crumbs left by its owner. Meanwhile, in the bunker in the northern suburbs of Los Santos, Lin Tian leaned back on a long bench, leisurely sipping his iced cola. Before his eyes, prompts flashed continuously. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side mission, Eradication of the Hound Gang. Rewards obtained, 120 EXP, 12,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 2-star side mission, Eradication of the Oak Gang. Rewards obtained, 60 EXP, 6,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest, Annihilate the Palm Tree Gang. Rewards obtained, 150 EXP, 15,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 4-star side quest, Annihilate the Brown Bear Gang. Rewards obtained, 220 EXP, 22,000 game points. You have completed the 3rd stage of the sequential side quest, Rising Fame. Rewards obtained, 200 EXP, 20,000 game points. You have triggered the 4th stage of the sequential side quest, Dominating a Region. Quest rank, 5 stars. Mission objective, the named Wallhanger Gang strikes fear into the heart of this city. Now, elevate the Wallhanger Gang to become an underground overlord on par with the 3 great families and 4 major syndicates, making it one of the top players in Los Santos, the city of crime. This mission has no time limit and can be initiated whenever ready. Sit back at home while experience points and game credits fall from the sky. It must be said, Lin Tian plays Grand Theft Auto like it's an idle clicker game. Massive streams of XP and game currency notifications keep rolling in, keeping Lin Tian thoroughly delighted. Even if he were to drop dead right this instant without claiming the final rewards, just the side quests alone, with their experience and point card rewards, had already far exceeded his investment and earned him a hefty profit. When dawn broke, a full 38 gangs had been completely wiped out. In addition, more than 20 other gangs were severely crippled. As for Lin Tian's side, they only lost 3 alloy armored soldiers and 15 armed special forces members. All this happened in just a single night. The underground forces of Los Santos were thrown into complete chaos. What's even more terrifying is, this night was just the beginning. Around 3 in the morning, Lin Tian's team took a brief respite. As the surviving gangs breathed a sigh of relief, believing the catastrophe had passed. Boom! The roar of artillery fire resumed. The Hanging Wall Gang's massacre and plunder of the underground factions began once more. You have triggered and completed the 2-star side mission, Annihilate the Well Party. Reward obtained, 50 EXP, 5,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest, Annihilation of the Samurai Gang. Reward obtained, 90 EXP, 9,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 3-star side quest, Annihilation of the Black Flame Group. Reward obtained, 120 EXP, 12,000 game points. You have completed the 4th chain of side quests, Dominating the Region. Reward obtained, 400 EXP, 40,000 game points. You have triggered the final chain of side quests, Underground King. Mission level, 6 stars. Mission objective, your strength has reached the pinnacle of Los Santos. Now, defeat the 3 major gangs excluding the bikers, and forge your supreme throne as the Underground King. No time limit for this mission. Initiate when ready. More than 2 days had passed. Over 70% of gangs in Los Santos have been wiped out. Small and medium-sized gangs simply couldn't withstand the onslaught from the hacker factions, leaving almost none remaining. Most of the survivors are large-scale gangs, relying on their numerous members, territories, and sufficiently sophisticated weaponry, barely able to hold their own against Lin Tian's armored soldier squad. Amidst this impending catastrophe, Los Santos, Midtown District, the Imperior 5-star Hotel, top-floor conference room, the Johnson family, the Temple family, the Sewell family, the Car Thieves, the Hidden Hand, the Steel Bloods, the Ballers. These 7 top factions in Los Santos, who were originally incompatible as fire and water, set aside their historical grievances at the critical moment for a historic meeting. The last leader of the Dark Hands faction arrived and took his seat. The patriarch of the Johnson family set down his cigar, smiling as he said, "Friends, the situation in Los Santos these past 2 days has been rather grim. If we let those armored soldiers from the Flying Graps continue their slaughter, our very foundations might be at risk." The leader of the Iron Bloods, a muscular man towering at 2 meters tall, sneered coldly, "These past 2 days, among all the factions in Los Santos, the Johnson family, with their extensive legal businesses, must have suffered the least losses." The leader of the Speed Demons, a short man, wore an impatient expression as he snapped, "Enough useless chatter. Get straight to the point. Why did you call this meeting?" The leader of the Bale Gang was a middle-aged man who appeared cultured and easygoing. Like the 3 family heads present, he was dressed in a suit. He sat silently to one side, observing the unfolding situation without speaking. The Shadow Hand leader, clad entirely in black with a stern expression, also remained silent. He toyed with his glass while occasionally letting his gaze linger on the others' throats. The 3 family heads exchanged glances. Seeing the other 2 nod, the patriarch of the Johnson family rested his chin on his interlaced fingers, elbows planted firmly on the table as he continued, "I know every one of you holds powerful trump cards that could counter the Hanging Wall Gang, yet none dare reveal them for fear of the others seated here. I have a proposal." Chapter 18, 7-star challenge mission, Kill Myself? According to intelligence provided by a Brown Bear Gang member, we've largely confirmed that the leader of the Hanging Wall Gang is currently hiding in an air raid shelter in the northern suburbs. However, this bomb shelter is easy to defend but hard to attack. Moreover, the enemy's defensive forces stationed there must be extremely strong. Even if all 7 of our families join forces, whether we can capture it remains uncertain. So we plan to hire professionals for this task. At this point, the Johnson family patriarch relit his cigar, took a deep puff, and continued, "Our 3 major families will pool together $300 million to hire the A-Corps to storm the bomb shelter, eliminate the leaders of these wall-hacking gangs, and put an end to this farce once and for all. In this process, we need your 4 major factions to play your trump cards to either crush or temporarily hold off those armored soldiers outside, preventing them from falling back to the bunker. That's our plan." The leader of the Iron Blood faction frowned upon hearing this and was the first to voice his doubts. "The A-Corps? That legendary mercenary corps? How can we believe you've actually secured their help?" The leader of the Speed Demons chimed in as well. "How do we know this plan of yours isn't just bait to lure out our trump cards? What if it's just a ploy to weaken our forces?" The leader of the Ballers laughed and said, "Unfortunately, I'm just a businessman. I don't have any trump cards capable of countering those terrifying armored soldiers. I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to this plan." The boss of the Shadow Hand remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The patriarch of the Johnson family sighed and said, "It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. What do you think will happen if we just keep dragging things on like this? As you've pointed out, our 3 families control numerous legitimate businesses. Even if those rogue gangs' armored soldiers completely wipe out the underground forces of Los Santos, our 3 families would still survive. But what about you? Currently, 90% of small and medium-sized gangs in Los Santos have been wiped out. Their next targets will inevitably be your 4 major gangs. We're not here to discuss plans with you." At this point, the patriarch of the Johnson family curled his lips into a faint smile. "We're merely offering you a way to survive. If you're unwilling to contribute, we won't mind waiting until the Cliffhanger Gang destroys each of you before dealing with them with our full strength." Hearing this, the leaders of the 4 major gangs fell into silence. Even before the Johnson family elder had finished speaking, the leader of the Dark Hand faction had already analyzed the current situation clearly. He rose and said coldly, "I'll follow your arrangements, but I hope you'll honor your plan as promised. Otherwise, the rest of your 3 lives may be spent enduring relentless assassination attempts." With that, the Shadow Syndicate leader turned and left. The leader of the Barl Gang sighed and spread his hands helplessly. "Very well, so be it. I'll send men to deal with those armored soldiers. After uttering a few harsh words, both the motorcycle gang and the Ironblood gang stood up and left. Forced by circumstances, the 7 most powerful factions in Los Santos finalized their cooperative plan targeting Lin Tian. At the same time, Los Santos Federal Security Building. The Secretary of Security stared expressionlessly at the city reverberating with ceaseless gunfire before him. Behind him, a senior security officer couldn't help but ask, "Secretary, when things have descended into such chaos, shouldn't we intervene? Those armored soldiers pose a significant threat. If we truly let the Hangbi gang dominate Los Santos underground, they might become a colossal danger to the entire city in the future." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Public Security wore a strange smile. "No matter, let them kill each other. This city belongs to the general. Sin and slaughter, such is the very purpose of this city's existence." Inside the air raid shelter, having burrowed through the tunnels for 2 days, Lin Tian was now unshaven and disheveled. The deadline for the second main mission was rapidly approaching. Lin Tian beckoned a future tech warrior and said, "It's time to get some fresh air. Take me out of the bunker." "Yes, sir." The future tech warrior immediately stood behind Lin Tian and carefully lifted him up. Future tech warriors possess 3 special abilities: invisibility, flight, and short-range teleportation. After 2 days of testing, Lin Tian discovered that these special abilities could not only enhance the future tech warrior itself, but could also be transferred to touch targets through close external contact. Just like that, relying on the special abilities of this future tech warrior, Lin Tian quietly left the bomb shelter and returned to Los Santos. The clearance rewards for the D-level cartridge world were exceptionally generous. Therefore, the main quest still needs to be tackled. Upon entering the city, Lin Tian headed straight for his cousin's residence. The futuristic war soldier activated stealth mode, silently trailing behind. As soon as he stepped through the main gate, he saw his cousin and a few underlings tinkering with some parts in the courtyard. Lin Tian greeted, "Cousin, I'm ready. Let's go, we're stealing a car." His cousin Sonia, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Steal what car? Don't you know what's happened these past 2 days? All of Los Santos has gone crazy. A gang called the Wall Hackers, using armored soldiers, has turned the whole city upside down. Right now, our carjacking crew has halted all other missions. We're assembling a urban assault squad to go all-out war against those Wall Hackers." Before the words had even finished, a notification popped up before Lin Tian's eyes. Due to significant changes in the world line, the main quest route has been disconnected. Please independently seek the method to become the leader of the biker gang to complete the game. Ding! You have triggered the ultimate challenge mission, defeat the Hackers Gang. Mission difficulty, 7-star. Mission details, the emergence of the Hackers Gang has plunged all of Los Santos into crisis. As a member of the biker gang, you can attempt to assist in defeating the Hackers Gang. The task has no time limit, proceed whenever ready. Lin Tian, so I'm supposed to fight myself, is that it? Glancing at the parts his cousin and the gang were fiddling with, Lin Tian fell deep into thought. Clearing the stage is absolutely still mandatory. With no main quest restrictions currently, Lin Tian can actually act much more freely. This isn't a bad thing for him. Given his current troop strength, seizing the gang leader position by force shouldn't pose much difficulty. If he wants to clear the game, he might be able to do so before tonight. However, in this cartridge world, there are clearly many side quest rewards Lin Tian hasn't obtained yet. To maximize profits, it's definitely worth staying for a few more days. But if the current situation continues to develop, and the motorcycle gang takes the initiative to attack Lin Tian, the biker gang might very well get wiped out in this chaotic battle coming up. At that point, the entire biker gang would be gone. How could Lin Tian possibly become their leader then? Could it be that the game would directly count this as a failed mission? Considering this problem, Lin Tian felt somewhat perplexed. He thought for a moment and asked, "Cousin, could you arrange a meeting with the leader of the biker gang for me?" His cousin Sonia snorted disdainfully. "The boss isn't that easy to meet. After all these years in the biker gang, I've only seen him twice myself. I'm afraid I really can't help you with this, little cousin." Lin Tian pondered for a moment. He then asked again, "Can you tell me where the boss is now?" A few minutes later, Lin Tian arrived beside a bunker in the eastern suburbs. Like Lin Tian, the leader of the motorcycle gang also chose to hide in what he considered the safest place before the war began, judging solely by its location and architectural structure. This bunker's safety rating wasn't worse than Lin Tian's bomb shelter. Moreover, the leader of the biker gang stationed heavy defenses within the bunker. Above the bunker, the gun emplacements alone contained no fewer than 20 fixed heavy machine guns. On both sides, tubular artillery launchers had even been installed. Such formidable defenses. Even if Lin Tian's alloy army of single-soldier armored warriors were to attack, it would likely take at least 50 or 60 armored warriors to have any hope of breaking through. However, for a soldier armed with future technology, such formidable and tightly coordinated defenses, yet remained utterly ineffective. With a wormhole opening beneath his feet, the futuristic combat soldier instantly vanished, infiltrating the underground bunker. Moments later, sporadic gunshots echoed from within the bunker. Then, the future tech warrior appeared again, holding in his hands the unconscious current leader of the biker gang. Seeing this, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction before ordering the future tech warrior to take both him and the biker gang leader back to the air raid shelter in the northern suburbs. Chapter 19, My most respected boss, you can go clean the toilets now. Inside the bomb shelter, Lin Tian poured a bucket of cold water. The leader of the biker gang slowly regained consciousness. After taking in his surroundings, his gaze locked onto Lin Tian's face. The gang leader of the biker crew immediately exclaimed in shock, who are you? Lin Tian smiled unhurriedly and introduced himself, Boss Joey, I'm Sonia's underling and cousin from the East Bridge district of the biker crew, your underling, and also, the boss of the Hanging Wall gang. Seeing the two towering blue and white mech warriors guarding Lin Tian behind him, biker gang leader Joey basically believed Lin Tian's identity as the boss of the Absolute Hackers gang. But then he claims to be a junior member of our biker gang? Joey was momentarily dumbfounded, stammering, I don't quite understand what you mean. Lin Tian nodded, explaining with earnest sincerity, you know what? I grew up hearing stories about you and the biker gang. Since childhood, my biggest dream was to join your gang, with becoming an astronaut being only my second dream, right after eating crazy amounts of grape jelly wolf gummies. But after actually arriving in Los Santos, I discovered that our biker gang is suffering such shocking oppression and injustice here. Joey was stunned for a moment. Really? Is that so? Tian Lin nodded, gnashing his teeth as he said, when our biker gang smuggles, the security department interferes. When our biker gang robs, the security department interferes. And when our biker gang kills, can you believe it, the security department still interferes. Isn't this blatant discrimination? And what's worse, in Los Santos, we have to pay for everything, buying stuff, eating out, gambling, hiring prostitutes. Isn't this just outright extortion? Even worse, when we fight other gangs, those bastards dare to fight back. We wipe out their entire families, and they still have the nerve to retaliate? This is just plain unreasonable. Lin Tian grew angrier as he spoke, trembling with rage. Joey, after calming his furious emotions, Lin Tian sighed and said, so, I decided to form the wall hangers, to uphold justice, to protect peace, and to ensure our crew members can live normal lives. That's why I waged war on the entire Los Santos. Joy paused for a moment, hesitating slightly as he asked, so, you're saying the wall gang and the bike gang aren't enemies? The reason you kidnapped me was to stop them from going to war? After all, he was a gang leader. Joey wasn't completely devoid of strategic thinking. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded repeatedly before planting a kiss on Joey's forehead, exclaiming with delight, oh, my precious, you're absolutely brilliant. Actually, Joey had noticed something unusual earlier. Over the past 2 days, the wall gang's sweep through the underground forces of Los Santos has been almost carpet-like, hitting them one by one. Yet, the turf of the motorcycle gang has surprisingly remained mostly unscathed. At first, Joey thought the wall gang was hesitant due to fear of the flying bikers' strength. But upon realizing the other three major gangs had suffered far greater losses than his own, Joey faintly suspected the wall gang might have intentionally gone easy on the flying bikers. Now hearing Lin Tian's explanation, he became even more certain of this idea. This terrifying cliff gang is actually on the side of the biker gang. Joey's eyes lit up as he caught the scent of opportunity. You want the biker gang to stay out of it? No problem. I'll make the call and issue the orders right now. I'll have my people lay low and avoid getting involved in the coming conflict. And I have crucial intelligence to share with you. Not long ago, the 7 of us held a meeting. If the Cliff Gang hadn't taken action against the Flyers, Joey never intended to clash with the Cliff Gang either. Especially after witnessing the uncanny, ghost-like movements of that blue on white mech, Joey became even more convinced of this notion. Therefore, faced with Lin Tian's request, he cooperated exceptionally well. Not only did he immediately issue orders to prevent the biker gang from joining the fight, but he also revealed the entire plan jointly devised by the 7 major factions in full detail. Seeing Joey being so cooperative, Lin Tian was quite pleased. He patted Joey's shoulder and said, Boss Joey, you're the most respected person in my life. I'll always be your most loyal underling. Where you say 1, I won't dare say 2. If you tell me to go east, I'd never head west. Joey tentatively asked, can I go now? Lin Tian shook his head, no way. Joy. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, actually boss, we happen to be short of a toilet cleaner here. Until the bigger picture is settled, Boss Joy, you can stay and clean the toilets for me. Joy. With the biker gang a potential hindrance to clearing the level now dealt with, Lin Tian activated his cheat tool, making preparations for the final showdown. Minion Recruitment Cheat. Level 1 Recruitment, $10 per hire. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per instance. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per instance. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per instance. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per instance. Current remaining, $95, $650, $520. After looting numerous gangs, Lin Tian now holds over $90 million, nearly $100 million US dollars. Start with 5 million yuan worth of alloy armored infantry soldiers from the Steel Corps. Lin Tian focused his thoughts and immediately initiated a level 4 recruitment. Spent $10,000, successfully recruited subordinate, Alloy Corps single soldier armored warrior. Spent $10,000, successfully recruited subordinate, Alloy Corps single soldier armored warrior. $100,000 consumed, recruitment successful Alloy Corps powered armor soldier. 500 Alloy Corps powered armor soldiers quickly materialized before Lin Tian, standing in perfect formation. The cost-effectiveness of these alloy armored warriors is surprisingly good. Powerful defense, outstanding firepower, elite combat experience. With these 500 alloy armored warriors, plus the over 100 previously recruited, it should be more than enough to annihilate all underground factions in Los Santos. But considering that the Iron Blood Gang, the Hidden Hand Syndicate, and the Ballers likely still have some powerful hidden cards up their sleeves, to be on the safe side, Lin Tian spent another 10 million to perform 100 level 5 recruitments. 100 future tech warriors F5 were recruited to assist in combat operations. At the command, 600 powerful killing machines emerged from the bomb shelters, headed to reinforce the frontline battlefield in Los Santos. Outside the Blood Rose Bar, the stronghold of the Iron Blood Gang, at this moment, they were facing the assault of over 30 alloy armored warriors. The Iron Blood Gang members suffered heavy casualties, completely overwhelmed by the attack. Even with heavy weapons in their hands, the Iron Blood Gang members found it nearly impossible to counterattack under the overwhelming suppressive fire. After all, their protective gear was vastly inferior to that of the alloy armored warriors. Even when subjected to heavy machine gun fire, the alloy armored warriors could withstand dozens of hits, perhaps only developing cracks in their armor. But the Iron Blood Gang members wearing only simple bulletproof vests would be blown to pieces. Just when the situation was taking a completely one-sided turn. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking footsteps suddenly came from behind the armored alloy warriors formation. In the distance, a group of towering figures approached. A terrifying soldier clad head to toe in heavy iron armor, wielding a massive warhammer. Coming! The Predator is coming! At the sight of these hammer-wielding warriors, the Iron Blood Gang's morale instantly soared. These hammer-wielding soldiers are the Iron Blood Gang's trump card. The Iron Blood Warriors. Years of drug enhancement have allowed their muscles to grow without limit. Every day they endure hellish training while suffering the side effects of those drugs. Their wool was tempered as hard as steel. Such terrifying physiques, clad in hundreds of pounds of reinforced iron armor, transformed these blood and iron warriors into nearly unstoppable melee tanks. Boom, boom, boom. Every landing footstep produced a thunderous impact on the ground. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun bullets struck their massive steel armor, but couldn't inflict the slightest damage. Though they appeared to be moving slowly, the Predators each stood over 2 meters tall. Every stride they took covered considerable ground, and soon, the Predators were closing in on the alloy armored warriors formation. Buzz! With a heavy whoosh of wind, a hammer came crashing down. Boom! An alloy armored warrior was blasted straight into the air. His dark green armor shattered as he fell dead on the spot. The squad of alloy armored soldiers hastily retreated while counterattacking, some aiming for the gaps in the Predator's metallic armor, others launching grenades and explosive bombardments. It worked, but not well enough. Chapter 20, A Core Lands, the Ultimate Death Challenge. After one round of combat, 5 Predators fell in battle. 8 alloy armor soldiers were killed. There are still a full 50 blood iron warriors left. Meanwhile, the alloy armored warriors have fewer than 20 remaining. The tide of battle suddenly turned. The Blood Iron Gang gained the upper hand. On top of a distant abandoned building, the leader of the Iron Blood Gang, Gale, smiled as he watched the scene through his binoculars. After all these years and all that money spent, the Iron Blood Warriors truly live up to their name. Judging by the current situation, repelling or even wiping out this group of armored warriors shouldn't be a problem. As for the rest, it's up to the other 3 gangs in Battalion A. Just as he was beginning to relax slightly, he saw, in the distance, a massive dark shadow rapidly approaching. He raised his binoculars and observed carefully. To his shock, hundreds of alloy armored warriors had appeared in the city, and were currently rushing rapidly toward the direction of the Bloody Bar. Gale's face instantly turned pale. Impossible. How could there still be so many of these terrifying armored monsters? The sunlight glinted in the air within his field of vision. Gale shifted his gaze upward, his expression growing even more grim. Not just on the ground, but high in the sky, an entire fleet of massive white mechas were soaring at incredible speed. Suddenly, the blue-white mech group vanished from sight. The next second, these mechs had already appeared near the bloody bar. Gale hurriedly shifted his field of vision. Yet, in the very next instant, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before Gale's eyes. The group of white mechas abruptly vanished without warning. Then, like phantoms, they materialized before the Blood Iron Gang's warriors, their crimson laser greatswords slashing through the air. Swish! As effortlessly as slicing through tofu, several armored warriors were instantly cleaved in half. The massive iron armor that couldn't be threatened by heavy machine gun fire proved as fragile as paper against that terrifying crimson laser greatsword. Almost instantly, the future tech warriors slaughtered the predators to the last man. The battle once again turned into a completely one-sided affair. Only this time, the Iron Blood Gang collapsed even faster. It's over, completely over this time. He slumped to the ground. Gaul, the once overbearing leader of the Iron Blood Gang, wore an expression of utter despair. At this very moment, behind him, a blue-white mech materialized, raising high a crimson laser greatsword. The same scenario. It unfolded similarly on the territories of the Dark Hand Gang and the Bale Clan. The Dark Hand Gang's trump card was an elite sniper squad, armed with anti-material grade, oversized sniper rifles. The elite sniper squad successively eliminated over a dozen alloy armored warriors. However, when the future tech soldiers entered the battlefield, they immediately used their advanced sensory detection technology to pinpoint the snipers' hidden positions. Utilizing stealth, instantaneous movement, and flight capabilities, they eliminated all elite snipers at incredible speed. The Barrel Gang, on the other hand, had a top-tier rocket artillery regiment of 100 soldiers, comparable to a regular army. Through widespread bombardment, they inflicted significant damage on the alloy armored warriors. But the defensive capabilities of the future tech soldiers' armor far surpassed those of the alloy armored warriors, and with the added protection of energy shields, the rocket artillery couldn't harm them in the slightest. Likewise, the Barrel Gang ultimately faced nothing but a massacre-like defeat. Just as the battle within the city was nearing its end, dozens of large transport ships approached the northern port, preparing to dock in Los Santos. At the harbor, a squad of station security officers visibly perked up when they spotted the conspicuous letter A on the transport vessel, immediately entering emergency alert status while rapidly reporting the situation to their superiors and requesting reinforcements. However, the response from higher-ups was extraordinarily brief. Let them come ashore. Clearly, the patriarchs of the three great families had already made arrangements with the higher-ups in Los Santos, before inviting Mercenary Group A to arrive. Even with orders from their superiors, the harbor patrol officers still hesitated, because the presence on that transport vessel was far too dangerous. A corps, the ultimate war machine, the world's top mercenary group, an unofficial force capable of wiping out nations. Too many bone-chilling titles were branded upon these individuals. As a corps transport ship had already entered the harbor, the security team leader swallowed hard and forced himself to step forward to open the harbor valve. Before long, the transport boat docked and came to a stop, its hatch opening. One after another, military land tanks began rolling off the transport boat. Every single tank was the most advanced model currently available in the world. Following the tanks, there were dozens of armored military trucks. The trucks were equipped with state-of-the-art heavy firearms, as well as high-yield artillery launch systems. Behind the truck convoy, numerous soldiers clad in bluish-gray combat armor were also aboard. Judging by appearance alone, these bluish-gray armored soldiers bore a 70% resemblance to Lin Tian's alloy armored troops. They were similarly equipped with the most advanced firearms and weaponry. At last, it was the turn of the largest transport craft to dock. When the hatch opened, those who disembarked numbered only 7. Among them, 6 wore pitch-black, form-fitting armor. Their armor, though not particularly large in size, appeared far less imposing compared to that of other soldiers. Yet, the material of this form-fitting armor was distinctly different, its surface occasionally shimmering with flowing light, emitting a luster akin to black diamonds. The man at the very center wasn't wearing any armor at all, just a green casual outfit, with strikingly yellow hair atop his head. So this is Los Santos, the city of crime? Among the 6, one man stood nearly 3 meters tall, his massive frame resembling a small mountain as he chuckled foolishly. I hope we get to kill to our heart's content this time. Another man, wearing glasses and carrying a huge cylindrical weapon on his back, lit a cigarette. The man in green casual wear at the center smiled faintly and looked up at the sky. Crime City, Los Santos, it's been a long time since I've been here. I wonder what that bastard general looks like now. Beside him, a blue-haired twin-tailed girl kept her gaze fixed on the man in green casual wear, her eyes brimming with affection. Hearing him mention the general again, she slightly furrowed her brows and said, "Boss, we agreed beforehand this trip is just to complete the mission. We're not going to provoke dangerous figures." The supreme leader of Army Corps, the man in green casual wear named Angie, nodded with a smile. Don't worry, what I pursue now is different from before. You went through so much trouble to pull me back from hell. Even if it's just for you all, I won't recklessly risk my life fighting those dangerous bastards anymore. The seven came ashore and boarded a purple armed off-road vehicle. Angie took a deep breath, his expression turning utterly calm as he said, "Let's go, an enemy worth a 300 million bounty. Let's try to finish this within 3 hours." Meanwhile, inside the air raid shelter in the northern suburbs, before Lin Tian's eyes, notifications kept popping up. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, The Frozen Corpses of the Iron Blood Gang. Rewards obtained, 420 EXP, 42,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side quest, The Grave of the Shadow Hand Syndicate. Rewards obtained, 440 EXP, 44,000 game credits. You have triggered and completed the 5-star side mission, The End of the Varl Gang. Rewards obtained, 430 EXP, 43,000 game points. You have crushed the Ironblood Gang, the Shadow Hand Syndicate, and the Varl Gang. You have completed the final stage of the sequential side quest, Underground King. Reward obtained, Equipment, Crown of Sin, Quality, Epic. You have triggered the Ultimate Death Challenge mission, Crush Mercenary Corps. Mission level, 7 stars. Mission description, the world's strongest mercenary corps is coming. Are you ready for a life or death battle? Chapter 21, Godslayer's nuclear-powered infantry, deployed. Has Army Group A arrived already? Looking at the mission prompt that had just popped up, Lin Tian allowed a faint smile to creep across his lips. Having crushed all the underground forces in Los Santos by this point in the game, he effortlessly maintained an invincible posture of absolute dominance. This left him, who had been confined like a hermit crab in the bomb shelter, feeling somewhat bored. He now deeply longed for the emergence of truly formidable opponents. Just then, large numbers of alloy armored soldiers and futuristic combat troops who had completed their missions in the city were returning. Seeing them approach the vicinity of the air raid shelter, Lin Tian immediately ordered them to station themselves around the perimeter of the shelter. Afterward, he activated his cheat system, intending to make some additional preparations. Underling recruitment cheat. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per attempt. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per attempt. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per attempt. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per attempt. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per attempt. Current balance, $80, $650, $520. A level 4 recruitment at the $10,000 tier can already enlist elite level individual combatants. A 100,000 level tier 5 recruitment could summon powerful mechs from future worlds. And then, what kind of existence would a million level tier 6 recruitment bring forth? Lin Tian was curious. With 80 million still in hand, Lin Tian attempted a level 6 recruitment. With a single thought, in the next instant, a gray figure flashed into existence. His entire body was encased in tight gray armor. This suit of armor lacks the imposing stature of an alloy armored warrior. It was barely taller than a person, nor as dazzling as the powered armor of future tech soldiers. It appears utterly unremarkable at first glance. The only attention-grabbing feature was the rotating core emitting deep black light on the chest plate of his armor. Spend $1 million to successfully recruit subordinate, Godslayer's nuclear-powered infantry. Godslayer's nuclear-powered infantry. Physique, transcendent level, genetically mutated human. Protective gear, Meteor 17 nuclear-powered armor, nuclear energy burst engine, all-terrain adaptation system, short-range space travel equipment, spatial storage system. Weapons, Godslayer Meteor Steel Greatsword, infinite mechanical gauntlets, nuclear beam cannon. Special ability, Deicide mode. Combat experience, divine level. Nuclear-powered infantry. Staring at the panel before him, Lin Tian was momentarily speechless. He felt that limiting his plan to just conquering Los Santos alone seemed somewhat short-sighted. With a thought, Lin Tian spent 20 million to directly recruit 20 Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry. At the same time, the swiftly advancing troops of Battalion A were already less than 10 kilometers away from the bomb shelter. The alloy-armored soldiers and futuristic tech warriors assigned to defend the shelter had long since taken their positions on the perimeter. The continuing advance of Battalion A's forces immediately brought them within defensive engagement range. A fierce battle was about to break out. Boom! Boom! Army A's tanks fired first, shells roaring through the air. Right after, the armored soldiers on the combat vehicle also maneuvered their heavy weapons, initiating intense suppressive fire. Boom 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 boom. At the very first moment of engagement, the previously invincible alloy armored soldiers were unexpectedly routed in swift defeat. Yet just as Corps A believed, they would crush the enemy effortlessly as usual to secure victory in this battle. The future tech warriors had somehow stealthily infiltrated their ranks. A ghostly figure suddenly flashed into view. Whoosh! A 3-meter-long crimson laser greatsword came slashing down. The tank sustained heavy damage, while an armed truck was even cleaved clean in half. Korei instantly plunged into chaos. Taking advantage of this moment, the alloy armored warriors hastily adjusted their formation to counterattack. At the center of the formation, atop a purple armored off-road vehicle, Korei's leader, Angel, frowned at the sight. Stealth mech soldiers? Just who are these people to possess such technology? Before the words had faded, a futuristic tech warrior abruptly appeared above the armed off-roader. A crimson lightsaber was raised high. Boom! The next instant, among the seven, the bespectacled man carrying the long-barreled weapon reacted swiftly, instantly adjusting the cannon's direction. Its muzzle sparked with electricity before firing a devastating blast at the futuristic tech warrior. Crack! Boom! Thick smoke scattered with the powerful explosion. The future tech warrior was actually blasted nearly 100 meters by this single shot, its armor severely damaged. Since being recruited, this was the first time any weapon had managed to injure the future tech warrior. The futuristic battle soldier staggered unsteadily to his feet. The bespectacled man was utterly shocked. At such close range, taking a direct hit from an electromagnetic implosion cannon and still able to stand up. What terrifying defensive capabilities! Angie also rose to her feet, her expression turning exceptionally solemn as she said, "The enemy is far stronger than we anticipated. We must intervene now, or the battalion's casualties will be severe." Understood. The 6 figures clad in form-fitting black battle armor responded in unison. Their figures blurred as they instantly leaped from the off-road vehicle, swiftly launching assaults on the futuristic combat troops surrounding them. Bang 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 bang. The man, built like a mountain, wielded a massive electromagnetic Vulcan minigun, spraying bullets wildly. Several futuristic combat soldiers around him were instantly suppressed, forced to retreat step by step. Boom, boom, boom. The bespectacled man puffed on a cigarette while continuously firing his electromagnetic rocket launcher. Every time, she could accurately hit her target, severely wounding a future tech soldier. Clang, clang. The blue-haired woman with twin ponytails wielded 2 massive electromagnetic blades. Even when locked in close combat with multiple future tech soldiers armed with crimson laser greatswords, she didn't lose the upper hand at all. With the magnetic-powered combat armor enhancing their bodies, and armed with formidable electromagnetic weapons, the 6 elite combatants from Team A momentarily stabilized the situation, leading the rest of Team A's personnel in launching a remarkably effective counterattack. However, among Team A's forces, only those who could pose a threat to future tech combatants. After all, there were only 6 of them. Yet on the battlefield, Lin Tion's side had a full 100 futuristic combat soldiers. Team A remained at a disadvantage. With lightning-fast movements, wearing green casual clothes, Angie had somehow already positioned herself atop the off-road vehicle's roof. He surveyed the entire battlefield, fully aware that the current situation was far from optimistic. Yet, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. This grin grew increasingly exaggerated, increasingly maniacal. Such an interesting battle. It's been so long since I last encountered it. Probably, about 5 years now. In my mind, flickered many scenes from memories gone by. He's an abomination. Kill him, kill him. This child's physical structure is completely different from ordinary people's, making them extremely valuable for research. Damn it, the test subject escaped. After them, lock down the research facility. Thank you for saving us. From now on, you're our leader. Team A? That's a good name, boss. Angie, we're not freaks, we're superhuman. Why must you stop me? We're clearly kindred spirits. Then let's die together. Boss, wake up, think of something. Along the journey, there have been joys and sorrows, tears and laughter. On his face, that crazed smile finally began to fade away. Am I even human? It doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters is this one point. I am the leader of Group A, their boss. Slowly, he drew a bizarre pure black katana from his waist. The next instant, boom! Beneath his feet, a massive dent was imprinted into the SUV's specially reinforced chassis, like a bullet fired from its chamber. Angie's figure shot forward like a bolt. Bang! 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 With speed that rivaled lightning itself, Angie weaved through the battlefield like a war deity, swiftly dismantling one formidable futuristic combat unit after another. Buzz! With a single slash, the entire futuristic combat drone, including its energy shield, was suddenly blasted into several pieces. 10, 20, 30 units. In just a few short minutes, half of the futuristic war machines had already collapsed under Angie's blade. Boss! Unbelievably strong. It's been ages since we've seen our leader go all out like this. Angie's intervention instantly turned the tide of battle. All 6 members of Team A broke into smiles, their gazes toward Angie filled with trust and admiration. On G's side, she was becoming increasingly proficient and faster with each kill. Her long-rested physical condition was gradually adjusting to peak performance. even during the intervals between slaying future tech warriors, and G still found time to glance at her watch. 3 hours time limit might still make it. And just at that moment, a gray figure stepped out of the air raid shelter with utmost calm. Above his chest, a black core spun rapidly. The colossal nuclear supply in this suit of armor instantly provides terrifying energy and propulsion. Mission objective: eliminate all hostiles. The gray figure strides forward. Bang! A deafening sonic boom reverberated through the air. The nuclear-powered infantry unit, Jinshin S, has been mobilized. Chapter 22, Blood-Weeping Mode vs. God-Slaying Mode. Inside the air raid shelter at this very moment, Lin Tian, having dispatched a god-slaying nuclear-powered infantryman, was now savoring a cup of instant noodles with great relish, eagerly staring at the surveillance screen in anticipation of the spectacle about to unfold. Meanwhile, nearby, Joey the biker, clutching a toilet cleaning mop, was nervously on edge. From the scenes he had just witnessed on the surveillance feed, Joey had truly witnessed the terror of a squadron. He knew that once a squadron breached the bomb shelter, he would likely be slaughtered as one of the cowards' gang. All he could do was pray silently that Lin Tian still had an ace up his sleeve. However, faced with the formidable A-Corps that had swiftly obliterated both the armored alloy warriors and future tech combat troops, Lin Tian sent out only one seemingly unremarkable soldier clad in gray armor. This couldn't help but weigh even more heavily on Zhou's heart. With just this single fighter deployed, what possible use could there be? Has Hidden Edge Sect truly run out of backup plans? Yet, the next instant, the divinity-slaying nuclear-powered infantry suddenly vanished. In barely the span of 2 breaths, he had already appeared on the front lines 10 kilometers away. An utterly ordinary punch was thrown. Bang! Boom! Instantly, a tank exploded on the spot. His figure flickered once more. Bang! Boom! Almost less than a second apart, another tank was smashed into a rectangular pancake. Bam! 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 Moments later, the entire tank division of Corps A has been nearly wiped out. Of Corps A, only their leader Angie remains. The 6 strongest officers of Corps A attempted to attack the god-slaying nuclear-powered infantry with their electromagnetic weapons. However, the speed of the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry was too fast. Electromagnetic weapons couldn't even lock onto his position. Like a monster of gray lightning, the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry charged into the convoy of armed trucks once more, swiftly reaping through the entire battlefield, all by the power of a single soldier. The tide of battle that had favored Army A was suddenly reversed once more. My God! Joey gaped at the scene before him, his heart filled with primal terror toward that dreadful gray monster. Yet, such terrifying monsters stood 19 more just a short distance ahead of him. On the battlefield, Angie, who had been freely slaughtering future tech combatants, now noticed the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry charging into their ranks. Angie couldn't help but feel a chill run through his heart. He discovered that even with his terrifying dynamic vision sharp enough to track bullet trajectories, he still couldn't remotely follow the movement patterns of the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry. Suddenly, the Godslayer infantry turned its head, locking onto a cadre from Team A, targeting precisely the bespectacled man shouldering the large rocket launcher. Angie screamed urgently, "Get out of the way!" Yet in the very next instant, put! One punch, and the bespectacled man's head was shattered to pieces. Watching his sworn brother and comrade die before his eyes, Angie's pupils contracted, his eyes burning crimson. Arc! Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked apart. He unleashed his full power and charged toward the God-slaying nuclear infantry. However, by the time he reached the God-slaying nuclear infantry's position, the soldier had already moved again, appearing before the towering, mountain-like man. Die! The mountain-like giant man frantically pulled the trigger. His electromagnetic Vulcan minigun relentlessly spewed tongues of fire at the God-slaying nuclear-powered infantry. However, the bullets reinforced by powerful electromagnetic force merely struck the armor of the God-slaying nuclear-powered infantry, like a fine rain falling into the ocean, stirring not even a ripple. Bang! One punch. A mountain of a man, tall and powerfully built, had his head sent flying in an instant. Alexios! Angela roared with fury and grief, crushing her teeth in wrath. Before he could react, the God-slaying nuclear infantry has resumed operations. After entering the central position of Corps A's formation, he first targeted the 6 enemies who posed a threat to the futuristic tech warriors, his figure flashing as he swiftly took action against the remaining 4. Angie pushed herself to the limit, chasing frantically. Yet, her speed ultimately fell short by a fraction. Bang! 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 Several punches flew out. 6 A-Corps officers were all dead. By the time Angie reached the blue-haired twin-tailed girl, a massive bloody hole had already been pierced through the girl's chest. Vivian! Angie cradled the blue-haired girl's body. Tears of unbearable grief streamed endlessly from her eyes. Yet on that pallid face, the blue-haired girl wore the faintest hint of a smile. Her lips moved slightly, though she no longer had the strength to make a sound. Yet, Angie understood the girl's words perfectly. Boss, live on. I love you. Pupils dilating, eyes losing their luster. The last officer of Legion A. Angie, the final person she truly cared about in this world. She was gone. Looking down, he gazed at the motionless girl in his arms. Angie felt as if countless needles were piercing her heart. He wanted to say something, but no sound came from his throat. The trembling body, after a moment, became still. When he raised his head again, his eyes had been completely filled with a blood-red hue. Blood began seeping out across his entire body surface. Seconds later, the blood coagulated on his skin, forming a crimson armor of dried gore. The bizarre pure black katana eagerly drank Angie's blood, its blade growing increasingly sharper during this process. The entire weapon rapidly expanded in size while its jet black hue gradually transformed into an eerie blackish red. Ange turned her gaze. Those crimson eyes devoid of any emotion, slowly shifted toward the god-slaying nuclear-powered infantry slaughtering through the crowd. Boom! The next instant, the ground split open with a massive fissure. Boom! A black-red blade sliced through the air, drawing a colossal crimson curtain of steel, slashing straight toward the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry. This strike was even faster than the speed of the Godslayer's nuclear-powered infantry. There was no time to dodge. The Godslayer's nuclear-powered infantry could only raise its arms, its chest core spinning wildly, as immense nuclear energy rapidly surged through every part of its armor. Boom! Crash! Roar! A tremendous tremor shook all of Los Santos, plunging the city into a brief earthquake. After a single slash, at the center of the battlefield, a massive crater over 50 meters in diameter appeared. Numerous soldiers from Army A and armored warriors from the Cliff Gang were caught in the aftermath of this strike, losing their lives. At the very bottom of the crater, the god-slaying nuclear-powered infantry collapsed, grievously wounded. Multiple fractures appeared across the entire Meteor 17 nuclear-powered combat armor. Angie's eyes burned crimson as if they could seep blood. Black-red warblade in hand, she advanced step by step. Die, die, die. He unconsciously muttered a single word, just as he closed within 10 meters of the Godslayer nuclear infantry. Activate, deicide protocol. The fallen Godslayer nuclear-powered infantryman coldly spat out a few words. Clang! At his chest, the spinning black core suddenly froze. Bang! The next second, the core actually exploded. Colossal energy began spilling out uncontrollably, completely engulfing the nuclear-powered battle armor Model 17. The cracks on the gray armor instantly repaired themselves, restoring it to perfect condition. The black light that originally existed only within the chest energy core. At this moment, the god-slaying nuclear-powered infantry begins to envelop itself completely. Rising to his feet, the god-slaying nuclear-powered infantry reaches out and activates the spatial storage system. A massive mechanical greatsword slowly emerges from within the spatial storage system. This is the Godslayer Starsteel Greatsword, the weapon of the Godsbane nuclear infantry. Having fought barehanded in its ordinary form until now, the Godsbane nuclear infantry was operating at only about 50% of its full strength. The true battle to the death has only just begun. Within the colossal crater, two figures clashed again, one gray, one blood-red, in a violent collision. Chapter 23, The Cybernetic Sword Saint, the General's Command. After 2 hours of intense battle, the land above the northern outskirts of Los Santos has been utterly devastated, riddled with massive craters and deep fissures. Across the battlefield, now only the crimson and ashen figures remained. No other living thing was left. Exhausted, Angie knelt on one knee with no strength left. Her massive black and red sword barely propped up her nearly shattered body. In stark contrast, the Jianshan nuclear-powered infantry's current condition had also deteriorated to its worst. Their left arm severed, right leg missing. A massive gash at their waist continuously oozed blood. He stepped toward Angie, one foot after another, as if intending to bring this battle to an end. But, when he stood before Angie, he could no longer hold on and was the first to collapse, falling to the ground with a thunderous crash, dead. Seeing this, Angie watched as the crimson armor covering his body rapidly faded away. His crimson eyes regained a faint glimmer of clarity. Tears mixed with blood continuously streamed down. AK, Alex, Ilvan, Xiaoxia, Mika, Vivian, I have avenged you all. Regaining some strength, Angie pushed herself up, swaying unsteadily as she stood straight. Just as he thought the battle was finally over, 19 Divine Slayer nuclear-powered infantry had quietly formed a tight encirclement around him. Only at this moment did he realize, what terrifying existence had he dared to challenge. From beginning to end, the other had regarded him as nothing more than a toy. Ha ha ha! Angie laughed in utter despair. The next instant, put! The laughter stopped abruptly. A divine slaughtering heavy steel sword had pierced straight through his body. Inside the air raid shelter, The biker gang leader Joey, whose worldview had already been shattered by this inhuman battle, stood gaping with a mop held motionless in his hands. Legendary mercenary Core annihilated under your command. You have completed the 7-star Ultimate Death Challenge mission, crushing Core A. Reward obtained, equipment Otherworldly Blade, Blood Weep, quality, legendary. Before your eyes, the mission completion prompt panel popped up, declared Lin Tian's complete victory in this battle. Yet Lin Tian felt a resurgence of unease in his heart due to the death of a divinity-slaying nuclear-powered infantryman. He immediately activated his cheat system and attempted another recruitment. Subordinate recruitment cheat. Level 1 recruitment, $10 per attempt. Level 2 recruitment, $100 per instance. Level 3 recruitment, $1,000 per instance. Level 4 recruitment, $10,000 per instance. Level 7 recruitment, $10 million per instance. Current balance, $60, $650, $520. Not long ago, recruiting 20 nuclear-powered Annihilator infantry had cost a full $20 million. Now, with only $60 million left in the account, Lin Tian pondered briefly before deciding to recruit another 10 nuclear-powered Annihilator infantry. The remaining $50 million, he decided to use it all for the highest level Tier 7 recruitment, with a single thought. Neon-colored tech armor, a pale blue translucent cloak, a cross-shaped visor shimmering with violet light, a blade glowing with an ethereal glaze-like radiance. Before Lin Tian's eyes appeared 5 level 7 recruits, each worth $10 million. Expended $10 million, successfully recruited subordinate, Cyber Mechanical Sword Saint. Cyber Mechanical Sword Saint. Physique, divine level, far exceeding human capabilities. Armaments, planetary-grade powered armor, dark matter energy cloak, GPT-20 AI combat support system, netherworld alloy mechanical transformation module. Weapon, star-severing netherblade, cosmic starship-class energy cannon. Special ability, form shifting, human form/mech form, mechanical ascension. Combat experience, apocalypse level. Cyber mech blade master. Damn! So you're skipping the flesh as weak part and going straight to mechanical ascension, huh? Surveying the 5 cybernetic sword saints before him, Lin Tian immediately felt a considerable boost in his sense of security. Just as he was about to recall the 19 nuclear-powered infantry outside the bomb shelter to proceed with the next steps, completing side quests, grinding for experience, and earning in-game currency. On the surveillance screen, a man in a suit radiating dark aura suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The suited man boomed, shouting toward the bomb shelter, leader of the Hackers Guild, I come under the general's orders to borrow the corpse of a course commander, Angie. Do you have any objections, General? Lin Tian was instantly taken aback, faintly sensing the aura of a hidden final boss in this game. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian communicated with the suited man through the air raid shelter speaker system. If you want to take this corpse away, you'll need to answer a few questions for me. The suited man nodded and said, alright, go ahead and ask. Lin Tian launched his first question, who exactly is this general you mentioned? The man in the suit replied, the general is the master of Los Santos, the will of this city of crime. Squinting his eyes, Lin Tian pressed further, since the general is the ruler of this city, won't he have any objections to my actions here? The suited man said, the general has set a rule, he does not interfere in the conflicts between underworld forces. Lin Tian chuckled, paused for a moment, and then asked, now that I've swept through all the underground forces in Los Santos, what if I were to move against those above ground next and take control of the entire city? What would the general do then? The man in the suit fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, he gave an ambiguous answer, above Los Santos, the general doesn't oppose any criminal acts. However, when criminals conceive their unlawful intentions, they must be psychologically prepared to face the corresponding punishments. This is the most important rule in the city of sin, Los Santos. Lin Tian smiled after hearing the suited man's response. Through their conversation, he was basically able to confirm that if they proceeded according to the original plan, launching an invasion and occupation of the entire Los Santos, then in the subsequent phases of the game, his opponent would be none other than this general. He estimated that as long as he managed to wreak enough havoc in Los Santos, the general would step in to stop him. At this moment, there remain 2 lingering doubts. First, it's about the relationship between Los Santos and the general. Or rather, why the general would mold Los Santos into the crime-ridden city it is today. Since he is the master of this Los Santos, allowing the city to degenerate into its current state, overrun with crime, the general must have his own purpose. Second, it concerns precisely how powerful the forces under the general's command truly are. This question determines whether Lin Tian can defeat this mastermind behind the scenes and claim the game's generous rewards. At present, what he knows about the general is far too limited in intelligence. Although he doesn't believe this so-called general could rival his own cheated abilities, still, just to be safe, he thought he'd still need to go into the city later to search for some reliable information. Seeing Lin Tian remain silent for a long while, the man in a suit inquired, "Are you done asking? If you finished, I'll take my leave now." As he spoke, he hoisted Angie's body onto his shoulders. Lin Tian replied with a smile, "All done asking. Let's go. Give my regards to the general. May his dreams come true, may he father many children, live forever, hard as steel but never stiff." Paying no attention to Lin Tian's words, the man in the suit turned away, secretly letting out a sigh of relief first. The recent battle between Legion A's Commander Angie and the legendary nuclear-powered infantry Godslayer was witnessed by him in its entirety from a distance. As one of the top 5 Sin eradicators under the general's command, he privately believed his own combat prowess slightly surpassed Angie's, but it wouldn't be too far off either. Facing 19 terrifying Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry simultaneously, if a real fight were to break out, not only would he fail to complete the general's assigned mission, even death might await us here. The strength of this hacker gang is terrifying. If they truly intend to wrest Los Santos from the general's hands, the general might genuinely be in danger. Luckily, we've successfully recovered Angie's body. Now comes. The suited man's thoughts raced as he was about to accelerate his departure. Boom! 19 nuclear light cannons suddenly fired simultaneously. A massive energy explosion instantly swallowed the suited man whole. Chapter 20 for the Conspiracy of Sin City. Since General would be the next adversary, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't show mercy to the general's men, nor would he let the general have his way and obtain Angel's corpse. Though uncertain what the general specifically intends with this corpse, even Lin Tian could figure it out with his pelvic floor muscles. Once the general obtains this body, the difficulty of his subsequent plans to win over the general should increase significantly. Therefore, he deliberately feigned indifference to the whereabouts of Angie's corpse. Then, when the suited man had let his guard down, he issued the attack command without hesitation. After an overwhelmingly violent explosion, the man in the suit was left with tattered clothes from the explosion but hadn't died. Thick black smoke coiled around his body, shielding him from harm. However, Angie's corpse wasn't so fortunate. In that violent explosion just moments ago, Angie's corpse had already been blown to pieces, reduced to charred fragments. He swallowed a mouthful of blood rising in his throat. The man in the suit glared furiously toward the bunker and roared, "Bastard! You have no honor!" Hearing this, Lin Tian burst into deranged laughter. "You expect criminals to have honor in this goddamn city of sin? What were you thinking? Ha 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 ha, kill him!" The words had barely left his mouth when 19 Godslayer mode activated nuclear-powered infantrymen swarmed forward in unison. "The general will have you killed." Dark energy erupted from their entire bodies. The suited man roared furiously and charged forward. Before long, on the devastated northern outskirts, there lay yet another corpse. "You have slain the subordinate of the general, the ruler of Los Santos. You have triggered the highest hidden quest in this tape world, the source of evil. Quest rank, 8 stars. Quest objective, death is approaching you. Survive." After killing the man in the suit, Lin Tian triggered another task. Now, a battle with the general was unavoidable. This was also the fight Lin Tian had been hoping for. What he needed to do next was to be thoroughly prepared before the battle officially arrived. First, he recruited a large number of cheap yet effective street thugs and mercenaries. In the following few days, these street thugs and mercenaries began frantically collecting money in the underground world of Los Santos controlled by the wall-hanging gang, including the legacies of small and medium-sized gangs, the vaults of the 3 major destroyed gangs, and they also sold off many fixed assets to cash out. Moreover, Lin Tian started deploying armored alloy soldiers and futuristic tech warriors, sweep through the legitimate industries throughout Los Santos City, including but not limited to jewelry stores, gold shops, banks. While funds continued rolling in, Lin Tian swiftly completed one side mission after another. "You have triggered and completed a 3-star side mission, robbery of the Veridot jewelry store. Rewards obtained, 110 XP, 11,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 4-star side mission, robbery of the Los Santos Federal Bank. Rewards obtained, 150 XP, 15,000 game points. You have triggered and completed a 1-star side quest, robbing the East Bridge District Pizza Shop. Rewards obtained, 13 EXP, 1,300 game points. During this process, although the Los Santos Police Department and military dispatched troops to intervene with all their might, but for Lin Tian now, these official forces no longer pose a threat. Just deploying 2 Titan-class nuclear-powered infantry could wipe out both the security forces and the military troops. Additionally, Lin Tian also invited the patriarchs of the 3 great families and a group of senior officials from Los Santos to the air raid shelter for a cordial discussion. Through this interview, Lin Tian learned sporadic information about the general. First, the general and his subordinates were no ordinary men. They were practitioners known as sin cultivators. This cultivation method of a sin devourers, appears to rely on absorbing the sins committed by others to enhance their cultivation. Lin Tian speculated that this was likely the main reason the general wanted to transform Los Santos into a city of crime. The entire city is the cultivation array for the general and his subordinates. Secondly, among those interviewed by Lin Tian, several claim to have seen the general. However, in their descriptions, every person who has seen the general seems to describe a completely different appearance. This suggests that the general likely possesses the ability to alter his appearance. Another possibility is that the general isn't a single person at all, but rather a codename shared by multiple individuals. From his previous interactions with the man in the suit, Lin Tian felt that the name general clearly referred to a specific target, so the former possibility seemed more likely. His friends in Los Santos welcomed Lin Tian with great enthusiasm. After the meeting, facing countless dark gun barrels, they insisted on gifting their savings to Lin Tian. After repeated refusals, Lin Tian had no choice but to reluctantly accept it, and the balance in his account swelled with another substantial sum. Compared to Lin Tian's bold and decisive actions on his side, the general's camp remained as silent as a sunken ship, showing no signs of activity whatsoever. No matter how much commotion Lin Tian stirred up in Los Santos, the general doesn't seem to have any intention of making an appearance or sending anyone on his behalf. What exactly is the other side waiting for? Inside the air raid shelter. As days passed by, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious. Time in the game cartridge world flows in sync with the real world. In reality, he not only faces the countdown to the college entrance exam, but also a father whose fate hangs in the balance. Everything went smoothly according to plan for Lin Tian. Now it was his turn to grow anxious. Dimly, Lin Tian guessed a possibility. The reason they're not in a hurry, could it be because, isn't the current situation exactly what the general needs? That's right. The cultivation resources those sin cultivators of the general require are precisely sin itself. My current robberies and killings in Los Santos are undoubtedly providing them with massive amounts of sin. Not just now, ever since entering Los Santos, my actions have been continuously supplying this city with vast quantities of sin. At this thought, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had considered an extremely terrifying possibility, one that he was extremely unwilling to believe. Yet, as he entertained this possibility, he found it increasingly plausible. Moreover, Lin Tian had noticed an extremely crucial anomaly. Something's wrong. There's something else that's very wrong. My battle with Legion A. Why could the general predict my victory, sending people in advance to retrieve the body of Legion A's leader? The strength I've shown before was clearly no match for Legion A at all. How did he know? Thinking this far, Lin Tian's pupils abruptly contracted. A face instantly flashed across his mind. The leader of the motorcycle gang, Joey. Inside the bomb shelter, this man was the only one who had seen the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry in advance. Based on the intelligence previously obtained, the general likely possesses some ability to alter his appearance. At that time, the one I brought back to the air raid shelter was probably that very general. Moreover, the fact that the general could foresee that Lin Tian would go and abduct the leader of the biker gang indicates that he knew his own objective for clearing the level, which indirectly confirms Lin Tian's horrifying thought that he had always been part of the game. Or rather, the essence of this game was players acting as pawns to fulfill a certain move in the general's hands. The general was fully aware of the player's purpose in coming to this world. From a gaming perspective, I am the player, while general, the shadowy master of Los Santos, functions like the game's GM, the administrator. He has been guiding his actions according to his own goals, thus achieving the objectives he desired as a manager. However, the chess piece named Lin Tian was too significant. So significant that the entire chessboard seemed unable to contain it. Big enough to smash the chess players to death. For a normal player following the standard gameplay, there would be no conflict between the player and the general, as their interests align. Although the general is the mastermind behind the scenes, he can't quite be considered a villainous boss. In this game, he's more like a neutral character with his own objectives. Even before killing that man in the suit, Lin Tian had no reason to deal with the general. But after eliminating the suited man, the ultimate hidden mission was triggered. Lin Tian wanted the reward for that 8-star mission, which meant he needed to find and kill the general. With this in mind, Lin Tian hesitated no longer. He immediately ordered his men to cease all destruction in Los Santos, which would temporarily halt the massive generation of sin, thereby reducing the general's faction's cultivation efficiency. Then, he immediately activated his cheat again, using the $5.5 billion in his hand, to directly summon 550 Cyber Mech Sword Saints. Under the protection of these 550 Cyber Mech Sword Saints, Lin Tian entered Los Santos City and began searching for Joey, the leader of the motorcycle gang. Arriving at the bikers' turf, Lin Tian grabbed a few of their underlings, interrogating them about Joey's whereabouts. Just as expected, ever since Lin Tian had released Joey from the bomb shelter. Joey never set foot in the biker gang's territory again. This all but confirmed Lin Tian's speculation. Chapter 25, The Predictable Final Battle. So now the question lies in, where can we find this general? If, from beginning to end, it's been in guiding the player's actions all along, then the most likely location for the general would be. Scenes from after entering the game kept flashing through Lin Tian's mind. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian appeared in downtown Vinewood, East Bridge District, outside the two-story villa of his cousin Sonia, pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard. His cousin was currently barbecuing on the lawn with a few underlings. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, cousin Sonia immediately stood up and spread his arms. My dear cousin, I haven't seen you in days. How have you been in Los Santos? The situation's been chaotic lately, you'd better not go running around recklessly. Yet Lin Tian stepped back, avoiding Sonia's embrace. He smiled faintly and asked, Cousin, I have a question for you. Sonia awkwardly withdrew her embrace, picked up a bottle of beer from the table, and chuckled. Go ahead, what don't you understand about this city? Lin Tian replied, What's your cousin's name? Suddenly, Sonia's smile froze on her face. Lin Tian pulled over a chair, picked up a skewer of grilled meat from the plate to taste while sitting down and crossing his legs, saying, General, stop pretending. Let's have a proper talk. Although Lin Tian's purpose in coming was for the mission reward, but he was equally curious about the general's true intentions. He faintly sensed something hidden behind it all, either something related to this world's worldview, or concerning the very nature of the cassette tape world's existence. Sonia's facial features transformed. In the next instant, they astonishingly morphed into the very taxi driver who had originally brought Lin Tian into Los Santos. Was this the general's true appearance all along? Or perhaps, all these identities and appearances, were they all created and acted out by the general from the start? The general rose to his feet, dark energy swirling around him, and laughed. I must admit, you've truly given me countless surprises. Among so many parallel worlds, you're the only outsider who's ever come this far. However, we were never beings of the same dimension to begin with, there's nothing left to discuss. The sins you've brought are more than enough for me to complete breaking the cage. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, achieve your purpose and leave this world. Second, I'll personally send you on your way. In the courtyard, Sonia's numerous underlings had also undergone a transformation. Dark energy swirled around their entire bodies, with menacing glints shining in their eyes, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The general's words were packed with meaning. Yet the general seemed uninterested in explaining these implications, nor did he intend to give Lin Tian time to slowly ponder them. As the general approached, ready to strike at any moment, the question that followed became surprisingly simple. In the game, between cheaters and GMs, who is truly more powerful? Generally speaking, it depends on the specific circumstances, but at least, in this game, wall hangers are stronger. Die, the general roared with fury, his overwhelming dark energy surging violently as he charged forward. His entire being seemed to transform into a demonic deity, a dark mass hurtling toward Lin Tian. He truly was a man of his word. Actions speak louder than words. Zap! No sooner had the words left his mouth, than a streak of light flashed by. As soon as the words were spoken, it became law. The general perished on his own. The moment 550 cybernetic sword saints appeared, throughout the entire courtyard. Only Lin Tian was left, drinking and eating meat by the barbecue grill. The general was strong, far stronger than even the Godslayer nuclear-powered infantry. If given enough time, and enough sin, perhaps he could hold his own against a cybernetic blade saint. Unfortunately, Lin Tian was pressed for time and didn't intend to keep playing around. As he lay dying, the general pointed a finger downward, seeming to want to say something. But before the words could leave his mouth, he'd already kicked the bucket. Though, it didn't matter anymore. This round of the game had already yielded Lin Tian a bountiful harvest. Eliminated Los Santos Shadow Master, the General. You have completed the highest hidden quest, Source of Sin. Reward obtained, King Tier Combat Skill Book, Lord of Original Sin, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV20. You have unlocked Hidden Achievement, the new King of Los Santos. All clear rewards doubled. Throughout the day that followed, Lin Tian made every effort to complete every side quest available in Los Santos, accumulating massive amounts of experience points and in-game currency. At the same time, he also sent people beyond the boundaries of Los Santos to explore other parts of this world. However, whether by air, water, or land, as soon as he approaches the border of Los Santos, Lin Tian would receive a notification indicating he couldn't leave the game area, blocked by an invisible barrier. He tried to bomb the barrier as he had done in the Plants vs. Zombies world, yet his attacks would pass right through it, as if the barrier didn't exist at all. The tasks in the city were nearly complete, and realizing he couldn't leave Los Santos to explore other parts of the world, Lin Tian headed to the biker gang headquarters, proposing his ambition to become their leader. The gang of bikers naturally didn't dare to defy the new behind-the-scenes ruler of Los Santos. Lin Tian merely uttered 2 sentences and participated in a leadership handover ceremony, effortlessly fulfilling the requirement to complete the game. You have completed this game. You will receive double the clearance bonus, rewards as follows. Game point card X500000. Experience points 5000. Item, Iron Blood Constitution Enhancement Potion, Improved Version, X1. Equipment, Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor, Quality, Epic. Elite Combat Skill Book, Blood Gathering / Learning Level Requirement, greater than or equal to LV20. Your additional in-game rewards include, Game Gift Card X2852000. Experience points 28520. Equipment, Crown of Sin, Quality, Epic. Equipment, Foreign Blade Blood Weeper, Quality, Legendary. Royal Grade Combat Skill Book, Lord of Original Sin, Learning Level Requirement greater than or equal to LV20. Reward has been deposited into storage space. Silently recite exit to return to the real world. Equipment quality tiers, Common, Good, Excellent, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Holy, Mythic. Combat skill book tiers, Beginner, Common, Elite, Royal, Warlord. Seeing that there was nothing more worth exploring in the game, Lin Tian focused his thoughts and silently willed himself to exit. His vision began to shift upward. Soon, Lin Tian's perspective rose high above Los Santos. Faintly, he saw thick black fumes envelop the entire city. The next instant, the ocean surrounding Los Santos began to churn. Beneath the seabed, a terrifying giant baby suddenly swallowed the entire city in one gulp. As if savoring a delicious cookie, it burst into eerie, maniacal laughter. This horrifying scene, it couldn't help but send a slight shiver down Lin Tian's scalp. Suddenly, he realized the meaning behind the general's dying gesture of pointing downward. So this was the greatest secret of Los Santos, hidden deep beneath the sea. Lin Tian had always tried to explore beyond Los Santos, hoping to find a way to decipher the game's worldview. Little did he expect that the key to solving the final mystery of this world would lie hidden beneath the ocean. Except for the most hidden worldview that hasn't been deciphered yet, I've basically explored all the other game content that's possible to discover. The rewards I've earned are quite substantial, which is already quite good. A faint sense of regret welled up in his heart. Lin Tian comforted himself like this. The next instant, his figure completely vanished from the cassette tape world. Chapter 26, Level Skyrockets, Massive Gains. Exiting current game cassette world. Game point card has been credited. Other rewards have been distributed to your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience points acquisition complete. Your level has increased to LV4. Your level has increased to LV5. Your level has increased to LV6. Your level has increased to LV22. You have unlocked a new skill slot. You have obtained a new skill slot. After logging out of the game, the consecutive level up notifications left Lin Tian's head buzzing incessantly. His physical attributes began improving at an astonishingly rapid pace. In just moments, it had already surpassed the level of ordinary people. He raised his wrist. Lin Tian glanced at the band on his hand. Name, Lin Tian. Level, LV22, 2500/3800. Game points card, 3,392,000 points. After this match that lasted dozens of days, Lin Tian's level has already reached LV22. At this level, let alone in school, even within the entire scope of Cloud City, whether anyone could surpass Lin Tian remains questionable. At Lin Tian's current level, even without possessing a single combat skill, he arrived at the Esports Players Guild and could instantly register as the most prestigious esports competitor. Moreover, numerous esports teams and companies would eagerly offer high prices to recruit him. One could say that after finishing this match, Lin Tian had already become one of the elites in this world. A full 3 million worth of game credit. In short, he wouldn't have to worry about any living expenses whatsoever. Freaking awesome. Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Yeah. On the balcony, Peashooter Girl happily cried out upon seeing Lin Tian return. Just happened to feel a bit of urinary urgency. Lin Tian stood up and watered the Peashooter Girl a little. Then, he glanced at the calendar. There were only 6 days left before the college entrance exams began. There's no time to rest. Must improve my strength first, then rescue Dad. What a hassle. Maybe I should just let him fend for himself. And it's been so many days, Dad's probably already a goner by now. Filial son Lin Tian thought thus. Still, he was his father after all, though he hadn't met him since transmigrating here, and felt no particular attachment. But, if it's possible to save them, one should at least make a symbolic effort to rescue them. With a single thought, Lin Tian opened his storage space. After experiencing such a dramatic level increase, Lin Tian's storage space had also grown to an enormous volume. Within the vast expanse, only a handful of items were placed, giving it a somewhat empty appearance. Apart from the two remaining skill books, Advanced Botany and Summon Zombie, all the other items in the storage space were game rewards obtained by Lin Tian this time, included a pink potion, a set of armor, a katana, a crown, and 2 skill books. Lin Tian picked up that bottle of pink medicinal liquid. Ironblood Physique Enhancement Potion, improved version effectively boosts one's physical constitution strength. Although its efficacy has been significantly weakened after improvement, all side effects have been eliminated, making it safe for use. Seeing there were no side effects, Lin Tian wasn't picky. He raised the bottle and poured it down his throat in one go. The pink medicinal liquid was instantly poured entirely into his mouth. In an instant, his entire body tensed up as every muscle cell seemed to be fully stimulated, bursting forth with extraordinary vitality. While the level up had noticeably improved Lin Tian's physical functions, the effects were clearly not as intense as this potion's immediate impact. The enhancement gained from leveling up is a comparatively balanced strengthening across all aspects. This potion, however, leans more towards reinforcing muscle strength. His muscles visibly swelled throughout his body, even his height seemed to grow slightly taller. What was originally just a well-proportioned physique had, within moments, transformed into a tall and robust frame, with a surging sense of power flooding through his entire being. Gulp! Feels good. He touched his own stiff body. After getting somewhat accustomed to it, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Then, Lin Tian began examining the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. Equipment, Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor. Quality, Epic. Effect, when worn, it significantly enhances speed, burst power, and strength while providing astonishing defense. Description, the exclusive battle armor for executives of a corps, crafted from rare dark alloy and equipped with a special electromagnetic core engine. It enables the wearer to unleash tremendous power, while the snug design ensures ease of movement. Usage restriction, level greater than or equal to LV15. Equipment, Crown of Sin. Quality, Epic. Effect, when equipped, you shall bear the sins of all Los Santos, greatly increasing the power of all damaging skills. Introduction, the crown of the underground king of Los Santos. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, are you prepared to bear the weight of all its sins? Usage restriction, wearer must have low moral standards. Equipment, Cursed Blade Bloodweeper. Quality, Legendary. Effect, an exceptionally powerful weapon that dramatically enhances the wielder's combat capabilities. During battle, this weapon can absorb blood from enemies or its own bearer, evolving into an even more formidable slaughter form. Description, legend has it that on a certain annihilated island nation, a blade stood erected upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. None knew the reason for this nation's destruction, until one day, someone witnessed this blade pierce a person's abdomen seemingly out of nowhere and drink their blood. Usage restriction, level greater than or equal to LV20. 1 set of epic armor, 1 epic headgear, a legendary weapon, 3 pieces of equipment, all highly practical, and their stats are absolutely phenomenal. Although, in this game Metropolis, since equipment can be manually crafted, its value is somewhat lower compared to skill books. But for epic grade or higher equipment, only the nation's top-tier master blacksmiths can forge them, making such items exceedingly rare. Therefore, epic grade equipment retains good market value, with each piece costing at least 500,000 to 600,000 gaming tokens. Legendary grade equipment rarely appears on the market at all. The only realistic chances to acquire such items usually come from participating in high-end auctions. As Lin Tian donned the Dark Alloy Electromagnetic Power Armor, an overwhelming surge of strength coursed through his body. With just the slightest exertion of his feet, he shot forward 7 or 8 meters in an instant. Grasping the alien blade Bloodweeper, he could vividly sense the metallic scent of blood and the pulse of raw power radiating from the blade. Lin Tian gave a slight flick of his blade. The air before him was instantly split by a raging gust. Without a doubt, both of these artifacts were top-tier treasures. At this stage of use, it can significantly enhance Lin Tian's combat power. The only thing that makes Lin Tian somewhat regretful is that epic headpiece, the Diadem of Sin. In the last column of this equipment's description, there lies a usage restriction. Usage restriction, wearer must have low moral standards. Lin Tian shrugged helplessly. Someone with morals as lofty as mine probably won't get a chance to use this kind of equipment in this lifetime. Might as well find an opportunity to sell it when I get back. He attempted to place the crown of sin upon his head. Warning, equipment user's moral compass critically low. Sinful crown will receive a certain enhancement effect. Lin Tian. After all, being able to use the equipment is a good thing. Lin Tian stored the 3 pieces of equipment back into his spatial storage, then retrieved the 2 skill books from it. 1 elite grade, 1 king grade. In this gaming metropolis, an elite grade combat skill book can fetch a sky-high price. As for king grade combat skill books, they're exceptionally rare. Even those high-level esports players would go crazy over a king tier combat skill book. A king tier combat skill book can already be called a priceless treasure. yet Lin Tian obtained one with just a single game. He directly earned 1 elite grade and 1 king grade skill book. He attempted to open the first one. Combat skill book, blood gathering / quality, elite grade. Learning requirement, level greater than or equal to LV20. Skill type, active damage skill. Effect, gathers and ignites a portion of the user's blood to unleash a devastating slash. Skill damage scales with the user's physical constitution and blood quality. Blood gathering slash is a powerful active damage skill. This type of skill is considered highly practical among combat techniques. Though the blood burning mechanic is pretty damn annoying, the more restrictive its requirements, the more powerful such skills tend to be. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before directly learning the skill. As the skill book dissolved into specks of light and surged into his body, a notification popped up. Ding! You have learned the skill blood gathering slash. Skill slot, 1/4. Blood gathering strike, elite class. The initial skill bar has only one skill slot. The second slot will unlock when reaching level 10. The third slot will unlock when reaching level 20. But because Lin Tian had previously deciphered the worldview of Plants vs. Zombies, he obtained an additional skill slot, so he now has one more skill slot than others at the same level. After mastering blood condensation slash, Lin Tian picked up another king tier skill book. Combat skill book, Lord of Original Sin. Quality, king tier. Learning requirement, level greater than or equal to LV20. Skill type, passive growth skill. Effect, master the power of sin within yourself, which can be used to enhance attacks or comprehensively enhance one's combat capabilities. Learning this skill will increase your sin power through any criminal or immoral actions you commit. Chapter 27 Save Daddy Lin Yuan Episode 1. The king tier combat skill Lord of Original Sin gave Lin Tian an enormous surprise. Among numerous combat skills, this growth type passive ability is undoubtedly the rarest and holds the greatest potential. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and immediately began learning. Ding! You have learned the skill Lord of Original Sin. Skill slots, 2/4. Blood gathering strike, elite grade. Lord of Original Sin, king tier. For skill slots, barely half filled. Though he still had 2 skill books in hand. But neither the common tier zombie summoning nor the life skill advanced botany held much significance for him. He had no intention of learning them. The equipment obtained has been inspected thoroughly. Skills have also been mastered. Lin Tian immediately began working on the rescue Father Lin Yuan plan. Picking up his phone, he glanced at it briefly. There were over a dozen missed calls. Most of them were from Lu Shou. A few were from the school. None from Mom. It seems she's still trapped in the cassette tape world of her thoughts. Aside from the phone call, there were also 2 text messages, both from female classmates asking him out. Clearly, Lin Tian's outstanding final exam results had significantly boosted his appeal to the opposite sex. Which one should I invite first? Realizing his thoughts were wandering off track again, Lin Tian quickly patted his own cheeks. The current situation is urgent. This is no time for romance. I must prioritize finding Big Dad. He didn't bother checking the text messages from those missed calls. Lin Tian immediately dialed back the number from his father's earlier call, only to be met with the response that the number was temporarily unavailable. On his father's end, fearing potential signal tracking, he might have removed the SIM card right after placing the call, perhaps even discarded the entire phone. What should I do now? Lin Tian thought about it and decided to go straight to the service center to check the location from which his dad had made that call to him. Putting on a mask and hat, Lin Tian headed out. On the way, he planned to make some mischief along the way to boost the effectiveness of his skill Lord of Original Sin. Going downstairs, I saw someone had piled garbage bags by the door. Evil flying kick. Lin Tian stepped forward and kicked the garbage bags over, sending trash scattering everywhere. Among the mess were some golden stained tissues and large wings soaked in something crimson. Instantly, a wisp of black energy surged forth. Lin Tian's sin power grew slightly stronger. Going downstairs, he spotted 2 puppies playing stacking blocks in the residential area. Evil roar. Lin Tian crept closer and let out a sudden roar. The little dog above instantly shrank back in fright. Another wisp of dark energy surged up. Lin Tian's sin power grew stronger once more. Walking down the street, I saw an old woman slowly crossing the road with a walking stick. After about 5 minutes of walking, she finally reached the other side. Lin Tian rushed over, picked up the old woman in one motion, carried her back to the starting point, and shouted, "Demon swap technique." The old lady had gone mad. Dark energy surged wildly around Lin Tian's body. The power of sin intensified once more. Some 10 minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at the nearby service center and successfully obtained the address from which his father had made his last phone call. For an ordinary person, accessing such private information would certainly not be this easy. But Lin Tian was no ordinary person now. His level had reached LV22, perhaps even higher than Cloud City's mayor. In this game metropolis where social status is determined by level, the privileges brought by high rank permeate nearly every corner. Those officially certified high-level esports players even receive an annual quota of accidental kill permits. Hwai City, Eastern Old District. Lin Tian booked a flight ticket for that very night as soon as he got the address, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Before returning to the residential compound, Lin Tian bought a gray-haired wig and a pair of large-framed glasses for a second disguise, transforming into a shaky old man walking into the neighborhood. Unexpectedly, shortly after he arrived home, the knocking sound instantly reverberated. Looking through the peephole, outside stood several figures clad in black. Leading them, unmistakably, was the man from that night several days ago, the woman who barged into Lin Tian's house. "Hello, we're from the Investigation Bureau. We'd like to ask you some questions," the woman said while knocking on the door. "It seems this group has been secretly monitoring everyone coming in and out of this building." Lin Tian immediately realized what was happening, though he remained calm. At his current skill level, he could probably rank in the upper middle tier of the entire Dacia esports community. These minor underlings they sent out to track people down pose no threat to him. And so, Lin Tian draped himself in oversized clothes, concealing his robust muscles. Then, with a smile, he opened the door wearing a white-haired wig on his head, large framed glasses that covered half his face. Hunching his back while deliberately softening his voice, he said, "Well, hey there, sweetheart, what brings you around?" Hearing Lin Tian's manner of address, the woman in black couldn't help but twitch her face slightly, yet she still managed to smile and replied, "Sir, we're from the Investigative Bureau. There's been an important case, so we've been conducting inquiries with all the residents in this building over the past few days. You weren't here at the time, so we couldn't ask you. Today we'll need your cooperation to supplement the testimony." As she spoke, she produced a fake ID, and waved it briefly before Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian scratched his head through the hairpiece, raising his hands in surrender, saying, "Yash, I am a very good civilian indeed. Feel free to ask me anything, and I'll definitely cooperate fully." Looking at the old man before him, the woman in black inexplicably found the situation a bit odd, though she didn't dwell on it. Clearing her throat, she pretentiously took out a notebook and began writing while asking, "Do you know the person living next door to you?" The old man, Lin Tian, nodded. "Of course. Isn't he that handsome, elegant, dignified, virtuous, spirited, tall and robust, clear-eyed, and dashingly charming young man Lin Tian?" The woman in black. The woman in black. "So, do you know his whereabouts?" "As far as we know, classmate Lin Tian has been missing for half a month now. Both the school and his parents are going crazy with worry. If you could provide any information, please do let me know." "Let me think." Old man Lin Tian assumed a thoughtful expression. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly let out a piercing scream. This shout came suddenly, came swiftly. It startled all the figures in black. "Have you thought of something?" The woman in black didn't bother to adjust her slipped bra strap and hastily asked. Old man Lin Tian nodded. "I remember, some time ago he seemed to have encountered some trouble and mentioned he needed to find a place to hide." Seeing a potential lead, the woman's eyes instantly brightened as she pressed further. "Did he say where he planned to hide?" The old man's brow furrowed tightly as he strained to recall, then suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. He did mention going to hide up at Dongsha Ridge on Binyang Road. You should search thoroughly over there. Better bring shovels." "Great. Thank you so much." The woman who hadn't held much hope initially immediately showed great delight upon hearing this. After thanking the elderly man Lin Tian, she promptly led her team toward the direction of Dongsha Family Ridge on Binyang Road. Watching the group hastily depart into the distance, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Such responsible and dedicated comrades. Back in the room, I collapsed onto the sofa and started watching a comedy show. Over an hour later, there was another knock at the door. I saw it was the lady in black returning with a group of subordinates, her face dark with anger. Lin Tian quickly opened the door, his expression full of concern as he asked, "How'd it go, sweetheart? Did you find the person?" The woman in black gritted her teeth and said, "Sir, the address you gave me seems to be a graveyard." Lin Tian scratched his head. "Huh? That kid Lin Tian actually moved to a graveyard? Damn, this guy is way too hardcore. I haven't even bought my own burial plot yet, and he's already gone straight to the final step." The woman in black was speechless. Suppressing her anger, she pressed on, "Please try to remember, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? We checked around Shijialing, but we couldn't find Lin Tian." Hearing this, Lin Tian put on a thoughtful expression again. After a moment, his eyes widened. "Oh, I think I did remember it wrong. He probably said it was factory number 22, Jinxiang Road, eastern outskirts of Yuncheng." "Think carefully now, are you absolutely sure?" "I'm positive. I'd stake my hood on it, it's definitely that place." Having received a definite answer, the woman in black cooled down slightly. Without further ado, she led her team straight to factory number 22 on Jinxiang Road in the eastern suburbs of Cloud City. Lin Tian returned to his room and continued watching TV. Another hour passed. Lin Tian saw that it was about time to head to the airport. He was just about to set off. The woman in black returned once again with a group of subordinates and knocked on the door. The moment Lin Tian opened the door, he immediately pinched his nose shut. What's that smell? So foul. The woman in black barely restrained the urge to punch Lin Tian in the face, her expression darkening to extremes as flames seemed to flicker in her eyes. Are you messing with us? The damn address you gave leads to a sewage tank, doesn't it? Let me tell you, interfering with investigations like this will land you legal consequences. Seeing the woman's agitation, Lin Tian stopped his nonsense and said with a smile, Miss, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that your investigation procedure isn't following proper protocol. Ha! The woman in black was taken aback. Just showing me some credentials doesn't prove you're from the investigation team. If I give you the information so easily, what if you turn out to be some perverted female predator? That would endanger that handsome, elegant, dignified, virtuous, radiant, tall and mighty, clear-eyed, and irresistibly charming young man Lin Tian. At the very least, you should show me your identity wristband. Only if the information on your wristband matches your credentials can I confirm you're really from the investigation team, Lin Tian declared righteously. The woman in black thought for a moment and felt there might indeed be some truth to it. Moreover, the forged documents she used bore her real name, so matching them with the identity bracelet wasn't a concern at all. With that, she thrust out her wrist, handing the bracelet to Lin Tian, and said impatiently, Look, you'd better have an explanation after watching this. Name, Song Xiao Xiao. Level, LV12, 77/1250. Game points, 58,050 points. After confirming that the other party's level was far below his own, only then did Lin Tian completely let down his guard. You want an explanation, do you? He said before the group of black-clad men. He pulled off the headgear and glasses directly. Then, under the stunned gazes of the group of black-clad figures, smack! A loud slap landed squarely on the face of the woman in black. The black-clad woman spun in circles as she was sent flying backward. Lin Tian sneered coldly. A level 12 piece of trash. Why are you barking at your daddy like a dog? Chapter 28, Saving Daddy Lin Yuan, Part 2. Boom! Seeing their leader suddenly spin out like a top, crash into the wall, vomit blood, and collapse to the ground, the group of black-clad men was utterly stunned, momentarily frozen in shock. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stand there waiting for them to recover slowly. Bang! With another fierce punch, the closest black-clad man had his head twisted sideways, neck snapped, and died instantly. Bang! Boom! Turned sideways. Another kick. A black-clad figure beside me was brutally slammed against the wall. The tremendous force left a deep dent in the wall. The black-clad figure was completely embedded in the enormous crater on the wall. In the blink of an eye, 3 men collapsed. Only then did the remaining black-clad figures regain their senses. Kill him. Someone overcame their fear and charged at Lin Tian with a roar. Bang! Lin Tian's punch caved in his chest, shattering his heart. Others recognized the gap in strength and chose to flee. Boom! With a flying kick, Lin Tian embedded his head straight into the wall. No need for fancy techniques. All Lin Tian used was sheer strength and speed. Having reached level 22, Lin Tian's physical power already far surpassed ordinary people's. After drinking a bottle of Iron Blood Physique Enhancement Potion, his physical fitness surpassed what should be possible at his current level. Even without using skill equipment, Lin Tian could effortlessly deal with these small fries whose levels didn't exceed LV12. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire team of black-clad men had all been killed. Waves of dense black energy surged into Lin Tian's body during this process. Killing clearly contributed far more to enhancing his sin power than crimes like helping old ladies cross the street. Dark mist swirls around. He attempted to channel the exponentially increased power of sin into himself. Instantly, an even more potent surge of power flooded his being, enhancing himself, amplifying his techniques and moves. These are the two primary uses of the power of sin. With a slight flick of his wrist, he dispersed the dark energy shrouding his body. Lin Tian collected the corpses of the black-clad men into his storage space, briefly tidied up the scene, and then immediately set off for the airport to catch his scheduled flight. He wasn't worried about any serious consequences arising from his massacre of the group in black, because conventional laws simply didn't apply to esports players. Although I haven't yet become an officially certified esports player, the extraordinarily high level of LV22 speaks for itself here. The relevant laws and regulations wouldn't treat him as a civilian either. Once categorized within the scope of esports players, killing a few people wouldn't be considered a major crime, as long as it wasn't mindless slaughter without reason, and the perpetrator could prove they killed in self-defense. Then at worst, they'd just have to pay a fine to settle the matter. Although every nation-state has law enforcement organizations targeting digital combatants, as long as things don't get too out of hand, these organizations tend to turn a blind eye to conflicts between digital combatants. More often than not, it's left to the forces behind the esports players to negotiate and resolve matters among themselves. In general, the world of esports athletes is an even more ruthless one that worships strength above all else. Boarding the flight to Huaicheng, Lin Tian reclined in the spacious and comfortable seat of the first-class cabin, crossing his legs leisurely. "Sir, would you like any beverages?" A fair-skinned, beautiful flight attendant with long legs approached with a warm smile. Lin Tian asked, "Do you have beer tea crisp?" The flight attendant was taken aback and shook her head. "What's that? A drink?" Lin Tian explained, "Beer tea crisp, it's beer specially made for children." Flight attendant. The flight attendant smiled, "We don't have that available. Would you like anything else to drink?" Lin Tian asked, What options do I have?" The flight attendant maintained her smile, "Soft drinks, alcoholic beverages for adults, and freshly squeezed fruit juices of various kinds." Lin Tian nodded, "Do you have fruit juice? Okay, then give me a cup of durian juice." Flight attendant. The flight attendant's smile was beginning to falter. "If you drink this, the other passengers simply can't bear it." "I'm terribly sorry, we don't have durian juice either." Nothing he wanted was available. Lin Tian grew somewhat displeased and changed his request, "Forget the drinks then, get me something to eat." The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. "Got it, what would you like to eat?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment. "I heard foreigners have this thing called Nyote Mori, where they arrange various dishes on a young woman's body." The flight attendant's mouth twitched. "Could you please order something that neither violates ethics nor breaks any laws?" Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. "Fine then, just bring me whatever snacks and drinks you have." What a lousy first-class cabin, nothing decent at all, so annoying. This crappy plane is seriously the worst. "Alright, please wait a moment." The flight attendant walked away with gritted teeth. In this world, airplanes are generally divided into three classes. The first is the cheapest economy class. The second was the first-class cabin where Lin Tian was seated, with slightly more expensive ticket prices. Then there was the super-class cabin specially designated for esports players. The super-class cabin wasn't something you could buy your way into. Only officially certified esports players were permitted to use it. Rumor has it that the service in the super first class far surpasses that of regular first class. They have nothing decent, even first class is just SOSO. I wonder what the super first class looks like inside. Lin Tian stroked his chin, unable to suppress his curiosity. The cabin door ahead remained open. Lin Tian stood up and cautiously moved toward the first-class cabin. In the dim light, he could faintly hear the cries of men and women coming from that direction. 2 minutes later, Lin Tian crept back in, swallowing hard as he praised. "Truly deserving of a luxury cabin, it really can exceed expectations. Damn it, after the college entrance exams, I'm definitely getting certified at the Esports Guild. I want to be an esports player too. I want to fly first class." 2 hours later, when Lin Tian arrived in Huaicheng, it was already late at night. "First find a place to stay, then tomorrow I'll go investigate about Dad in the old Eastern District." Lin Tian made this plan, considering the formidable power of the other party, who might be monitoring lodging records in Huaicheng. Lin Tian had no intention of staying at a legitimate hotel. He walked into an alley in the commercial district near the airport, waved over a scantily clad woman smoking by the roadside, and asked, "How much for the whole night?" The woman sized up Lin Tian with a glance, yawned, and said, 500 point card. "But hey, you look pretty sharp, I'll knock off 100 for you." 400 then? Lin Tian asked. "Got a spot available?" The woman chuckled, "Sure do. Come on." Following the woman, Lin Tian ventured deep into the alley. He had only taken a couple of steps, when a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. "Son?" Lin Tian turned around and saw a blonde woman dressed just as revealingly, except her leg hair was thick and long, strikingly obvious. Realizing the woman was calling for him, Lin Tian froze momentarily. The next second, the blonde woman pulled off her head covering, revealing jet black hair underneath. The sharply angular, handsome face was now fully revealed before Lin Tian. Lin Tian froze. "Dad?" Chapter 29, Saving Father Lin Yuan Episode 3. The person dressed like a streetwalker turned out to be his own father, Lin Yuan. Meeting my son in this state, Lin Yuan also looked extremely embarrassed. Lin Tian clenched his fists, nearly breaking down in tears as he said, "Damn it, I'm still too late. Dad, tell me, who was it? Who could be so cruel as to do this to you, leaving you on the streets in such a condition?" "It's alright, Dad. You don't need to feel ashamed. Even if my uncle weren't here anymore, you'll always be my father." Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his pants. No, son, you've got it all wrong. Your uncle is still alive. I chose to dress like this willingly." Lin Tian froze momentarily upon hearing this, "So I rushed over from miles away to save you, and here you are playing dress up in women's clothes for cosplay? That's a long story." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched as he waved his hand and whispered, "Come, follow me first. The streets aren't safe." After dismissing the women around him, Lin Tian followed Lin Yuan into a pitch-black room in the alley. He flipped the light switch. A few faint rays of light appeared in the dim, narrow room. Lin Yuan removed the women's clothing from his body, washed off the makeup on his face, and frowned deeply as he looked at Lin Tian. How did you get here? Weren't you supposed to find a place to hide safely? Lin Tian smiled and said, no matter what, I couldn't just stand by and watch my own father die, could I? Lin Yuan sighed, still wearing a reproachful expression, but the moisture welling up in his eyes couldn't conceal his inner emotion. His voice low, he asked, son, where's your mother? Lin Tian shook his head and said, still no contact with me, probably still stuck in the cartridge world. Just what exactly happened on your end? How did you stir up such a big mess? Who did you offend? Lin Yuan heaved another heavy sigh, then proceeded to explain the whole story, from beginning to end, to Lin Tian. The one Lin Yuan had offended was none other than one of Huai City's top 10 esports clubs, Three-Eyed Club. The origin of the matter dates back half a year ago when the Three-Eyed Club commissioned Lin Yuan to excavate a certain ruin. At that time, Lin Yuan successfully unearthed the club's target, that ancient game cartridge. Thanks to his high-level archaeological skills, Lin Yuan recognized the immense value of this cassette. However, such cassettes require multiple pieces to be collected before their true worth can be revealed. Until they are all gathered together, they're essentially worthless junk, and their authenticity can't be verified either. So, during the final handover, Lin Yuan played a trick and submitted a counterfeit he had forged himself, while quietly keeping the genuine item hidden at home, waiting for the right opportunity to sell it. At first, the people at the Three-Eye Club didn't notice anything unusual about the fake cartridge, but somehow, 6 months later, they suddenly came after Lin Yuan again, demanding he hand over the original antique game cartridge, and took him to Huaicheng. How could Lin Yuan dare disobey the Three Eyes Club? So, he submitted yet another counterfeit he had forged himself. Making use of the time gap while the Three Eyes Club was verifying the authenticity of the cassette, he seized an opportunity to escape from the surveillance of the Three Eyes Club. Then, he made that call to Lin Tian, and afterward, went into hiding throughout Huaicheng. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned by what he heard. He had assumed his father was purely the victim of oppression by this esports club, but after listening to the whole story unfold, Lin Tian couldn't help but remark with heartfelt sincerity, Dad, you really are the worst. Lin Yuan's face darkened. What kind of nonsense is that? You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Is that cassette worth sacrificing all our family's lives? Besides, the thing belongs to them in the first place. Why not just hand over the cassette directly? Lin Tian couldn't help but complain. But Lin Yuan shook his head. It's not that I don't want to hand it over, but I can't. Given how things have escalated, turning over the cassette now would mean certain death for us. Do you really think esports clubs are so easy to negotiate with? After cheating them, just returning the item would make them forgive me? If it were that simple, why would they have dragged me to Huaicheng and kept me under house arrest? Right now, as long as they don't get that game cartridge, we're relatively safe. If they do get hold of it, my usefulness ends, and they won't hesitate to eliminate us. Lin Tian suddenly understood upon hearing this, but after a moment's thought, he couldn't help adding, then why did you cheat them in the first place? You're a proper archaeologist, what made you get involved in these shady dealings? Lin Yuan sighed with some melancholy. If I didn't engage in deception and trickery, where would our high-end apartment in this fancy residential complex come from? Where would our sports car come from? And where would your future wife come from? This barrage of questions left Lin Tian dumbfounded. He stammered in response, Mom would give birth. Lin Yuan sighed deeply. Lin Yuan continued, and besides, your mother works in the medical field and already earns a lot. On top of that, her family has some connections. If I don't make enough money, what kind of male dignity would I have left? What kind of status would I have in this family? Sai, you're still too young. You don't understand the hardships of being a grown man. Lin Tian. Although Lin Yuan's explanation was logically sound and emotionally charged, however, from this single incident alone, it still doesn't change the fact that he was in the wrong first. Lin Tian had come here with the intention of seeking justice for his father. Yet unexpectedly, both sides ended up in a fight instead. It was actually because his own father had struck first. In less than half an hour, the image in Lin Tian's mind of that upright, intellectual strict father was completely overturned. Lin Tian sighed with mixed emotions before asking, then what exactly did you mean by dressing like that and standing on the street? Lin Yuan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and said, I have a friend who's an information broker. From him, I learned that the Three Eyes Club isn't united internally. The three founders have been engaged in constant infighting. Moreover, apart from that Mr. Zhang who commissioned me, the other two couldn't care less about matters concerning ancient game cartridges. Hearing Lin Yuan's words reach this point, Lin Tian faintly discerned his intention and couldn't help feeling a jolt in his heart. Lin Yuan's next words confirmed his suspicion, so as long as we eliminate that boss Zhang, the Three Eyes Club will have no reason to keep targeting us. Only then can our entire family truly escape danger at its root. Damn! Not only swindling esports clubs, but also, as a commoner, assassinating esports players? For a moment, Lin Tian simply didn't know how to evaluate his supposedly honest and simple-minded old father. Lin Yuan continued, according to my friend's intelligence, I learned that Boss Zhang has a peculiar habit. He indulges in leisure activities in this alley several times a year. It's just like wealthy people who dine on delicacies every day, occasionally craving simple coarse grains. Having spent years frequenting high-end clubs, Boss Zhang couldn't help but feel the urge to go down to the countryside and see how ordinary folks live. Moreover, afraid of losing face, he rarely brought his subordinates when visiting these alleys. During such dealings, he would often be in a virtually defenseless state. Right here, right now, without a doubt, this would be the best moment for me to make my move. After listening to Lin Yuan's full explanation, Lin Tian finally understood why his father had been cross-dressing in that alley. Though, the act itself was still downright perverted. But at least it's understandable now. Lin Tian plopped down on the bed, shot a glance at his father and asked, so you're planning to camp out here permanently from now on? Lin Yuan spread his hands helplessly. This is the best solution I could come up with. Lin Tian scratched his head, but, my college entrance exams are in 5 days. Lin Yuan flicked the ash off his cigarette and pondered, no need to guess if Boss Zhang's men will be waiting to ambush you at the exam venue. But if you pass the esports admission line and get into the esports university, you'll have the school's protection. After that, you won't have to worry about their threats anymore. By the way, how are your final exam results? Lin Tian replied, ranked first in the grade, of course. Lin Yuan kicked him lightly. We're talking serious business here, be serious. Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian remain silent, Lin Yuan assumed he had performed poorly on the exams and was too embarrassed to speak. He sighed and said, alright then, you shouldn't return to Yunqing for now. Tomorrow, I'll find you a place to stay in Huiqing first, and then. Lin Tian interrupted Lin Yuan with a wave of his hand and asked, Dad, how powerful is Boss Zhang? About level 20, probably not quite there yet. Why do you ask? Lin Tian said, I have a way to make Boss Zhang forgive you. Lin Yuan exhaled and patiently replied, go on. Burn more Jaws paper for him. Chapter 30, Saving Daddy. Lin Yuan Episode 4. Seeing his son say such absurd words with a deadly serious expression, Lin Yuan laughed in exasperation. The problem now is that he isn't dead yet. Even if I burn spirit money for him, he wouldn't be able to receive it. Lin Tian extended his wrist, displaying the identity bracelet. Name, Lin Tian. Level, LV22, 2500/3800. Game points, 3385000. Lin Yuan froze. He rubbed his eyes and leaned in for a closer look. After a brief moment of silence, holy fuck, you're dad! Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. Hearing his father was about to be self-sufficient, Lin Tian tentatively asked, should I leave first? Without bothering to respond to Lin Tian's teasing, Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly, what's going on? Son, how did you suddenly level up so high? Lin Tian answered truthfully, cheating. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Are you telling me you've awakened some extraordinary gaming talent? Or perhaps you've had some miraculous encounter during this period that I don't know about? Lin Tian, nah, I'm just cheating. Patting his son's shoulder with uncontrollable laughter, Lin Yuan said, looks like my boy has truly grown up, keeping secrets from his old man now. Lin Tian, huh? No, I didn't. I literally told you I'm cheating. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh. It's alright, son. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't press further. The most important thing right now is to deal with the threat from Boss Zhang first. Lin Tian stated his plan directly. Contact your informant friend again and get Boss Zhang's location information from him. I'll go over and take him out, simple as that. After that, you can go home to your wife, and I'll return to my mom. Everyone wins. Hearing this, Lin Yuan still seemed uneasy. Even though your level is higher than his, your gear, skills, and actual combat experience might not compare. Maybe we should play it safer, wait until he comes to the alley for business before making our move? Lin Tian shook his head. They don't know my current strength. They're exposed while I'm hidden in the shadows. It'd be easy to ambush them successfully. He didn't want to waste any more time on this damned matter. With powerful equipment and skills at his disposal, dealing with an enemy of lower level than himself, Lin Tian was nonetheless confident, naturally. Moreover, he still held an utterly ruthless contingency plan. Seeing how resolute Lin Tian sounded, Lin Yuan refrained from further argument and immediately went to the entrance to contact the information broker using the public telephone. Before long, he came back grinning broadly. What perfect timing! The Esports Players Union just assigned Boss Zhang a cleanup mission for escape data. The mission location is in the eastern suburbs of Huiqing. Boss Zhang should be appearing in the eastern suburbs any day now, and he probably won't have many people with him. Escape data refers to characters or creatures that were originally supposed to exist within the game cartridge world, but for some reason developed self-awareness and broke through the cartridge's dimensional restrictions to enter the real world. Due to the highly unstable nature of escaping data, it can easily cause disasters in the real world. Therefore, when escaping data is detected, The Esports Players Union often dispatches esports players immediately to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian stood up. Okay, then I'll go set up an ambush in the eastern suburbs. Lin Yuan nodded. I'll go with you. Lin Tian shook his head. You'd better keep standing guard here. Your presence wouldn't just be unhelpful, it might even give them leverage to threaten me. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan saw the point and said, then be careful, and don't push yourself. If the right moment doesn't present itself, hold off for now. We can always come back and keep watch together. Worst case scenario, we'll just have to cross-dress together. Good. Contact me again if you have new information. Imagining that scene, Lin Tian shuddered with disgust and pushed the door open. I hailed a taxi, braving the dark night. Lin Tian headed straight for the eastern outskirts of Huaicheng. Though Huaicheng was significantly more developed than Yuncheng, which had only a few esports clubs in total, it was still just a third-tier city at heart. The eastern outskirts of Huaicheng consisted of merely a small town and a few scattered villages. There was only a vast expanse of wasteland. Entering a village at the center of the eastern suburbs. Taking advantage of the lingering darkness before dawn, Lin Tian ducked into a makeshift hut in the village and snatched a brief sleep. The next morning, Lin Tian was awakened by his phone ringing. Lin Yuan called to inform him, son, Boss Zhang has already set off from the headquarters of the Three Ice Club and is currently heading towards the eastern suburbs. He only has 2 trusted lieutenants with him, both probably around level 15. He's traveling in a black sedan, license plate number 9522. Son, be careful, Lin Yuan repeatedly urged. Lin Tian immediately snapped to attention upon hearing this. Okay, wait for my good news. He hung up the phone. Lin Tian opened the storage compartment. First, he put on the dark alloy electromagnetic powered armor. Then, he drew the alien blade, Weeping Blood. Lin Tian brandished his knife a few times, then performed a set of calisthenics. After warming up, he adjusted his physical condition to its peak. Not long after, a speeding black car flashed past on the main road. They're here. Lin Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Summoning all his strength, he sprinted at full speed after the sedan. The dark alloy electromagnetic powered armor granted him tremendous velocity. At his maximum sprinting pace, his movement speed could reach 110 km per hour, not a bit slower than a car. After chasing for roughly a few minutes, the black sedan began to decelerate, then suddenly came to a complete stop. Lin Tian immediately reduced his speed and crawled to hide in the wasteland several hundred meters away. 3 individuals stepped out of the black sedan. The leader was clad in an ornate suit of knight's armor, with a gleaming red gemstone at its center. This person was likely Lin Tian's target, Boss Zhang. Behind him stood 2 others, both men. One was tall, wearing an ancient Roman-style bronze helmet. The other was comparatively thinner, clad in a priest's robe, holding a black book in his hand. The trio arrived at the edge of a lush wooded forest. Boss Zhang at the front sneered coldly, "Don't hide. Come out and face your death." Before his words could fade, behind Boss Zhang, the man in the mystic robe conjured a fireball in his hand. Boom! A tire-sized fireball instantly exploded in the forest. The flames spread instantly. Moments later, a green figure rose from the forest. At the same time, a crisp female voice rang out. "Damned humans! This is beyond intolerable." Floating in the sky was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with pointed ears and wings extending from her back. She did not seem human at all, but rather resembled some elven race from a fantasy game. She must be that escaped Data. This world is no place for you. Boss Zhang sneered without wasting words, pulling out a massive greatsword directly from his storage space. Shadow slash. His figure flashed abruptly. In the next instant, he was already before the green-clad elf. A sword swung down with tremendous force. The green-clad elf waved their hand, summoning a thick tree trunk out of thin air to block the strike. Bang! The trunk splintered into fragments, though it barely managed to parry the blow, but the tree trunk seemed to have some connection with the green-clad sprite. When the tree trunk was wounded, the green-clad sprite's face also paled. Turning around, the green-clad sprite fluttered its wings, attempting to flee. Boom! Below, the man in the robe had already shot another fireball. The green-clad elf, deathly afraid of flames, hastily dodged. Meanwhile, the towering man wearing an ancient Roman bronze helmet had already drawn a throwing axe from his spatial storage, aiming at the direction of the elf's evasion. Grinning, he was just about to hurl the axe. Put! The next instant, the flying axe fell to the ground. While the 3 were wholly focused on dealing with the green-clad spirit, Lin Tian had already quietly crept up. With a blood-weeping strike, he thrust one blade. The blade effortlessly pierced through the tall man's chest. Chapter 31, Saving Daddy Lin Yuan Grand Finale. Boss Zhang and the robed man froze in shock at the sight. Without giving either of them a chance to react, Lin Tian pushed the efficiency of his dark alloy electromagnetic power armor to its limit, his figure darting forward like a black lightning bolt once more. Shield of Light. Seeing Lin Tian charging toward him, The robed man urgently activated his magical skill, but the glow had just begun to flicker upon his body, when a faint luminous shield was about to form. Put. One slash. Lin Tian cleaved it clean in half. Having absorbed the blood of two individuals, the demonic blade Bloodweeper erupted in intense crimson radiance. Dark energy simultaneously spread across Lin Tian's body, while his sin power received yet another amplification. I seem pretty strong after all, effortlessly taking down two men. Lin Tian's confidence surged higher, a smile playing on his lips, as he strode straight toward the last remaining boss Zhang. Legendary tier weapon. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the blade in Lin Tian's hand, Boss Zhang swallowed hard and couldn't help stepping back as he said, "What brings you here, honored guest? I believe I haven't offended you in any way? If there's any misunderstanding, we can discuss it." Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with idle talk and activated his sin power. Black energy instantly enveloped his entire body. Empowered by the dark energy, Lin Tian's combat prowess ascended to another level. Whoosh! A streak of black smoke solidified into a shadow, charging straight toward Boss Zhang. Bang! Boom! Boss Zhang barely managed to block the strike with his heavy sword, his body sent flying backward from the impact. Seeing no chance for negotiation, and knowing he was no match for his opponent, Boss Zhang quickly took advantage of the distance created by his retreat, gritted his teeth and pulled out a bundle of talisman paper from his storage space. With a single thought, the talisman paper ignited. In the next instant, two teleportation formations appeared beside Boss Zhang. The energy surged wildly atop the glowing formations. Moments later, two figures appeared. One of them wore denim attire, with a revolver emitting a crimson-black glow holstered at his waist. The other figure held dual swords, his expression stern and cold. "What's going on, old Zhang? Why'd you use such a precious teleportation talisman?" The cowboy-dressed man looked puzzled as he scanned their surroundings. The twin-sword man immediately locked eyes with Lin Tian upon arrival, assuming a fully focused combat stance. Lin Tian had previously learned some intelligence about the Three Eyes Club from his father Lin Yuan. He naturally recognized these two newcomers who had arrived via the teleportation array as the other two founders of the Three Eyes Club. Seeing the three men facing him while collectively assuming hostile postures, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask in confusion, "You three, weren't you always engaged in internal conflicts with terrible relations?" Knight's blessing. Boss Zhang's left hand flashed with light as three buffs simultaneously appeared on the three of them. He sneered coldly, without baiting the waters, "How could we lure out rotten fish like you with ill intentions?" Convergence bullet. The cowboy drew his gun, a crimson-black energy coalescing at his muzzle. "Though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, let's take care of him first. You can explain slowly afterwards, old Zhang." The twin swordsman also manifested energy fluctuations at his feet, clearly activating some skill as well. The trio from the Three Eyes Club, all around level 20. Especially that dual sword man, rumor has it he's already reached LV 22, on par with Lin Tian. In his current state alone, Lin Tian faces tremendous difficulty in defeating three opponents single-handedly. Even escaping safely carries notable risks. However, I hadn't planned to use this so soon. Lin Tian sighed, reaching into his storage space to retrieve his final piece of equipment. It was a crown. Crown of Sin. Equipment, Crown of Sin. Quality, Epic. Effect, when worn, you will bear the sins of all Los Santos, significantly increasing the power of all offensive skills. Introduction, the crown of the underground king of Los Santos. With great power comes great responsibility. Are you ready to bear all its evils? Usage restriction, wearer must have low moral standards. Judging solely by the equipment itself, it's actually not that powerful. This equipment only has one main effect, enhancing the power of offensive skills. But before this effect, there is one rather inconspicuous effect. You shall bear the sins of all Los Santos. This means that after equipping this crown, Lin Tian's own sin will reach an entirely different level, and the power of sin provided by his skill Lord of Original Sin will be enhanced to an utterly terrifying degree with the support of this equipment. He raised his hand and placed the crown upon his head. Whoosh! Instant! A surge of black energy pierced the heavens, even blotting out the entire sky in an oppressive darkness. Lin Tian's entire body was completely shrouded in dense black fumes, obscuring his original form entirely. Only a pair of vicious, crimson-glowing eyes remained visible, and a row of grinning teeth, sinisterly emerging from the black mist. Damn it! Get them now! The moment the black mist surged, the dual-sword man felt every hair on his body stand on end. An indescribable sense of dread and despair enveloped him, making him realize he couldn't wait any longer. Lightning flashed beneath his feet. The twin-sword man charged forth. The other two also sensed Lin Tian's sudden surge in power. The revolver in his hands ceased charging. The cowboy pulled the trigger, and a massive crimson-black bullet exploded forth with tremendous force. Boss Zhang also let out a furious roar. The great sword in his hands gathered all its radiant power, slashing straight toward Lin Tian. The three of them almost simultaneously made their moves, unleashing their strongest killing techniques with formidable momentum. But, with a swing of his blade, the man with twin swords who approached first, cut directly in half by the black energy. The cowboy's bullets and Boss Zhang's greatsword struck Lin Tian but rebounded as if hitting an extremely hard steel plate. Whoosh! A trail of black energy sliced through the air in an arc. Lin Tian's figure dashed forward swiftly. Put! Two more consecutive slashes cut through. Boss Zhang, dead. The cowboy man, die. It took only a few seconds. All three founders of the Three-Eyed Club were annihilated. After acquiring the Sin power attached to the Crown of Evil, Lin Tian's combat effectiveness far surpassed what his current level should allow. Even a high-level esports player who has reached LV30 would need to think twice before challenging Lin Tian. With ease, he concluded the battle. Lin Tian removed the Crown of Sin from his head and sighed helplessly. Indeed, at this level of combat, pairing the Crown of Sin with the Lord of Original Sin is just too overpowered. There's absolutely no sense of battle thrill. Reclaim the Crown of Sin. Lin Tian stepped forward and began stripping equipment from several corpses. As a founding level esports player of the club, the trio's equipment was still quite impressive. The cowboy's pistol and the dual wielder's twin blades are both epic grade weapons, though Boss Zhang's greatsword is merely rare grade. His full suit of armor is actually epic tier. While Lin Tian could make no use of any of these pieces, but if sold, it could still fetch a substantial amount of gaming credit. After searching through the equipment, Lin Tian raised his head, only to spot that green-clad sprite still hovering mid-flight. Why aren't you running away? Lin Tian scratched his head and asked. The green-clad sprite looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of fear, giving a bitter smile as she said, if you want to kill me, I can't escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian turned to leave. Watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, the green-clad sprite let out a sigh of relief, her beautiful emerald eyes flashing with curiosity. Unable to resist, she asked, why didn't you kill me? Lin Tian retorted without turning his head, what's the benefit of killing you? The green-clothed elf touched his cheek and said, rumor has it you might gain something like experience points and contribution points. Hearing this, Lin Tian abruptly stopped in his tracks, turned around with a smile. Slate LV18 escape data, EXP plus 180, you have gained 1 contribution point. Current total contribution points, 1. Note, contribution points can be exchanged at the Esports Guild for skill books, equipment, or various items. They can also be used to trade for special cards usable in-game, or spent on gacha draws to obtain rare game cartridges. Moments later, in the wasteland east of Huaicheng, another corpse joined the count. Lin Tian glanced at the notification that popped up on his identity bracelet and immediately departed. The threat from the Three-Eyed Club had been completely eradicated. That evening, Lin Tian and his father Lin Yuan took a flight back to Yuncheng. Chapter 32, the night before college entrance exams after the family reunion. Upon returning to Yuncheng, just after getting off the plane, he turned off airplane mode. Instantly, multiple missed calls and text messages popped up. It's all Mom's. Apparently, she must have just emerged from the cassette world. After seeing the message Dad Lin Yuan left for her, and now being unable to reach Lin Tian, she's probably going out of her mind with worry. What's going on? Tian Lin handed the phone to his father. Yuan Lin thought for a moment, sucked his teeth, and called back. Son, where are you? Are you alright? Something terrible has happened at home. Tell me where you are now. The desperate, tear-choked voice of his mother Zhang Shuiying immediately came through the other end of the phone. Hearing his wife's voice, Lin Yuan momentarily lost the ability to speak. After a long moment, he forced himself to say, it's alright now, honey. Our son is with me. Everything's been taken care of, no need to worry. Mother Zhang Shuiying remained silent for a moment before finally relaxing upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice. She burst into tears and scolded angrily, you bastard. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Soothing her gently, Lin Yuan comforted, it's all settled now. We're on our way home, let's talk about it when we get back. I'm warning you, Mother gritted her teeth in anger, if our son gets hurt because of your damn mess, don't you dare come back to this house. Hand the phone to Tian now. Lin Yuan quickly passed the phone to Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian hadn't met his mother in person since crossing over, in the memories of his mind, his mother Zhang Shuiying was someone who doted on him immensely. Lin Tian picked up the phone and tentatively called out, Mom. Zhang Shuiying's voice immediately softened, sweetheart, are you hurt? Lin Tian, nope. The mother's outpouring of concern felt somewhat unfamiliar to him, having been exiled from his family early in his previous life. Only when father and son reached the neighborhood gates did his mom finally end the call. After returning home, the three gathered around the dining table. Lin Yuan gave Zhang Shuiying a brief rundown of the entire incident. In the process, he cleverly skipped over the part where he cross-dressed and solicited on the street in the alley. Seeing this, Lin Tian quickly interjected to fill in that part of the story, not only describing every detail with utter clarity. He even helped speculate from various angles about Dad's psychological activities when cross-dressing, with a level of brilliance that rivaled a 700-word high school argumentative essay. Mom, Zhang Shuiying, couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yuan stood aside with a dark expression. Son, I appreciate it. Later, upon hearing that Lin Tian had now reached level LV22. Moreover, he personally dealt with the trouble caused by that three-eyed club. Mom was utterly shocked, followed by overwhelming joy. I knew my son was a genius. You didn't believe me before, but now you see. But Tianer, promise me you won't do such dangerous things again. Even though your skill level is high, you're still young after all. You haven't attended esports university yet, there's so much you still lack experience in. After the initial euphoria, Song Shuiying launched into another round of anxious nagging. Lin Yuan couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Tian, muttering under his breath, somehow it feels like he's completely transformed since our last meeting. Could he have been body snatched? Lin Tian pretended not to hear the comment, though a cold sweat couldn't help but form on his forehead. That evening, the family of three enjoyed a long-awaited reunion dinner together. After the meal, Lin Tian returned calls to his school in Luzhou, starting to handle college entrance exam matters. Meanwhile, Dad started handling Mom. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Time arrived at the final night before the college entrance exams. At the headquarters of Tianhai Esports in Kyoto, the top-floor conference room. This room, normally reserved for the company's top esports players, tonight was occupied by 4 young students. On the left sat 2 young noblemen dressed in lavish attire, while on the right were 2 elegant young ladies from wealthy families, fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful. Among them, a red-haired man with crimson locks noticed everyone had arrived and offered a gentle smile, speaking first. The purpose of inviting you 3 to gather at my family's company should be clear to everyone here. Each of us seated today has the potential to compete for the top spot in this year's National College Entrance Exams, one of the grandest gaming events annually. Even for us, it presents a tremendous opportunity. Whether it's about gaining prestige under the spotlight of the nation's esports factions, or securing a high ranking in the reward overflow category of networked exam game cartridges to claim exceptionally generous rewards, the benefits behind these achievements hold immense significance, both for us and the family powers we represent. Listening to the red-haired man's nonsense, a short-haired, efficient woman across from him waved her hand impatiently, saying, Joyu, just get to the point. No need for the build-up. Beside them, another woman with long hair and glasses, who looked very shrewd, raised her hand in agreement. Keep talking and the exam hall will open before you're done. Hurry up already, she added. We spent a whole month just to unlock one lousy E-grade cassette. I still want to go home and catch some sleep. The tall, handsome boy sitting at the lower left yawned and slumped onto the table. Zhou Yu, the red-haired one, coughed to regain everyone's attention. As you all know, the Huang family has produced a monster with SS-level gaming talent this year. Although our talents aren't bad either, if we compete against him fairly, our chances of claiming the top spot will undoubtedly be much lower. Moreover, that guy Huang Tianao is arrogant as hell and plays like a lone wolf. He doesn't give face to anyone. If we encounter him alone in a competitive game, he might just eliminate us outright. So, Shin Wonsong, the tall male student, inquired. The other 2 female students had already guessed the answer. The short-haired girl said, so, you want our 4 families to work together to take down Huang Tianao first? The red-haired Zhou Yu nodded with a smile. Exactly. The short-haired girl rubbed her chin thoughtfully. That is indeed an option. Shin Wonsong yawned and said, it doesn't matter to me. Honestly, my family doesn't set the bar too high for me, just ranking in the top 10 nationwide is enough. I'll go along with whatever you guys decide. Beside them, the long-haired girl who had remained silent all this time, after a brief moment of contemplation, gave a clear and decisive answer. Alright, I'm in for this collaboration. We need to take down Huang Tianao first. The short-haired girl couldn't help but laugh at the sight. What's wrong, Huajie? Still holding a grudge over how Huang Tianao crushed you in that high school championship match last time? The long-haired woman Yuan Fengwa snorted coldly. He was just lucky last time. Seeing that the other 2 had no objections to her plan, the red-haired Zhou smiled and asked the short-haired woman, Sister Chen, if you have no objections either, then our cooperation is officially settled today. The short-haired woman Chen Bingqi shrugged. Fine. I've never liked that Huang Tianao anyway. Getting rid of him first to boost our chances for the top rank isn't a bad move. At the same time, Xanadu, Golden Folly high-end villa district. Inside one of the villas, a blonde man ejected from the cassette world, his entire body drenched in sweat, watching the cartridge in the gaming console crack, rendering it useless. Huang Tianao wiped the sweat from his brow and said expressionlessly, finally defeated it, a C-grade game cartridge. Yun City, Zhao Family Villa. One of the top 3 honor students at Yunqing Second High School, Zhao Wenjun propped himself up, reciting the game walkthrough before his eyes. On the desk lay the ancient game cartridge that Lin Tian had given him earlier. In a certain upscale residential community, Yuan Xiaoyu, wearing pink pajamas, lay prone on her bed. also watching gaming videos with nervous anticipation. In an ordinary residential building, Li Nan sat quietly in meditation, attempting to enhance his gaming talent level. Among the 3 top students at Yunqing No. 2 High School, he was the only one from an ordinary family background. Li Nan couldn't afford expensive study materials. Gaming talent was his only reliance. Lu Zhou, the overweight guy from his neighborhood, was also scribbling furiously, making his final sprint at this moment. On the eve of the college entrance exams, nearly all examinees were exerting their last efforts to improve their chances of scoring well tomorrow, striving solely to enter their ideally sports university, escape their commoner status, become professional gamers in the future, and change their destinies. Yet Lin Tian was lazily sucking on an ice cream bar at this very moment, arriving outside the Yunqing Esports Guild. Stepping inside and approaching the counter, Lin Tian looked at the young lady behind the counter and smiled. "Hello, I'd like to take the esports certification exam." Chapter 33 Gaokao Topic, Legend of Wild Blood. Early next morning, 7 o'clock, Lin Tian and Lu Zhou finished breakfast and headed to the examination hall together. "Lin, what did you put for your Gaokao application preferences?" On the road, Lu Zhou asked inquisitively. Lin Tian let out a yawn. "My first choice was Qingyuan, second choice Jingdu, third choice Guangcheng Women's Gymnastics College. Both Qingyuan and Jingdu are among the most prestigious esports universities in Daxia. The acceptance rate is extremely low. After last night's assessment, Lin Tian has officially become an esports player. Only the vast gaming resources possessed by Qingyuan and Kyoto hold some appeal for him." Lu Zhou was slightly startled by the remark, "Qingyuan capital? You've got some nerve." However, after what happened during the final exams earlier, he wasn't entirely sure about Lin Tian's depths now, so he didn't press further. "What about you? Where did you apply?" Lin Tian shot back. Lu Zhou sighed. "I applied to 2 mid-tier esports universities, plus a safety school with the lowest admission score. Our family has a lot of debts to pay off, and everyone's counting on me." As he spoke, they arrived at the school gate. After scanning their ID bracelets on the machine, the two smoothly entered the campus. However, due to different seating arrangements for exams, after entering the campus, the two would have to go their separate ways. "Good luck. We'll find a chance to meet up in-game later." Lu Zhou took a deep breath, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Lin Tian noticed his legs trembling slightly and couldn't help but mock. "What's with the shaking? Loosened your hips?" Lu Zhou explained, too exhausted. "Couldn't sleep last night, was cramming for the exam." Lin Tian puzzled. "Cramming for exams shouldn't make your legs go weak, should it?" Lu Zhou scratched his head and said, "My girlfriend, the prettiest girl in our class, couldn't sleep either. After the final exam sprint, to improve our sleep quality, we had another kind of sprint together." Lin Tian. Entering my examination room, Lin Tian first glanced at his seat number on the podium. "Hey, number 6, that's pretty smooth." Lin Tian was in a good mood as he took his seat according to the number. Just as he sat down, a beautiful girl walked in through the door. Seeing Lin Tian, the girl was visibly startled. "You're in this exam room too?" Lin Tian didn't recognize her at first, scratching his head in confusion. The girl rolled her eyes impatiently. "Forgot me already? Principal Lin's memory is this bad? I'm Yuan Xiaoyu. We met outside the principal's office before." Lin Tian fired back. "What's so special about you? Got 3 heads and 6 arms? Or 9 heads and 8 limbs? Just an ordinary 1 head 2 arms person. Why should I have to remember you?" Yuan Xiaoyu was speechless. Too lazy to deal with Lin Tian any further, she found her seat and sat down. Not long after, the invigilator entered the examination hall to conduct a second identity check on each student's wristband. Subsequently, the cartridge adapters were distributed. There are 3 types of game cartridges in total: standalone type, LAN multiplayer type, and global online type. The ones required for the National College Entrance Examination. It's the third type, the globally networked one. This kind of game cartridge transcends geographical limitations, connecting players from all over the world into a single cartridge-based game world simultaneously. The connector medium is the cartridge adapter, a black device resembling a POS machine, but somewhat smaller in size. After swiping the identity wristband once more on the card reader, and completing the third identity verification, the examinee successfully established a connection with the terminal console running the globally networked college entrance examination cartridge. Now, all that remained was waiting for the terminal operator to press the start button and initiate the exam. This annual grand event, one of Daxia's most important gaming spectacles, was about to formally commence. At that time, Daxia Television will broadcast live commentary on the exam footage. If you're lucky or perform exceptionally well, you might even get on camera and be seen by viewers across all of Daxia. Inside the examination hall, the second hand keeps ticking away. The classroom atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone waited in silence. Only Lin Tian sat drawing stick figures on his desk with a graphite pencil. At last, the clock struck 8. The invigilator issued the command, grip the cassette adapter tightly, the exam begins now. Before their eyes, a flash of white light. In the next moment, all the students found themselves transported into the cassette world of this year's college entrance examination. Cassette world, Legend of Feral Blood, tape type, global network. Game genre, loot and level up, role-playing, PK Guild Wars. Game duration, 7 days. Players online, 9-5-10-256. Game content, in this vast legendary continent, all sorts of demonic beasts, monsters, devils, and evil spirits thrive. The weak human race teeters on the brink of extinction. To preserve civilization and survive, countless warriors have embarked on the path to pursue strength. Explore the boundless world on your journey to power, challenge bosses while completing quests. Choose among 3 classes: warrior, Taoist, or mage, with thousands of skills to acquire and tens of thousands of equipments to collect. Meet specific conditions to undergo multiple class advancements. The globally connected game cartridge cannot be cleared to time as the only limit to the game's end. When the game time limit expires, players will be ranked based on their scores, and game rewards will be distributed accordingly. College entrance examination rankings will also be determined based on point rankings. Ways to earn points include but are not limited to completing tasks, leveling up, defeating bosses, and participating in events. Each death will result in a 70% loss of accumulated points. Exceeding 10 deaths will lead to immediate elimination. Upon entering the game, every 100 players will be assigned to a starter village. Now, begin your legendary journey. When this year's college entrance exam topics were finally revealed, the entire nation erupted. Holy shit, it's actually Mad Blood Legends? It's over, another year of the hardest questions for us common folk. Why? Aren't enhancement cards that affect balance prohibited in the Gokao? This game is highly manipulable. Players can freely form teams during gameplay, so candidates from wealthy, powerful families can easily gather a bunch of helpers. By the late stages of the game, it's just a power struggle between a few major families and some big esports companies in Dacia. There's nothing interesting to watch at all. Damn it, how boring. I'm done watching this. My child is so unlucky. Imagine running into this year's college entrance exam. Countless viewers in front of their televisions complained. Some parents whose children were in the exam halls sighed mournfully, compared to the low spirits among the common folk spectators. The parents working in major esports families and gaming corporations couldn't contain their excitement. It's in the bag, this year is secured. I set up a 5 million in-game currency support fund for my son, enough for him to recruit an unstoppable army in this game. Thankfully, I switched to Tianhai Esports this year. My kid should be able to ride on Tianhai's coattails and join the Young Masters team. With the prestige of our Hadong Chao family, my son is bound to receive plenty of support in the game. That means, in this game, my daughter's only opponents will be the children of those major factions who are also taking the college entrance exams this year. As the exam subjects were announced, the officially hired commentator also appeared on screen. There are a total of 3 commentators for this year's college entrance exams. 2 men and 1 woman. One man was fat, the other thin. The fat one wore glasses, and so did the thin one. The woman wore a cheongsam, striking an elegant pose. The chubby male commentator spoke first. Hello everyone, I'm a professional game commentator, Huagua. The skinny male commentator followed up. Hi everyone, I'm a professional esports commentator, Brother Serial. The female commentator waved at the camera. I'm the special guest, a gaming lecturer from the romance department of Tsingyuan Esports University, and also an esports player myself. You can call me Tao Tao. Game commentary is one of the few professions that holds status comparable to professional esports players. Those who become game commentators mostly possess considerable gaming talent and command extensive game knowledge. The reason these individuals don't become esports players isn't usually due to lack of ability. Rather, it's because they dislike combat or fear danger, among other reasons. Then, the plump commentator Guagua first gave a brief analysis of the exam game segment. The game Frenzied Blood Legend offers considerable freedom. Aside from finding the quickest leveling paths to boost your rank, the equipment dropped from monster battles is also key to enhancing combat power. Therefore, luck could directly affect how the game progresses. The thin commentator Serial Bro then cut straight to the point. Given that Frenzied Blood Legend imposes no restrictions on in-game cooperation or competition, this round might not bode well for ordinary examinees. Female commentator Taodao. Yes, exactly. Chapter 34, Thousandfold Drop Rate, starting with killing chickens to drop overalls. Unlike single-player game cartridges or LAN multiplayer game cartridges, loading times are significantly longer when entering globally networked game cartridges. After the commentator's endless chatter, the frenzied blood-filled cartridge World of Legend finally began its official operation. Just before formally entering the game, Lin Tian's eyes were once again presented with the cheat option screen. Host detected entering cartridge World, Blood Rage Legends. System is allocating game cheats. Please choose one from the following 3 options. 100 level advantage, your starting level is 100 when the game begins. 2000-fold drop rate, your probability and quality of obtaining equipment/items from monsters increases by 1000-fold. 3. Mysterious class, you can play using a mysterious character class. Among the 3 optional plugins, Lin Tian immediately dismissed the leading level 100 due to its poor upper ceiling, while starting at level 100 would unquestionably give him smooth sailing in the early game. Such an excessively high starting level also meant the experience gains from monster hunting in the early stages weren't particularly high. By mid to late game, he could easily be overtaken by other skilled players. Once that happened, with levels being nearly equal, he wouldn't maintain much of an advantage anymore. As for the other 2 options, 1000-fold drop rate and mysterious class, driven by curiosity, Lin Tian was somewhat inclined to choose the mysterious class. But considering this college entrance exam was still quite important, the description of this mysterious profession was rather vague, making it impossible to determine the strength of this cheat. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian still opted for a relatively safe cheat, 1000-fold drop rate. After selecting the plugin, you officially enter the game. The blinding white light before your eyes gradually fades. What comes into view is a scene resembling an ancient village. In the center of the village, exactly 100 candidates stand scattered in disarray. On the elevated platform ahead, stood a hunched old man. Just as the game began, a clamorous stir arose among the examinee players gathered below the platform. The old man stood on the stage, tapping the platform with a wooden stick to quiet the noisy players before beginning his introduction. Hello everyone, I am the village chief of Staff Crafting Village. Today is an important day for you all to choose your professions. Once you have chosen your profession, you may embark on adventures across the legendary continent. For the glory of our human race, let us forge ahead and create legends together. After casually chatting a few words, before the eyes of every player, the profession selection panel popped up. Warrior, a versatile class specializing in physical attacks, capable of both offense and defense. Mage, specializing in magical attacks with formidable spellcasting abilities. Taoist, diverse combat styles, excelling in support, summoning, healing, poison spells, etc. Although mages deal explosive damage, they have weaker survivability. While the Taoist class offers diverse gameplay, it leans more towards utility functions. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and ultimately chose the more versatile warrior class. With the cheat 1000-fold drop rate at his disposal, Lin Tian had no intention of teaming up with other players. He was determined to select a class better suited for lone wolf tactics, facilitating his subsequent solo monster hunting adventures. Among the 3 available classes, the sturdy yet combat-capable warrior was undoubtedly the optimal choice. After making the selection, the initial game interface immediately popped up. Player, Lin Tian, Class, Warrior, Level 1, 0/500. Strength, 10, affects physical attacks and physical skill damage. Constitution, 10, affects health points, defense, and injury recovery speed. Agility, 5, affects movement speed and attack speed. Magic power, 3, affects magic attacks and magical skill effects. Spirit, 3, affects total mana capacity and mana regeneration speed. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold coins, 0. This is the initial character panel for the warrior class. All players who select the same profession start with identical initial stats. With a mere thought, Lin Tian reopened the equipment panel. The warrior's starting gear was only a wooden sword, with simple cloth clothes, trousers, and shoes. Weapon, wooden sword. Level requirement, 1. Quality, white. Attack power, 5. Description, a wooden longsword with modest attack power. Upper garment, cloth armor. Level requirement, 1. Quality, white. Defense, 2. Description, a cloth upper garment that can block minor damage. All 4 pieces of equipment are white tier items. Apart from the basic attack and defense points, there are no attribute bonuses whatsoever. The skill bar is completely empty from the start. After selecting a profession, some more experienced players know to seize the initiative by immediately attempting to converse with NPCs in the village to receive quests. Lin Tian saw a large crowd queuing in front of various NPCs and realized he probably wouldn't get his turn anytime soon, so he headed straight for the outskirts of the village instead, planning to kill some monsters and grind levels first. A few others shared the same idea. Seeing Lin Tian rush toward the village outskirts, they followed suit. Once outside the village, Lin Tian immediately spotted the flock of roosters at the village entrance. Level 1 roosters. Seeing the monsters, the group rushed forward without hesitation, raising their wooden swords to attack. Oh! Instantly, a flock of roosters was sent scattering and jumping in panic. Though, at the very beginning of the game, players were still quite weak. But after all, I had weapons in hand. Taking down a few chickens was no problem at all. Before long, one after another those proud roosters succumbed to the pressure and collapsed limply. Someone exclaimed in shock. It dropped. My big rooster dropped something. A minor healing potion popped out. Hearing this, someone immediately said enviously, that lucky? I only got 2 gold coins. Holy shit. Someone got equipment. A person cried out in surprise. Ha ha ha, I got a wooden staff. Though it's white quality, it perfectly matches my mage class. A chubby man adjusted his glasses, proudly showing off the staff in his hand. He swung his sword over a dozen times in succession. On Lin Tian's side, he finally managed to bludgeon a rooster to death. You have slain a rooster, LV.1, and gained 10 EXP. A piece of purple glowing equipment burst forth from the rooster's corpse. Lin Tian picked up the equipment to inspect. Leg armor, legendary overalls. Level requirement, 1. Rarity, purple. Defense, 10. Additional attributes, strength +5, constitution +5, agility +5. Description, leg armor once worn by the legendary Chicken King who transformed into human form. This equipment is part of the legendary chicken set. Collect all set pieces to receive additional bonuses. Item equipment quality ranks from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, rainbow, phantom. Generally speaking, such common low-level monsters would at most drop white-quality equipment. But with the cheated 1000-fold drop rate multiplier, this white-quality item instantly leaped 3 tiers to become purple grade. After examining this piece of equipment, Lin Tian then looked down at the ragged cloth pants he was currently wearing. Leg armor, cloth pants. Level requirement, 1. Quality, white. Defense, 2. Introduction, cloth leg guards that can block minor damage. Lin Tian decisively equipped this purple grade item immediately. After wearing these legendary overalls, the additional stats granted by the equipment, 5 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, 5 points of agility taking effect. Lin Tian instantly felt his physical strength increased noticeably, his muscles becoming more solid as well. Speed and reaction have become even sharper. Damn, no wonder it's called a 1000-fold drop rate. Getting a purple tier equipment right off the bat, how are others supposed to compete with that? Lin Tian couldn't help but break into a smile. He clenched the wooden sword in his hand and immediately swung at the rooster beside him again. After his attributes were enhanced, Lin Tian could easily catch up to the fleeing rooster. Moreover, with greater strength, %, he only needed 7 strikes to take down the second giant rooster. The rooster collapsed. You have slain the rooster, LV1, and gained 10 experience points. Then, another flash of purple light. Item, Tosuken original recipe chicken. Level requirement, none. Quality, epic. Effect, permanently increases strength attribute by +1 when consumed. Introduction, popular KFC delicacy with rich and savory flavors. Without hesitation, Lin Tian grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately, his strength attribute increased by another point. His sword-wielding arm gained noticeably more power. Swinging his sword, Lin Tian continued his relentless slaughter. This time, with just 6 strikes, Lin Tian had already slain a large rooster. You have slain rooster, LV1, gained 10 experience points. A blue card burst forth along with a heap of gold coins, totaling 550 coins. They directly went into Lin Tian's inventory. On the card were pictures of various women dressed provocatively. It also bore text and a phone number, Miss Bao, 189-1115. Item, chicken summoning card. Level requirement, none. Quality, blue. Effect, summons a chicken to fight for you upon use. Introduction, you get the idea. Lin Tian. He silently tucked the card into his backpack space, planning to try using it when nobody was around. Chapter 35, Full purples from the start, overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live broadcast cameras kept switching between various beginner villages. The 3 commentators were analyzing the gameplay based on the constantly changing footage. In the early stages where basic attacks serve as the primary means of damage output, warriors definitely have an easier time farming monsters and leveling up. However, once you reach level 10 and mages and priests unlock their first class specific skills, the situation becomes completely different. Commentator Guagua explained the situations of different professions. Brother Wheatflakes also commented, see, the situation I mentioned earlier has already begun to emerge. Now, many novice villages have teams forming around elite examinees from wealthy families. Guagua sighed, it can't be helped. Family background is part of one's strength after all. The only female commentator, Tao Tao, nodded in agreement nearby, right. Now, let's zoom in on the top contenders vying for the highest scorer position in this year's college entrance exams. Look, the red-haired young master Zhou from Tianhai Esports has already reached level 2 first. Guagua exclaimed in surprise. Brother Serial adjusted his glasses. He's already assembled a team of 20 people. Each of these 20 will beat the rooster at the village entrance to near death, then let Zhou deliver the final blow. This strategy is called the inch-stop tactic, and it's considered a highly effective leveling method in the early stages. Peach, yes, exactly. Now, turning our attention to the young master of the Shin family in Kyoto. To everyone's surprise, he actually led a team directly outside the village to attempt slaying a level 3 wild dog. Guagua added. Although killing wild dogs isn't as efficient for leveling up as killing chickens, wild dogs have a chance to drop green tier equipment. If the Shin family's young master manages to get a decent weapon drop early on, he'll definitely gain a significant advantage. Cereal Guy analyzed and added. Peach took out a bag of potato chips, exactly. Miss Chen Bingqi from Chen Esports Group and Miss Yuan Fenghua from the Yuan family of Haidu are focusing on quests. With teammates helping to gather materials, their quest efficiency is also very high, Guagua said. Cereal Guy didn't comment on the two ladies but instead asked, by the way, what's young Master Huang's current situation? Guagua didn't react immediately, countering with, which Huang are you talking about? The Huang who sells those films, Huang Tianao, young Master Huang. Didn't someone leak before that Huang Tianao awakened an SS-tier gaming talent? The Cereal Guy adjusted his glasses. Tao Tao sucked the grease off her fingers. Right, I heard that too. The director promptly obliged by swinging the camera to Huang Tianao's location. On the screen, Huang Tianao, wielding a green quality machete, was actually charging alone into the forest east of the beginner's village. What is he trying to do? The snake monsters in this forest are all level 5, although Huang Tianao has leveled up to 2, and somehow got his hands on a green quality machete. Isn't it still too reckless to come grinding in the forest now? Guagua wondered. Brother Cereal also fell silent for a moment, staring intently at the screen, wanting to see what Huang Tianao was planning to do. The live stream was eerily quiet for a while, with only the sound of Tao Tao crunching on potato chips filling the void. Before long, the entire bag of chips had been devoured. Peach reached out again, picking at the food residue lodged between her molars. In the game, after entering the forest, Huang Tianao chose not to confront the snake monsters head-on. He carefully avoided the monster's attack range, stealthily making his way deeper into the forest. Deep in the forest, beneath a tree, a treasure chest appears. Huang Tianao walks over and opens the chest. A piece of blue-tier armor emerges. What? Witnessing this scene, Guagua froze instantly. How did he know there was a treasure chest here? Watching the scene, Cereal Brother made a reasonable guess. This probably has something to do with his SS rank gaming talent. One bag of chips wasn't enough to fill him up. Peach, while ordering takeout, nodded in agreement. Exactly. The viewers watching this exam through the live streaming software were also flooding the screen with comments. Holy shit, blue tier equipment. Isn't this an instant power spike? How on earth did he pull that off? Is this the strength of a high school league champion? TCH. Even the college entrance exam has become a showcase for these elite geniuses. How boring. I'm out. Can't they give some screen time to us ordinary examinees too? Inside the world of Mad Blood Legend game cartridge, Lin Tian put away the chicken summoning card and continued slaughtering roosters. After a few sword strikes, another rooster fell to the ground. Another purple weapon dropped. Just as Lin Tian was about to step forward to pick it up, a ponytailed female examinee witnessed this scene and couldn't help exclaiming, "Purple equipment." Behind her, several teammates also froze in astonishment at the sight of purple equipment dropping. Since when do roosters drop purple gear? Lin Tian ignored the group and stepped forward to pick up the equipment. Weapon, Screaming Chicken Sword. Level requirement, 1. Quality, purple. Attack power, 15. Additional attributes, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Description, a long sword made from a squeaky chicken that emits chicken noises when attacking. He looked at this, then at the wooden sword in his hand. Lin Tian nodded, calculating in his heart, not bad, the attack power increased threefold, and it grants plenty of extra attributes too. He immediately stored the wooden sword in his backpack, using the new weapon in hand. The ponytail female examinee noticed this and immediately came over, staring at the weapon in Lin Tian's hands with a smile as she asked, "Classmate, can you show me the stats of this chicken? We're not exactly familiar, so I don't think I have any obligation to show you my chicken, right?" Lin Tian shook his head and turned to leave. The ponytailed girl quickly blocked his way, trying again. "Well then, would you consider selling this weapon to us? We can give you all the gold coins we have. After the game ends, I'll even transfer you 200,000 game credits. I am the daughter of the original Skyhawk Esports Club president, Sun Saiha. Would you like to be friends?" The Skyhawk Club is considered one of the top-tier esports clubs in Great Xia, renowned throughout the northern regions. As the daughter of the Skyhawk Esports Club's director, Sun Saiha quickly gathered a group of followers upon entering the game. Lin Tian despised clingy women the most. "I'm not short of those 200,000 betrothal gifts." With that said, he stepped around Sun Saiha and walked away. Seeing this, Sun Saiha's lackeys, wanting to save face for their leader, began hurling taunts at Lin Tian. "So what if you got lucky and scored a purple tier item? What good is a level 1 purple tier item anyway? Still short of 200,000 game points, what a show-off." Don't waste your kindness on him, Sister Sunday. Just ignore him. Staring at Lin Tian's retreating figure, Sun Sai's face still wore a smile, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. No longer wishing to be disturbed by others, Lin Tian found another quiet spot to continue slaughtering chickens. Although the number of players in Novice Village had begun dwindling, heading back now to accept quests would likely mean no queues. Yet Lin Tian's advantage lay precisely in his monster drop rates. Spending time on the quests would be more loss than gain. Thus, Lin Tian decided to focus on slaying chickens. With his weapon upgrade, he now possessed the power to kill a chicken with almost every swing, accompanied by the cock-a-doodle-doo sound from the screaming chicken sword. One by one, the big roosters fell to the ground. You have defeated Rooster, LV1, gained 10 EXP. Obtained item, Spicy McChicken, purple, X1. You killed Rooster, LV1, gained 10 experience points. Obtained equipment, Chicken Leather Shoes, blue, X1. You killed Rooster, LV1, gained 10 experience points. Obtained item, Chicken Essence, blue, X1, gold coins X560. Your level has increased to 2, gain 10 free attribute points. Exam points plus 2. After grinding for a while and reaching level 2, Lin Tian had a full set of purple equipment. The numerous additional attributes from equipment, along with permanent stat boosts provided by some items, have stacked his character stats to astonishing heights. Meanwhile, his gold count has surpassed 5,000. Player, Lin Tian. Occupation, Warrior. Level, 2-0/1000. Strength, 45, affects physical attack, damage of physical skills. Constitution, 35, affects vitality, defense, wound recovery speed. Agility, 30, affects movement speed, attack speed. Spell power, 3, affects magical attacks, effectiveness of spell-based skills. Spirit, 13, affects total mana capacity, mana regeneration rate. Remaining unallocated attribute points, 10. Gold coins, 50/50. The 10 free attribute points from leveling up. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then allocated all of them to strength first. For now, improving personal damage output was the priority. Boosting monster spawning efficiency is of utmost importance. After allocating attribute points, Lin Tian's strength attribute has already reached 55 points. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction and opened the equipment panel for another look. Helmet, legendary parted helmet, purple. Upper body, McDown delivery uniform, purple. Bracers, none. Weapon, screaming chicken sword, purple. Leg armor, legendary suspenders, purple. Footwear, chicken leather shoes, blue. Accessory ring, avian flu ring, purple. Accessory ring, none. Accessory pendant, none. While others were still dressed in white equipment, with very few even obtaining green tier items, Lin Tian had already acquired 5 purple tier pieces of equipment and 1 blue tier item. With such equipment configuration, it can be described as extremely luxurious. His combat power completely crushes all other players at the current stage. Chapter 36, Wolf God Set, Elite Giant Wolf. Both the legendary middle part helmet and the legendary suspenders are components of the Chicken of Legends set. Obsessive-compulsive by nature, Lin Tian was itching to keep slaughtering chickens here to complete his legendary chicken set. But considering the diminishing returns for leveling up and the fact that all the dropped equipment were low-level gear that would soon become obsolete, Lin Tian ultimately decided to leave the village entrance and explore the surrounding areas. He arrived at the wasteland east of the beginner's village. After walking a few steps, Lin Tian immediately spotted new creatures. Across the desolate wilderness, roamed packs of snow-white wolf monsters. Level 5 Wasteland Wolf. Though Lin Tian is only level 2 at present, his exceptionally luxurious equipment more than compensates. With his current combat power, dealing with level 5 monsters isn't too much of a problem. Found a lone wild wolf. Lin Tian, wielding the screeching chicken sword, charged straight at it. Whoa! With the crow of a rooster, the battle officially commenced. The formidable 55-point strength combined with the rubber chicken's 15-point attack power. On the very first strike, Lin Tian sent the dire wolf flying over 2 meters through the air. However, for the thick-skinned and sturdy dire wolf, the strike wasn't fatal. The wasteland wolf climbed to its feet and swiftly charged at Lin Tian in retaliation. Clang! The powerful defensive capability of the purple tier gear neutralized most of the damage from this attack. Lin Tian retreated slightly and swung his sword once more. Whoa! And so, back and forth, they fought for 5 or 6 rounds. The dire wolf collapsed dead. Guide you to carry coal. Lin Tian performed an Iron Mountain lean dance to celebrate his victory. You have slain a wasteland wolf, LV5, gaining 100 EXP. Bonus 150 EXP for defeating an enemy 3 levels higher. Equipment acquired, Wolf God Boots, purple, X1. Killing a lone wolf. Lin Tian directly gained a total of 250 experience points. He only needed 1000 experience points in total to level up from level 2 to level 3. In other words, if he kills 3 more lone wolves, he can level up again. Damn, is this the benefit of killing a monster above my level? Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he picked up the dropped equipment to examine it. Boots, Wolf God Boots. Level requirement, 5. Quality, purple. Defense, 20. Additional attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 30. Special effect, sharpness, attacks have a chance to inflict bleeding. Introduction, a pair of boots blessed by the Wolf God, imbued with the mystical power of sharpness. This equipment is part of the Wolf God set. Collect all set pieces to gain additional set bonuses. These boots are significantly more powerful than the pair he's currently wearing. Not only has their defensive capability doubled, the additional attributes totaled a whopping 50 points. Moreover, it had a special effect that could potentially cause bleeding on attacks. However, this equipment required level 5 to use. Lin Tian couldn't use it yet. Let's prioritize leveling up first. Stowing his gear, Lin Tian continued searching for the next Wasteland Wolf. The same routine. Another minute passed. You have slain Wasteland Wolf, LV5, and gained 100 EXP. Level triple kill, gained additional 150 EXP. Obtained item, primary EXP potion, purple, X1. This time, the Wasteland Wolf dropped an EXP potion. Item, primary EXP potion. Level restriction, none. Quality, purple. Effect, gain 1000 EXP immediately upon drinking. Description, Old Chrysanthemum Grandpa's class is in session. If your child levels up too slowly, they're probably useless. Quick, use Old Chrysanthemum brand EXP potion. Lin Tian downed it in one gulp, and his level immediately broke through to 3. Level, 3, 500/2000. After allocating all his free attribute points to strength once more, Lin Tian's strength attribute had already reached 65 points. Slashing at the Wasteland Wolves soon became effortless work. It only took about 4 or 5 strikes to take down a level 5 Wasteland Wolf. You have slain Wasteland Wolf, LV5, gaining 100 EXP. Defeated an enemy 2 levels higher, additional 100 EXP awarded. Obtained item, Rabies Potion, Epic, X1. The third Wasteland Wolf dropped a bottle of Rabies Potion. This potion could boost Lin Tian's strength by 30 points for 10 minutes. Moreover, it could also produce incredibly realistic dog barks. With the aid of this potion, Lin Tian found it much easier to kill the Wasteland Wolf. You have defeated a Wasteland Wolf, LV5, and gained 100 experience points. Bonus 100 experience points for defeating an enemy 2 levels higher. Equipment obtained, Wolf God Greaves, purple, X1. You have killed a Wasteland Wolf, LV5, and gained 100 EXP. Bonus for killing an enemy 2 levels higher, additional 100 EXP. Item obtained, Basic EXP Potion, purple, X1. You have slain the Wasteland Wolf, LV5, and gained 100 EXP. Killing a monster 2 levels higher, obtaining an additional 100 EXP. Obtained equipment, Wolf God Gauntlets, purple, X1. With the beginner's EXP potions enhancement, it took less than 2 minutes. Lin Tian's level had already risen to level 4. Another 5 minutes passed, and he smoothly reached level 5. At last, the collection of level 5 purple equipment in his backpack could finally be put to use. After allocating the points, he promptly equipped the Wolf God Helm, Wolf God Chainmail, Wolf God Gauntlets, Wolf God Greaves, Wolf God Boots, and the Wolf God Ring. The next second, a notification popped up. You have collected all components of the Wolf God set. Achievement unlocked, Wolf God's Relic. Bonus exam points obtained, 5 points. When equipping the full set, all your attributes receive an additional 30-point bonus. Moreover, special effect Super Sharpness unlocked. When equipped with a complete set, your attacks will 100% trigger severe bleeding effects. Woof, the set's complete? Lin Tian laughed with pleasant surprise. He opened the attribute panel to check. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level, 50/6000. Strength, 115. Affects physical attack power and physical skill damage. Constitution, 95. Affects vitality, defense, and wound recovery speed. Agility, 85. Affects movement speed and attack speed. Spell power, 43. Affects magical attacks and spell-based skill effects. Spirit, 53. Affects total mana capacity and mana regeneration speed. Current remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 24,080. Equipped with a full set of Wolf God gear, plus the bonus effects from the complete set, Lin Tian's attributes experienced an explosive surge. Normally, even if other players reach level 10, they would hardly possess the luxurious attributes Lin Tian currently has. Time to continue exploring further out. Woof. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, ready to venture toward more distant areas in search of higher-level monsters. Not far away, 2 massive steppe wolves were silently closing in at this moment. LV7 Steppe Direwolf Elite Monster. Unlike other steppe wolves, the names hovering above these two wasteland wolves glowed with a blue aura. The words Elite Monster following their names clearly indicated their formidable power. Yet when Lin Tian caught sight of these two elite monsters, his eyes instantly lit up with anticipation. Elite monsters are typically significantly stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. However, the loot they drop is usually of much higher quality. He felt a surge of anticipation with the cheat's 1000-fold drop rate enhancement. What exceptional items might these two wilderness direwolves drop for him? Chugged another bottle of rabies potion, armed with a squeaky chicken, Lin Tian charged straight toward the two wasteland direwolves. After equipping new gear, Lin Tian's speed increased dramatically, closing the distance to the two direwolves in an instant. Oh, woof, howl, oh, woof, oh woof, chicken clucks, dog barks, wolf howls. The three sounds mixed together, creating utter chaos. Without opening your eyes, just by hearing it, it sounded like a bunch of livestock tangled up in a fight. After being attacked by Lin Tian, both wilderness direwolves were forced backwards, their bodies bearing grievous wounds. Blood began gushing uncontrollably from their injuries. This was the bleeding effect of the wolf god armor set. The pain from their wounds slowed the two wasteland direwolves. After adjusting his position, Lin Tian charged forward again. Whoa! Whoa! Two more wounds appeared on the bodies of the two wasteland direwolves. The massive blood loss left them increasingly weakened. With effortless ease, Lin Tian swiftly defeated one of the wasteland direwolves. You have slain Elite Monster Wasteland Direwolf, LV7, gain 200 EXP. Killing higher level enemy, plus 2 levels, bonus 200 EXP gained. Elite Monster slain, bonus 200 EXP gained. As the EXP gain notifications flashed, 2 items burst forth with a huge amount of gold coins. One of them shimmered with a familiar purple glow, while the other radiated an even more dazzling orange light. An orange tier item? Generally speaking, elite monsters only have a chance to drop green or blue equipment, but with the 1000-fold drop rate multiplier from the cheat enhancement, this wasteland direwolf directly dropped an extremely rare orange tier item. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he was about to wave his hand to finish off another weakened wasteland direwolf. Right at this moment, boom! A fireball suddenly shot out from the side and smashed into the wasteland direwolf. Howl! The wasteland direwolf let out a final cry before collapsing dead. However, since Lin Tian didn't deliver the killing blow, the 1000-fold loot multiplier wasn't triggered. This wasteland direwolf only dropped 1 green tier equipment, 1 level 1 potion. Lin Tian turned his head to look. There stood the ponytailed girl Sun Saiha who had previously tried to buy his equipment at the village entrance. She was now standing to the side, holding a burning scroll in her hand. Apparently, she had used a disposable consumable to summon that fireball earlier, stealing the giant wolf that Lin Tian had nearly finished off. The elite monster was down to its last sliver of health. Successfully stealing the elite monster. A flash of white light enveloped Sun Saiha as her level instantly increased. Her face flushed with ecstasy, crimson with excitement. Without hesitation, she eagerly stepped forward to pick up the equipment dropped by the wilderness direwolf. Chapter 37, Obtaining Legendary Gear, The Bloodthirsty Killer. She saw Lin Tian turn his head to look at her. Sun Saiha stopped in his tracks and feigned an apologetic smile, saying, "Sorry about that, classmate. Didn't mean to steal your mob. I was just trying to help, but this fireball scroll turns out to pack way too much punch." Behind him, his entourage chimed in with noisy agreement. "Without that fireball assist, you probably wouldn't have taken down this second elite mob anyway. Wild monsters are always first come first served, no need to apologize to him. A grown man like you wouldn't stoop to arguing with a woman, would you?" A radiant smile bloomed across Lin Tian's face, even more brilliant than usual, as if he'd encountered something extraordinarily delightful. Without uttering a word, he strode directly toward the corpse of the wilderness direwolf he'd slain and collected the dropped equipment. Weapon, Celestial Wolf Greatsword. Level requirement, 5. Quality, Orange. Attack power, 90. Additional attributes, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Agility plus 30, Spirit plus 10. Effect Armor Breaker. Attacks ignore 30% of the target's defense. Bonus skill Wolf Rush. Upon activation, the wielder dashes forward swiftly to deliver a powerful strike scaled with strength and agility attributes. Description: a legendary greatsword forged from Sirius meteorite iron, granting its bearer the Celestial Wolf's charging combat technique. Item rarity tiers from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, chromatic, phantom chromatic. Truly worthy of being an orange tier item above purple. This Skywolf Greatsword boasts 6 times the attack power of the Squawking Chicken Sword. The Squawking Chicken Sword's bonus attributes total only 20 points at most, yet this weapon's bonus attributes reach a full 100 points. Not only that, it also came with a practical special effect and a powerful additional skill. The only drawback of this equipment was the lack of chicken sounds during attacks, making the auditory experience slightly lacking, but it wasn't a deal-breaker. Lin Tian immediately switched out his weapon. Reaching out, he grabbed another purple item dropped by the Wasteland Direwolf. Item, Lustful Wolf Gem. Level requirement, none. Quality, purple. Effect, inlaid on equipment, granting an additional 10 points of agility attribute bonus. Agile reflexes are the foundation of becoming a competent pervert. Before using a gem, you need to socket it into the equipment first. It seems that the blacksmith in the starter village can punch holes by spending gold coins. This gem isn't useful right now. Lin Tian stuffed it directly into his pack. Meanwhile beside him, those staring at Lin Tian's legendary orange equipment and epic purple drops. Sun Saiha swallowed unnoticeably. She coughed and asked with a triumphant smile, classmate, since I killed the other elite monster, and you can't pick up its dropped equipment, it's fine if I take it, right? Lin Tian chuckled and nodded in response, of course, it's fine. Since you killed it, the loot is yours. I wouldn't bother with green tier equipment anyway. Great, thanks. Sun Saiha, upon hearing this, happily stepped forward to pick up that green tier equipment. And then, quite abruptly, Lin Tian swung his sword down. With formidable weapons and extraordinary attributes bolstering him, the terrifying power of his sword strike cleanly severed Sun Saiha's head, suffering a fatal wound. In an instant, the startled Sun Saiha transformed into a streak of white light and vanished. You actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy value +1. Current infamy value, 1. You have become a wanted criminal with a red name. All other players who actively attack you will not suffer any penalties. All other players who kill you will receive an additional bounty reward. Completion of good deeds reduces infamy points. As the game notification popped up, the name above Lin Tian's head began turning pale red. Oops, my bad. I just wanted to help fix her hairstyle, never thought I'd chop her head off. Lin Tian scratched his head sheepishly, beaming with an utterly radiant smile. He couldn't care less about the increase in infamy points turning him into a wanted criminal with a red name. After all, playing games is all about having fun. Working so hard to farm monsters for half a day only to have them stolen by someone else. It feels like you just bought a new girlfriend, spend ages inflating her, and suddenly some scrawny dude pops up saying, let me give it a try. Then, he straight up pricks and bursts your girlfriend. Lin Tian simply couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Lin Tian suddenly throw a punch, his lackeys froze in shock. Are you insane? Do you want out of this game? With a red name, you'll get ganged up on wherever you go. How dare you kill someone? Enough talk, charge. He's got a red name now, we won't face penalties for killing him. As they were speaking, Lin Tian's figure suddenly darted forward, his orange tier sky wolf heavy sword gleaming brilliantly. Wolf strike. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Lin Tian directly pierced through the abdomen of a henchman, killing him instantly. Sorry about that, the sword's got a mind of its own, must be going through puberty. When I get home, I'll smooth it out with some sandpaper to vent its fiery temper. The heavy sword swept horizontally, sending another henchman's head flying. Sorry about that, your head just looked too much like a head, I couldn't resist chopping it off. Lin Tian apologized while continuing his massacre. With a set of powerful equipment enhancing his abilities, the combat prowess of these people was nowhere near his level. Watching Lin Tian charge into the crowd with a smile, those who had just been shouting about killing him immediately fled in terror. However, Lin Tian's speed far surpassed these mere level 2 followers. With several heavy sword swings, he completely annihilated them all. Thanks to the death drop mechanic, the ground was littered with items that had fallen from several people's packs or from their equipment. However, nothing seemed particularly valuable, so Lin Tian didn't bother picking anything up. You actively attacked and killed another player. Notoriety +1. You actively attacked and killed another player. Notoriety +1. As the game prompt popped up, the color of the name above Lin Tian's head deepened continuously, shifting from the initial pale red to a standard crimson hue within moments. Even after slaughtering all those who dared compete with him for monsters, Lin Tian still felt unsatisfied. Come to think of it, I remember this game allows 10 revivals in total. He pondered for a moment before heading straight back toward the beginner's village. Along the way, other players couldn't help but gasp when they saw Lin Tian displaying a red name. Noticing the silver glow emanating from Lin Tian's wolf god armor set, most players didn't dare approach, keeping their distance instead. The bolder groups with larger numbers, after some discussion, attempted to make a move against Lin Tian. Without wasting words, Lin Tian simply swung his sword and killed. With his current equipment and stats, dealing with other players is like a dimensional strike, utterly overwhelming. Without a doubt, every opponent fell with just one sword stroke. After wiping out 2 waves of players who attempted to claim Lin Tian's bounty, in this beginner's zone, no one dared to approach within 5 meters of Lin Tian ever again. Even from a distance, people would detour to avoid him. When Lin Tian reached the village entrance, Sun Saiha happened to be leading his gang out of the beginner's village. The group was cursing loudly, throwing obscenities at Lin Tian behind his back. With a cold expression, Sun Saiha clenched his fists and muttered, "Just wait. I'll have my revenge, both in the game and outside it." She was already scheming about how to use her family's influence to make Lin Tian pay for his actions once she left the game. Put. Wolf Rush. Before the words had completely faded, a greatsword had already run her body through once more. "Hello, what a coincidence to meet you again." Lin Tian appeared with a beaming smile, his sword flashing repeatedly as his figure darted like a white lightning bolt. Amidst a chorus of agonized screams, Sun Saiha and his group met their end once more. A few minutes later, they revived once again. Sun Saiha and his group attempted to leave the novice village from another village entrance. However, Lin Tian had anticipated their move and surrounded them once more, slaughtering the entire group. You actively attacked and killed another player. Infamy points +1. You actively attacked and killed a player. Infamy value +1. Your infamy value has reached 50. Achievement unlocked. Serial killer. Bonus exam points +10. During red name status, gain a buff. Attack power +50. Other players will receive a bronze treasure chest reward for killing you. After slaughtering these guys once more, the name floating above Lin Tian's head had already turned a deep, bloody red. Having been killed 3 times in succession, Sun Saiha and the others had reached the peak of hatred and fear toward Lin Tian. How is this possible? The game just started an hour ago. How could that bastard be this strong already? Did he awaken a talent perfectly suited for this game? Damn lucky bastard. After respawning, Sun Saiha snarled through gritted teeth. "Sis, we can't keep going like this. We're already falling way behind. If this keeps up, we won't just fall behind, we'll be completely wiped out before we've even died 10 times. Why did you have to provoke him?" In the intensely stressful environment of the college entrance exams, falling behind by even 1 point means being overtaken by countless others. The group of hangers-on who had originally hoped to benefit from Sun Saiha began to complain when they saw the situation turning unfavorable. Suppressing the restless anger in his heart, Sun Saiha sighed and said, "It's fine. He can't possibly wait outside the beginner village forever unless he doesn't want to play either. Inside the beginner village, there are 2 level 30 militiamen protecting our safety. He definitely wouldn't dare to come in and cause trouble. Let's just focus on doing some errand quests here for now." Outside the newbie village, after killing Sun Saiha's group for the 3rd time, Lin Tian knew they wouldn't come out again anytime soon. Glancing at the 2 level 30 militia inside the village, Lin Tian simply stopped waiting at the village entrance any longer. His footsteps were swift. Charging through 2 low-level training zones, Lin Tian quickly ventured toward the outermost edges of the beginner's area. Chapter 38, Level Skipping Grind, Death Valley Dungeon. Meanwhile, in the real world, the live broadcast camera has remained fixed on Huang Tianao for over 20 minutes. Watching Huang Tianao rely on his 3 pieces of blue quality gear and clever tactical maneuvers to single-handedly take down a level 6 elite monster, the live stream erupted with clamor once again. Commentator Guagua leaned back exaggeratedly, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. "Too strong. The game has barely started for an hour, and he's already solo killing elite level 6 monsters. Exceptional insight, near-divine predictive abilities, top-tier combat skills. I can only say this Huang Tianao is absolutely terrifying." Even the notoriously harsh critic Mapiange, this moment also served as high praise for Huang Tianao. Meanwhile, Tadao beside him somehow produced a pillow out of nowhere and was already lying on it scrolling through Hobwa and Xiaolan book. Without looking up, she casually responded, "Right." After these 20 minutes of live broadcasting, the streaming rooms, the audience was utterly shocked by Huang Tianao's maneuvers. In the barrage of comments, it was almost unanimous at this moment, filled with nothing but praise and admiration for Huang Tianao. However, occasionally there would be a couple of discordant bullet comments mocking Huang Tianao, claiming his current gaming skills were merely the result of being nurtured by family resources. Noticing the camera had lingered on Huang Tianao for too long, the director began switching scenes, shifting the live broadcast feed to several other beginner villages. All examinees were clearly divided into 2 distinct categories. One group was solo farming monsters while mapping alone. Some formed small teams with a few others. Another type gathers around powerful elite players, forming massive factions with numerous members. The most conspicuous among them, still referred to as the 4 top contenders for this year's National College Entrance Exam top scorer: Zhou Yu, the young master of Tianhai Esports Company; Shin Wan-son, the young master of the Shin family in Kyoto; and Chen Bingqi from the Chen Esports Group, with Yuan Fenghua from the Yuan family of Haidu. In addition to their formidable family backgrounds, these 4 also possess exceptional gaming talent. We can see that at this stage of the game, all 4 seeded players have levels matching Huang Tianeo's exactly, having reached level 4. Their strategic utilization of family resources has given them an excellent start, commented Guagua during the live broadcast. The cereal dude crossed his arms and nodded. Not bad, but this also clearly reveals one problem. These 4 players, even with help from other participants, could only barely match Huang Tianeo's performance. In fact, they're even lagging behind in equipment. If Huang Tianeo were to abandon this lone wolf playstyle and instead leverage the Huang family's influence to gather a team of allies in the game, his performance would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. After watching the 20-minute livestream, the cereal dude had now fully transformed into an ardent Huang Tianeo fanboy, firmly convinced that the other 4 seeded players were far inferior when compared to Huang. This is indeed the truth. At that moment, knocking sounds came from outside the live streaming room. Guagua and the scammer bro thought the production crew had something important to tell them, so they quickly muted their microphones. When they opened the door, a delivery guy stood at the door and asked, "Is Miss Tao Tao here? Your delivery has arrived." Tao Tao quickly stood up and waved her hand. I'm here. Guagua, oatmeal guy, turning on the live stream microphone, refocusing his gaze on the broadcast screen. Brother Cereal side, if we disregard external factors and just compare pure gaming skills, Huang Tianeo should be unmatched among this year's examinees. However, Guagua mysteriously smiled at this moment and said, if we're talking purely about gaming skills, I believe there is one person who can stand on the same level as Huang Tianeo. During the previous National High School Summit competition, there was one student who caused significant trouble for Huang Tianeo on his path to victory. He was the only opponent who forced Huang Tianeo to exert his full strength. Listening to Guagua mention this, Brother Cereal's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered a name. You mean Xiao Yun? He's also a candidate in this year's batch? Guagua nodded, recalling the battle from 6 months ago, still feeling a surge of excitement. Xiao Yun was the biggest dark horse in this year's Peak Championship, and the only commoner player among the top 8 contenders who didn't come from an esports dynasty. Since the high school Peak Championship isn't a public event, many in the livestream hadn't heard of Xiao Yun before. Now hearing that there was another commoner candidate with gaming skills comparable to Huang Tianeo's left them astonished. The barrage area immediately erupted. Beginning to discuss matters relating to Xiao Yun, the director showed great consideration, quickly locating Xiao Yun's position and providing footage. At this moment in the game, Xiao Yun, with the assistance of several companions, was attempting to take down a level 5 elite monster. Just like those prodigies from top aristocratic families, his level had actually reached level 4. After a grueling battle lasting 5 full minutes, the elite monster finally fell. 2 pieces of green equipment dropped. As the absolute main force of the team, Xiao Yun didn't compete for ownership of the equipment. Instead, he smiled and let his teammates choose first. Such behavior once again drew waves of praise in the bullet comment section. After Xiao Yun appeared on screen, the popularity of the entire live stream immediately began to soar rapidly. Under the anticipation and gaze of countless ordinary players, Xiao Yun also became a major focal point of this examination. Meanwhile, in the world of the Wild Blood Legend cartridge, Lin Tian had already fought his way to the outermost perimeter of the beginner's zone. Along the way, various monsters appeared. There were LV7 cat leopards and LV8 black bears. Although Lin Tian's level is only LV5 now, however, equipped with a full set of purple gear, plus an orange tier powerful weapon, these monsters only 2 or 3 levels above him pose no threat at all. By activating Wolf Rush and charging in to strike a few blows, he can effortlessly finish them off. In pursuit of faster leveling efficiency, Lin Tian needed to find higher level monsters. Before long, at the boundary of the beginner's zone, Lin Tian found his target, LV10 Skeleton Soldier. Within a cemetery at the border, terrifying skeletal monsters roam wielding swords and shields. Without hesitation, Lin Tian rushed forward, going straight for the kill. Bang! Wolf's charge activated. Lin Tian's figure blurred as he moved. The massive sword's sudden thrust made a skeleton soldier tremble violently, several of its ribs shattering and crumbling as it staggered. The skeleton soldier swung its sword in retaliation, only to be blocked by Lin Tian's greatsword. Bang! With a backhand motion, another sword strike followed. 7 or 8 consecutive slashes were unleashed. The skeleton soldier's body finally collapsed completely, falling to the ground dead. Lin Tian immediately received the notification. You have slain a skeleton soldier, LV10, and gained 400 EXP. Crossed 5 levels to defeat, bonus 500 EXP obtained. Item acquired, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone, purple, X1. By defeating a skeleton soldier 5 levels above him, Lin Tian directly gained nearly 1000 EXP. He only needed a total of 6000 experience points to level up from level 5 to level 6. That meant killing just 5 more would earn him another level up. The leveling efficiency here should be decent. Lin Tian gave a slight nod and decided to grind here first. Reaching out, he picked up the dropped item to examine it. Item, Skeleton Warrior Summoning Stone. Level requirement, none. Quality, purple. Effect, consume this summoning stone to summon a level 20 skeleton warrior to fight for you, lasting for 5 minutes. Introduction, this sealing stone contains the spirit essence of a skeleton warrior. You can shatter it to temporarily free the warrior, or use this stone to crack a walnut. This thing is great, it'll help boost my monster grinding efficiency. With a thought, Lin Tian immediately shattered the summoning stone. The summoning circle surged with radiant light, and the next moment, a towering skeleton warrior clad in armor appeared. Under Lin Tian's mental command, it immediately charged towards a nearby skeleton soldier. The towering skeleton warrior at level LV20 possessed formidable combat strength. Essentially, it could dispatch a skeleton soldier in just 2 strikes. With his greatsword in hand, Lin Tian charged forward. Entire rows of skeleton soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe. You have defeated the skeleton soldier, LV10, earning 400 EXP. Defeating an enemy 5 levels higher, additional 500 EXP awarded. Item obtained, High Potency Healing Potion, Blue, X10. You have defeated the skeleton soldier, LV10, earning 400 EXP. Level surpass kill, extra 500 EXP gained. Equipment obtained, Bone War Shield, Purple, X1. You have slain skeleton soldier, LV10, gaining 400 EXP. Level surpass kill, extra 500 EXP gained. Gold acquired, 8520. As skeleton soldiers fell one after another, Lin Tian's level skyrocketed. Your level has increased to 8, granting 10 free attribute points. Exam points plus 8. Before long, he had already reached level 8. His inventory was now filled with plenty of level 10 purple equipment, as well as many useful purple quality items, not to mention a sizable haul of gold coins. With his level increased, his combat power rose once again, though at the same time, the experience gained from defeating skeleton soldiers began to diminish. Deep inside the cemetery, Lin Tian was searching for higher-level monsters. A glowing valley ahead caught his attention. Dungeon Instance, Valley of Death. Chapter 39, Level 10. First kill of Dungeon Boss. Dungeon, Valley of Death. Recommended entry level, LV15. Dungeon reset cycle, 12 hours. In games like Crazy Blood Legends, dungeons are the ideal place for leveling up and treasure hunting. Dungeons often contain powerful monsters and abundant treasures. Without hesitation, Lin Tian stepped forward and walked straight into the Valley of Death. Upon entering the Valley of Death instance, the pitch-black environment instantly enveloped the surroundings, with the occasional torch in the valley barely providing any visibility. Lin Tian didn't underestimate the situation either. He opened his inventory and took out some useful items that had dropped from the skeleton soldiers he'd just defeated, using them one by one. First, there's the skeleton warrior summoning stone. He had exactly 4 of them in his possession. After using all 4 skeleton warrior summoning stones, 4 towering skeletal bodyguards instantly appeared before Lin Tian. Furthermore, there was a high-level group strength enhancement scroll. When used, for 5 minutes, Lin Tian and the 4 skeleton warriors would simultaneously gain a 30% boost to their strength attributes. In addition, there was also a bottle of light potion. After Lin Tian drank it, within 5 minutes, attacks will deal additional light attribute damage. Light attribute damage is the most effective special effect against undead creatures, capable of dealing triple damage when fighting undead creatures. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous assistance to Lin Tian's exploration of this Death Valley dungeon. After making thorough preparations, Lin Tian advanced deeper into the valley with his 4 skeleton warriors. Before long, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared ahead. Though numerous and ferocious, they surged toward Lin Tian with menacing force, yet posed absolutely no threat. With swift blade strikes from the 4 skeleton warriors, before Lin Tian could even properly intervene, the skeletal soldiers had already crumbled into scattered bones. Picking up the large quantity of purple equipment and items that had fallen, Lin Tian continued onward. After passing through a narrow and gloomy corner, the valley's space suddenly expanded, and the light grew noticeably brighter. Before a suspension bridge, 4 elite monsters appeared. LV12 Elite Skeleton Warrior Elite Monster. LV13 Elite Skeleton Archer Elite Monster. Compared to ordinary skeleton soldiers, these 4 appear noticeably more majestic in form. Not only are their weapons sophisticated, but they also wear exquisite armor. However, before Lin Tian and the 4 skeleton warriors, their combat power still seemed pitifully inadequate. With a mere thought, Lin Tian commanded the 4 skeleton warriors to swarm and attack first. Meanwhile, he positioned himself strategically at the rear, biding his time before suddenly launching a wolf's pounce strike. Put! The greatsword shimmering with light attribute energy instantly dealt massive damage to the elite skeleton archers in the rear. After several slashes, 1 elite skeleton archer was the first to collapse. The other 3 elite monsters didn't last much longer either. They fell one after another, reduced to lifeless piles of bones. You have slain the elite monster Elite Skeleton Archer, LV13, and gained 600 EXP. Level 5 Overkill bonus, additional 800 EXP gained. Elite monster defeated, gained 600 bonus experience points. You have slain the elite monster Elite Skeleton Warrior, LV12, and gained 550 EXP. Level Conquest plus 4, awarded additional 500 EXP. Elite monster slain, awarded additional 400 EXP. A flood of experience points instantly flooded in. Lin Tian smoothly leveled up to 9. At the same time, the 4 elite monsters also dropped 4 orange items in unison. Among them, 3 were pieces of equipment, and 1 was a prop. Upper garment, Undying Monarch's nether armor. Level requirement, 10. Quality, orange. Defense, 100. Additional attributes, strength plus 50, constitution plus 45, agility plus 35, spirit plus 20. Special effect, Soul Devour, when slaying a target in battle, temporarily absorbs the target's soul to greatly enhance all attributes. Additional skill, Wrath of the Dead, upon activation, attacks deal massive additional dark damage, with the dark damage increasing as the user's health deteriorates. Description, the personal armor of a certain undead king, rarely parted from his body. When this equipment appears in your possession, it either means he has fallen, or that he's currently taking a bath. A terrifying orange quality armor with defense stats that have surpassed triple digits. Furthermore, its total additional bonuses. It has reached an astonishing 150 points. The power of this equipment far surpasses the Wolf God chainmail that Lin Tian is wearing. However, Lin Tian is still 1 level short of the required rank to wield this equipment, so he can't use it yet. But he was not far from reaching level 10, and the experience he lacked was already minimal. The other 2 pieces of equipment were Blood Skeleton's boots and Dark Monarch helm. Both are orange tier equipment. These 2 pieces also boast decent attributes, each carrying impressive special effects and equipment skills. Moreover, they're usable at level 10, so Lin Tian can equip them right away. The final artifact of orange tier was a black cross. Artifact, the Cross of Reversed Fate. Level restriction, none. Quality, orange. Effect, when this item is placed in your inventory, upon death, you will resurrect once at full health with no item loss or death penalties. Introduction, Hallelujah, the Buddha's mercy is boundless and the Tao's power is limitless. Now comes the moment to witness a miracle. It's a very powerful item, but Lin Tian felt that with his current growth rate and combat power, the probability of encountering a dead end was quite low. It was very likely he wouldn't need to use this item throughout the entire game. Continuing forward and crossing the suspension bridge, from the dark tunnels on both sides, another large group of skeleton soldiers surged out. In the distance, skeletal archers continued to fire their arrows. Yet, they posed absolutely no threat. After slaying countless skeletons, we arrived before a massive gate forged from ghastly white bones. Lin Tian's level has finally broken through to level 10. Your level has increased to 10, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points plus 10. You are the first player to reach level 10, bonus reward, 100 exam points. You have unlocked the warrior's first skill, Heavy Strike. Skill, Heavy Strike. Effect, concentrate all your strength to deliver a powerful blow, with a chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. Damage dealt and stun probability are positively correlated with constitution and strength attributes. Finally reached level 10. Lin Tian examined his newly acquired skills, then immediately opened his inventory to replace every piece of equipment he was wearing. After slaying so many skeletons, his inventory was now packed with powerful level 10 purple tier gear. Moreover, there were 3 even more outrageous level 10 orange tier items that he could finally equip. After changing his equipment, Lin Tian's overall attributes received another massive boost. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level, 10, 500/15,000. Strength, 315. Affects physical attack and physical skill damage. Constitution, 295. Affects vitality, defense, and injury recovery speed. Agility, 275. Affects movement speed and attack speed. Spell power, 70. Affects magical attacks and effectiveness of spell-based skills. Spirit, 100, affects total mana capacity and mana regeneration rate. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 134,080. With 3 terrifying orange quality equipment pieces enhancing him, his current combat power is completely on par with that of regular players at level 20. Crackle. 5 minutes have passed. The soul fires in the eyes of the 4 skeleton warriors beside me extinguished as their bones clattered to the ground. Though there were still quite a few summoning stones capable of calling skeleton warriors left in my pack, but he couldn't be bothered to use it anymore. He pushed open the skeletal gate. Before his eyes appeared a palace. Upon the highest throne at the pinnacle of the palace, a burly skeleton clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive bone sword, sat motionless. The moment Lin Tian stepped into the palace, in the eye sockets of the towering skeleton, blue soulfire suddenly ignited. Those who disturb my slumber shall die. The palace trembled. The hulking skeleton actually let out a low roar and stood up. Don't be hasty now. How about I sing you a lullaby and coax you back to sleep? Lin Tian spread his hands, offering his solution. The massive skeleton paused for a second, then charged recklessly straight at Lin Tian. Above its head, information about this monster finally appeared. LV-15 Skeleton General Boss Monster. Boss monsters are a level above elite monsters in strength, true boss-tier creatures. Seeing the skeleton general charging straight toward him, Lin Tian remained calm and unhurried. First, he activated the equipment skill Wrath of the Undead King from his Immortal King's nether armor, enveloping his Heavenly Wolf Greatsword in a dark deathly radiance that greatly enhanced his attack power. Next, he triggered the skill Blood Phantom from his Blood Skeleton War Boots, causing his agility attribute to instantly skyrocket by nearly 100 points, drastically increasing his speed. Then came the skill Dark Aegis from his Dark King's helm, forming an invisible black film over his entire body armor, sharply boosting his defensive capabilities. Wolf Rush. Facing the skeleton general, Lin Tian took the initiative to attack. With just one exchange of blows, the skeleton general suffered severe damage, its bones scattering everywhere. Heavy slash. Gathering all his strength, Lin Tian unleashed another warrior skill he had just awakened. Bang! A tremendous collision sound reverberated through the air. The skeleton general was instantly gravely wounded again, rendered stunned on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian swung his heavy sword relentlessly. Want eternal rest, do you? Want to sleep, huh? This time I'll let you sleep for good. Bang! 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 After a few sword strikes, the powerful boss monster skeleton general, without even delivering a single attack, was directly slain by Lin Tian. You have slain the boss monster skeleton general, LV-15, and gained 1000 EXP. For killing a monster 5 levels higher, you receive an additional 1500 EXP. For slaying a boss level monster, you receive an additional 1500 EXP. Clatter! The skeleton general collapsed instantly. A flood of violet and orange equipment exploded forth, but the most dazzling sight was at the center, where a massive battle blade blazed with eye-searing crimson light. Chapter 40, 100,000X Treasure Chest Reward, Restrictions Lifted. The entire blade exhibited a ghastly bone-white hue. Embedded in the hilt was an eerie human skull. A legendary red teardrop? Lin Tian swallowed hard and stepped forward to examine this crimson weapon. Weapon, Lament of the Vanquished. Level requirement, 15. Quality, Crimson. Attack power, 400. Additional attributes, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Magic power plus 100. Extra additional attribute, Attack power plus 400. Special effect Undead Resurrection. After killing an enemy, you can summon a skeleton monster from the enemy's corpse. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the skeleton monster will be. The duration of the skeleton monster is positively correlated with your spirit attribute. Additional skill, Funeral Sacrifice. Sacrifice all skeleton monsters summoned through the Undead Revival effect to significantly boost your own attributes. The more skeletons sacrificed, the stronger the attribute enhancement becomes, with the duration positively correlated to your spirit stat. Description: if I die, let the whole world be buried with me. Item/equipment quality tiers from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, rainbow, dream hues. This weapon, it's absolutely brutal. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as they were dazzled by the weapon's attributes and flashy skills. With a total attack power of 800 points, it surpassed the Heavenly Wolf Greatsword more than eightfold. The additional attributes alone reached a staggering 500 points. What's more, its powerful special effects allowed him to summon hordes of skeletal monsters by slaying enemies, significantly boosting his monster-slaying efficiency. The accompanying equipment skill is incredibly powerful, capable of sacrificing summoned skeleton monsters to drastically boost one's combat power for a short period. The only drawback is, this weapon requires level 15 to use. Lin Tian can't wield it just yet. Other than that, the skeleton general also dropped 2 orange tier pieces of equipment. One was an orange gauntlet, the other an orange ring. Though stronger in stats than the gear dropped from elite skeletons earlier, both still required level 15 to equip. Packing up the gear, Lin Tian raised his head and looked toward the throne. Then there's this. After the skeleton general collapsed, on the highest throne in the palace, appeared a gleaming bronze treasure chest. Lin Tian approached it, just about to touch the chest. Before his eyes, a prompt popped up. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player to obtain a dungeon treasure chest. Achievement unlocked, Pioneer, plus 30 exam points. As the first player to clear the dungeon and obtain a treasure chest, the quality of the chest you're opening will be enhanced 100-fold. As the prompt appeared simultaneously, the bronze treasure chest before Lin Tian flashed with light, transforming into a magnificent golden treasure chest. Reaching out, he was just about to open the golden treasure chest. Yet, the golden treasure chest shimmered with light once more. After a 1,000-fold increase in drop rate, this gold treasure chest has been upgraded to a crystal treasure chest. In the blink of an eye, the golden treasure chest had transformed into a dazzling array of colors. The shimmering, ever-shifting radiance nearly filled the entire valley like a fantastical illusion. Can the external hack's 1,000-fold drop rate multiplier also apply to treasure chests? Lin Tian's eyes lit up at the sight as he quickly did some calculations. As the first player to clear the dungeon, the game enhanced the quality of his reward chest by 100-fold. Then, his cheat ability 1,000-fold drop rate further amplified the already 100-fold enhanced chest by another 1,000 times, meaning the chest's quality had been boosted by a total of 100,000 times. What could possibly be inside a 100,000-fold enhanced chest? Heart brimming with anticipation, he opened the chest. With a burst of multicolored light, clink clatter, instantly, a flood of gold coins and potions erupted from the treasure chest. In an instant, it nearly covered the entire ground above the throne. At the center of these treasures, a necklace shimmered brilliantly. The radiance emanating from the necklace was predominantly golden, yet tinged with a trace of dark energy. Lin Tian stepped forward, picked up the necklace obtained from the glazed treasure chest, and examined it closely. The necklace, the forgiveness of the transcendent. Level limit, none. Quality, dark gold. Magic defense, 2000. Additional attributes, none. Log rate special effect. While wearing this necklace, you will not be restricted by level requirements when equipping gear or using items. Description: all shackles are but illusions. In my name, you are absolved and set free. Above red quality equipment lies gold quality gear, and beyond gold quality comes dark gold. This dark gold equipment, besides possessing exceptionally high magical defense, has only one divine tier special effect. While wearing this necklace, you will not be restricted by level requirements when equipping gear or using items. But it was precisely this effect that sent Lin Tian into raptures. Heaven is aiding me. Lin Tian picked up the necklace. He couldn't help but curve his lips into a wide grin. With the 1,000-fold drop rate cheat activated, Lin Tian could easily obtain high-quality equipment, allowing him to hunt monsters beyond his level. However, due to his level restrictions, the high-tier equipment he obtained from cross-level hunting, Lin Tian couldn't utilize it immediately, unable to promptly convert his equipment advantage into combat superiority and thus challenge more formidable enemies swiftly, forming an efficient virtuous cycle for power enhancement. This was currently the biggest issue he faced. Yet this dark gold equipment, the Transcender's clemency, perfectly resolved his problem. It arrived at precisely the right moment. With this equipment's empowerment, he had practically entered full-on invincibility mode now. Donning this dark gold tier equipment, Lin Tian promptly swapped to the newly acquired epic quality weapon Lament of the Vanquished and equipped both level 15 legendary tier gear pieces simultaneously. In an instant, the massive boost in attributes made his body feel slightly uncomfortable. After moving around a bit, he finally grew accustomed to the immense power granted by his new equipment. He picked up the countless gold coins and numerous high-grade recovery potions scattered on the ground. Lin Tian turned around and left the dungeon. The monsters in the beginner's zone were already nearing their level cap of around 10. To seek out stronger foes, Lin Tian had no choice but to leave the beginner's zone and formally step into the legendary continent's interior. Since each beginner's zone was a relatively enclosed space, once you left, there was no way to return. After some consideration, Lin Tian intended to settle matters here before officially embarking on his adventure across the legendary continent. Stepping forward, Lin Tian, clad in luxurious equipment, returned to the beginner's village. At this moment, Sun Saiha and his gang, noticing Lin Tian wasn't ambushing outside the beginner's village, had just stepped out of the village entrance. They planned to grind some monsters to boost their already lagging levels. As it turned out, before they could even finish killing one rooster, they suddenly spotted Lin Tian with his red name blazing, sprinting back toward the beginner's village at astonishing speed. Hurry! Retreat to the village now! Sun Saiha was so startled that she nearly pissed herself, quickly retreating with her companions. Upon entering the beginner's village and spotting the militia guards stationed at the entrance, she finally dared to let out a quiet sigh of relief. Well now, still hanging around the village, are we? You're taking an exam, not experiencing rural life. If you don't come out to grind mobs and level up soon, you probably won't even get into a third-tier college. Lin Tian arrived at the village entrance, carrying his battle blade and smugly spouting sarcastic remarks. Sun Saiha was so enraged by Lin Tian's triumphant demeanor that she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Falling so far behind on the very first day left Sun Saiha and her group in a situation essentially equivalent to having their ears covered by Lin Tian during an English listening test. The lost marks are already hard to recover. Considering the importance of the college entrance exam, their future prospects will undoubtedly be greatly affected. Sun Saiha also dropped her previous fake cheerful demeanor with a smile. She glared coldly at Lin Tian and sneered, "Just keep being arrogant. You've only got 7 days left to act this smug. After the Gaokao is over, I'll find you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian clutched his head, his body squirming nervously. "I'm so scared. Can you please not take revenge on me? I was already planning to make peace with you all." Sun Saiha was slightly taken aback by these words, pausing to ponder for a moment. She reined in her somewhat out-of-control emotions and then pretended to be ready to forgive Lin Tian, saying, "You want to make peace? That's fine, but we've already lost so much time today. You'll have to compensate us with your equipment and items." Lin Tian nodded eagerly, Sure. With that, he directly pulled out a pile of purple tier equipment from his bag and tossed them on the ground. Holy shit! Where did he get so many purple tier items? Sun Saiha and his group's eyes instantly widened, staring fixedly at the purple weapon on the ground. "Will these do?" Lin Tian asked. "Yes." Sun Saiha and his crew immediately dashed out of the beginner's village like ravenous dogs pouncing on prey, reaching out to snatch the purple equipment on the ground. Poof! At precisely this moment, Lin Tian swung the massive battle blade Lament of the Annihilator in his hand with a gentle flick. This formidable red-tier weapon, with the terrifying power attribute of numerical horror, Lin Tian could now kill these level 2 or 3 players with just a touch, effortlessly achieving instant kills, often dealing far more damage than needed. In an instant, Sun Saiha and his group fell dead once again. The weapon effect, Revival of the Dead, activated. One by one, skeletal minions crawled out from their corpses. In the village, Sun Saiha and his group, now resurrected once more, were utterly furious. They stood by the respawn point, hurling a stream of curses at Lin Tian. Sun Saiha in particular was throwing a tantrum like a shrew. Filth constantly spewed from his mouth, threatening the lives of Lin Tian's entire family. Yet Lin Tian didn't feel the slightest anger. He strode into the village, chuckling as he walked toward the gathered crowd. Someone retreated in fear. Sun Saiha sneered. What's there to fear? Would he dare to make a move in the beginner's village? Do you think 2 level 30 militiamen are just for show? The next instant, thump! A figure flashed by. Sun Saiha was cleaved straight down the middle from his forehead. Chapter 41, Massacre at Novice Village, Secret Realm Map. Phew! Lin Tian lightly swung his battle blade in hand. Sun Saiha's group quickly collapsed to the ground once more. Discovering the situation here, 2 militia members guarding the entrance of the beginner's village immediately rushed over. Who dares to be so bold as to defy village regulations and kill our own people? The 2 militiamen, holding spears, charged directly toward Lin Tian. Since Lin Tian dared to make a move in the beginner's village, it naturally meant he no longer feared these 2 level 30 militia. Wrath of the Fallen, Crimson Afterimage, Dark Blessing, Power of the White Bone, Savagery. Activating several skills attached to his orange tier equipment in succession, Lin Tian's body was instantly enveloped in multicolored radiance, enhancing his combat power to its peak. Under the astonished gazes of players and NPCs in the village, Lin Tian charged towards the 2 militiamen. Bang! Bang! Weapons clash. The 2 militiamen were instantly knocked back from the impact. Before they could even regain their stance, Lin Tian's blade was already descending upon them again. Heavy slash. Boom! The charged strike carried tremendous force, shaking the ground. This blow, he directly slashed one of the militiamen into critical condition, knocking him unconscious. Lin Tian seized the moment to deliver 2 more strikes. A level 30 militiaman who was supposed to maintain order in the beginner's village had actually fallen dead just like that. With one militiaman dead, the other naturally found himself in an even more precarious situation. Lin Tian rushed forward and delivered 2 seemingly ordinary slashes, and yet another militia member fell lifeless to the ground, overwhelmed by the glaring disparity in combat prowess. You have attacked and killed a novice village guard, infamy points plus 10. Current infamy points, 125. You have become a serious criminal. You have attacked and killed a novice village guard, infamy points plus 10. Current infamy value, 135. You have become a serious criminal. 2 militiamen were easily slain by Lin Tian. At this moment, Sun Saiha's group, who had just respawned in the beginner's village, witnessed this scene and plunged utterly into despair. Before, when they saw Lin Tian, they would desperately flee towards the beginner village. Now it was completely the opposite. The moment they spotted him, they turned tail and ran wildly, scrambling to escape outside the village. Yet, with agility 100 times theirs, Lin Tian's figure flickered effortlessly, cutting down every last one of them once more. Sun Saiha and his group revived once again. Lin Tian stepped forward and continued the slaughter. In less than 5 minutes, the vast majority of players had exhausted all 10 of their resurrection chances and were completely eliminated from the game. Being eliminated at this stage meant these candidates were basically completely screwed. Converted to a score, for this exam, with a perfect score being 100, they could probably only scrape together about 5 or 6 points. Forget about esports colleges, they wouldn't even qualify for Guangqing Women's Gymnastics Academy. Stepping on Sun Xia, who was down to her last life, Lin Tian said with a gentle smile, "Well, learned your lesson yet? Still planning to steal kills in the future?" Sun Xia's face was filled with anger and humiliation. She opened her mouth, still wanting to hurl insults and threats at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian was the first to strike, his blade decisively ending her college entrance exam journey. "So satisfying." Lin Tian roared with laughter. Glancing around, he noticed the other players had all retreated to a distance, looking at him with fear. Lin Tian scratched his head and was just about to leave. Little did he know that right at this moment, a group of other NPCs from the beginner village began closing in on him. Led by the village chief, a group of NPCs stood with weapons in hand, their faces filled with menace. The village chief said coldly, "You arrogant scoundrel, how dare you kill the guardians of our village? Do you realize you've committed a grave crime? Now, we must imprison you in the dungeon and await judgment from the Holy City Alliance. You'd better not resist." Lin Tian took a quick glance. None of the NPCs were higher than level 30. The highest level village chief was only level 35. He certainly wasn't going to surrender without a fight. He didn't enjoy bondage play, and even if he did, he'd be the one doing the tying and not the one being tied up and That left him with just 2 options. 1. Escape. 2. Kill them all. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before smiling faintly. Forget it, if killing has begun, a few more won't make a difference. In his hand, the battle blade shimmered with radiance. The special weapon effect Resurrection of the Dead activates. Instantly, upon the corpses of 2 militia members who just fell in battle, 2 tall skeleton spearmen appear. Then, Lin Tian once again used the weapon's skill Burial Companion. Above the 2 towering spearmen skeletons, blue light rose and drilled into Lin Tian's body. The next second, the 2 skeletons collapsed. Having absorbed the power of both skeletons, Lin Tian's combat power surged dramatically once again. With lightning-fast movements, he charged straight into the crowd of NPCs, slaughtering them without restraint. In no time, all the NPCs in the beginner's village had completely fallen. Just 10 minutes ago, this thriving novice village was now littered with corpses, transformed into a living hell. As Lin Tian pinned the village chief beneath his foot and raised his blade for the final strike, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind him. "Hold it right there." Lin Tian turned his head to look, only to see a righteous-faced young man striding toward him. Noticing the youth's average equipment and presumably low level, Lin Tian grew curiously intrigued. Where did this courage to stand against him suddenly come from? With an awe-inspiring gait, the player walked straight up to the village chief and tossed a handful of herbs directly onto his face, saying, "Chief, here are the herbs you asked me to gather. I've finished collecting them. Now hand over the quest rewards before you drop dead." Village chief. After submitting the quest and collecting the reward, the guy made an inviting gesture, bending slightly as he fawned at Lin Tian with an ingratiating smile. "Here, big bro, please proceed, so sorry for wasting your time." Lin Tian. He kind of wanted to hack this bastard apart. However, considering that the other party hadn't harmed his interests, and for ordinary examinees like them, this college entrance examination was quite significant. 9 years of compulsory education all leading to this decisive battle. Lin Tian still spared this guy's life. But, with a swift strike of the saber, the last NPC village chief in the beginner's zone fell. Before my eyes, continuous prompts popped up. You attacked and killed the beginner's village chief. Villainy points plus 30. Current notoriety value, 225. You have become a serious criminal. You slaughtered the entire beginner village. Achievement unlocked, Village Slayer. Reward obtained, Secret Realm Map Eerie Beginner Village X1. You slaughtered the entire beginner village. Relations with the Holy City Alliance severely deteriorated. All human villages, towns, and cities, as well as NPCs from the Righteous faction, will no longer provide you with any quests or services. As for the punishment mentioned in the notification, Lin Tian didn't care in the slightest. With the cheat 1,000-fold drop rate at his disposal, he just needed to keep finding and killing sufficiently powerful monsters to grow stronger quickly and accumulate a massive amount of exam points. Accepting missions or trying to gain benefits from NPCs would only slow down his combat strength progression efficiency. Moreover, playing the role of a villain in this game seems like it'd be quite entertaining. Lin Tian's lips curled into a dangerous smile as his gaze swept across the surrounding players. The surrounding players immediately scurried further away. Opening the package, Lin Tian retrieved the secret realm map obtained after slaughtering the beginner's village and examined it. Special item, Secret Realm Map Eerie Beginner's Village. Level restriction, LV50. Effect, consume this map to enter the secret dungeon Ominous Novice Village. Description, would anyone truly help you for free? Those kind villagers in the Novice Village, are they really human? Chapter 42, setting a small goal, hunting the 10 great bosses. Special item, Mystic Realm Map Eerie Beginner's Village. Level requirement, LV50. Effect, consume this map to enter the Mystic Realm Dungeon, Eerie Beginner's Village. Description, would anyone truly help you without asking for anything in return? Are those friendly villagers in the Beginner's Village really human? Looking at the Secret Realm map in his hand, Lin Tian pondered slightly. All he needed to do now was tear open the map, and he would immediately enter the Secret Realm Dungeon. However, the level restriction for this Secret Realm map was LV50. This implies that the combat power of monsters in the Secret Dungeon is above level 50. Although there is the forgiveness of the Transcender, Lin Tian can use this item right now. However, after some thought, considering there's only one chance to enter, to maximize the gains from entering the Secret Realm Dungeon, Lin Tian didn't immediately tear open the map, instead deciding to boost his strength a bit more. Under the bewildered gazes of other examinees who looked at him as if he were a monster, Lin Tian left the beginner village, heading straight for the outermost area. After searching along the perimeter of the beginner zone for a while, it didn't take long before he found a teleportation array. You have reached level 10 and can now leave the beginner zone. Do you wish to leave the beginner zone and travel to the legendary Zhongzhou continent? Note, after teleportation, you cannot return to the beginner zone. Please be prepared. Yes, teleport. Lin Tian willed it without hesitation. The next instant, light shimmered around him. When his eyes opened again, the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. You have been teleported to the legendary Zhongzhou continent. You are the first player to complete the teleportation. Exam points plus 30. An endless expanse of vast land, towering peaks scraping the sky in the distance, with the faint silhouette of a massive city barely visible on the horizon. Compared to that tiny beginner's area, the legendary Central Plains continent is clearly far more expansive. All examinees teleported from their respective beginner zones could gather and meet on the legendary Zhongzhou continent. It could be said that stepping onto the legendary Zhongzhou continent marked the true beginning of this game participated in by millions. After completing the teleportation, not far away, a guide in traditional robes immediately approached. Welcome to the legendary Zhongzhou continent. I am a guide from the Holy City Alliance. I have here a detailed map of the Zhongzhou continent along with monster distribution information as a gift. Approaching Lin Tian. Yet the guide's words abruptly ceased. His gaze fixed on the glaring red name hovering above Lin Tian's head. The previously friendly smile vanished instantly as he said coldly, "I'm sorry, but I have no obligation to provide service to criminals." With that, he began collecting the map and documents in his hands. "Hand it over." Lin Tian responded with a sinister grin, immediately drawing his blade to strike. Though the guide had reached level 35, his combat prowess was lacking. He possessed no special fighting techniques, relying only on basic attacks. He only lasted 3 strikes from Lin Tian before collapsing dead. You attacked and killed the novice guide, evil fame plus 30. Current evil fame value, 255. You have become a serious criminal. Lin Tian picked up the map and documents to examine. The distance from where I'm currently standing. The nearest capital city is called Holy Sword City. By conventional wisdom, players entering the legendary Central Plains continent should first replenish their supplies at the nearest capital city. But Lin Tian's situation was special. Bearing the red name, he probably wouldn't be very welcomed in Sacred Sword City. After some thought, Lin Tian began examining the distribution of monsters across the legendary Zhongzhou continent. Currently, the area he was in was known as the Beast Wild Wasteland. The monsters here ranged from levels 10 to 35. The strongest regional boss in this area. It's a Lord-class boss, named Sky Roar. Apart from this, there are 9 other regions on the legendary Central Continent. With a total of 10 regions, the closer you get to the outer edges of the continent, the higher the level of monsters and the greater the danger. Above each region, there exists a formidable boss. Lin Tian planned to start by accomplishing a small goal, hunting down each of these 10 regional bosses, one by one. With determined steps, he dashed first toward the lair of the boss in the Beast Wilderness. Roaring Canyon. Between 2 colossal cliffs, an expanse of whitened animal bones lay scattered across the valley floor. In the distance, a massive mammoth-like creature standing over 5 meters tall was resting in a crevice of the canyon. Flanking its side stood 2 more mammoth monsters, each towering 3 meters high. Level 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Elite Monster. Level 30 Ancient Roar Beast, Elite Monster. Level 35 Celestial Roar, Field Boss Regional Guardian. In this game, apart from levels, the grade has the greatest impact on a monster's combat power. Monster grades, from low to high, are as follows. Common Monster, Elite Monster, Leader Monster, Lord Monster, Overlord Monster, King Class Monster, Emperor Class Monster, Legendary Monster. The skeleton general that Lin Tian had previously slain was a Leader Class Monster, the same grade as the 2 minions beside the regional boss Skyhowler. However, the level difference was vast. The 2 ancient howlers were far more powerful than the skeleton general. the Lord-class boss Sky Roar naturally possesses even more terrifying combat power. Of course, besides these conventional rarity tiers, there occasionally appear monsters with special rarity grades, such as periodically respawning world-level boss monsters or storyline monsters that appear during certain in-game events. Lin Tian approached to examine these three monsters' information and attempted to engage them. Skills unleashed completely. Lin Tian adjusted himself to peak condition. Whoosh! His figure darted forward in a deadly charge. 5 minutes later, Lin Tian's arms were numb from slashing, yet the three monsters only bore bloody gashes all over their bodies, showing no sign of falling. Damn it! Level 30 elite monsters and level 35 lord monsters are indeed incomparable to those ordinary NPCs from the beginner villages. Their defense is absurdly strong. Sensing the dire situation, Lin Tian began fighting while retreating. Though he had ample healing items and tools in his backpack, with the support of top-tier equipment, he could take on three powerful monsters simultaneously without being defeated. However, actually killing them wouldn't be that easy. Indeed, trying to defeat a level 35 regional boss at level 10 is still a bit too difficult. After finding an opening to escape, Lin Tian immediately left the canyon behind and let out a long sigh of relief. After studying the map briefly, he decided to first clear out other leader-level bosses in this area. Dashing forward, in the eastern part of the Wilderness of Beasts, Lin Tian discovered the lair of a three-headed tiger beast. LV25 three-headed tiger beast leader-class monster. A level 35 lord-class monster would be difficult to handle. But this level 25 leader-class creature posed no real challenge for Lin Tian. Though the three-headed tiger beast was formidable, its three heads spewing flames that caused Lin Tian quite a bit of trouble. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian successfully slew it. You have slain the elite monster three-headed tiger beast, LV25, and gained 10,000 EXP. 15 level gap kill bonus, additional 25,000 EXP awarded. Elite monster kill bonus, additional 25,000 EXP awarded. Your level has increased to LV11. 10 free attribute points obtained. Your level has increased to LV12, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV13, gaining 10 free attribute points. Slayed a level 25 boss monster. Lin Tian leveled up 3 times in succession. A large amount of gold coins and items burst forth from the three-headed tiger beast's corpse. Among them, one item shimmering with crimson light stood out the most. Chapter 43, Celestial Explosion Starfist. First kill of the regional boss. Lin Tian stepped forward to examine carefully. Upper garment, Tyrant Tiger Armor. Level requirement, 25. Quality, red. Defense, 950. Additional attributes, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 200, Agility plus 150, Spirit plus 100, Magic Power plus 100. Extra bonus, total defense increased by 20%. Special effect Ambush, conceal yourself before launching an attack, continuously increasing the damage of the next strike, up to a maximum of 200%. Additional skill Tiger's Roar, let out an earth-shaking Tiger's Roar, dealing massive sonic damage to all surrounding enemies while simultaneously reducing their attack power. Description, crafted from the bones of the legendary tiger monster, heaven-defying divine tiger, this superior armor offers outstanding defensive capabilities while also providing the wearer with formidable offensive techniques. Yet another level 25 red tier armor required. With nearly 1,000 defense points, it practically equals the combined defensive stats of all Lin Tian's other equipped gear. Due to its high equipment level, this Tyrant Tiger armor provides Lin Tian with attributes far surpassing even his current weapon Lament of the Vanquished, while also boasting incredibly powerful skills and special effects. With the dark gold equipment Limit Breaker's Mercy in his possession, even after slaying 3 tiger beasts, Lin Tian had only reached level 13. Yet, he could directly equip the Decepticon armor. After changing equipment, Lin Tian didn't pause, continuing to sweep through the nearby boss-level creatures according to the map and monster distribution information. An hour passed. Not only did his level rapidly climb to 18, his entire set of equipment was quickly replaced with high-grade red quality gear. His attributes received yet another massive boost. During this time, he also discovered a dungeon instance. After clearing the dungeon, a silver treasure chest appeared. After a 1,000-fold enhancement, the silver treasure chest transformed directly into a diamond treasure chest before being opened. Lin Tian obtained a golden quality skill book from the 1,000-fold enhanced diamond treasure chest. Skill book, Celestial Explosion Starfist. Level requirement, LV30. Quality, gold. Skill effect, concentrate your entire body's strength, consuming your own vitality, to summon the power of the stars and unleash a devastating punch from the heavens. The skill's power scales positively with strength and constitution. For every 1,000 points added to strength, the attack range of this skill doubles. Description, do you still remember that legendary punch from the sky? In this game, skill books are also considered as a type of item. Thus, with Transcender's Forgiveness, Lin Tian can learn this level 30 Golden Tier skill in advance. With just a thought, learning begins instantly. You have mastered the Golden Quality skill, Celestial Burst Fist. After a boss-level monster is slain, it usually takes several hours before it respawns. After wiping out all the surrounding elite monsters, Lin Tian once again returned to the massive canyon in the northeastern part of the Beast Wilderness. LV-35 Sky Howl, boss-level monster. LV-30 Primeval Howling Beast, elite-level monster. LV-30 Primeval Howling Beast, elite-level monster. This should work now, right? Sweethearts, Daddy's back. Surveying three massive mammoth-like creatures in the distance, Lin Tian broke into a smile. He opened the attributes panel and glanced over it briefly. Player, Lin Tian. Class, Warrior. Level, 18, 8500/60,000. Strength, 1228. Affects physical attacks and physical skill damage. Constitution, 1120. Affects health points, defense, and wound recovery speed. Agility, 995. Affects movement speed and attack speed. Spell power, 520. Affects magical attacks and spell skill effects. Spirit, 620. Affects total mana capacity and mana regeneration speed. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Gold, 2,134,080. Return once more to face this challenge. Lin Tian's combat power had already far surpassed what he was capable of just over an hour ago. Wilderness Blessing. Ambush. Bone-shattering charge. Ultra power convergence. The red equipment's special effects and skills activated. Lin Tian's aura surged violently once more, with tremendous energy gathering around his body. Charging to a sufficient degree, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as if with dazzling starlight. Skyburst. Starfist. The next instant, the sky darkened ominously. Winds and clouds shifted abruptly. An enormously massive pale blue fist shadow condensed in midair, with Lin Tian's furious roar. Boom! The Starfist came crashing down. The entire Beast Wilderness trembled violently. In an instant, the Starfist struck true. Two level 30 elite ancient roar beasts were crushed into bloody pulp. Tianhe, the level 35 regional lord-class boss. He was also grievously wounded and collapsed to the ground from that single punch. Not only were the three monsters at the center of the Celestial Burst Fist wounded, but within the nearby range, dozens upon dozens of other wild monsters were either killed or injured by the shockwaves of that punch. With just one punch, Lin Tian gained a massive amount of experience points, leveling up directly to LV21. Your level has increased to 20, gaining 10 free attribute points. Exam points plus 20. You are the first player to break through level 20, receiving an additional reward of exam points, 200. You have awakened the warrior's second skill, Whirlwind Slash. Your level has risen to 21, gaining 10 free attribute points. This punch carries terrifying power. However, it also consumed a great amount of Lin Tian's vital energy. His body felt as if it had been completely drained, leaving him utterly exhausted. Lin Tian quickly retrieved medicine from his pouch and swallowed it hastily. Under the replenishment of high-quality medicine, he instantly returned to full vitality once more. Surveying the vicinity, Lin Tian spotted the strongest boss of the Beast Wilderness, Heavenly Roar, barely clinging to life. With a swift movement, he dashed forward and delivered a final crushing blow. Thud! Heavenly Roar was slain. You have slain the Beast Wasteland Lord boss Skyroar, gaining 100,000 EXP. Killing an enemy 14 levels higher, you receive an additional 200,000 EXP. Slaying a Lord tier boss grants an extra 400,000 EXP. Your level has increased to LV22, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV23, gaining 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV26, gaining 10 free attribute points. Accompanied by piles of gold coins, potions, and gemstones flashing with crimson light. A golden radiance erupted from the corpse of the Heavenly Howler. Lin Tian stepped forward, casually picking up a few gemstones to examine. Item, Supreme Power Gem. Level restriction, none. Quality, red. Effect, inlaid into equipment, grants an additional 500 strength attribute bonus. Description, the most superior strength gem, significantly enhancing the equipment's strength attribute enhancement. Item, Supreme Experience Gem. Level requirement, none. Quality, red. Effect, when socketed into equipment, increases experience gained by 50%. Description, the pinnacle of experience gems, drastically improving your leveling efficiency. Item, Supreme Vampiric Essence. Level restriction, none. Quality, red. Effect, when embedded in a weapon, grants 50% lifesteal with attacks. Description, a supreme grade top tier lifestealing essence gem that enhances your sustained combat capabilities. It can also double as a sanitary pad, though it might feel a bit lumpy. Chapter 44 Kirin Treasure Chest, Colored Quality Wings. Boosted by the 1000-fold drop rate hack. Among the loot dropped by the boss Heavenly Roar, there were a full 30 pieces of top tier red quality gems alone. Put away the gems, gold coins, and potions. Lin Tian reached out and picked up a golden battle axe at the very center. Weapon, Glory Beast Slayer. Level requirement, 35. Quality, gold. Attack power, 3500. Additional attributes, strength plus 800, constitution plus 600, agility plus 600, spirit plus 200, spell power plus 100. Extra attributes, strength plus 400, constitution plus 200, agility plus 200, spirit plus 200, spell power plus 100, attack power overall increased by 20%. Effect 1, Slaughtering Fury. Killing enemies continuously fuels your rage. When rage reaches a certain threshold, you enter a berserk state, gaining massive boosts to strength and constitution attributes. Effect 2, Indiscriminate Destruction. Your attacks have a chance to directly destroy enemy equipment. Attached skill, Beast God Moment. Summon the Beast God's possession, transforming into the Beast God form. Description: the Ancient Beast Clan's sacred artifact, ranked number 312 on the Legendary World's Supreme Weapons ranking and ultra-powerful battle axe. Item equipment quality ranges from low to high, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, prismatic, phantom prismatic. After obtaining this golden equipment, Lin Tian's combat power has been elevated to an entirely new level. Not to mention the powerful special effects and dazzling additional skills. This piece of equipment, with its base attack exceeding 3000 and total attribute bonuses reaching 3200, has already allowed Lin Tian to nearly double his combat prowess. However, the rewards for slaying the Heavenly Roar far exceeded just that. Ding! You are the first player to defeat the regional boss Heavenly Roar in the Beast Wildlands. Bonus exam points plus 300. Ding! You are the first player to defeat a regional boss. Bonus exam points plus 300. As the first player to defeat a regional boss, the quality of the loot from this regional boss chest will be increased 100-fold. In the very center of the canyon, where the ground dips into a hollow, a stone platform carved from rock slowly rises. Upon the platform, a treasure chest adorned with tiger head patterns suddenly emits a flash of light. The tiger pattern chest transforms in an instant into a chest now decorated with coiling dragon motifs. Lin Tian stepped forward, attempting to open the treasure chest. On the coiling dragon pattern chest, a glow flickered once more. After a 1000-fold drop rate amplification, this coiled dragon treasure chest has been upgraded to a Qilin treasure chest. As expected, the 1000-fold drop rate hack can enhance all treasure chests. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The gaming system amplified it 100-fold for him. The cheat code then boosted it another 1000-fold. Opening this treasure chest with quality enhanced 100,000 times over. Mountains of gold coins erupted forth, nearly filling half the canyon. Among them were also countless red and golden quality gem items mixed in. Even more remarkably, several dark golden gems shimmered brightly. The attribute bonuses these gems could provide were truly astonishing. Among the plethora of items bursting from this treasure chest, a dazzling beam of colorful light shot straight into the sky. It was a pair of overwhelmingly domineering, magnificent wings that seemed to blaze with scorching flames. Lin Tian waved his hand slightly. Wings descended from the sky and slowly fell into his grasp. Special equipment, Blazing Sun Holy Feather. Level requirement, 100. Quality, colored. Effect 1, movement speed increased by 100-fold. Effect 2, attacks now inflict scorching solar fire, dealing massive burn damage. Effect 3, all attributes plus 3000. Effect 4, for every 100 levels gained, you can enter the Solar Sanctuary dungeon once. Description: these supreme wings from the Solar Sanctuary possess the fiery divine might of the Solar Holy Flame. Ranked 57th in the Legendary Continent's wing rankings. Holy shit! Upon seeing these wings attributes, even Lin Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Equipping the wings, he felt the surge of power flooding through his body once more. The corner of Lin Tian's lips curled up unbridled. Isn't this the damn perfect liftoff? At the same time, Novice Village number 1565. Huang Tianao, leveraging nearly flawless combat techniques, finally overcame the zone boss in the rookie area despite being underleveled. The moment he opened the treasure chest and saw a purple tier equipment drop, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Weapon, Diamond Battle Blade. Level requirement, 10. Quality, purple. Attack power, 100. Additional attributes, strength plus 40, constitution plus 50, agility plus 30, spirit plus 20. Special effect, Diamond Might, your attacks carry the power of diamond, with a chance to stun enemies. Introduction, a formidable weapon exclusive to the Titan Warriors. Legend has it that even when eating spring onions with dipping sauce, the Titan Warrior would use this blade to trim the onions into perfect shapes. This must be the first purple tier weapon in this game session. Huang Tianao thought to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the real world, the college entrance exam livestream had already caused a tremendous uproar. Witnessing Huang Tianao single-handedly defeat the dungeon boss with their own eyes, viewers across the nation were utterly conquered by the formidable gaming talent he displayed. They frantically flooded the comments section with expressions of admiration and shock. In the live stream, the three game commentators were visibly shaken at this moment. "So strong, absolutely unbelievable," exclaimed commentator Guagua. Brother Maipian's face was full of astonishment, his eyes slightly moist with excitement. 3 years? No, 5 years. In nearly 5 years of college entrance exams, we haven't seen such an extraordinary gaming talent. Female commentator Tao Tao somehow produced a green sleeping bag and had already crawled inside, resembling a giant caterpillar. Exactly. Watching Huang Tianao leave the dungeon, he immediately found the teleportation array and headed for the legendary central continent. Suddenly, Serial Brother realized something and froze for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute, that's not right. I remember that in this type of legendary game, the first player to defeat a dungeon boss should always receive extra rewards." Guagua thought back and was also stunned. "You're right. Why didn't Huang Tianao receive any special rewards? Or did he get them but just didn't show them off? Could it be, he wasn't the first one to defeat a raid boss?" Brother Serial suggested a possibility. The director then began switching camera angles in coordination. In the other beginner zones, several other seated contestants from the aristocratic companies. In the past few hours, things have been advancing rapidly. Several candidates such as Zhou Yu, Xinwen Chen Bingqi, and Yuan Fenghua who had the potential to compete for the top spot had already begun exploring the dungeons in the beginners area, though none had successfully cleared them yet. But then, who was it that defeated the boss-level monster before Huang Tianao? Could it be Xiao Yun? Commentator Guagu made a guess. The director immediately switched the camera to Xiao Yun's perspective. At the very moment the viewpoint changed, the audience witnessed Xiao Yun and several teammates from his party encircling and attacking a dungeon boss-level boss. Xiao Yun leaped into action, his figure continuously dodging attacks. Finally, he ended it with an exceptionally graceful leap and slash, defeating the boss. The live stream erupted in astonishment once more. Xiao Yun, born of humble origins, shockingly managed to defeat the zone's leader-class boss ahead of several seeded players, securing second place only to Huang Tianao's speed. Impressive. With his skills, given time, he'll undoubtedly achieve greatness. Brother Serial promptly gave an exceptionally high evaluation. Guagua nodded in approval, but soon fell into puzzlement again. From this perspective, it seems Xiao Yun wasn't the first to defeat a boss-level enemy either. Then who could it have been? Audiences across the entire Great Xia were also drawn into deep confusion and a faint sense of anticipation by the two streamers' words. Little did they know, that person had long since ventured to the legendary central continent, now standing atop the corpse of a Lord-tier regional boss while examining a pair of dazzling legendary great wings in their hands. Chapter 45, The Bizarre Starter Village, Divine Skill. At the same time, in the capital city, inside the data room of the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, the globally networked cartridge Bloodthirsty Legend used for the Gokō exam is currently running inside a massive gaming console. Numerous data personnel sit before computers, monitoring the cartridge's data operations. Outside the data room, two esports masters with combat levels reaching Grandmaster tier stand guard steadfastly at the data room's entrance. Director, could you come take a look? In the data room, a data inspector suddenly spoke up. The supervisor in charge of monitoring the proper functioning of the cassettes immediately approached and asked, "What's wrong?" The inspector pointed to the red data on the screen and said, "There's an anomaly here. Is it the candidate's data?" The supervisor frowned. The inspector shook his head and said, "No, it seems there's a data error in the cassette world itself. At this stage, it probably won't have any major impact, but we can't rule out some unfortunate low-probability scenarios." The director's expression darkened upon hearing this. The cassette was supposed to undergo 3 rounds of data safety checks before deployment. How could there still be such an issue? As one of the key officials responsible for this year's college entrance exams, if the cassette truly malfunctioned during the testing process, he would bear enormous responsibility. The inspector explained, some dynamic data cannot undergo security checks before being put into use, so such occurrences are not uncommon. It likely won't affect the examination process, and you don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, the director let out a long sigh and nodded solemnly. Continue monitoring this segment of erroneous data. If any further issues arise, report to me immediately. Yes. In the game cartridge world of Bloodthirsty Legend, after equipping the golden weapon Glory of 10,000 Beasts and the wings blazing sun feathers, Lin Tian's combat power soared several times over. He felt his current strength should now be more than sufficient to easily handle level 50 dungeons. Lin Tian retrieved from his inventory the items obtained during his earlier massacre of the beginner village. Special item, Secret Realm Map Eerie Beginner's Village. Level requirement, LV 50. Effect: consume this map to enter the hidden dungeon, the Eerie Novice Village. Description: would anyone truly help you for free? Those kind villagers in the Novice Village, are they really human? Lin Tian exerted strength with both hands, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he tore the map apart with all his might, like shredding black stockings. The next second, a flash of gray light appeared. Squinting his eyes, Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. He found himself entering a space resembling a beginner's village. However, this beginner's village had an overwhelmingly gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. In the sky, what should have been bright sunlight instead cast a blood-red glow. The shape of the sun was utterly abnormal, like a bleeding crimson skull, staining half the sky in thick shades of blood. The air reeked of rot and the metallic tang of blood, nauseating to the senses. Lowering my gaze, I surveyed the surroundings of the beginner's village. Dilapidated houses stood precariously, swaying as if on the verge of collapse, eerie and sinister like haunted dwellings. Inside and outside every house, gray-black tombstones were planted everywhere, standing like dense forests of spears with mutilated heads impaled on their tips, unrecognizable as human. Sinister, terrifying, evil. Here, there was none of the bustling vitality a typical starter village ought to have. The NPCs in the beginner's village were even more unsettling, each one creeping me out. The two militiamen at the village entrance, their eye sockets hollow and empty, their eyeballs long gone, were now staring at each other, though without eyes, and repeatedly thrusting their spears into each other's bodies, while thick, jet-black blood gushed forth. As they stabbed, the parry emitted strange, infant-like giggles. Meanwhile, the blacksmith appeared to be forging something nearby. Moving closer, Lin finally saw clearly. What was being struck repeatedly under the hammer turned out to be pieces of human bones. And what was burning in the forge were human-shaped corpses already charred to cinders. The village chief was even more outrageous. Bloody entrails coiled around every inch of his body. The village chief's eyeball dangled from one socket, his tongue lolling grotesquely while corrosive slime oozed from his lips. On his left cheek protruded a phallic-shaped rod. As Lin Tian turned his gaze toward them, the village chief let out a piercing cackle. Hello there, adventurer, could you do me a little favor? Would you kindly gift me your most precious possession? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian shuddered and clutched his crotch, exclaiming, no way. Mine's way too big, it'd be asymmetrical with the one on your face. Better look elsewhere. Actually, I know a guy named Lu Zhou. The eerie village chief fell silent for a moment before pointing at the rod-like object on his cheek and explaining, this is a thumb. Lin Tian suddenly understood, no wonder. That's one impressively developed thumb of yours. The eerie chief clarified, back when I was alive, you players would complete quests, and I'd always give a thumbs up to show praise. Over time, it just grew like this. Lin Tian nodded and asked, as for the maintenance of onychomycosis, do you have any unique insights? Noticing the conversation had strayed off track, the eerie village chief's expression twisted into one of ferocity. He let out another shrill laugh. Enough nonsense, what I want is your life. As the shrill laughter reached its highest decibel, the NPCs in the village simultaneously turned their heads with mechanical stiffness, their hollow eyes locking onto Lin Tian in unison. The next instant, like frenzied madmen devoid of reason, they all lunged at him. Fuck your mother's life-giving bullshit. With a swing of his hand, Lin Tian cleanly severed the head of the nearest NPC with one axe blow. The golden weapon glory of 10,000 beasts slaughter in his hand shimmered with radiant light. Beast God moment. Lin Tian activated the weapon's active skill. In an instant, his body began to swell, his body hair growing rapidly as his teeth and nails sharpened into vicious fangs and claws. Within seconds, he had transformed into a fearsome 3-meter-tall monstrosity, half man, half beast. In the state of the beast god's hour, his strength and constitution attributes received tremendous enhancement. As the great axe swings, the flames of sacred solar feathers empower his weapon, rendering the terrifyingly formed beginner village NPCs as fragile as paper. In just seconds, it was chopped into pieces by him. Before the current Lin Tian, even level 50 monsters were just snacks that could be effortlessly annihilated with a flick of his fingers. Killing monsters over 20 levels higher, massive experience points gained. Lin Tian's level skyrocketed once again, jumping from LV26 to LV29. After the monsters in the secret realm dungeon were cleared out, the well handle in the center of the village entrance began to turn eerily on its own. Before long, a water bucket ascended from the depths of the well. Inside the bucket, a skeletal treasure chest emitting dark energy lay tilted at an angle. Lin Tian approached it and attempted to open the ominous chest. A thick surge of black energy immediately billowed forth, and the skeletal chest underwent another transformation, its color shifting from black to deep crimson. After a 1,000-fold drop rate amplification, this skeleton chest has evolved into a Ghost King chest. Upon opening the chest, it similarly yielded massive amounts of gold, items, gems, and potions. Beyond these miscellaneous items, also revealed were 2 skill books, and a card emanating dense black energy. The descriptions of the 2 skill books are as follows. Special Skill Book, Divine Blacksmith Skill. Level Requirement, None. Quality, None. Skill Effect, after learning this skill, you can enhance equipment on your own, drill sockets into equipment, embed gems into equipment, enchant equipment, and even craft equipment yourself. When enhancing, socketing, embedding gems, or enchanting equipment, the success rate is extremely high, and there is a chance to provide additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special Skill Book, Divine Odd Jobs Master Skill. Level Restriction, None. Quality, None. Skill Effect, after learning this skill, you can independently mix potions, synthesize various gemstone props and special items with extremely high success rate, and may even provide additional attribute bonuses to the crafted/synthesized items. Although neither skill directly affects combat power, but it's extremely practical. For Lin Tian, who couldn't enter the city and enjoy NPC services, these two skills perfectly compensated for this deficiency. As for that card emitting thick dark energy, after reading the card's description, Lin Tian couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. There's actually something like this? Chapter 46, The Dark Hall's Invitation, Frozen Tundra. The information on the black card is as follows. Special Item, Invitation to the Dark Hall. Level Restriction, LV 100. Effect, upon using this item, you will receive an invitation from the Dark Sanctum, the most notorious villainous faction in the legendary continent, unlocking an entirely different evil questline. You will completely diverge from the path of the Holy City Alliance, and from that moment on, all righteous human NPCs and players will regard you as their mortal enemy. Description, you only get one chance to choose, there is no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. So there really is a path where you can become the villain. This game keeps getting more and more illegal. Lin Tian licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. However, the usage level restriction for this item is LV 100. After using it, I'll probably encounter some troubles that can only be resolved at level 100, or receive some quests that require extremely high combat power to complete. To be safe, Lin Tian first stowed it away in his inventory. Better focus on hunting the bosses in Central Continent first to boost my combat power, he decided. Behind him, wings of blazing flames suddenly unfurled. Lin Tian soared into the sky, flying straight toward the next target zone. The next higher level region was called the Frozen Tundra. The monsters there typically ranged between levels 30 to 55. The strongest regional boss in this area, also a Lord tier boss, is named the Frost Phoenix. With the 100-fold Solar Feather's speed enhancement, Lin Tian moved with incredible speed, leaving a blazing crimson trail across the sky. On the ground, Huang Tianao, who had just entered the legendary Zhengzhou continent, was being led by his guide toward the nearby human capital. Suddenly, a fiery streak flashed across the heavens. The surrounding temperature even rose sharply in that instant. Huang Tianao froze for a moment before asking the guide, "What the hell was that thing that just flew by?" The guide also wore a puzzled expression. No clue, didn't get a clear look either. Thanks to the blazing speed of the sacred solar wings, Lin Tian swiftly departed from the wilderness of 10,000 beasts. Beneath me, the originally barren grayish-brown grassland was gradually being covered by ice-blue snow. Since each area was extremely vast, the distance between various regions is also remarkably vast. Normally, without using the city's teleportation arrays to travel, it would take players several hours to run from one region to another. However, with the support of a rainbow tier wing ranking 57th across the entire legendary continent, Lin Tian crossed between regions in just 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the frozen tundra, Lin Tian wasted no time, heading straight toward the highest peak of the Winterfrost Mountains in the frozen plain. The regional boss of the Frostbite Icefield, the Ice Phoenix, resides atop this very summit of the Winterfrost Mountains. Approaching the Winterfrost Mountains, instantly, a group of humanoid monsters fully formed from frigid ice charged toward Lin Tian. LV 50 Frostborn Elite Monster. With Lin Tian's current combat strength, these level 50 elite monsters were no different from the common roosters at the novice village entrance. He casually swung his golden quality battle axe. Crash, crack, crack. Vast swaths of ice mutants were instantly smashed into powder and collapsed. The ground was littered with bursting gold coins and orange tier items. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to look, simply using the package's auto-loot function to collect these gold coins and items. You have slain elite monster Frostborn, LV 50, earning 80,000 EXP. Overlevel kill bonus, plus 21 levels additional 120,000 EXP gained. You have slain elite monster Frostborn, LV 50, earning 80,000 EXP. Level 21 leap kill bonus, plus 120,000 EXP. Golden level up radiance flickered continuously across his body. After slaughtering hundreds of Frostborn to the last, Lin Tian's level soared directly from LV 29 to LV 35. Step forward. He continued climbing higher toward the mountain peak. Before long, dozens of towering Yeti emerged from the snow, once again blocking his path. LV 53 Snow Troll, Leader Class Monster. Yet Lin Tian's footsteps never faltered for even a moment as he casually strode forward, battle axe twirling in his hand. Put, put, put. As a leader-class monster, the snow troll's thick hide made it far more resilient than frostlings against brute force. If it struck a vital spot, Lin Tian could still kill with one blow. But if it hit elsewhere, he would need to follow up with another axe swing. To him, snow demons and frostlings made little difference. You have slain the boss monster Frost Snowman, LV53, and gained 150,000 EXP. Defeated an enemy 20 levels higher. Bonus 180,000 EXP acquired. You have slain the boss monster Frost Snowman, LV53, and gained 150,000 EXP. Defeated an enemy 20 levels higher. Bonus 180,000 EXP acquired. Dozens of snow demons were eliminated. Lin Tian's level soared once more, advancing from LV35 to LV39. Across the snowfield, a massive quantity of level 50 red tier items dropped. Among them, a faint golden glow flickered. Can a boss-level enemy drop gold tier equipment too? Lin Tian was somewhat surprised and stepped forward to examine the glowing golden item. Armguard, frost wrist guards of the ancient martial god. Level requirement, 50. Quality, gold. Defense, 4300. Additional attributes, strength plus 1500, constitution plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 900, spell power plus 800. Extra additional attributes, strength plus 800, constitution plus 600, agility plus 600, spirit plus 500, spell power plus 300, overall defense increased by 25%. Effect 1 Frost Aura, significantly reduces the agility of surrounding enemies. Effect 2 Frozen Origin, your attacks deal additional frostbite damage with a chance to freeze enemies. Attached skill, Frost War Gods might, pray for the blessing of the Frost War God to temporarily gain immense frost power. Description, the wrist guard of the ancient Frost War God, ranked number 259 on the Legends World's top wrist guards list. Logically speaking, in such legendary games, gold tier equipment is already considered exceptionally rare. With just 7 days of gameplay, obtaining even a single gold tier item would typically secure a player an extremely high ranking in this globally connected cartridge world. Yet now, before even a single day had passed since the game began, Lin Tian already possessed 2 gold tier pieces of equipment, not to mention acquiring a dark gold necklace and a pair of rainbow-colored wings. I can only say, he wasn't even playing the same game as everyone else anymore. As a level 50 legendary equipment, the Frostbane War God's gauntlets possess truly formidable attributes. Lin Tian immediately equipped it, then quickly scanned through the other red tier equipment. Spotting a few pieces superior to his current gear, he made some simple replacements, achieving another significant boost in attributes. Step by step, he continued his ascent up the Frost Peak mountain. Before long, he beheld a gigantic ice-blue avian creature standing majestically atop the snow-covered summit. Chapter 47, The Ancient Ice Phoenix Empress's Treasure Chest, Trial of the Frozen Sanctum. LV55 Extreme Ice Phoenix, Lord-class monster, regional boss. Its massive sapphire blue form stood proudly atop the mountain peak, motionless as an ice sculpture. Only when Lin Tian stepped closer, ascending onto the massive ice-forged platform at the summit, did it stir. The Arctic Phoenix had barely spread its wings when its mouth unexpectedly produced clear, melodious human speech in a woman's voice. Human, trespassing in my domain, disturbing my cultivation, you've already committed a capital crime. Leave this mountain immediately, and I might still spare your life. Lin Tian chuckled, planting his hands on his hips as he imitated the Arctic Phoenix's phrasing. Mother bird, blocking my path, hindering my future, you've already committed a capital crime. Transform into human form right now, kneel before me, and call me daddy, perhaps I might still spare your life. As he spoke, he secretly activated the active skills of the 2 golden artifacts on his person. Beast God Moment. The might of the Frost Martial God. In an instant, golden beast silhouettes and icy blue battle phantoms simultaneously manifested around Lin Tian. Moments later, Lin Tian's body expanded, transforming into beast form, while simultaneously cloaking himself in the phantom silhouette of icy battle armor. His combat power, in that instant, underwent a dramatic surge across all attributes. Heavenly Explosion. Star Fist. His right fist slightly clenched, Lin Tian activated the golden skill. A colossal starlight fist shadow instantly condensed in the sky above. The Heavenly Explosion Star Fist had an effect where for every 1000 points of strength attribute the user possessed, the skill's range would double. Last time, Lin Tian's strength attribute was just over 1000, and his fist shadows could cover hundreds of square meters. Now, with the enhancement of golden equipment and a pair of rainbow-colored wings, his strength attribute has soared past 8000. Above the sky, the colossal starlight fist shadow had grown 8 times larger than before. As the fist descended, it nearly enveloped the entire Winter's Peak. How is this possible? Looking up, he stared at the colossal fist shadow descending from the sky. Feeling the immense power contained within this fist shadow, the Arctic Frost Phoenix's voice trembled. its blue glowing eyes revealing human-like terror as it desperately spread its wings. Surging ice blue energy erupted from its body, rapidly forming a massive ice shield above. However, boom! The fist shadow descended, shattering the ice shield as easily as snapping a wafer biscuit. Then came the crushing of the Frost Phoenix's body, along with the entire winter severity peak. You have slain the Lord Boss Frost Phoenix, earning 300,000 experience points. Level plus 16 kill, bonus 400,000 EXP obtained. Lord Class Boss slain, bonus 800,000 EXP obtained. Your level has increased to LV 40, gain 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 41, gain 10 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player to complete the Frost Phoenix World Boss kill in the Frozen Tundra region. Additional exam points plus 600. In an instant, above the remains of the Frost Phoenix's corpse, multicolored glowing items burst forth. Among them were 2 level 55 gold rank pieces of equipment, as well as a gold rank skill book. The 2 gold rank items were leg guards and a helmet, with attributes far surpassing his current red rank gear. After picking them up, Lin Tian swapped them out immediately. Now adorned with 4 gold rank pieces, his combat power surged once more. As for the skill book, Freezing Horizon. Level requirement, LV 50. Quality, gold. Skill effect, channel mana to unleash a wide-range powerful freezing attack. Skill potency scales with magic power, while area of effect scales with spirit. If magic power exceeds 2000, subsequent frozen areas will trigger ice explosions, dealing secondary damage. Description, freeze them all. This skill is clearly more suitable for mages to learn. After all, there's no limit to the number of skills one can learn in this game. Lin Tian focused his mind and decisively acquired the 1,000 miles of frozen land skill. He lifted his head, surveying the entire winter peak that had been destroyed by his celestial meteor punch. Lin Tian reflected on himself. Had I known earlier, I should have just unleashed this skill from the start. Could have wiped out all the mobs and the boss in one go, wouldn't have wasted so much time. After defeating the Frost Phoenix, the area boss of the frigid tundra zone, Lin Tian obtained 2 golden tier equipment pieces and 1 golden tier skill book, quite a bountiful harvest indeed. But what truly captured his attention was the regional boss's treasure chest. After searching through the collapsed iceberg ruins for what felt like ages, Lin Tian finally discovered the boss treasure chest rewarded after defeating the area's boss. It was an ice blue chest, exquisitely engraved with phoenix patterns. Approaching it, he attempted to open the chest. Upon the ice blue phoenix carved treasure chest, a glow flashed once more. After a 1,000-fold drop rate enhancement, this ice phoenix chest has evolved into an ancient ice phoenix empress chest. Opening the chest, a massive amount of gold coins, items, and gems burst forth. The quality of the props and gems is at least golden level. The most eye-catching is a massive ice blue super greatsword, nearly 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, gleaming with dark golden light like an enormous wall. Weapon, Frost Desolation. Level requirement, 55. Quality, dark gold. Attack power, 7,000. Additional attributes, strength plus 2,500, constitution plus 2,000, agility plus 1,500, spirit plus 1,000, spell power plus 1,000. Extra additional attributes, strength plus 1,500, constitution plus 1,000, agility plus 800, spirit plus 500, spell power plus 500. Special effect 1, Frost Crystal Thorns. When enemies attack you, they will suffer massive frost damage retaliation. Special effect 2, Accumulated Ice Summons Phoenix. When you attack enemies, your weapon accumulates frigid energy. Releasing this stored energy will summon a mighty ice phoenix. The more energy accumulated, the stronger the summoned phoenix. Additional skill, Ice Burst. Detonate the frost element, dealing massive damage to all enemies currently frozen. Shadow Gold Weapon Special Effect. Upon equipping this gear for the first time, you will gain 1 opportunity to enter the Frost Sanctum trial. The trial difficulty is approximately level 70. By successfully completing the Frost Sanctum trial, you will permanently receive the Frost Sanctum's blessing, granting you massive attribute bonuses. Introduction. The peerless demon blade that sealed the Frostbound Sanctuary, ranking 157th among the supreme weapons of Legend World, this colossal battle sword. Item equipment quality ranges from lowest to highest as follows. White, green, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, dark gold, prismatic, illusory prismatic. A piece of dark gold tier weapon successfully acquired. This was Lin Tian's second dark gold equipment. However, unlike the dark gold necklace Transgressor's Forgiveness which provided special effects, this equipment was a formidable weapon that directly enhanced Lin Tian's combat power. Compared to his current level 35 golden weapon Glory of 10,000 Beasts, Frosted Wasteland was significantly superior in both quality and equipment level. In terms of attack power and attribute bonuses, Frosted Wasteland completely outclassed Glory of 10,000 Beasts. Will equipping this weapon for the first time trigger the trial in the Sacred Frost domain? Lin Tian glanced at his ridiculously overpowered stat panel and figured handling a level 70 trial shouldn't be a problem, so he equipped Frosted Wasteland without hesitation. In the next moment, the scenery before his eyes flickered and shifted. Everything was enveloped in icy blue. Lin Tian entered a world entirely forged from frozen ice. Chapter 48, Siege against Huang Tian'ao, World Boss Spawns. In the trial of the Frost Sanctum, ice mountains rose from the earth, transforming into a colossal ice titan, whirling all the sanctum's snow and ice. After equipping the dark golden frost wither gear, Lin Tian's combat power had risen significantly once more. Wielding an icy blue greatsword, he charged straight forward. As for Lin Tian himself, enter the Frost Saint territory and begin the trial. Meanwhile, other players gradually emerged from the beginner zones and arrived at the legendary Central Plains continent. Upon entering the Central Plains continent, most players chose to follow the guide and enter the nearby capital city. Compared to the barren and rudimentary starter villages, the capitals of the Central Continent were much more expansive, nearly the size of small towns in the real world. Beyond the more expansive areas, more diverse NPCs, and a greater variety of quests to undertake. The capital city also features random events that, when completed, reward players with unexpected surprises. In short, once players leave the beginner zone and officially enter the legendary continent, their options multiply. They can choose to grind monsters in the wild, complete tasks in the city, explore dungeons, or engage in free market trading, buying low and selling high. As time flows, players enhance their strength through various means. Several hours later, nearly a day has passed since the game began. The players are leveling up rapidly. At this point, the vast majority of players have reached around level 15. Top-tier experts like Huang Tian'ao, Xiaoyun, and Zhouyu have already surpassed level 20, unlocking the second skill of their initial professions. In the real world, within the live stream rooms, commentator Guagua and Brother Serial sat behind the broadcasting desk, still passionately narrating the situation in the game. Look, Huang Tian'ao has discovered another hidden dungeon. Brother Serial chuckled and continued Guagua's words. I'm really curious now, what exactly is Huang Tian'ao's gaming talent? An SS-level gaming aptitude, is it really that overpowered? ZZZZ. The female commentator, Tao Tao, responded with snoring sounds. Behind the broadcasting desk, at some point, a pink tent had been set up. Peach, citing that staying up late would damage her complexion, crawled into the tent as early as 5:30 p.m. to get her beauty sleep. Let's turn our attention to Xiaoyun over here. As the camera shifted, commentator Guagua was about to introduce the situation of everyman star Xiaoyun. Snore. Commentator Tao Tao's voice suddenly grew louder, completely drowning out Guagua's commentary voice. The two male commentators exchanged glances, speechless. Brother Muesli walked to the edge of the tent and cautiously said, Sister Tao Tao, could you please stop snoring? The female commentator Tao Tao clearly still retained some semblance of awareness. Upon hearing Serial Guy's words, the snoring inside the tent abruptly ceased only for the next moment. PBBBBBT. A melodious fart sound emanated from within the tent. Serial Guy. Guagua. Serial brother. Sis, you just needed to hear it. No need to specially respond to me, this is a national live broadcast. Put. This time, what came out was a crisp fart sound. Accompanied by the sound, the aroma gradually wafted through the live stream. Guagua pulled out two masks from under the streaming desk, handing one to Might Be Good with a smug grin, saying, when I saw her ordering roasted sweet potatoes for takeout, I predicted this exact scenario. That's why I specifically asked the production team to prepare these two masks for us. Might Be Good stared at the two gaping nostril holes on the mask in his hand and fell into momentary silence. Outside the game, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. In the game, the Beast Wilds, the location of the regional boss, near Roaring Canyon. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. Beside the massive corpse of the regional boss, Skyhowl, in the Beast Wilderness, Huang Tian'ao stood leaning on his sword, his face expressionless. On both sides of the canyon, two groups had already encircled him. One was Zhouyu's team, while the other was Xinwensong's. Just kill him once here, and Huang Tian'ao won't be a threat during this exam, Zhouyu thought to himself, gripping his staff tightly. But, he glanced at the massive corpse of the canyon's boss, Sky Roar, feeling slightly uneasy. This Sky Roar was a level 35 Lord tier boss. Did he really take it down alone? If his combat power has truly reached such heights, it's not certain our two groups can take him down. Should we make a move or not? Surrounded by two groups in the middle of the canyon, Huang Tian'ao felt somewhat puzzled. How did they manage to kill Skyhowl before I could? After clearing several hidden dungeons and leveling up to 25, Huang Tian'ao used his SS tier gaming talent to deduce a method to defeat Skyhowl, the boss of the Beast Wildlands, despite the level difference. Little did he expect that upon arriving, he would find Skyhowl already dead, and soon after, Zhouyu and Xinwensong led their teams to corner him there. He naturally assumed the two had beaten him to killing the boss Skyhowl and were now ambushing him here. Both sides suspected each other, thinking the other party had taken out the regional boss, Sky Roar. Little did they know, when they were still playing with mud in the beginner's village, Lin Tian had already slain Sky Roar long ago. Seeing Zhou Yu hesitate to act and failing to give orders, Xinwen Song was the first to lose his patience. Raising his voice irritably, he shouted, "Zhou Yu, are we fighting or not?" Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and was about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, within the tape world, all players simultaneously received a notification. Warning, the first world boss will appear in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the first world boss, the Dark Knight, will appear. The coordinates of the Dark Knight are at the border between the Northern Beast Wilderness and the Frostfang Tundra. All players are urged to proceed immediately and work together to defeat the world boss, the Dark Knight. Upon defeating the world boss, all participating players will receive corresponding rewards based on their contribution levels. The slayer of the world boss will also obtain a legendary treasure chest. A sudden prompt appeared. Everyone in Roaring Canyon was momentarily stunned. Zhou Yu had a sudden idea and immediately devised a better strategy. He called out to Xinwen Song, "Come on, let's deal with the world boss first." After finally catching him, you'd just let him go like that? Xinwen Song retorted, visibly displeased. Zhou Yu gave him a meaningful look, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Huang Tianao turned the long sword in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't stop them. Although his current equipment and level far surpassed Zhou Yu and Xinwen Song, these two had brought numerous subordinates with them. If a real fight broke out, given his current combat power, achieving victory wouldn't be an easy task. More importantly, he didn't want to be the one to strike first. If the other party strikes first, then fight we shall, even if victory isn't guaranteed. He could break through the encirclement, and none could stop him. But if we were to make the first move, after Huang Tianao commits murder, a red name tag will appear above his head. At that point, many activities become inconvenient, and he'll have to spend time completing benevolence quests to clear his infamy. The gains won't outweigh the losses. Chapter 49, Dark Knight, I Shall Bring Death. Seeing Zhou Yu depart, Xinwen Song had no choice but to immediately bring his men to follow. After walking some distance, Xinwen Song asked, "We spent so much time and even used up a purple tier tracking item. Why didn't we just take care of Huang Tianao first?" Zhou Yu stroked the red hair on his head and smiled faintly. "The world boss is respawning. Do you think Huang Tianao won't show up?" Xinwen Song frowned and nodded. For the sake of the reward, he'll definitely go. Zhou Yu chuckled, "That settles it. Not only will he go, but Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua will also rush to the world boss's location as soon as they receive the game system's notification." Xinwen Song's eyes lit up as he grasped Zhou Yu's meaning. "You're thinking that after regrouping with those two, the four of us should join forces against Huang Tianao?" Zhou Yu smiled and nodded. "Huang Tianao's strength is unfathomable. It's safer if all four of us attack together." At the same time, Lin Tian had also long since completed the Frost Sanctum trial. After completing the trial, Lin Tian received an additional 1000-point boost to all attributes, along with the powerful buff Frostguard, which grants 80% immunity to frost damage, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. After completing the trial, he continued his journey to hunt down the regional bosses. Several hours passed. By now, he had already slain the third regional boss, the Thunder Lord, and the fourth regional boss, the One-Eyed Titan. He was now engaged in battle with the fifth regional boss, the Lord of the Undead. Bang! 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 The Lord of the Undead's dark greatsword clashed repeatedly with Lin Tian's Frostbloom greatsword, each collision sending violent tremors through the earth. Amidst the relentless collisions, the Lord of the Dead kept retreating, his body freezing ever more severely while the emerald glow in his eyes grew increasingly faint. Boom! At last, seizing the opening, Lin Tian swung down his gigantic ice-blue Frostblight greatsword, cleaving a massive frozen gash nearly 100 meters long through the charred black earth. What was split in two along with it was none other than the regional boss of the Shadow Netherrealm, the Lord of the Undead. You have slain the Lord Boss Lord of the Undead and gained 1 million EXP. 25 level overkill bonus, additional 2 million EXP obtained. Lord Tier Boss Kill bonus, additional 2 million EXP obtained. Your level has increased to LV 56, gain 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 57, gain 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased to LV 59, gain 10 free attribute points. Ding! You are the first player to complete the Undead Lord regional boss kill in the Dark Abyss. Bonus exam points plus 1500. Amidst the remains of the Lord of the Undead, a large number of items burst forth. After collecting the props and gold coins, Lin Tianzhu glanced at the 3 dark gold quality pieces of equipment that had dropped. 3 level 80 unique equipment pieces, consisting of gloves, boots, and a ring. Gloves, Death's Touch, unique. Boots, Sin's Tread, unique. Ring, Malevolent Binding, dark gold. The previous boss, One-Eyed Titan, also dropped 3 dark gold equipment pieces for Lin Tian. The boss before that, Thunderlord, dropped 2 pieces of dark gold equipment for Lin Tian. After equipping these 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, Lin Tian now possessed only a dark gold tier equipment set, with the sole exception being the higher tier colorful wings on his back. One could say his combat power had achieved yet another significant leap forward. Next up, the boss chest. Lin Tian approached an altar not far away. A pitch-black treasure chest emerged from the pool of blood before his eyes. Lin Tian raised his hand, attempting to open it. After a 1000-fold drop rate multiplier, this undead chest has evolved into an evil god chest. The treasure chest opened, and a flood of items burst forth. At the very center lay a skill book of dark golden quality. Skill book, Ultimate Evil Slash. Level requirement, LV 80. Quality, dark gold. Skill effect, harness the power of the evil god to unleash a terrifying strike condensed with immense power. Skill damage is positively correlated with strength. For every 1000 points of agility you possess, an additional slash will be executed upon skill activation. Description: the most formidable and terrifying skill of the demonic sword evil god. Countless peak war gods have fallen to this single strike. A dark gold skill. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately began learning. When reaching the 4th zone boss, his previously favored golden rank skill, Celestial Detonation Fist, could no longer instantly defeat the zone boss, much to his dissatisfaction. The arrival of the ultimate Devil's Cleave perfectly fulfilled his skill deficiency. After learning the skill, he was just heading to the 6th regional boss area. Suddenly, text popped up before his eyes. Lin Tian also received the prompt about the world boss. The first world boss will appear in 20 minutes. World boss, the Dark Knight? Lin Tian's eyes lit up. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to temporarily suspend his regional boss hunting plan and first return to the Wild Beast Wasteland to take down a world boss, hoping to score some valuable loot. Behind them, the blazing sun's sacred feathers abruptly unfurled, casting a scorching red light that illuminated the shadowy space. Lin Tian's figure traced a crimson arc through the air as he surged toward the return to the Beast Wilderness. After the equipment underwent several more rounds of updates and iterations, Lin Tian's agility had long surpassed 10,000 points, giving him extraordinary speed. With the blessing of Liang Xingyu, he traveled at full speed, and it took him only a dozen minutes to return to the Beast Wilds. Arriving at the junction between the northern Beast Wilds and the frozen tundra, Lin Tian hovered high in the sky, gazing down below with the broadest perspective. Before long, the system prompt appeared once again. World Boss, Dark Knight, LV30, has appeared. World Boss, Dark Knight, LV30, has appeared. Almost at the instant the prompt flashed, Lin Tian saw that, nearly 1,000 meters below him, a massive black portal suddenly appeared. A gate of light carrying terrifying dark energy unfolded. Dark Greaves stepped forth from the portal with overwhelming might, and the ochre earth surrounding it instantly turned into scorched black soil teeming with vile maggots under the Dark Knight's approach. Moments later, the 5-meter-tall Dark Knight fully emerged from the luminous gate in his obsidian armor, his hollow murmur seeping through the metal plates. "I bring death." Put. A crimson streak flashed through the air. The Dark Knight's voice cut off abruptly. Crack! The next instant, the Dark Knight's body split in two before collapsing powerlessly. Poor Dark Knight, having traveled all the way to the central continent, before feet could steady themselves, before a single sentence was finished, his soul had already returned to his homeland. This journey to the central continent, for the Dark Knight, was brief, oh so brief, and brief indeed. Even though it's a world boss, it's still only level 30 after all. Couldn't even withstand a single basic attack from me. Lin Tian sighed while shouldering the Frosted Waste greatsword. Feeling this world boss fight was rather dull, glanced at the pile of level 30 golden equipment scattered on the ground. Lin Tian casually picked them up like collecting trash and tossed them into his bag. World boss Dark Knight has been slain. Your contribution rate, 100%. Your contribution ranking is, first place. Highest contribution reward obtained, EXP plus 500,000, coins plus 500,000. Exam points plus 1000, red quality skill book x1, red quality gems x10. Your level has increased to LV60, gain 10 free attribute points. Not only was the boss pitifully weak, even the top-ranked contribution reward was pitifully meager in Lin Tian's eyes. Now, his backpack was filled with gold-grade items, and there was no shortage of dark gold quality ones either. Red quality skills and items are barely good enough for wiping one's ass. Lin Tian wouldn't even consider them worthy. You dealt the final blow to the world boss Dark Knight. You have obtained one legacy treasure chest. As the first player to defeat the world boss, the quality of your legacy treasure chest has increased 100-fold, upgraded to a fate chest. Special, fate chest, quality, unknown. Effect, upon opening, you will obtain a powerful treasure capable of altering the destiny of the legendary continent. Description, a chest containing the top-tier secret treasures of the legendary world, extremely rare. Ding! After a 1000-fold drop rate boost, your fate chest has evolved into an eternal chest. Chapter 50, The Great Thousand World Flame, An Encounter with Xiao Wenjun. Special, Eternal Treasure Chest. Quality, Unknown. Effect, upon opening, obtain one eternal secret treasure. Introduction, the Great Path is supreme, eternal and indestructible. When you obtain this box, it is destined that you shall coexist with eternity. Enhanced 100-fold by the game system, and boosted 1000-fold by hacks, this is yet another treasure chest with its quality amplified by 100,000 times. Seeing this extraordinary treasure chest shimmering with starlight suddenly materialize before him, only then did Lin Tian feel somewhat intrigued, attempting to open the eternal treasure box. Unlike other treasure chests that always burst open with all sorts of random items, what lay within this chest was a single thing. It was a dense, violet-blue flame. Amidst the flames, it was as if the wails of countless creatures arose, or as if the infinite worlds were set ablaze. Special equipment, Blaze of the Infinite Realm. Level requirement, 200. Quality, Phantom Chroma. Effect 1, can empower your attacks with the Great Cosmos Flame, dramatically increasing their potency. Effect 2, Supreme Refinement allows you to temper your equipment, vastly enhancing its attributes. Effect 3, all attributes plus 10,000. Additional skill, Infernal World Eruption, releases the full power of the Infernal World Flame, dealing massive damage to all living beings within an enormous range. However, it cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Use with caution. Description, the ultimate flame forged from the essence of thousands of worlds, ranked 9th on the legendary continent's Divine Flame leaderboard. Holy shit! Reading the attributes of this Divine Flame, the Infernal World Flame, Lin Tian, who hadn't held high expectations initially, was instantly astonished. Radiant quality, this is the highest tier of quality in this world. Previously, on the road to the Dark Abyss to hunt down a boss, Lin Tian encountered a shadowy wandering merchant. After paying with a single, celestial exploding star fist, Lin Tian obtained a broader map and intelligence about this legendary world from the dark wandering merchant. He knew that among all types of equipment and items, the highest quality was illusory chroma. Among items of the same type, only those ranked within the world's top 10 could be rated as illusory chroma quality, which means all illusory chroma items. There are only 10 such items in the entire legend world, and each one of them is unique. At least, that was the case before Lin Tian entered the game. As for whether Lin Tian's use of cheats to obtain phantom items would increase the total number of phantom items in the world, that remains an unverified unknown for now. Less than 2 days into the game, he had already obtained the highest tier Phantom Flame Divine Fire. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. The taste of invincibility left him with a faint sense of loneliness. After equipping the 1000 world flames, purple flames spread across his entire body, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Tian's combat power increased several-fold once more. The scorching sun wings behind him stretched and swayed. His figure soared into the air. Just as he was about to continue hunting the regional boss, another notification popped up before his eyes. Your level has reached LV60. You may proceed with job advancement after obtaining the job change scroll. After successful job change, each level up grants additional attribute bonuses based on the selected profession. Please complete the job change as soon as possible. Time for a job change? Lin Tian took out the map intelligence purchased from the wandering dark merchant, flying slowly forward while searching for information about job changing. Where should I go to get the job change manual? He floated lazily forward while glancing at the map. On the ground, 2 groups searching for traces of the world boss happened to look up and spotted Lin Tian. These 2 teams were none other than the seeded contestants who had already joined forces, Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua. Sister Yuan, look, what's that? Chen Bingqi spotted a winged humanoid creature wreathed in violet flames hovering in the air, momentarily stunned before hastily calling out to it. Yuan Fenghua looked up at the floating entity, pausing for a few seconds before swiftly reaching what she believed was a brilliant conclusion. A delighted grin curled her lips. This must be the world boss. What luck, seems we're the first to find it. All those with long-range attack capabilities, strike now. Seize the initiative. Compared to the more easygoing Chen Bingqi, the assertive Yuan Fenghua clearly held more sway within this newly merged team. At her command, the mages and Taoist priests in the team immediately launched their attacks. Fireballs and poison gas rained down in clusters toward Lin Tian, who was flipping through a map midair. However, given Lin Tian's current physical and magical defenses, these players, at most level 20 or so, couldn't even scratch him. Yet, the tickling sensation coming from his soles still drew Lin Tian's attention to what was happening below. Seeing a group of people frantically attacking him, Lin Tian was utterly bewildered and shouted to stop. Hey, stop scratching. It's so ticklish. The world boss is speaking. Chen Bingqi froze in astonishment. Yuan Fenghua narrowed his eyes and said, he said it's sunny? He must mean it's hot. His weakness must be fire. All mages, intensify the flames, pour all your fireball spells into him. As he spoke, a purple tear wand in her hand gathered energy. A giant fireball came crashing straight toward Lin Tian. Flame burst. This was Yuan Fenghua's purple tear skill obtained through completing a hidden quest. Its power was terrifying. Boom! Damn it, stop messing around. I only do healthcare, not foot massages. The giant fireball struck at Lin Tian's feet. Lin Tian couldn't help but cry out from the unbearable itch. Seeing these players ignore his warnings and endlessly continue attacking him, Lin Tian also stopped holding back. With a light sweep of his Frost Desolation greatsword through the air. Whoosh! Boom! No need to even use any skills, nor make any physical contact. Just the gale force generated by the swing of the colossal sword alone instantly crushed more than half the team's members. Watching half the team perish in an instant, Chen Bingqi was also struck by the gale wind and fell into critical condition. Brushing past the raging winds, Yuan Fenghua's smiling face suddenly stiffened, his pale complexion barely concealing his fear as he forced out, "Don't panic. What just happened must have been its ultimate move. It likely can only use it once. Keep up the DPS, don't stop. Its health bar must already be." Before he could finish, boom, boom, Lin Tian casually flicked out another gust of destructive energy. With this single sweeping gust unleashed, only a handful of survivors remained from the troop on the ground. Those still alive are all severely wounded, barely hanging on by a thread. Lin Tian flapped his wings, slightly descending as he looked down at the remaining players and asked with bewilderment, "What were you all doing, scratching my feet for no reason?" The few survivors finally noticed the name floating above Lin Tian's head, and for a moment, they were completely stunned. The way the player's name is displayed above their head is completely different from that of monsters and NPCs. Only when they saw Lin Tian's red name hovering above his head, did they recognize his identity. You're not the world boss? You're a player?" Chen Bingqi gulped down several potions, slightly recovering her condition, and exclaimed in shock, How is this possible?" Yuan Fenghua knelt on one knee drinking potions to replenish his health, momentarily dumbfounded. Only then did Lin Tian understand their reason for attacking him. He burst into laughter and said, "So that's what this was about, just a misunderstanding. Seeing you're not in great shape, how about I help restore your condition?" Okay. Chen Bingqi nodded blankly. She lightly swung the Frosty Baron greatsword. Whoosh! Several more corpses fell to the ground. Chen Bingqi perished, dissolving into a luminous orb and vanishing. Yuan Fenghua was dumbfounded. "Weren't you supposed to help us recover?" Lin Tian nodded. "We're sending you straight back to the nearest capital city, fully resurrected and restored. How much more thorough could recovery be?" Yuan Fenghua. The greatsword swung, and several more corpses fell to the ground. Yuan Fenghua also fell, dissipating into a shower of light. Just as Lin Tian was about to finish off the last remaining player, the player suddenly shouted, "Lin Tian! You're Lin Tian!" Lin Tian froze slightly upon hearing his name called out loud. The player scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off before exclaiming excitedly, "It's me, Zhao Wenjun, from Yunqing Second High, your sworn brother. You even gave me that vintage game cassette." Only then did Lin Tian recognize the man before him. Chapter 51, The Sacred Island of the East, The Trial Tower. "Holy shit, bro, how are you so badass?" You. Staring at Lin Tian's dazzling array of equipment, Zhao Wenjun's eyes went stiff, his tongue went stiff, his entire body went stiff. Lin Tian smiled slightly and modestly waved his hand, saying, "Just fooling around, really?" Zhao Wenjun put on his most earnestly pleading expression and scampered over to Lin Tian's side, begging, "Lin Tian, brother Tian, big bro, please take me under your wing. I'm begging you to let me be your leg accessory." Lin Tian shook his head and replied, "No can do. You're too weak to be a leg accessory. The places I go would be impossible for you. Even the weakest monster would obliterate you in seconds. At best, you could be a crotch accessory. Only by stuffing you into my crotch can I guarantee your survival." Zhao Wenjun. Zhao Wenjun stared at Lin Tian's crotch, her face slightly flushed. "That's not entirely unacceptable." Lin Tian, %. Considering Zhao Wenjun was a fellow student from the same school, and had previously brought him fruit at home and helped him dispose of trash, old game cartridges, Lin Tian thought for a moment and decided to casually lend a hand. He pulled out a pile of low-level equipment he had no use for from his inventory, including several level 30 gold tier items just dropped from the world boss raid, along with a few red and orange quality trash skill books, and some miscellaneous items like gems. To him now, these things were no different from garbage. He threw the items on the ground and said, "You can have these. They're just taking up space in my bag." A pile of equipment and items hit the ground, instantly forming a small mountain. Tisk. Seeing golden, red, and orange glows scattered across the ground, Zhao Wenjun sucked in a sharp breath. Keep in mind, even top-tier examinees like Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua had only managed to acquire one or two pieces of epic-grade equipment at most by this point. Above purple quality lies orange. Above orange lies red. And above red shines gold. yet Lin Tian casually pulled out so many golden pieces of equipment. Moreover, they said they'd give it to me. Zhao Wenjun's breath momentarily stopped as he felt his gaming worldview crumbling. Not wanting to waste more time here, Lin Tian didn't say anything further and simply smiled, saying, "Good luck bro, wishing you great results in your exams." With that, his wings flapped behind him. Lin Tian instantly soared into the air, his figure tracing a fiery arc before vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Tian leave after handing over the items, Zhao Wenjun hurriedly gathered the pile of treasures from the ground, slapping his own face in remorse. Lin Tian truly treats me as a brother, and I actually cursed him before. I'm such a disgrace. Through the map in his hand and intelligence inquiries, Lin Tian learned that there were 3 ways to obtain a job change certificate. The first was to complete job change quests in the capital city and receive the certificate from an NPC. At that moment, the name above Lin Tian's head was so red it verged on purple. Forget about completing the class change quest. The moment he enters the city, the highest level alert would probably sound, and he'd immediately face siege from the entire city. The second method for class change, even when searching for a dark wandering merchant in the wilds, there's a chance he sells class change skill books. A dark wandering merchant, you say? Lin Tian recalled the sensation when he had crushed a dark wandering merchant with his celestial Nova fist back then. This channel seems like it can only be passed over. As for the third channel, it's relatively simple and straightforward, though somewhat challenging. It's also the channel with the highest potential. Through this path, there's a chance to obtain some extremely high-quality job change books. The third way to acquire job change books is to challenge the Trial Tower. The location of the Trial Tower exists in the eastern part of the legendary Zhengzhou continent, positioned beyond the boundaries of Zhengzhou continent, bordering the sacred Eastern Islands. The Eastern Islands Sacred Land was considered a region 1 tier higher than the Central Continent. Although its area wasn't particularly large compared to the Central Continent, it was merely a relatively sizable island. Yet, the creatures and factions residing on this island, it's simply incomparable to the Central Plains continent. Normally, players would only journey to the Trial Tower at the Eastern Isle Sanctuary when they reach level 100 to obtain the required job advancement manual for their second class change. During the first job advancement at merely level 60 combat power, ordinary players couldn't even defeat the gatekeeping guardian on the first floor of the Trial Tower, let alone obtain the rare high-quality advancement manuals. Let's go take a look first. After brief contemplation, Lin Tian made his decision. Previously, when he hadn't yet obtained the illusory Great Divine Flame, Great Thousand World Blaze, Lin Tian could already easily defeat level 80 Lord-class bosses. After obtaining the Great Thousand World Flame, his combat power had at least doubled. Challenging the level 100 Trial Tower shouldn't be a problem anymore. After class advancement, each level up grants additional profession attribute bonuses. It's definitely more advantageous to complete the class change as early as possible. The Trial Tower is absolutely worth visiting. With wings spread wide, Lin Tian flew straight toward the sacred Eastern Island in the east. Having made a casual yet firm decision, Lin Tian set off on his journey. Meanwhile, in the real world, within the live broadcast room of the college entrance exams, the commentators and viewers alike watched the unfolding scene before them. He was once again shocked. The world boss is already dead? Didn't it just appear? How could it die so quickly? Who on earth killed it? Could it be that he couldn't adapt to the environment of the central continent and just kicked the bucket? Since the director kept focusing on Huang Tianao, Zhou Yu, and Xinwen Song, the trio who'd just been in conflict, the live broadcast didn't capture what had happened to the world boss. Only when the camera followed Huang Tianao's perspective did it finally pan to the borders of the beast wilderness, revealing the corpse of the world boss. The Dark Knight split cleanly in two. Huang Tianao's mind went blank for a moment. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the notification about the world boss appearance. He simply couldn't figure out who on earth had managed to defeat the world boss so quickly. He faintly sensed that this person was connected to both the death of the regional boss, Sky Roar, and the first kill of the dungeon boss. Zhou Yu and Xinwen Song quickly followed, arriving soon after. Seeing that the world boss had already been slain, both of them stood frozen in shock. Both commentators and the millions of viewers watching the livestream were utterly astonished. Zhou Yu furrowed his brows in speculation. Could it be that Chen Bingqi and Yuan Fenghua were the first to find the world boss and took it down? Did they perform that well in this round of the game? Xinwen Song, not overthinking it, yawned and asked from the side, the world boss is dead, and we haven't managed to meet up with Yuan Fenghua and the others. So, what now? Still going after Huang Tianao? Zhou Yu didn't respond, his frown only deepening. The candidates capable of defeating the world boss, aside from Yuan Fenghua and Chen Bingqi, he truly couldn't think of any other answers at the moment. If they really did kill it, that would mean they must have performed beyond their usual level in this game. And if that's the case, their threat level might not be any less than Huang Tianao's. Zhou Yu was aiming for the top spot in this year's college entrance exam. To achieve his goal, he had many factors to consider and was momentarily unsure how to proceed. As he was pondering, a voice sounded, and another group approached. This group wasn't particularly large, and their faces were unfamiliar. Most of the team members' equipment and levels weren't particularly strong either. However, those leading the group were familiar to Zhou Yu and his companions. It was Xiao Yun. "Ha, has the world boss been killed already? Did you take it down so fast?" When Xiao Yun arrived and saw the Dark Knight's corpse, he too was momentarily stunned at first, but then, he immediately fixed his gaze on Huang Tianao in the distance. Huang Tianao also stood afar, giving Xiao Yun a couple of glances. "We didn't kill him, we just got here too," Shen Wensong replied casually. Spotting Xiao Yun, Zhou Yu's mind raced briefly before he smiled and said, "Long time no see, Xiao Yun. If I remember correctly, during the high school championship, wasn't it Huang Tianao who knocked you out? Since we can't get any benefits from the world boss, why don't we team up and kill Huang Tianao once to lower his exam points? Consider it helping you get revenge." He tried to rally combat strength. If Xiao Yun lent a hand, the current situation actually made it feasible to take action against Huang Tianao. "Even if I can't kill him, I can still use Xiao Yun's power to probe Huang Tianao's strength." However, Xiao Yun's response left Zhou Yu momentarily stunned. Chapter 52, The Sword Sovereign Who Shatters Boundaries, the Mightiest Guardian. Glancing at Zhou Yu and Shen Wensong, Xiao Yun's expression remained utterly calm as he stared at Huang Tianao and said, "There's no need for cooperation. What he took from me, I'll win back fair and square." "Want to win against that fiend Huang Tianao fair and square?" Zhou Yu chuckled upon hearing this and was just about to tease Xiao Yun for his overconfidence. Unexpectedly, Huang Tianao, who had always been too lazy to speak, took the initiative for the first time and looked at Xiao Yun. Unusual seriousness flickered in his typically arrogant eyes as he calmly said, "Good, I'll see you at the guild battle in a day." Such earnest attitude and words were something Huang Tianao had never shown when facing Zhou Yu, Shen Wensong, and the others. Even though they possessed exceptional talents, illustrious family backgrounds, and overwhelming numbers, Huang Tianao still never considered them as opponents, nor did he ever take them seriously. Only when facing Xiao Yun did Huang Tianao unconsciously become more serious, because, half a year ago, it was precisely against Xiao Yun in the quarterfinals of the peak competition that this was the toughest battle Huang Tianao had ever won in his life. Xiao Yun earned Huang Tianao's respect through sheer strength alone. This was also the only way to earn Huang Tianao's respect. "Are you planning to fight alone in the guild war?" Xiao Yun slightly furrowed his brow. Upon entering the capital city, the guild system gameplay was unlocked. Players could independently establish or join guilds. Tomorrow, the first guild battle, Battle for the Sands, would commence. At that time, all guilds would engage in one-on-one duels, undergoing multiple elimination rounds until the strongest guild emerged victorious, claiming the title of Battlefield Overlord and receiving generous rewards. "One person is enough." Huang Tianao turned around, uttered these words indifferently, and walked away alone. Zhou Yu hesitated to speak but ultimately dared not stop him. He sighed to himself, "First, I'd better regroup with Chen Bingqi, Yuan Fenghua, and the others to gather some information. I wonder if they were actually the ones who killed this world boss." Meanwhile, in the nearby capital city, Tianyu City, the resurrected Yuan Fenghua saw that her exam points had significantly decreased and 2 of her blue-tier equipment pieces had dropped upon death. Gnashing her teeth in anger, she muttered, "How could that guy named Lin Tian be so strong?" After reviving, Chen Bingqi walked up behind Yuan Fenghua and sighed helplessly, "What now? Should we still go fight the world boss?" Yuan Fenghua shook his head in resignation. Since that Lin Tian appeared at that location, the world boss must have already been defeated by him. "Let's lead the team to farm mobs first and level up. We should aim to secure the regional boss Sky Roar's first kill to recover some of the points we lost." Mid-sentence, Yuan Fenghua suddenly froze. Chen Bingqi asked, "What's wrong?" Yuan Fenghua shook his head and replied, "Nothing serious. A minor member named Zhao Wenjun has left the guild, just a small underling, no impact." As time flowed by, Lin Tian's figure swiftly streaked across the central continent. At last, they arrived at the sacred Eastern Isle. Lin Tian landed before a towering pagoda and strode forward to enter. At the entrance, an armored knight in heavy plate armor barred his path. To enter the trial tower, you must purchase a ticket. Each entry requires 1 million gold coins. The knight's voice was cold as he explained. After fighting up to this point, Lin Tian had long since accumulated over 100 million gold coins, so he naturally didn't care about this mere million. He immediately retrieved the amount from his inventory and tossed it aside, forming a small mountain of gold coins. He reached out and collected the gold coins. The knight stepped aside. Lin Tian strode forward and entered the trial tower. The guardian of the first floor of the trial tower was an 80th level female archer. The moment Lin Tian stepped inside, over a dozen arrows came whistling through the air, aimed straight at him with chilling precision. Lin Tian raised his Frost Wasteland greatsword and effortlessly deflected the incoming arrows. Then, with a flick of his blade, a streak of swordlight arced forth, carrying with it the violet flames of the Great Thousand Realms. Bang! Hiss! The sword's glow sent the archer stumbling backward violently. The Great Thousand Realm flame attached to it instantly engulfed him. In an instant, the archer was burned to ashes, not a single trace remained. You have passed the trial tower's first level. The trial will now end, granting you the Elven Archer class changebook. Continuing the trial gives you a chance to obtain higher quality class changebooks. However, dying during the trial will leave you with nothing. Would you like to end this trial? No. Lin Tian gave his answer and proceeded forward, heading toward the second level. The guardian of the second level was a berserker wielding twin axes. Level 83. His fate was the same as the archer from the first floor. Lin Tian casually struck him down with a single hit. He breezed through effortlessly, conquering every obstacle in his path. The guardians of the first 20 floors were all instantly defeated by Lin Tian using basic attacks infused with the Great Thousand World Flames. Until beyond the 20th floor, where the enemies reached levels above 120, Lin Tian finally found some challenge when they started fighting. However, by casually activating some powerful skills attached to his dark gold equipment, Lin Tian could still easily slaughter these dungeon guardians. That remained true until the highest 30th floor. The enemy appearing before Lin Tian finally made him take notice. The opponent at the highest level was a warrior clad in sinister armor, wielding a massive green sword. An ominous aura surged out endlessly from him like billowing waves. A terrifying aura enveloped the trial grounds with an indescribable sense of oppression. Beneath him, he rode atop a ghastly green bone dragon. Lin Tian could sense that this guardian of the highest level was on an entirely different plane compared to previous adversaries. This guardian might actually stand a chance of defeating me. Staring at the opponent before him, a glint of excitement flickered faintly in Lin Tian's eyes. To have made it here proves you're truly strong. You seem to be another poor soul abandoned by the Holy City Alliance as well. He spoke softly, his voice rasping from his throat. If you don't want to die in vain, take this and leave. A job change manual emitting dark energy appeared, slowly floating toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian received another system prompt from the game. You have reached the highest floor of the trial tower. Ending the trial now will grant you the Imperial Skywriter job change book. Continuing the trial to challenge the final guardian of the trial tower gives you a chance to obtain the tower's treasure, the boundary-shattering Sword Sage job change book. However, dying during the challenge means you'll gain nothing. End current trial? Having come this far, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't choose to retreat. Negative. Challenge the final guardian. With a single thought, the prompt before his eyes vanished. Lin Tian raised the Frost Desolation Greatsword and began activating the attached skills from his full set of dark gold equipment. Multicolored enhancement lights flooded his entire body, instantly elevating his condition to peak performance. Blazing Sun, Rise, Boundary Flame, Ignite. With two murmured incantations, the Solar Sacred Feather Flame of chromatic quality and the Divine Boundary Flame of prismatic quality both attached themselves to Lin Tian's Frost Scar Greatsword. Purple radiance intertwined with crimson brilliance, then mingled with the sword's reflected ice blue glow. In that fleeting moment, upon the greatsword, formed an eerily bizarre chaotic radiance. Standing atop the skeletal dragon, the dark-armored warrior revealed an uncanny grin. Oh, so this is your choice, very well then. A green shadow flickered. Lin Tian's figure vanished almost simultaneously. Bang! Boom! The next instant, two figures clashed, the unleashed energy nearly demolishing the trial tower. Chapter 53, Weapon Utilization, Divine Flame Fusion? Bang! 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 Two massive greatswords clashed relentlessly, their ringing collisions shaking heaven and earth. Colossal energies continuously surged outward. The trial tower itself trembled with each successive collision between the two combatants, collapsing and destroying endlessly. Lin Tian grew more ferocious in battle, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit for the first time in ages. Ever since defeating the first regional boss and obtaining those rainbow tier wings, it had been ages since any opponent could last this long against him. The dark-armored warrior astride the bone dragon, his eyes madly radiating eerie green light, curled his lips into a ferocious grin. Good. Excellent. Ever since being expelled from the Holy City Alliance, I haven't fought with my full strength like this in ages. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of disappointment, he slightly furrowed his brows and spoke indifferently. This is already your full strength? Then, let's not waste time and finish this quickly. As the words fell, a black radiance began shimmering along the edge of Lin Tian's sword. Ultimate. Evil Slash. Colossal condensed sword intent gathered instantly upon Frostwither's blade. The dark-armored warrior stared at that black radiance, sensing unprecedented mortal danger. Not daring to underestimate, emerald light flickered across his hands as his bone dragon mount transformed into a viridian gemstone embedded in his weapon. The greatsword erupted with verdant luminescence in an explosive surge. Annihilation of the world's soul. Black light clashed with green light. In the next instant, white light enveloped everything as colossal energy erupted. When Lin Tian opened his eyes again, what lay before him was the ruined aftermath of the destroyed trial tower. Looking down at his own body covered in severe wounds, he immediately took out medicine from his pack and swallowed it, quickly recovering. Raising his head, he gazed into the distance. The corpse of the dark-armored warrior had already been blown to pieces. Only a flickering green ghostly flame remained, floating in the air. Did we win? That was easier than I expected. Brushing dust off his clothes, Lin Tian chuckled softly. Other than his ultimate evil severing technique, he still had another trump card up his sleeve. The skilled blazing realm explosion carried by the Great Thousand Realm Flame is a killing move even more formidable than the ultimate evil slash. However, due to its indiscriminate nature, it could very well take out Lin Tian himself along with the enemy. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he has no intention of using this technique. You have defeated the final guardian of the trial tower. Trial completed. Congratulations, you have obtained the Boundary Breaker Sword Saint Class Change Manual. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Flame Soul Devouring Ghostfire. Special Equipment, Soul Devouring Ghostfire. Level Limit, 150. Quality, Colored. Effect 1, can be attached to oneself, greatly increasing one's attack and defense power. Effect 2, can devour souls to enhance the intensity of Soul Devouring Ghost Flame. Effect 3, all attributes plus 6,000. Additional skill, Ghost Dragon Summon. Can summon an abyssal ghost dragon to fight for you. The abyssal ghost dragon can temporarily transform into a spectral demon jade, enhancing your weapon and significantly boosting your combat power. Description: a bizarre flame that has devoured countless souls, ranked 27th on the legendary continent's divine fire ranking. After killing the top floor guardian, in addition to the job change book, Lin Tian also obtained another divine flame, the soul devouring ghostfire. However, the soul devouring ghostfire, being of chromatic quality, is somewhat inferior to his Great Thousand World Flame. Since only one divine flame can be equipped at a time, Lin Tian probably won't have much use for this devouring ghostfire for now. He glanced at the Worldbreaker Swordmaster job change book floating before his eyes. With a mere thought, Lin Tian first used the job change book to switch his profession. Ding! Your profession has been changed to Boundary Breaking Sword Sage. Profession bonus 1, all your attributes have increased by 25%. Profession bonus 2, when using sword-type weapons, your weapon attack power is tripled. Professional bonus 3, when you use slashing-type skills, their power increases threefold. Level up to acquire the Boundary Piercing Sword Saint professional skill. With every level gained, you'll receive an additional 500 points to all attributes. The moment the job change was completed, Lin Tian's combat power once again exhibited an explosive surge. With the enhancement of numerous shadow gold equipment, along with the colorful wings and phantom flames, Lin Tian's attributes had already reached tens of thousands. As for the three primary attributes, strength, constitution, and agility, it had long surpassed 100,000. Just the first profession bonus alone provided Lin Tian with enormous attribute enhancements. As for the subsequent two profession bonuses, this significantly enhanced the combat power Lin Tian could unleash in actual battles. Now, in this game world, there shouldn't be many existences that can threaten me anymore. After his class advancement, Lin Tian increasingly felt he was approaching an invincible state. Glancing at the various combat-enhancing items in his inventory, along with numerous gems for equipment fortification, Lin Tian no longer intended to suppress his strength for the sake of gaming experience either. Just go all the way in one step. From the backpack, Lin Tian took out the two skill books he had obtained earlier and began learning them. Special Skill Book, Divine Blacksmithing Skill, Level Restriction, None. Quality, None. Skill Effect, after learning this skill, you can enhance equipment on your own, drill sockets into equipment, embed gems into equipment, enchant equipment, and even craft equipment independently. When enhancing, socketing, gem embedding, or enchanting equipment, the success rate is extremely high, with a possibility of granting additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Special Skill Book, Divine Master of Miscellaneous Skills, Level Restriction, None. Quality, None. Skill Effect, after learning this skill, you can independently prepare potions, synthesize various gemstone item special objects with exceptionally high success rates, and possibly provide additional attribute bonuses to the crafted/synthesized items. At this point in the game, Lin Tian's backpack was already overflowing with too many prop items. These two skills were the key to transforming some prop item reserves into combat power. After learning the Divine Blacksmith skill and the Divine Grocer skill, Lin Tian immediately began synthesizing the numerous gem props in his backpack, reinforcing and socketing his equipped gear. Countless gem props were continuously synthesized and upgraded, and gradually, one outrageous item after another began to emerge. Limitless Power Gem, Dark Gold, plus Limitless Power Gem, Dark Gold, equals Cosmic Power Stone, Prismatic. This synthesis requires gold coins, 200,000. Proceed with synthesis? Origin Spring Water, Dark Gold, plus Dark Spirit Elixir, Dark Gold, equals Ancient Celestial Nectar, Prismatic. Gold coins required for this synthesis, 350,000. Proceed with synthesis? Spending gold coins, Lin Tian repeatedly performed the synthesis. Before long, the package contained over 100 chromatic quality items. Item, Cosmic Power Stone. Level requirement, none. Quality, chromatic. Effect, when embedded into equipment, grants an additional 20,000 points of strength attribute boost. Description, the ultimate strength gem, capable of enormously enhancing the equipment's strength attribute enhancement. Item, Ancient Heaven Divine Elixir. Level requirement, 150. Quality, rainbow. Effect, after consumption, permanently increases all attributes by 50-100 points. Description, holy water from the ancient heavenly plane, drinking it can massively enhance combat power. Many such rainbow quality items were obtained. Lin Tian immediately consumed all the ancient celestial elixir items that directly enhanced attributes, while embedding all gemstones into various slots on his equipment. Gems can be dismounted, so they can be removed when changing equipment later. After completing these operations, with the enhancement of numerous top-tier artifacts, Lin Tian's combat power has skyrocketed once again. Had he made these preparations before facing the Guardian at the apex of the trial tower, he wouldn't even have needed to use his ultimate evil slash, just ordinary attacks would have been enough to obliterate the Peak Guardian. Just as he was about to harness the power of the Great Thousand World Flame to refine his equipment and push his combat prowess to new extremes, Lin Tian suddenly thought of a possibility. The Divine Level Provisioner skill can synthesize special items. The Divine Flame is a unique piece of equipment, so it should also count as a type of special item. Perhaps. Hit by this startling possibility, Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately began testing it out. Chapter 54, The World-Devouring Demon Fire, Guild War begins. In his left hand, the violet Great Realm Flame blazed. In his right hand, the green soul-devouring Ghost Fire burned. Lin Tian activated his Supreme Pawnbroker skill, attempting to perform the synthesis. Great Thousand World Flame, Phantom Chroma, plus Soul-Devouring Ghost Flame, Chromatic, equals. This synthesis requires gold, 5,000,000. Proceed with synthesis? I can really synthesize this? A prompt box popped up. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, though unsure what exactly would result from the synthesis. His curiosity couldn't be contained. He still wanted to give it a try. Merge. With a thought, the two flames intertwined. In the next instant, a blinding burst of flame erupted with scorching heat, instantly filling and enveloping the entire 100-meter space around it. After a long moment, the flames vanished. Before Lin Tian's eyes, a cluster of ghostly blue fire danced wildly, as though it possessed a life of its own. Synthesis complete. Great Realm Inferno, Phantom, plus Soul-Devouring Ghost Flame, Vibrant, equals World-Devouring Demonic Fire, Phantom. You have created a new Divine Flame, World-Devouring Demonic Fire. Special Equipment, World-Devouring Demonic Fire. Level Restriction, 250. Quality, Phantom. Effect 1, Ignite the Devouring Flame, greatly enhancing your attack and defense capabilities. Additionally, attacks will carry the Devouring Flame effect, boosting the power of skills or basic attacks. Effect 2, Flame Refinement allows you to temper your equipment, significantly increasing its attributes. Beyond standard gear, the flame can also refine special winged equipment, enhancing all effects provided by the wings. Effect 3, Soul Gem, using world-devouring demonic flames to kill enemies will collect their souls. Consuming these souls allows forging soul gems to enhance equipment attributes. The more souls consumed, the higher the quality of the soul gem produced. Effect 4, All attributes plus 20,000. Attached skill, Wrath of the Undead Dragon, can summon an undead dragon to fight for you. Detonating the undead dragon deals massive damage to all living beings within a vast area. Protected by world-devouring demonic flames, you avoid all damage caused by the explosion. After detonating the undead dragon, it cannot be summoned again for 6 hours. Introduction, a fusion product of the Great Thousand World Flame and the Devouring Soul Ghost Flame, crafted by player Lin Tian. This divine flame possesses terrifying power, comparable to even the top 5 ultimate divine flames on the legendary mainland's divine flame ranking. Gazing at the indigo flame in his palm, Lin Tian curved his lips into a smile and immediately activated the second effect, Infernal Flame Tempering, to refine all his equipment and the blazing sun saint feathers on his back. The attributes of all his gear received another significant boost. After deploying every combat-enhancing technique at his disposal, Lin Tian's current strength had already increased dozens of times compared to before entering the trial tower. The blazing sacred wings beat behind his back. Lin Tian soared into the sky. The blazing sacred wings, enhanced by the devouring world demonic flames, now carried a faint, eerie blue ghostly light. Compared to their former purely dazzling and domineering brilliance, they had gained an additional layer of mysterious allure. Invincibility is so damned bleak. Humming a little tune, Lin Tian's figure darted swiftly through the shadows. Next, he planned to first return to the legendary Zhongzhou continent to continue completing the small goals he had previously set for himself. After a dozen or so minutes, arriving at the 6th region of the Zhongzhou continent, the fiery volcanic domain, Lin Tian circled overhead in the magma-filled expanse of the flaming zone, soon spotting the 6th regional boss, the Lord of Inferno. His figure swooped down, and with an utterly unremarkable swing, Lin Tian unleashed a single sword strike. Bang! The fiery domain was instantly cleaved open, leaving a massive gap spanning hundreds of meters. Massive lava eruptions turned the volcanic fiery zone directly into a sea of volcanic flames. Bearing the full brunt of Lin Tian's sword strike head-on, the demon Lord of Flame was completely obliterated in this single ordinary attack, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. A massive amount of experience points was earned. As Lin Tian leveled up, the class bonuses from the Realm Sundering Sword Sovereign granted him a substantial boost to his attributes, while also awakening his first-class skill, Myriad Swords Return to Origin. This was an area of effect skill of devastating power. However, in terms of pure single-target damage, it still falls slightly short of the ultimate evil slash. Picking up the equipment dropped by the Lord of Flame Demons, and opening the regional boss treasure chest yielded another pile of dark gold quality gear and items. Lin Tian carefully selected and replaced several pieces with better stats than what he was currently wearing, then proceeded to socket them with gems. He leaped into the air, continuing toward the location of the next regional boss. On Lin Tian's end, he kept moving swiftly, hunting down the bosses in each area without pause. As for the other players, they were busy preparing for the upcoming in-game event, Deathmatch. As the first guild battle of the current session, securing a high-ranking position in this event was of great importance. The various gangs gathered together, discussing their strategies for the upcoming gang war. Before long, the Battlefield Showdown event officially commenced. The gangs are randomly matched with opponents, paired up and placed on the battlefield for Team PK matches. In the real world, inside the live streaming room, the camera continuously switches between various gang PK battles. The two male commentators were enthusiastically explaining the battle situation. Meanwhile, the female commentator Tao Tao had somehow gotten hold of a manicurist and was getting her nails done live on stream. After several rounds of PK, numerous factions were eliminated. Only the final 100 factions remained on the field, still qualified to compete for the final throne of the Battlefield champion. The next match will be the top 50 elimination round. I wonder if we'll see some truly exciting matchups this time. As commentator Guagua was speaking, the matchup list for the top 50 elimination round was officially announced. The two commentators scanned the list, their eyes lighting up almost simultaneously. Is it Huang Tianeo's Lone Rider Gang versus Shin Wensong's Shin Family Army Gang? And Xiao Yun's Civilian Gang against Yuan Fenghua's Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens Gang? This is getting interesting. This match is going to be thrilling. The cereal guy revealed an expectant smile. After the match list was announced, the battle for the top 50 quickly commenced. The camera first focused on the combat scene between Huang Tianeo and Shin Wensong. Yellow sand swirls through the sky as war drums roar. On the battlefield, Huang Tianeo stands alone, confronting the 100 men led by Shin Wensong. With a laugh, Shin Wensong hefts his purple tier battle axe onto his shoulder and declares loudly, "Huang Tianeo, I admit, you're stronger than me. I've acknowledged you since the Pinnacle tournament. I'm not someone who cares too much about winning or losing, but with 100 brothers backing me up, if I still can't beat you, my old man would lose some serious face. So don't blame me for ganging up on you. Come on, let's fight." At his command, Shin Wensong led the charge. Hundreds of people charged straight toward Huang Tianeo. Huang Tianeo swept a calm glance over the enemy formation before him, then slowly drew an orange tier combat blade from behind his back. Activating his skill, he shouted, "Might of the battle general." Whoosh! A formidable aura radiated outwards around him. A pale yellow glow of battle chi flickered. Huang Tianeo's combat power surged exponentially in an instant. Bang! His figure suddenly darted forward. Huang Tianeo actually charged straight into the enemy formation, instantly scattering the charge formation Shin Wensong had set up. With each swing of his sword, large groups of Shin Wensong's forces fell to the ground. A 1 versus 100 situation had unexpectedly turned into a one-sided battle. Shin Wensong's side was utterly powerless to fight back. This was undoubtedly beyond all spectators' expectations. Oh my god. I guessed Huang Tianeo would probably win, but I never expected him to crush it this completely. Both commentators were utterly shocked. Chapter 55, The Lin Tian Brotherhood? The scene shifts. On another battlefield. The direction of the battle between Xiao Yun and Yuan Fenghua also took most people by surprise. Leading a team of civilian players, Xiao Yun actually relied on his formidable combat strength to firmly suppress Yuan Fenghua's side, which had superior numbers and quality. Xiao Yun led the charge, while most of his teammates stood behind providing cover, or casting support spells to assist Xiao Yun's assault. After dozens of minutes of fierce battle, Yuan Fenghua's team was nearly annihilated. Badly wounded, Yuan Fenghua gritted his teeth. Xiao Yun, I underestimated you. I never expected a commoner like you could achieve this level. Xiao Yun gazed calmly at the fallen Yuan Fenghua and said, A commoner? Must a commoner always lose? Are commoners destined to be trampled beneath your feet? Ever since I was born in the slums, I've seen too many arrogant esports clans like yours bullying commoners and treating lives like worthless weeds. My father lost his life because he got caught in a conflict between esports players. Today's battle will be witnessed by all of Daxia. I, a commoner, will defeat every single one of you. I'll lift the spirits of all commoners across Daxia. Even if it's Huang Tian'ao himself, I'll cut him down without hesitation. Watching Xiao Yun's calm gaze concealing overwhelming dominance. For a moment, Yuan Fenghua seemed lost in thought. She lowered her head and sighed, saying, In that case, let me give you a warning. Huang Tian'ao may not be your greatest enemy. In this exam, there exists a monster far more terrifying than him. The battle for the top 50 came to an end. Several more rounds of battles followed. During this process, there was also a key match, featuring Zhou Yu and Shen Bingqi as opponents. In this battle, Zhou Yu had previously arranged his tactics by bribing a few traitors within Shen Bingqi's faction, allowing him to win the fight with relative ease. On the other two fronts, Xiao Yun and Huang Tian'ao sliced through their opponents like cutting melons and vegetables, defeating them with ease. At last, only 4 contestants remained. When Battlefield Duel reached the semi-finals, Huang Tian'ao and Xiao Yun finally crossed paths again. Battle loading, both sides enter the battlefield. Xiao Yun turned around, glanced at his teammates behind him, and after a moment of contemplation said, Brothers, I have an unreasonable request, I wonder if you'd. His teammates had long understood Xiao Yun's intentions, knowing he wanted to face Huang Tian'ao one-on-one in a fair duel. They all smiled and nodded in agreement. Say no more, Brother Yun. Brother Yun, you've been taking care of us all along this journey. Without you, we'd never have made it this far. Go for it, Brother Yun. The entire Great Xia is watching you. Give it your all, Brother Yun. Seeing such unconditional support from his sworn brothers and teammates behind him, a confident smile tugged at Xiao Yun's lips as his heart stirred with emotion. Good. With a loud shout, he strode forward. Special skill, Dragon Bloodline activated. Gleaming golden scales of formidable armor, instantly covering his entire body. A mighty force gathered, forming a golden dragon silhouette in the sky. This special skill, obtained through his S-rank gaming talent, was a powerful enhancement ability that could temporarily boost all attributes by more than threefold. Facing Xiao Yun, Huang Tian'ao didn't hold back in the slightest. While activating all his skills, he also retrieved 2 purple tier enhancement items from his storage space, raising his combat power even further. The two locked eyes in silence, their gazes flashing with sharp brilliance. A fleeting moment later, their figures abruptly blurred before violently colliding. Boom! A shocking battle between a commoner's top genius and a noble's top genius. Staged once again after half a year, Xiao Yun had special abilities backing him, while Huang Tian'ao possessed superior equipment and skills. Both players held cards in their hands, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. In this battle, both were at their peak, dodging and weaving, clashing repeatedly. Blades flashed and swords gleamed. At the same time, there came the intense and frequent clashing of weapons. The extreme speed and reflexes even left some spectators dizzy. Every exchange between them achieved perfection within their capabilities, reaching the absolute limits their attributes allowed. All attention was completely captivated by this extraordinarily intense battle. Not only had the commentators fallen silent, even the barrage of livestream comments noticeably dwindled for a moment. After a long while, the battle came to an end. The one who won this epic-making battle was, in the end, Huang Tian'ao. Xiao Yun's special skill, after all, had a time limit. Once the special skill was deactivated, the disadvantages of his equipment became evident. However, Huang Tian'ao didn't win easily either. This battle nearly exhausted his entire stock of high-quality items. In the live broadcast room, the final shot focused on the retreating preparation seats, where Xiao Yun hung his head in desolation, surrounded by teammates offering comfort. Witnessing this scene, Guagua and Mai Pai couldn't help but be moved as well. He truly gave it his all. Although Xiao Yun lost, he had already won the cheers of the entire Great Xiao audience. The road ahead for him is still long. If he had resources as good as Huang Tian'ao's, he might not have lost. Very well. Next up is the ultimate showdown on the battlefield, the final match. Let's see which factions have made it to the finals. The Lone Rider faction and, seeing the list of final contestants, commentator Guagua froze in shock. In the semifinals, the team that had advanced victorious from the opposing battlefield was unexpectedly not Joyu's Red Hair Gang, rather, an obscure faction, called the Lint Ian Brotherhood. Seeing this faction's name, the two hosts froze momentarily. The many viewers in the live stream were also stunned. In Yundong City, within the Kangju Yayuan residential district, Lao Lin and his wife, who had been staring intently at the live broadcast on TV, were also stunned. Is that Lin Tian talking about our family's cat? Old man Lin Yuan, Tian's father, asked in confusion. I don't know either, maybe so. Could it be that our son has reached the finals? Mother Zhang Shuiying was momentarily uncertain too, though she had confidence in her son. The thought of him making it to the finals in the fierce competition of the college entrance exams still felt somewhat unimaginable to her. She had been watching the live stream for nearly 3 days straight. The elderly couple, who hadn't seen their son on screen for so long, had resigned themselves to never catching a glimpse of him on television. Little did they expect that Lin Tian's name would command the spotlight in such a manner. At Yunqing No. 2 High School, a group of school administrators sat intently in the conference room, watching the live broadcast. When the words Lin Tian Brotherhood flashed across the screen, the principal's eyes glittered with excitement as he burst into joyous laughter. Lin Tian. It must be our Lin Tian. I always knew that boy was destined for greatness. He actually made it to the finals of the gang war? Good. Great. Damn, you're really putting our second high school on the map. In the live stream, the host, Serial Bro, exclaimed in surprise, this Lin Tian Brotherhood is actually a one-man gang? Guagua froze upon hearing this. He actually fought his way to the finals single-handedly too? What's this examinee's background? As they were speaking, the finals battle had already loaded. The finals battle was an open format. Other players can also teleport to the spectator stands to watch the battle. Yuan Fenghua and Chen Bingqi arrived at the spectator stands. Upon seeing the guild name Lin Tian Brotherhood, both immediately thought of Lin Tian, who had killed them before. So, that terrifying guy has come to participate in the guild battle? Yuan Fenghua swallowed hard, his eyes fixed intently on the arena. Can Huang Tianao defeat that Lin Tian? Chen Bingqi also clenched her fists, watching the arena nervously. Several seconds later, members from both factions appeared on the field. As the light and shadow flickered, two figures appeared on the scene. One figure was Huang Tianao, the other figure was Zhao Wenjun. Why is it him? Seeing the face of Huang Tianao's opponent clearly, Yuan Fenghua stood up in shock and cried out. Chapter 56, The Overlord Boss, Mystical Martial Tortoise. The decisive battle begins. Huang Tianao sized up his opponent before him and was about to unleash his skill. But, in that very instant, Zhao Wenjun had already arrived before Huang Tianao with lightning speed, utterly silent. There wasn't even time to dodge. Put. In Zhao Wenjun's hand, the golden sword effortlessly pierced through Huang Tianao's kidney. How can? Huang Tianao's pupils contracted as he still struggled to resist. Put. Zhao Wenjun withdrew his hand and stabbed Huang Tianao in the kidney once more. You. Put. Zhao Wenjun stabbed Huang Tianao again. Plain and unadorned attack methods, simple, brutal, yet effective. Even though Huang Tian's skills were extraordinary and his combat awareness unparalleled. Even though his equipment far surpassed that of other players. Even though he was Huang Tianao, possessing SS-tier gaming talent. But faced with completely overwhelming attribute values, he stood no chance against Zhao Wenjun. Although he wore several pieces of orange-tier gear with attributes far surpassing other players, but Zhao Wenjun, this entire equipment set he wore. The lowest tier among them was already red-tier gear. The vast majority were even golden-tier equipment. Zhao Wenjun's single piece of equipment boosts attributes like it's worth Huang Tianao's entire set. How are we supposed to fight this? With just this set of gear, you could throw a dog at Huang Tianao and watch it beat him to pulp. As Huang Tianao's figure vanished into a beam of white light, the first guild battle, Battlefield Showdown, came to an end in the most dramatic fashion possible. In the game's spectator stands, a stillness enveloped the air. In the live streaming room beyond the game, a profound silence reigned. Before countless television and computer screens, a deadly silence. Guild War concluded. Dragonheart Brotherhood Guild has earned the title of Supreme Alliance Leader in the Holy City League. Zhao Wenjun, guild leader of Dragonheart Brotherhood, has been appointed as Warfield Overlord, commanding all forces and rallying heroes across the lands. Henceforth, Zhao Wenjun will serve as supreme commander for all major campaign missions. Seeing the legendary genius Huang Tianao collapse so effortlessly before him, Zhao Wenjun was momentarily stunned. Only upon receiving the massive faction leader rewards did His mind cleared slightly, realizing he had truly defeated everyone and stood atop the Gaokao summit. Then it struck him all of this had been bestowed by Lin Tian. His emotions spiraled out of control for a moment as he burst into frenzied laughter and shouted hysterically, "Brother Tian, you're my father." At this moment, both players in the game and spectators outside couldn't help but wonder, just who the hell is this Lin Tian? Is he actually his brother or his father? A thick cloud of suspicion shrouds the name Lin Tian. Everyone is perplexed, wondering why Zhao Wenjun, who shone so brightly in the college entrance examination arena, would shout this name, and why his gang was named the Lin Tian Brotherhood. What kind of story lies hidden beneath it all? Of course, there are exceptions. In Cloud City, within a certain villa district, Zhou Liman, Zhao Wenjun's biological father, stared at the live broadcast screen. As he heard his son's victorious roar, his delighted smile abruptly froze. Huh? Then who am I? Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already arrived at the final region of the central continent, the temple. The area boss of the temple is at LV-150 heretical monk. Walking into the deepest part of the temple, a red-robed monk, who had been seated in meditation, slowly rose to his feet with his back turned to Lin Tian. The corners of his mouth twisted into an eerie smile as he murmured in a bewitching voice, "Do you believe in the existence of gods? Answer the heretical monk's question correctly, and his attack power will be reduced by 25%. Deduce the correct answer from the surrounding environment and respond carefully. Playing this damned legend game. I gotta answer quizzes and solve puzzles now? What kind of bullshit is this?" That's all I could think when the system notification popped up. Lin Tian didn't even glance his way. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile more sinister than a heretic monk's. He countered, "Do you believe in the ultimate evil slash?" The heretic monk froze. Huh? The next instant, the black sword light enveloped him. The final area boss of the central continent was instantly obliterated without leaving even a speck of residue. After slaying the heretic monk, another wave of high-tier dark gold quality items burst forth. Lin Tian picked up a few pieces of equipment to examine. Helmet, crown of the Godslayer, dark gold. Chestplate, armor of the Godslayer, dark gold. Bracers, gauntlets of the Godslayer, dark gold. Leg armor, Godslayer greaves, dark gold. Footwear, anti-deity treads, shadow gold. Lin Tian discovered that what the renegade monk had revealed was, it was actually a full set of level 150 dark gold equipment. Each of these pieces of equipment is significantly stronger than what Lin Tian currently has on. Moreover, when the full set is assembled, there will be additional attribute bonuses. Lin Tian immediately replaced all his equipment. You have collected all components of the Godslayer set. Achievement unlocked, Pact of the Godslayer. Additional exam points obtained, 1,500 points. When equipped as a set, all your attributes receive an additional 5,000 point boost. When equipped with this set, you become immune to all negative status effects in crowd control. When equipped with this set, your attacks deal additional true damage. Aside from this equipment set, a white treasure chest engraved with a cross has also materialized on the desk inside the temple. Lin Tian stepped closer and opened the treasure chest. The cross-shaped treasure chest shimmered with light, transforming into a white chest carved with wings. After a 1,000-fold increase in drop rate, this believer's chest has been upgraded to an ascendant chest. Lin Tian stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. A surge of golden, dark gold equipment and gems poured forth. Most eye-catching of all, still was the centerpiece, a single dark gold skill tome. Skill book, God-slaying stance. Level requirement, LV-150. Quality, dark gold. Skill effect, upon activation, your blood, mana, and health will rapidly deplete, while all your attributes continuously increase during consumption. Additionally, 50% of the damage dealt by your attacks will be converted into unblockable true damage. Description: to slay gods, one must first slay oneself. This counts as a transformation type enhancement skill. Right now, although Lin Tian possesses quite a few skills, after becoming a realm-shattering sword sovereign, every 10 levels gained would grant him a powerful exclusive class skill, yet he'd never actually obtained any transformation-type skills before. He vaguely sensed that this skill and the true damage effect attached to the set bonus would likely prove crucial in later stages of the game. After learning the deicide stance skill, Lin Tian turned and walked out of the temple, just about to flap his wings and leave. At that moment, the temple behind him suddenly began to shake violently. The ground quaked and shattered. It seems like something is rising from the ground. You have defeated all regional bosses of the legendary Central Continent. You have disrupted a certain balance in the Central Continent. Due to unknown reasons, the Continental Overlord of Central Continent has awakened. As the notification appeared, the temple was actually lifted up by some enormous creature. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal tortoise beast as massive as a mountain. The temple had merely been carved from one of the giant spikes on its shell. LV-200 Abyssal Tortoise, Tyrant Boss. The Tyrant Boss surpasses even Lord-tier creatures in might. Monsters of this caliber typically appear as story-driven final bosses within the game's narrative. Under normal gameplay, players would most likely never encounter a boss of this tier on their own. Yet, Lin Tian managed to clear all the regional bosses of the central continent within just 3 days, an accomplishment far beyond ordinary gameplay. Therefore, awakening an Overlord-class boss doesn't seem too surprising. Looking up at the colossal creature, Lin Tian could feel an overwhelming oppressive force radiating from the profound nether martial tortoise. Even the final guardian of the trial tower he had encountered before couldn't compare to the pressure this profound nether martial turtle exerted on Lin Tian, not even 1/10 of it. But Lin Tian was no longer the same Lin Tian as before. Undying demon dragon summon, devouring hellfire possession. Lin Tian's entire body became enveloped in ghostly blue flames. Beneath him, an equally massive ghostly blue skeletal dragon materialized out of thin air. Riding a skeletal dragon, holding a giant sword, Lin Tian charged straight towards the Dark Tortoise. Chapter 57 Wing Fusion, joining the Dark Hall. The Dark Tortoise was incredibly powerful. So powerful that even when Lin Tian got serious, he couldn't instantly defeat it. To kill it, Lin Tian had to use 3 full moves. The first move, Myriad Swords Return to Origin, summoned countless sword energies that destroyed the Xianming martial tortoise's exterior. A single Shadowcleave strike pierced through the mystic martial turtle's inner defenses, running straight through its body. Finally, with one last ultimate evil strike concentrated on single target power, its vital point was shattered. Shadowcleave Strike was the boundary-cutting sword Saint class skill Lin Tian learned after breaking through level 80. This was a thrusting sword technique with formidable armor-piercing effects. The poor mystic martial turtle had slept for 1,000 years, only to awaken briefly, before completely departing this world, returning to the Western Paradise. After defeating the mystic martial turtle, a rainbow-hued sword blade soared into the heavens. Lin Tian's figure flickered as he instantly grasped this blade in his hand. Weapon, Celestial Profound Nether Saint Sword, Rainbow. A rainbow tier weapon, successfully obtained. The dark golden greatsword Frost Wither in his hand had served Lin Tian for a long time. Although Frost Wither, now merely at level 70, had fallen behind in attributes, it still hadn't dropped a suitable weapon for him. So Lin Tian had been making do with it all this time. At this moment, having defeated the profound darkness martial tortoise, obtaining the celestial Shan dark martial saint sword perfectly fulfilled his weapon requirements, compared to a level 70 dark gold weapon. This level 200 rainbow grade Saint Sword's enhancement to his offensive capabilities was far more than just a marginal improvement. Playing with his new weapon in hand, Lin Tian was in a good mood. Who would have thought the rewards for slaying the Overlord boss weren't over yet? In the skies above, roaring sounds reverberated. The next instant, a green thunderbolt suddenly came crashing down. It smashed violently right in front of Lin Tian. This green thunderbolt actually brought with it an emerald green treasure chest. A Overlord-level boss's treasure chest, who knows what could be inside. Lin Tian reached out and stepped forward to try opening the chest. After a 1,000-fold drop rate increase, this life chest has been upgraded to a primal chest. With the chest's opening, a pair of colossal white wings emitting holy radiance slowly emerged. Special equipment, Seraphim's Wings. Level requirement, 270. Quality, Prismatic. Effect 1, movement speed increased by 5000x, enables spatial teleportation between areas marked by sacred feathers. Effect 2, attacks imbued with divine power, dealing massive holy light damage. Effect 3, all attributes plus 25,000. Effect 4, consume the stored holy light energy in the wings to perform perfect healing, instantly curing all injuries of the target. The holy light energy stored per hour allows for 100 perfect healings. Effect 5, upon reaching level 200, gain entry to the celestial realm once. Description, Archangel Wings from the Celestial Realm, imbued with the divine power of the Holy Light Angel. Ranked 3rd on the Legendary Continent's wing ranking. Finally, I got my hands on a Phantom Rainbow equipment ranked among the top 3 in the entire Mania Blood Legend world. Lin Tian felt a little excited. He then glanced at the Blazing Sun Holy Feather he was currently equipped with. After some thought, he pondered, since Divine Flames, as special equipment, can be synthesized, then maybe wings can too? Although the Seraph's wings were already powerful enough, recklessly merging them might lead to more loss than gain. Yet Lin Tian couldn't suppress his curiosity, wanting to know what new wings would emerge from combining the 2 pairs he possessed. Holding the Solar Phoenix Feather in his left hand and the Seraph's wings in his right, he attempted the fusion. Fusion complete. Serapha's wings, iridescent, plus Solar Holy Feather, colorful, equals Sacred Crimson Wings, iridescent. UVE crafted a new pair of wings, Sacred Crimson Wings. The fused wings interweave hues of red and white. With Sacred Radiance as their foundational glow, the blazing sunlight drifted across the surface, adorning the wings with flecks of radiance. Lin Tian examined the wings' attributes, his eyes lighting up. The fused celestial crimson wings not only boasted a full attribute amplification of 30,000 but also inherited and enhanced all the effects possessed by both original wings. The mingling of sacred and solar energies elevated both the healing and offensive capabilities of the wings to an entirely new level. Now, the potency of these wings, it has likely surpassed the legendary continent's top-ranked wing on the Divine Wings list, becoming the new strongest wing in the legendary continent. Equipping the sacred crimson feathers, Lin Tian flew 2 laps, adapting to this extreme speed and formidable power, feeling utterly satisfied. He flew to the summit of a mountain peak. Lin Tian landed and sat cross-legged, scanning the middle continent before him. A hint of confusion arose in his heart due to his own invincibility. What should I do next? Should I conquer the sacred lands of the Eastern Island? I'm getting a bit tired of constantly grinding monsters and bosses. Ah, right. I haven't used this yet. His gaze swept over the numerous items in his inventory. Lin Tian took out a black card that was almost forgotten. Special item, Invitation from the Dark Temple. Level requirement, LV 100. Effect, using this item will grant you an invitation from the Dark Temple, the largest villainous organization in the legendary continent, unlocking an entirely different path of evil quests. You will have completely strayed from the path of the Sanctum of Justice Alliance, and from that moment on, all righteous human NPCs and players alike will regard you as their mortal enemy. Introduction, you only have one chance to make a choice, with no turning back. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Let's go have some fun with this shadow temple first. Lin Tian chuckled and used the invitation letter. Before him, a black luminous gate abruptly materialized. Seeing this black luminous gate, Lin Tian couldn't help but freeze momentarily, finding it somewhat familiar. After carefully recalling his memories, when that world boss Dark Knight appeared before, it seems he descended upon the legendary Central Continent through exactly this kind of black light portal. So you're saying the Dark Knight world boss was sent to the legendary Central Continent by the Dark Temple? Lin Tian made the deduction without much surprise. After all, the Dark Temple had always been the Sacred City Alliance's greatest enemy. When they had nothing better to do, it made perfect sense for them to stir up trouble in enemy territory by dropping random nonsense like this. Stepping forward, Lin Tian entered the black luminous gate. A dimly lit environment, an icy palace, gloomy illumination, the oppressive atmosphere. After stepping through the black light gate, Lin Tian found himself standing in a grand hall dominated by black hues. On both sides of the hall, hundreds of black-armored soldiers stood in perfect formation. Upon the central throne in the grand hall, a towering dark-armored knight, standing over 3 meters tall, sat alone with an imposing aura. Spotting Lin Tian emerging from the light portal, his eerie, glowing eyes flickered faintly as he spoke in an icy voice. "Traitor, welcome to the Dark Realm. I am Long Han, one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Shadow Sanctum. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As for the Shadow Sanctum, I know you have many questions. I permit you to ask 3 of them, and I shall answer each one in turn." Lin Tian scanned the pitch-black surroundings and fired off 3 questions in succession. Why aren't the lights on? Is there a power outage? Is the Dark Temple this broke? The Phantom Armor Knight. Chapter 58, Dark Temple Mission, A Big Black Dog. After a brief silence, the Phantom Armor Knight pretended not to hear Lin Tian's questions. "Since you have no issues, I won't say more either. We are the Forsaken of the old era, just like you, oppressed and excluded by the Holy City Alliance. We all despise the Holy City. That's the most important reason we can stand together. The king thinks highly of you and intends to entrust you with significant responsibilities. But the Dark Temple is a place where strength speaks. Right now, you're merely an ordinary dark soldier. Before the real war comes, you need to complete as many missions as possible. If you want to reap great rewards in future war missions, strive to improve your military rank. You'll need to prove your strength. First, go slay 100 low-tier wraiths in the Shadow Pool to the north. The faster the better. If you can finish within 3 hours, I'll give you an extra reward. Here's the Dark Realm map, take it and use it. After finishing a long speech, the Dark Armor Knight tossed over a map recording the general situation of the Dark World. At the same time, Lin Tian also received his first task upon entering the game. Ding! Accepted Dark Temple Quest, Slay the Undead, LV.100. Quest objective, enter the Northern Abyss Pool and eliminate 100 low-tier undead. Complete the quest within 3 hours to receive bonus rewards. Go forth, Dark Soldier Lin Tian. The Dark Armor Knight spoke gloomily. Lin Tian raised his hand in salute. Yes, General Great Monster. Behind him, the crimson feathers of the Sacred Hall unfurled. Lin Tian's figure instantly vanished from his original position. After arranging the tasks, the eerie light in the Dark Armor Knight's eyes dimmed as he was about to take a short rest. Yet, before even a minute had passed, whoosh, a figure flashed and entered the Grand Hall. Lin Tian returned, saluted, and reported, mission accomplished. When dealing with the LV-200 Overlord boss, the mysterious tortoise, he only needed 2 minutes to finish the job. This was still his capability level before acquiring the Heavenshan Nether Martial Sacred Sword, a chromatic grade weapon, and synthesizing the ultra-powerful iridescent wings, the Sacred Hall Crimson Feathers. With these two formidable enhancements, his combat prowess received another significant boost. Were he to face the Nether Martial Turtle again now, he could likely annihilate it with a single strike. With such strength, dealing with level 100 petty wraiths would be easier than crushing ants. Lin Tian could now wave his hand and fell an entire cluster of them effortlessly. Seeing Lin Tian return so swiftly after completing the mission, the Hellplate Knight's eerie fiery eyes flickered, momentarily dumbfounded. That was fast. Excellent. I hereby officially promote your rank from Dark Soldier to Shadow Captain. You shall command 10 Dark Soldiers. As a reward for completing the task within 3 hours, I shall gift you one of my treasured divine blades. Ding! Completed Nether Temple mission, slay the aberrant fiend. Your military rank has been promoted to Shadow Soldier Captain. Complete the mission within the time limit and receive extra rewards, EXP plus 700,000, gold plus 700,000, Berserker Spear of the Shadow Knight, red. Glancing at the pitiful rewards for completing the mission, then looking again at the level 100 red quality spear in hand, Lin Tian fell silent for a moment. The Black Knight thought he was stunned by the mighty weapon and waved his hand with a smile. This was my most cherished weapon in my youth. Take it, and treat this gun well. Lin Tian looked up and asked, excuse me, where is the restroom? The Black Knight froze, outside the Great Hall. Lin Tian nodded. Wait for me. Having said that, he ran to the toilet carrying the red quality spear in his hand. After the sound of flushing water, when Lin Tian returned again, the red quality spear in his hand had vanished without a trace. The Dark Armor Knight asked in confusion, what have you been up to? Lin Tian answered earnestly, I went to take a dump. Dark Armor Knight. Expressionless, the Dark Armor Knight said, you've already passed the Captain level trial. Next up is the Legion Commander level trial. Slay 100 shadow beasts in the tomb to the south. Same rules as always, the faster, the better. If you can complete the task within 3 hours, there's still an extra reward waiting for you. Lin Tian raised his hand in salute. Underwater Squad, move out. In the next instant, Lin Tian's figure vanished. Another minute later, Lin Tian returned. Mission complete, sir. Leaning back in his chair, the Dark Armor Knight, who had just been about to rest, twitched his face slightly. You're too fast. After holding it in for a long time, the Dark Armor Knight finally blurted out this line. Hearing these familiar words, Lin Tian instinctively retorted, men are all this fast. Don't believe those exaggerated videos online, 1 minute is actually quite long. Dark Armor Knight. Lin Tian. I accidentally revealed some unnecessary information. Ahem, anyway, you're now a Corps Commander. The next trial is at the Division Commander level. You must go above the Black Tomb and slay 100 undead champions. The Dreadplate Knight coughed before issuing the mission once more. Lin Tian set off immediately. The undead champions were level 130 monsters, significantly stronger than the targets from the previous 2 missions. But in Lin Tian's hands, they were just slightly larger ants. Between traveling and killing monsters, Lin Tian effortlessly completed the task in just over 40 seconds. Just as he was about to return to submit the mission, near the Black Tomb, a large black dog sitting cross-legged in meditation caught Lin Tian's attention. This dog is quite interesting, must be some rare monster. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as his wings suddenly flapped behind him. The next instant, he went straight to the big black dog, as if sensing Lin Tian's presence long before. The dog merely lifted its eyelids to glance at him, remaining utterly motionless in its cross-legged meditation. The dark energy around the Black Tomb continuously surged into its body, gradually amplifying its aura. Oh ho, quite the attitude. Looking down on humans, are you? Seeing this big black dog completely disregard him, Lin Tian found it even more amusing. He pulled out a piece of finger-lickin' original recipe chicken originally dropped by a giant rooster in the starter village from his bag and offered it to the black dog's mouth. Here, eat up, don't be shy. The big black dog kept its mouth firmly shut, still utterly uninterested. However, the dog's brows furrowed slightly on its headline, seemingly somewhat annoyed. Good dog, I just love your tsundere personality. Lin Tian got fired up too. He reached out to grab the dog's head, exerting force trying to pry its mouth open to stuff the original recipe chicken that had been sucking on toes into its jaws. Hiss! The fangs bared. At last, the black hound could hold back no longer. Whoosh! A surge of monstrous black energy suddenly condensed behind the hound, forming a colossal shadowy phantom of a lion-tiger hybrid. With the hound's pounce, the terrifying phantom pressed down mercilessly toward Lin Tian. You dare to be angry with me? Lin Tian glared and swung his hand in a slap. Bang! Boom! The big black dog was sent flying sideways for a kilometer, crashing onto a pile of rocks. Crack! The phantom of the lion-tiger beast behind it shattered instantly. Staggering to his feet, shaking his dizzy head, The big black dog was utterly bewildered, yet still mustered his strength to counter Lin Tian's attack. But there simply wasn't time to gather momentum. Too late to react. Lin Tian's figure had already reappeared right in front of it. Bang! Boom! Another resounding slap was delivered. Chapter 59, Hidden Quest, Pluto's juvenile form. He landed over a dozen slaps in rapid succession. The big black dog's face was severely distorted, its chin forming a sharp 45-degree angle to the left with the horizon. After the final slap landed, the originally gloomy-eyed black dog suddenly developed a sharp yet goofy stare, complete with a hint of cross-eyed expression. It cast a human-like glance around, scratching its head with a paw as if pondering where it was and who it actually was. Seemed like it had gotten amnesia from Lin Tian's big slap. Whoosh! In that dazed moment, Lin Tian's figure darted swiftly, reappearing before the massive black dog. Although the enormous black dog had lost its memory, the moment Lin Tian's face came into view, an intense surge of primal fear rose uncontrollably from its very core. Put! Its hind legs bent suddenly. The big black dog went straight to its knees. Its front paws raised high began waving in a pleading gesture. Only then did Lin Tian put away his raised palm with satisfaction. Walking up to the trembling black dog, he patted its shuddering head and laughed. Good boy, that's more like it. You're finally learning manners. Perfect. I was getting bored playing this game alone anyway. Raising a dog sounds like a fine way to pass the time. Seeing that Lin Tian had stopped hitting him, and she gently caressed herself, the big black dog finally relaxed a little and stopped shivering. Sensing the amusement in Lin Tian's gaze, the big black dog obediently rubbed itself against Lin Tian's leg on its own. Pup, from now on your name is Dehei, Big Black. Come on, Dehei, bark for me. Lin Tian gently patted Dehei's dog head and laughed. The intelligent black dog seemed to roughly understand Lin Tian's words. It somewhat bashfully raised its head, struggled for a long while, and finally managed to emit an ingratiating sound. Meow. Bang. Unable to contain himself, Lin Tian slapped the black dog again, sending it flying. Lin Tian's face darkened. What the hell are you anyway? The final slap straightened out the black dog's tilted face. Lin Tian had also accumulated quite a bit of merit. Carrying this neither cat nor dog creature back, Lin Tian first submitted his mission to the Dark Armor Knight and received a new assignment. After completing 3 rounds of the Shadow Temple missions, Lin Tian's military rank had been promoted to Shadow Division Commander, commanding 10 Night Corps commanders, 100 Shadow Captains, and 1,000 Dark Soldiers. Gathering all his subordinates, he pointed at the large black dog beneath him and ordered, "From now on, your mission is to help this dog learn how to bark like a real dog. Understood?" No, not really understanding. The group of underlings looked utterly confused. Lin Tian kicked the big black dog. Meow. The big black dog yelped in surprise. A mighty big dog, all day long meowing like some damn cat. What kind of disgrace is this? I fucking hate cats the most. Lin Tian cursed while giving the black dog another kick in the rear. His subordinates finally understood Lin Tian's meaning when they saw this. A captain of the Night Brigade stepped forward solemnly and said, "Rest assured, Division Commander, the mission will be completed without fail." Lin Tian gave a slight nod, then turned and left to continue with his mission. The objective of the 4th round mission was to eliminate 100 level 140 greater wraiths. Since the mission location was quite distant, this time, Lin Tian took about 5 minutes to complete his return. Upon rushing back, he still reported the mission to the Shadow Knight first. Ding! Completion of Dark Hall mission, Slay the Giant Aberration. Your military rank has been promoted to Shadow Commander. Completed the mission within the time limit, received bonus rewards, EXP plus 1,500,000, gold plus 1,500,000, Boots of Eternal Night, gold. Completing the 4th round of Dark Temple missions yields much richer rewards, but for Lin Tian, they were still insignificant. Compared to that, military rank, which would affect future war missions, holds greater importance. After submitting this mission, the Soul Armor Knight didn't immediately assign Lin Tian a new task as he had before. Instead, he regarded Lin Tian with astonishment and sighed wistfully. No wonder the king holds you in such high regard. You've completed all promotion missions this quickly. When I finished these missions and became commander of the Shadow Battalion, it took me a full 2.5 years. Lin Tian had no interest in hearing about his past as a trainee in the Dark Hall, so he cut him off and asked, "Does becoming a Dark Troop commander mark the end? Are there no other missions to further advance my military rank?" The Death Knight was momentarily stunned. "You've already become the Shadow Army Commander, where else do you expect to be promoted? Above the Shadow Army Commander are only the 12 Shadow Generals. Appointments at the General's level are definitely not within my authority to decide." Lin Tian suddenly understood he had reached the pinnacle of his career. At least, as far as the Death Knight is concerned, he has reached the pinnacle. If promoted again, he'd reach the same rank as him. After some thought, Lin Tian inquired, "What positions exist above the 12 Dark Generals?" The Shadow Plate Knight replied, above the 12 dark generals stand the 3 supreme marshal of absolute darkness, the mightiest of dark sanctum, and above the marshals reigns our most exalted dark sanctum king. If you want to become one of the 12 dark generals, Lin Tian interrupted him again, just tell me directly how to become the king of the Dark Temple. Dark Armor Knight. Dark Armor Knight, you know what, maybe you should just leave. I feel like you'd bring me trouble. Lin Tian scratched his head and laughed, just kidding, how would I dare to offend our esteemed king? But seriously, could you introduce me to those 3 black marshals? The Shadow Armor Knight fell silent for a moment before replying, actually, there is an opportunity right now. Recently, something happened in the Dark Realm, and the 3 marshals are quite troubled by it. If you can help resolve this issue, you might even get the chance to sit in a position similar to mine. Here's the situation. The Shadow Armor Knight briefly explained the origins of the matter to Lin Tian. The gist was that thousands of years ago, when the first Dark Temple King first arrived in the Dark Realm intending to establish the Dark Temple, he was obstructed by the Dark Realm's king-level boss, the Underworld King. With formidable strength and the aid of a few companions, the first Shadow Temple King succeeded in sealing away the Underworld King. However, recently, the Underworld King's seal has begun to weaken. The 3 great dark marshals perceived that the Underworld King had exploited fissures in the sealing barrier to release one of his split-offs, a juvenile avatar, from its confines. This fragmented offspring could absorb external energy to fuel the awakening of its true form. Once sufficient energy is absorbed, the Underworld King's true form would likely shatter the seal and break free. Should such a scenario come to pass, it would spell catastrophe for the entire Dark Sanctuary. That would all become a cataclysm. Now, the Dark Temple faction urgently needs to locate this clone juvenile, to either eliminate or seize control of it. As the Death Armor Knight continued his explanation, before Lin Tian's eyes, another mission prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Received hidden quest from the Dark Temple, tracking the Underworld King's offspring. Mission objective, locate traces of the juvenile Platon and report to the Dark Temple. After completing the mission, you'll have the chance to become one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Shadow Temple. Got it! With the mission received, things became manageable. Lin Tian turned to set off immediately. However, the Nether Armor Knight called him back once more and admonished, remember, even if it's just the Underworld King's juvenile form, possessing less than 1% of its true combat power, it is still beyond our capacity to engage. The moment you discover traces of the Underworld King, report to me at once. I will inform the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals. They'll take care of it themselves when the time comes. Lin Tian waved his hand and vanished instantly. He didn't take the Dark Armor Knight's words seriously at all. With his current combat strength, even dealing with the Lord of the Dark Hall, Lin Tian didn't think he would lose. Chapter 60, Where on Earth has the Underworld King hidden? With lightning-fast movements, Lin Tian vanished from the Grand Hall. Soaring through the darkened skies of the Netherworld, he began searching for traces of the Underworld King's offspring. After searching for what felt like an eternity with little progress, Lin Tian decided to change tactics, resolving to slaughter every powerful creature that might potentially be the Underworld King, then bring the corpses back for the Nether Plate Knight to examine. After roughly a few minutes, Lin Tian walked in carrying the corpse of a massive black eyeball and asked, "Is this that Underworld King larva?" The Nether Armor Knight looked up and froze momentarily. No, this is the level 200 field boss, Death's Eye. You killed it? How did you manage that? As one of the field bosses near this Dark Temple outpost, Death's Eye had always posed a significant threat to the stronghold. The Dark Armor Knight had led troops to conquer it several times, but each attempt ended in failure. This monster's combat power was truly formidable. He never could have imagined that Lin Tian would venture out just once and return dragging the corpse of this Lord-class boss. No, it's not. Lin Tian's expression fell at these words. Under the baffled gaze of the Soul Armor Knight, he turned and walked away, his figure vanishing once more. A few minutes later, Lin Tian entered again dragging the corpse of a giant black ape towering over 10 meters tall and asked, "Is this Pluto's juvenile form?" The Hellplate Knight remained silent for a moment before replying, "That's a level 230 Lord-class boss, the Shadow Fiend Ape." Oh, Lin Tian turned away in disappointment. About 10 more minutes later, Lin Tian walked in carrying the giant corpse of a ghoul demon. Before Lin Tian could ask, the Death Armor Knight slammed the table, trembling all over. "God damn it. This is Gluttony Lord, the strongest level 250 tyrant boss from the Northern Dark Realm. Even for the entire Shadow Temple, the gluttonous sovereign is considered a formidable threat in the Dark Realm. Half a year ago, a Supreme Dark Marshal personally led 5 Shadow Generals in a campaign against him, yet failed to gain any advantage. Who would have thought? Did that formidable Overlord boss actually get taken down by Lin Tian? Damn it, wrong spot again?" Lin Tian stormed off cursing under his breath. The Death Armor Knight watched Lin Tian's retreating figure. Recalling his earlier words about becoming the king of the Dark Temple, it suddenly felt like that might not have been just a joke after all. Faced with Lin Tian's unfathomable strength, The Dark Steel Knight couldn't help but feel a rising tide of fear in his heart. How strong is this guy, exactly? A level 250 Overlord class boss is still quite formidable. Especially this Gluttony Lord. It has a special ability where, upon nearing death, it suddenly recovers to full health, and its combat power becomes even stronger after recovery. It took Lin Tian nearly 2 full minutes to finally take it down. The rewards for defeating a Dominator class boss were exceptionally generous. Lin Tian once again acquired 2 pieces of color grade equipment. Upper garment, God-devouring ghost armor, color grade. Leg guards, Realm of Decay, color grade. The only regret is, after defeating the boss of the Dark Realm, there was no treasure chest reward. Perhaps when designing this game cartridge, the developers didn't anticipate players defeating the Dark Realm's Overlord boss within 7 days. The 2 color grade equipment pieces possess formidable attributes. With higher equipment levels, once equipped, the boost to combat power is even greater than the heavenly profound Nether Martial Saint sword in Lin Tian's hand. Oh, where is the Nether King? Oh, where is the Nether King? The Nether King is in the little child's eyes. After changing equipment, Lin Tian soared through the dark world's skies, humming a tune as he continued his search. As time passed, the Underworld King remained unfound, but Lin Tian systematically swept through every major boss the Dark World had to offer. In the Dark Realm, there were a total of 4 Overlord bosses. After slaying all 4 Overlord bosses, Lin Tian's entire set of equipment had been completely upgraded from Legendary to Rainbow tier, and his power surged once again, carrying the corpse of the last Overlord boss back to the Grand Hall. The Dark Armor Knight was utterly dumbfounded and just about to speak. Lin Tian raised a hand to cut him off. This is the Overlord level boss, Hell Thunderhorse. The Dark Armor Knight froze. You knew this wasn't the Underworld King, why bother showing it to me? Lin Tian scratched his head, force of habit. After finishing, I just wanted to show you the corpse. Dark Steel Knight. Dragging the body of the boss, he strode out of the Grand Hall. Lin Tian felt somewhat lost. Where has this Pluto disappeared to? Outside the door, 2 Shadow Guard commanders bowed as Lin Tian emerged and asked, Sir, should we continue feeding the boss corpse to the big black dog? Lin Tian threw the boss corpse on the ground and nodded. Go ahead, waste not want not. Previously, the boss corpses they brought back had nowhere to be disposed of. Lin Tian handed it over to his subordinates, letting them feed it to the big black dog he had rescued. It's been a while since I visited Dihei. Let's go see him. Feeling frustrated after the failed mission, Lin Tian was in a sour mood. He decided to visit his pet, hoping that playing with the dog might lift his spirits. Approaching his personal camp, Lin Tian spotted from afar a colossal black monster over 100 meters tall, resting on the open ground near the camp. Its green-fanged maw and ferocious appearance were terrifying, its bristling fur sharp as spikes. Its massive, muscle-bound frame was wreathed in swirling tendrils of black mist. Though its form had changed drastically, Lin Tian instantly recognized those glassy, fierce cross-eyes. This monstrous beast was none other than the big black dog he'd picked up. TCH, you've grown fast. Must be that premium dog food working wonders. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Seeing his master return, Big Black was extremely excited, trotting over eagerly to greet him. Boom, boom, boom. Though his massive size and weight made it awkward, with each step it took, the earth trembled violently. The entire military camp was shaken by a powerful earthquake. Lin Tian's soldiers were sent tumbling head over heels. Ma Sayo, running to Lin Tian's side, the big black dog rubbed its massive head against Lin Tian and let out an obedient sound. Though it still wasn't a proper dog's bark, it was clearly no longer as provocative as the earlier cat-like meows. Lin Tian nodded with considerable satisfaction. Good, very good, keep it up. Now, bring those snacks for my big black. Upon receiving the command, the 2 subordinates behind him promptly presented the carcass of a freshly slain boss. The large black dog's eyes lit up at the sight and immediately pounced to devour it. As the delicious food went down its throat, the black aura around it grew increasingly dense, and the faint red markings on its forehead became more pronounced, gradually forming the shape of a written character. Lin Tian watched the big black dog eat, and his mood improved greatly. With a flicker of movement, he appeared atop the big black dog's head, sitting cross-legged. While gently stroking the character Ming imprinted on the dog's forehead, he sighed in confusion. This damned king of the underworld. Where on earth is it hidden? Chapter 61, Boundless Wasteland? The Infernal Flames of 9 Hells. Seated atop Big Black's head, Lin Tian furrowed his brows in contemplation, pondering how to complete this hidden mission before him. If this Pluto's offspring is in the Dark World, then wouldn't it be enough if I just wiped out the entire Dark World? But no, if the Dark World is destroyed, the Dark Temple would vanish too. Then where would I go to turn in my quest? The failure of the hidden mission made him slightly irritable. Just as he stood up, about to go out and continue searching for traces of the Underworld King, before his eyes, a notification popped up. You have slain all the Overlord bosses of the Dark World. You have disrupted a certain balance in the Dark World. In the endless wasteland, a king-class creature is about to descend into the dark world and appear near you. Escape immediately! Escape immediately! A king-class monster? Lin Tian froze in surprise. Above lords stand overlords, and above overlords reigns the monarch tier. By convention, each realm within the legendary world possesses only one monarch tier entity, just as the underworld has its Pluto, the celestial realm its divine king, the solar flare realm its flame monarch, and the mortal world its sacred guardian, the Sanctus King. What kind of place is this endless wasteland? How come every creature that appears is at the king level? Lin Tian couldn't help but feel curious. But right now, what he wished to do more. Better test my mettle against that king-class boss about to descend into the dark world first. Soaring into the air, Lin Tian flew high above, looking down at the ground below. Before long, he spotted a massive spatial rift at the northern edge of the military camp. From within the fissure, a monstrous nine-headed serpent emerged, its massive form exuding terrifying waves of sinister energy. Wherever it slithered, the ground rotted into pools of putrid blood, while each breath it exhaled released thick, billowing black mist that hung ominously in the air. Its dreadful aura surged like a tide, flooding the surroundings with overwhelming terror. Even Lin Tian couldn't help feeling slightly shaken. But encountering such a formidable opponent after so long, Lin Tian was also extremely excited. His wings flapped wildly as he accelerated to maximum speed. Like a flash of light, in an instant, he charged before the nine-headed serpent monster. In his hand, the celestial profound dark martial saint sword erupted with intense black radiance. Lin Tian immediately activated the powerful skill Ultimate Evil Slash and launched his assault. Now, his agility attribute has surpassed 1 million. The characteristic of the Ultimate Evil Slash is that for every 1000 points of agility increased, an additional sword strike can be unleashed. With this single attack, Lin Tian unleashed over 1,000 terrifyingly powerful sword slashes. Countless sword shadows overlapped, and space itself seemed to collapse under the might of this strike. The sword's shadow descended. The nine-headed serpent monster sensed the incoming assault and immediately took a deep breath. Its entire body transformed into a metallic gray hue, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out urgently. After withstanding this powerful blow, the dull gray skin of the nine-headed serpent monster merely dented slightly, sustaining no substantial damage whatsoever. Lin Tian was slightly startled, then curled his lips into a smile. Not bad, quite tough. Whoosh! The nine-headed serpent monster twisted all its heads simultaneously, suddenly spewing crimson-black flames toward Lin Tian. Without dodging, Lin Tian abruptly ignited his devouring world demonic flames to clash head-on. Whoosh! The collision of the two flames released tremendous energy, shattering the surrounding ground into fragments. Judging by the results, Lin Tian's devouring world flame still held the upper hand. After overwhelming the crimson-black flames spat out by the nine-headed serpent monster, Lin Tian's devouring world flame continued its relentless advance toward the beast. Despite its massive size, the nine-headed serpent monster moved with astounding speed, swiftly twisting its body to evade the attack. Then, tremendous strength surged through his mighty physique. The nine-headed serpent monster charged straight at Lin Tian. Bang! 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 The celestial dark martial saint's sword clashed multiple times with the giant serpent's toughened tongues, leaving Lin Tian's arms numb from the violent impacts. Realizing the formidable power of this king-level nine-headed serpent monster, Lin Tian no longer held back, unleashing his skills and adjusting his condition to peak performance. Summon the undying devil dragon, embodiment of the flame that devours worlds. Scarlet sanctuary feathers, blessed by sacred flames. God-slaying stance, equipped with a full set of chromatic grade gear, and further enhanced by numerous buff skills, Lin Tian's combat power has ascended to a whole new level. Ultimate Evil Slash. With a fierce roar, Lin Tian unleashed his devastating strike. In this state, unleashing the same skill once more, the nine-headed serpent monster began to falter, its body starting to crumble. Within the 18 cold, gleaming eyes atop its 9 heads, traces of retreat began to surface, as if it never expected someone like Lin Tian, a being from the dark realm capable of rivaling it, to exist. Whoosh! The dark crimson flames roared forth once more. The nine-headed serpent monster, no longer intent on battle, spewed flames before turning to charge toward the spatial rift in a desperate attempt to flee. Having fought for so long and expended so much effort, how could Lin Tian possibly allow it to escape so easily? The wings flapped, increasing speed to the maximum. Lin Tian raised the sacred sword in his hand and growled, "World-shattering sword tomb." This move was the ultimate skill of the world-shattering sword saint profession. Boom! A giant sword resembling a mountainous peak suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! The next instant, the entire dark world trembled. Put! The mighty king-class boss, the nine-headed Hydra monster, took this blow head-on. Its enormous body was instantly crushed into a pile of minced flesh. Finally took it down. Phew, that was one hell of a tough fight. After defeating this king-class Hydra, Lin Tian's body kept flashing with radiant light as his level soared dramatically. This battle had taken quite a toll on him. After the battle ended, he immediately pulled out medical supplies from his pack. Above the Hydra's corpse, a prismatic glow flickered. Lin Tian quickly stepped forward to inspect the treasures dropped by this king-class boss. The Hydra monster dropped 2 prismatic tier items. One was a prismatic tier divine flame, while the other was a prismatic tier weapon. As for the prismatic tier weapon, its rarity speaks for itself. Bearing the name, Netherworld Abyssal Sea. Its attributes completely surpassed the rainbow-quality holy sword in Lin Tian's hands, boasting 6 powerful special effects while also including 2 formidable spells. One spell is a buff-type skill, capable of nearly doubling the damage Lin Tian dealt within a short period. The other skill is an execution-type attack that inflicts true damage. Extremely potent. As for that illusory quality flame, it took the form of a ghostly white. Special equipment, 9 Abyssal Inferno. Level requirement, 400. Quality, Phantom Chroma. Effect 1, with the 9 Abyssal Inferno activated, all your attribute capabilities will be significantly enhanced, and your attacks will deal percentage-based damage that devours all life. Effect 2, Ghostfire Supremacy, the 9 Nether 10 Hell Flames suppress all other types of fire, granting you 100% immunity to fire-based damage. Effect 3, Legion of Spectral Flames, souls of enemies slain by the 9 Nether 10 Hell Flames become your servants. You may absorb these souls to strengthen either your spiritual power or magic attributes. Effect 4, all attributes plus 50,000. Active skill, Summon Lord of 9 Hells, summon the Lord of 9 Hells to fight for you. The Lord possesses formidable combat prowess and significant growth potential. Introduction, the Slaughter Flame from the Ninefold Netherworld is the bane of all living beings, ranking second on the legendary continent's divine fire rankings. A flame ranks second in the legendary world. If fused with my devouring world demon flame, which can make the top 5, who knows what might be born. These are 2 phantasmal grade divine flames. With a glance at this ghostly white flame, then another at his own devouring world demon flame, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and activated his Tinker skill. Devouring Inferno, Mythic, plus Netherworld Flame, Mythic, equals. This synthesis will consume gold coins, 50 million. Proceed with the synthesis? Chapter 62 Big Black and I have a great bond. Yes. With a mere thought, the 2 flames began to merge. The devouring world Inferno and the 9 Nether prison flames entwined, consuming each other. It seemed to be a struggle for dominance in this fusion. After a long while, the fusion was complete. A dark gray flame shot skyward, like the sudden eruption of an extinct volcano. Synthesis complete. Devouring Abyssal Flame, illusory, plus Netherworld's 10 Hells Blaze, illusory, equals Skeletal Flame, quality, unknown. You have forged a new divine flame, Bonepire. The synthesized flame bones of the divine fire have already shattered the game's quality restrictions. Lin Tian checked the Undying Flames panel. In addition to raising all attributes to 100,000 points, Haiyan has also consolidated and enhanced all the characteristics of both flames. The skills accompanying the fused Haiyan are even more outrageous. Now, Lin Tian can summon an Emperor-class boss-level Nether Dragon Emperor with a combat level of 400 to fight for him. Moreover, this Nether Dragon Emperor possesses growth potential and can also be detonated like a bomb, causing widespread devastation. Invincible, absolutely invincible. In every sense, this time it should be true invincibility. Gazing at the flames in his hand, Lin Tian couldn't help but murmur to himself. As soon as the words fell, a series of massive, earth-shaking footsteps sounded nearby. Lin Tian looked up and saw his big black dog bounding toward him. Fluffy, he ran to Lin Tian's side. The big black dog rubbed against him, then cast longing glances at the massive corpse of the 9-headed snake monster nearby. In its slightly cross-eyed, watery gaze shone a pitiful, pleading light. "Ha, go ahead and eat, you greedy pup." Lin Tian patted the big black dog's head and laughed. At once, the big black dog charged forward, and began feasting on the king-class boss's corpse. It had barely taken a few bites, when another figure came rushing over from the distance at breakneck speed. Lin Tian focused his gaze and realized it was the Death Knight who had been assigning him quests. He came to Lin Tian's side. The Dark Armor Knight furrowed his brow and said, "What just happened here? How did such a commotion occur?" The 3 Supreme Dark Marshals were startled enough to send me specifically to investigate. Lin Tian explained briefly, it was some brainy monster that wandered over from another interface. "I've already taken care of it, my dog's currently cleaning up the mess." "The dog you raised." The dark-armored knight froze upon hearing this, turning to look at the massive black monster devouring corpses nearby. His face suddenly twisted in horror. "This damn thing is the Underworld King." "Ha!" Lin Tian also froze upon hearing this, then angrily slapped his thigh in frustration. "Damn it. No wonder we couldn't find it anywhere. Turns out I've been raising it in my own home this whole time." the dark-armored knight urgently exclaimed. The Underworld King can rapidly gain energy to break its seals by consuming corpses. Quickly, stop it from eating. Having said that, the dark-armored knight drew the massive black iron sword from his back and charged straight at the great black hound. Bang! Whoosh! The big black dog didn't even glance back, just casually kicked out with its hind leg. The dark armor knight was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters backward. Having devoured so many corpses of Lord and Overlord level bosses, the big black dog's strength had long since evolved to nearly 70% of the Underworld King's true form. Now, after gnawing on a few more king-level boss corpses, its body once again showed signs of swelling, with dark energy wildly churning around it. The Death Armor Knight, ignoring the agonizing pain in his body, quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed over. While charging, he shouted to Lin Tian, "Quick! Stop it now! The king is currently in seclusion and can't intervene. If the Underworld King really breaks the seal, the Dark World is doomed." Before his words even faded, the giant black dog had finished devouring the corpse of the king-class monster. Its massive body suddenly froze, completely motionless. The restless black aura surrounding its entire form inexplicably calmed in that same instant. The next moment, whoosh! A vast torrent of black energy surged from underground, soaring skyward. Before long, the dark vapor coalesced in midair into a terrifying mass of black clouds. As if being mercilessly torn apart by invisible giant hands, the dark clouds began to morph and shift. Before long, they transformed into the terrifying phantom of a monstrous lion-tiger hybrid. Roar! A roar that shook heaven and earth reverberated across the world. Then, like a stroke of black lightning, the phantom descended, driving straight into the black dog's body. The massive black dog completely transformed into the phantom image of a lion-tiger hybrid beast. Thick black chi exploded from its body. Like a beast king emerging from the darkness, its terrifying majesty overwhelming. The Underworld King of the Dark Realm appeared at this very moment. Breaking through the seal, he officially awakens. Having devoured enormous amounts of powerful corpses, the Underworld King's current strength has even surpassed his peak by a significant margin. His combat power has already reached the pinnacle of what a king tier can achieve, just one step away from reaching emperor tier levels. Witnessing this scene, the Death Knight's greatsword weakly dropped to the ground as he murmured in despair, "It's over, completely over." Lin Tian simply smiled and confidently waved his hand. "Don't worry," he said, "De He and I have a strong bond. Even if he breaks through the seal and awakens, he'll still obey me." No sooner had the words left his mouth, the king of the underworld stared down at Lin Tian with frosty crimson eyes. From his throat emerged deep, guttural human speech. "Damnable human, you have insulted me in countless ways and mocked me at every turn. Today, I swear I will." Before he could finish, bang! Lin Tian slapped him across the face. The king of hell went tumbling through the air. When it got back to its feet, its cold, blood-red eyes had transformed back into a pair of dull yet piercing cross-eyes. Raising a front paw, it scratched its head in confusion as it surveyed its surroundings. It immediately ran to Lin Tian's side, obediently rubbed against him, and let out an affectionate cry, "Meow." Lin Tian glanced at the Dark Armor Knight and said, "See? I told you we get along really well." The Dark Armor Knight was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the Nether Knight standing frozen in place without speaking, Lin Tian asked, "We found the king of the underworld and now have him under control. Does that mean my hidden quest is complete?" The Nether Knight stared blankly as the awakened Dark Overlord, the most powerful king-class boss of the underworld, was chasing its own tail like a dog behind Lin Tian. His mind went utterly blank, at a complete loss for words. After a long silence, he finally regained his composure and nodded slowly. "Let's go. The pre-battle assembly is about to begin anyway. All Shadow Generals will gather at the Night King's citadel. I'll take you to meet the Supreme Shadow Marshal." Seeing that the hidden quest was finally completed, Lin Tian let out a long breath, his mood greatly uplifted. After escorting De He back to the military camp, Lin Tian followed the Dark-Armored Knight on their journey to the Night King's city. Along the way, two figures traveled one behind the other. Originally, the Dark-Armored Knight had planned to submit intelligence about Lin Tian to the three Supreme Dark Marshals during the pre-battle assembly, warning them to be wary of this powerful newcomer. But after personally witnessing Lin Tian subduing the awakened Lord of the Underworld with a single slap, the Dark Armor Knight changed his mind. He said cautiously, Lin, Brother Tian, I'd like to discuss something with you." "Ha?" Lin Tian yawned. "If you're going to rebel, I'll support you. If you really become the king of the Dark Temple someday, could you make me a marshal?" "Ha! With our relationship, making you a marshal would be too humble. At the very least, I'd have to appoint you as a prince or royal descendant. That's much more fitting." Lin Tian responded, pleasantly surprised by the man's ambition, and gave his shoulder an approving pat. Dark Steel Knight. Chapter 63, The Lin Tian Brotherhood, Charge. Before long, they arrived at the Night King's city, the conference hall. The pre-war assembly commenced. The three Supreme Dark Marshals and 12 Shadow Generals of the Dark Temple gathered together. 15 individuals took their seats in solemn rows. 3 supreme dark marshals, clad in heavy armor and radiating immense presence, occupied the elevated positions at the head. The remaining 12 shadow generals were arranged in flanking positions to either side. The Obsidian Knight introduced Lin Tian to the assembly and explained his ambition to ascend in military rank, aspiring to become one of the 12 shadow generals. The gazes of all 15 individuals immediately fixated upon Lin Tian, filled with astonishment and scrutiny, but even more so with contempt for his overestimation of himself. Seated at the center among the 3, the Supreme Dark Marshal sized up Lin Tian briefly before remarking nonchalantly, "Achieving the position of Shadow Soldier Commander in such a short time speaks volumes about your remarkable capability. However, becoming a Shadow General is no easy feat. The Dark Hall has always revered strength above all else. From its very founding, the Shadow Palace has only ever established 12 Shadow Generals. The way to attain the status of a Shadow General is to engage in a deadly duel with one of them, slay them, and thereby take their place." Before the words could fully fade, Lin Tian's Phantom Blade, the Netherworld Abyss, was already unsheathed. In an instant, within the Grand Hall of the Assembly, 11 Dark Generals' heads went flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The overwhelming power unleashed by his casual strike made the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals' pupils contract sharply, filling their hearts with terror. The only surviving Dark General, Long Han, gulped nervously on the sidelines, thankful he had pledged allegiance early enough to save his own life. "Is this good enough?" Lin Tian lifted his head to ask Marshal Zhan, wiping the blood splattered on his face. The highest Dark Marshal's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, his lips twitching as he spoke in a trembling voice. "Didn't I say just kill one? You, never mind, whatever makes you happy. From today onward, you are one of the 12 Dark Generals of the Shadow Temple." The strength Lin Tian had displayed left him too intimidated to say much. Had that sword strike been aimed at their 3 marshals, their fate wouldn't have differed much from those Shadow Generals. After arranging Lin Tian's military rank promotion matters, the Supreme Shadow Marshal began planning the upcoming war against the Holy City Alliance. "Our king will emerge from seclusion shortly. By then, our Shadow Palace will mobilize troops through the portal to besiege and assault the Holy City Alliance. When the time comes, we 3 will accompany the king and leading forces to storm the central Holy City and take down the Holy City Alliance's leader. And you 2 Dark Generals, are to lead troops to attack the subsidiary capital Xianyuan and face the 12 war gods of the Sacred City Alliance. Here are the detailed battle reports and strategic maps. Make sure you both take them." Speaking thus, the Supreme Dark Marshal handed over a scroll of diagrams. Meanwhile, on Lin Tian's side, the mission prompt had also arrived. Ding! Accepted the Warfront mission, Dark Temple's Glory. Mission objective, assist the Dark Temple in destroying the sub-capital of the Holy City Alliance, Xianyuan. Your military rank is Dark General. Upon mission completion, you will receive a 5-star war chest. This must be the final mission in the Dark Temple's questline, right? Lin Tian looked at the mission prompt before him, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, other players were still running around the Central Plains continent, completing quests and grinding monsters. Among all players at this time, the highest level had now become Zhao Wenjun. With the pile of high-quality equipment and items Lin Tian had tossed him, Zhao Wenjun had been cutting through enemies like a hot knife through butter, slaughtering his way all the way to the 3rd region of the central continent, the Thunder Battlefield. His level had already soared to 62. Trailing right behind him were Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun. Blessed with powerful innate talents, their progress was equally meteoric. Huang Tianao had reached level 55 and now stood within the 3rd region as well. Xiao Yun was slightly weaker, barely reaching level 50, and was still leading his team to grind levels in the 2nd area, the Frostbite Tundra. More than half of the 7-day exam period had passed. With time running out, almost all examinees were doing their utmost to boost their combat power and levels. Just moments after the 4th day ended, a notification popped up before all examinees' eyes. Event Defending Xianyuan is about to begin. Event Defending Xianyuan is about to begin. All players, please head to Xianyuan City immediately to assist in defending against the incoming Dark Temple army. During the event, killing Dark Temple soldiers will earn you contribution points. The higher your contribution points, the richer your event rewards will be after the event ends. Players are requested to follow the commands of battlefield leader Zhao Wenjun and actively participate in the Guard Xianyuan event. On the thunderous battlefield, Zhao Wenjun's eyes lit up upon receiving the notification. Another event? Another chance to show off? Huang Tianao, who had just entered the thunderous battlefield not long ago, frowned slightly and immediately headed towards the nearby capital city, planning to use the teleportation array there to reach Xianyuan City as quickly as possible. On the frozen tundra, Xiaoyun, Zhouyu, Shinwansong, and their group, upon receiving the event prompt, essentially made their way towards Xianyuan City immediately. The vast majority of players intended to see some benefits through this event. Only a few particularly low-level and underpowered examinees, realizing they wouldn't gain much from participating, chose to slack off instead, continuing to grind monsters and complete quests where they were. Several hours later, inside Shenyuan City, on the training ground, two legions formed massive square formations. One legion was composed entirely of players, with Zhao Wenjun standing proudly at its forefront, outlining an exquisite battle strategy: fight with all your might, fight viciously, fight like your life depends on it. The other legion consisted of NPC soldiers from Shenyuan City, where a high-ranking commander was delivering a pre-battle motivational speech to boost morale as much as possible. Dark Temple Army incoming. Countdown, 30 seconds. As two more notifications popped up, the player-formed legion grew tense. Some defended the city walls, others guarded the gates, while the stronger warriors rushed beyond the city limits, ready to seize contribution points. 30 seconds elapsed. Less than 100 meters beyond the city walls, a colossal black light gate suddenly unfurled, unleashing torrents of dark energy as an immense horde of shadow soldiers surged forth, charging toward Shenyuan City. Though their power was drastically constrained by being outside the dark realm where their shadowy strength found its source, their ferocious momentum remained utterly undiminished. Charge forward, like a surging black tide. Charge, Red Hair Gang, follow me and fight. Knowing he was already behind in this game, Zhou Yu, whose goal was to be the top scorer, was the most eager to change his current situation through this event. He led the Red Hair Gang's forces in a frenzied charge toward the Dark Soldiers' onslaught, their momentum overwhelming. Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun charged out right after him, but with even greater speed, reaching the horde of Dark Soldiers before Zhou Yu's team. They unleashed their skills, weapons flashing. As if cutting through an unguarded land, they madly slashed through the Dark Soldiers, leaving countless fallen in their wake. Their fearless charge undoubtedly boosted the morale of the player legion. Brothers of the Shin family gang, charge with me. Shin Wonson led his team and also charged forward. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens gang, advance. Don't let them outdo us. Seeing this, Yuan Fenghua, who had originally planned to wait and assess the situation, gritted his teeth and immediately led his team into battle. As one gang after another charged forth to compete for contribution points, Zhao Wenjun, who had initially wanted to make a grand entrance by being the last to act, could no longer hold his ground. He shouted, "Lin Tian Brotherhood, charge!" Then, he rushed forward alone. Chapter 64, The Final Boss, Lin Tian? The massive player army charged forward, managing to hold back the fierce assault of the Dark Soldier Legion with relative ease for a brief moment. Yet it wasn't long before more formidable Dark Captains, regiment leaders, and division commanders, clad in superior armor and wielding greater power, poured forth from the dark dimensional gates. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted again. They tore a gaping hole through the players' ranks, with warriors beginning to fall one after another. This instantly sent a shiver through the players at the forefront, since dying in the game would cost them 70% of their game points. The points they carried were hard-earned, critical numbers that determined their future prospects. Losing a large amount of exam points just to gain contribution values and event rewards would be too high a price to pay. Immediately, the player army couldn't help but begin retreating, while the Dark Temple forces seized the opportunity to advance rapidly. On the city wall, the NPC general of Shenyuan City finally nodded slightly and gave the order, "Shenyuan Army, march out to battle." A large number of Shenyuan warriors clad in luxurious armor immediately marched out of the city to join the player regiments. Among these warriors were some powerful elite soldiers who temporarily held off the assault from the elite soldiers of the Dark Temple. Ordinary players couldn't handle formidable enemies like Dark Legion captains and battalion commanders, but high-level players such as Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tianao were still capable of posing a threat to them. With the military strength of the Dark Temple and Shenyuan City being roughly equal, the role of the players became particularly crucial. Under the combined efforts of the Shenyuan City army and the player forces, the tide of battle once again turned in favor of Shenyuan City, with the Dark Temple forces being relentlessly pushed back. Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun grew increasingly proficient in their slaughter, their weapons flashing as they fought. Before long, they actually charged right up to the dark glowing portal. Between bouts of killing, Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao's figures darted past each other like crossing shadows. "How many contribution points do you have?" Xiao Yun asked. 1158. Huang Tianao didn't conceal anything and answered truthfully. Xiao Yun chuckled and said, "I'm already 1,300 years old." Although his level wasn't as high as Huang Tianao's, after reaching level 50, Xiao Yun unlocked his second special ability, a devastating combat potential that could erupt within short bursts, surpassing all expectations. Huang Tianao smiled faintly, as flames suddenly coalesced in his palm. Moments later, with the unleashing of a formidable skill, a massive crater erupted violently at the heart of the battlefield. Dozens upon dozens of dark soldiers were swept into the explosion and perished, granting Huang Tianao an immediate surge of contribution points. 1452. He uttered indifferently, then turned to continue charging toward the army of dark soldiers. Excellent! Xiaoyun smiled and then charged forward. The two started competing again, vying to see who could kill more and claim the top spot in this event. What's this? Ignoring me, the alliance leader, are you? Zhao Wenjun frowned at the sight and unleashed his skills too. Brilliant light erupted from his body, and in an instant, he dashed into the heart of the Dark Temple's legion. Seeing the three tear a gap through the Dark Temple's army, Zhouyu, Shenhuansong, and Yuan Fenghua gritted their teeth and forced themselves to keep up, fighting for contribution points. The simultaneous efforts of players and the NPCs of Xianyuan City quickly drove the Dark Temple forces into complete decline. The rate at which soldiers emerged from the dark portals could no longer keep up with the speed at which the Dark Temple soldiers were falling. Just when all players thought the outcome of this war between the Dark Temple and the Holy City Alliance was decided, and many players from the rear began surging forward to seize some contribution points, an enormous black portal suddenly unfolded in the sky. From within that radiant gate, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of calamity erupted wildly. Have they arrived? Within Xianyuan City, nearly simultaneously, 12 war gods lifted their heads with solemn expressions, their weapons swiftly unsheathing in succession. One of the war gods soared into the air, hovering aloft as he bellowed, "Everyone, return to the city. You've done enough. The 12 shadow generals are about to descend, leave the rest to us. Battles of this caliber are beyond your participation." With his roar, 12 war gods soared into the air, fixing their gaze firmly on the massive black light gate in the sky. They adjusted their condition to peak readiness, preparing for battle. Sensing the overwhelming aura erupting from the 12 war gods of Xianyuan City, the players understood that the coming battle would merely be a cutscene for them. Given their current combat strength, they weren't yet capable of participating. The player legion followed the NPC army. Begin the coordinated retreat. Senior players like Zhao Wenjun and Huang Tianao also withdrew to a safer distance to avoid getting caught in the battle above. With 1,655 contribution points, I should rank in the top 5. Chen Bingqi muttered while replenishing her stamina with potions, swiftly retreating towards Xianyuan City's direction. Suddenly, she realized, the sky had unexpectedly darkened. It seemed as though something enormous had appeared, completely blotting out the sky and shielding the blazing sun. A vast shadow of terror now engulfed the entire area. An inexplicable sense of dread welled up from within. Chen Bingqi froze in place, her breath halting. He slowly raised his head to look. What met his eyes was a colossal white spectral dragon, stretching over a kilometer in length, hovering above Xianyuan City. Shrouded in terrifying flames, its divine and overwhelming presence, like a deity descending upon the mortal realm, instantly suppressed all living beings, leaving them too awestruck to even breathe. This white spectral dragon was none other than the level 400 Imperial class boss, the Nether Dragon Emperor, summoned through the mysterious divine flame, Ashen Blaze. Facing this terrifying monster that exists on a completely different level of life, even the 12 supreme battle gods from the Holy City Alliance high in the sky momentarily turned pale, their sweat pouring like rain, their figures frozen as if immobilized. As the massive form of the white nether dragon slowly emerged completely from the black light gate, the crowd saw that upon this enormous creature's back actually crouched a monstrous lion-tiger hybrid spanning 100 meters in length, and upon this lion-tiger beast, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Wearing a relaxed and cheerful smile, he gazed down upon this place, as if a monarch making his royal visit. In the real world, within the live broadcast room, as the camera continuously adjusts, the frame keeps moving upward. After a long while, it focuses on the figure at the very top. The barrage area instantly exploded. Holy shit, is this the Dark General of the Shadow Palace? He feels like he's on a completely different level compared to the war god of Xianyuan City. This entrance is way too domineering. So damn cool. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. It seems like Xianyuan City might not hold out. That's not right. According to the plot, this should just be a transitional scene. The 12 war gods of Xianyuan City ought to be able to defeat the 12 dark generals of the Shadow Palace. Wait a minute, weren't there supposed to be 12 dark generals? When the final boss of the Defend Xianyuan event made its appearance, all 3 commentators in the live stream froze momentarily. What's going on now? Guagua tilted her head and asked. I'm not sure either. It might have been influenced by certain factors, causing the in-game storyline to change, Serial Guy analyzed as best as he could. After a long pause, the camera continued to pan upward. The frame focused on the name above the final boss's head. For a moment, the air froze. Lin Tian? He's Lin Tian. The villainous final boss of this Guard Xianyuan event is actually him? It's actually a player? The 2 male commentators' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. What? Female commentator Tao Tao, who'd been snacking beside them, froze instantly, her snack spilling unconsciously to the floor. Chapter 65, Fellow villagers, don't be afraid. The Imperial Army won't steal your grain. At that moment, the entire Great Xia nation was stunned. Inside Lin Tian's home, Mother Zhang Shuiying excitedly shook her sleeping husband Lin Yuan on the sofa, unable to suppress her shriek. Old Lin, look quickly. Our son's on camera. Lin Yuan quickly rubbed his eyes and sat up groggily, asking, where? So did this kid do something outstanding or what? Zhang Shuiying fell silent for a moment, recalling Lin Tian's recent appearance. Her mind was momentarily bewildered, and she replied with a slightly puzzled tone, not yet, but it seems he made his entrance as the villainous boss. Lin Yuan, Zhang Shuiying, why are you lying down again? Lin Yuan, I must still be dreaming. Dragon Crown 5-star Hotel, Cloud City. The principal of Yunqing No. 2 High School, his face flushed from rounds of toasts by Cloud City's gaming education department officials, was proudly boasting. I knew Zhao Wenjun had potential all along. For 3 years I've been giving him special cultivation, and now on the college entrance exam battlefield, he's proved my foresight right. A group of education bureau leaders specializing in games all showered praise. With such an outstanding genius emerging from your school in this year's college entrance exams, Principal Liu, your future must be limitless. When you get promoted to higher positions in the future, don't forget about us old friends. Let's drink. Principal Liu, this toast is for you. Amid the drinking and feasting, watching the Gaokao live broadcast, a gaming department executive asked with a smile, by the way, old Liu, didn't you mention there's another student named Lin Tian at your school who shouldn't be underestimated either? Why hasn't he appeared in the live broadcast? Before the words had fully left his mouth, on the live broadcast screen, the villainous boss made his appearance. The slightly tipsy principal of No. 2 High School immediately pointed at the screen with a chuckle. What's the hurry? Here I am on camera. In the game, mounted atop a kilometer-long dragon, the villainous boss named Lin Tian. The entire leadership of the gaming department was stunned on the spot. Snapping back to reality, the principal of No. 2 High School was also stunned. He slammed the table hard and exclaimed, holy shit, your on-camera pose looks totally wrong. In the world of game cartridges, time seems to stand still. Under the immense pressure, nearly all living beings find it impossible to take a step forward. Just managing to prop up his knees and remain standing, for most people, would already be the limit of their strength. Lin Tian swept his gaze over the 12 Shenyuan city war gods in the sky, smiling faintly. Well, still not making your move? Among the 12 Shenyuan city war gods, the leader among them wore a bitter smile. You, just who are you? If I remember correctly, among the 12 dark generals, there shouldn't be someone like you, right? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Since this is your last question before death, I'll be merciful and answer you. There are no longer any 12 dark generals, nor does the Dark Temple or the Holy City Alliance matter anymore. Because, the nature of the game has changed. With a slight wave of his finger, several sword shadows of 10,000 swords returned to sect flashed briefly. The 12 war gods of Shenyuan City were all annihilated in an instant. Below, countless people watched as the mightiest combat force of Shenyuan City vanished just like that. Everyone was stunned, momentarily unable to process what had happened. From above the high school, Lin Tian leaped down riding the Underworld King, Great Black. Upon seeing the player's name above Lin Tian's head, the entire crowd of players was utterly stunned. It's him. Chen Bingqi's pupils contracted sharply. Yuan Fenghua was equally startled when she saw the name displayed above the antagonist boss's head. She had surmised that the terrifyingly powerful Lin Tian would likely reappear before other players during these 7 days of examinations. But, appearing in such a manner, was something she could never have imagined. Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun were left dumbstruck upon seeing the player ID floating above the villain boss's head. With Zhao Wenjun's sudden emergence, the confidence of these two top-tier geniuses had already suffered a severe blow. But fortunately, Zhao Wenjun's strength was still somewhat understandable. The two of them still had room to catch up. But this person right here, while they were still bitterly grinding monsters to level up on the Zhengzhou continent, how the hell had this guy already become a villain boss? Moreover, in just one encounter, it wiped out our 12 strongest NPCs. What the hell is this thing? Huang Tianao and Xiao Yun, their breathing ragged, suddenly felt the deep-seated belief in their hearts, the conviction that they could become the strongest, shattered to pieces. Among all those present, if there was one person who felt most comfortable with the scene before them, it had to be Zhao Wenjun, who had already mentally placed Lin Tian alongside his family's ancestral tablet. Seeing Lin Tian descend from the sky, he rushed over immediately, excited to the point of tears and snot streaming down his face. Brother Tian, it's me, Zhao Wenjun, I'm your bro. Yo, what are you up to here? Lin Tian recognized Zhao Wenjun at a glance and greeted him with a chuckle. Zhao Wenjun puffed out his chest and declared proudly, Tian, I'm the leader of San City now, in charge of commanding all the players. Thanks to the gear and items you gave me, I should have no problem ranking among the top 10 in the country this time. Alright, not bad, keep up the good work. Lin Tian reached out and patted Zhao Wenjun's head, his face displaying a kindly expression that truly resembled a doting father's. Glancing at the massive white nether dragon circling at low altitude, then at the lion tiger beast following behind Lin Tian. Zhao Wenjun swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Brother Tian, how did you become the big boss of the Dark Temple? Are you here to kill us players? Lin Tian shook his head slightly and said, the task I received was to destroy Xianyuan City. As for killing players or not, there aren't any strict requirements. After a brief moment of thought, after the exams, I'd still have to return to reality. There's no need to make too many enemies. Besides, killing these players would do me no good. Lin Tian smiled and said, we've all endured 9 years of compulsory gaming toil to finally make it to this examination hall. Don't let my task affect your tests. Aren't you the Sand Egg Alliance leader? Go tell other players in the city and around Xianyuan City to stay away from here. Give them 5 minutes to evacuate. After 5 minutes, I will begin destroying Xianyuan City. When Zhao Wenjun heard Lin Tian didn't plan to kill them, he was overjoyed and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Good, I'll go organize the player evacuation right away. With that, he immediately turned around and headed back to Xianyuan City, only to see other players staring in shock and terror toward Lin Tian's direction. Zhao Wenjun waved his arms and shouted, I'm Zhao Wenjun, everyone listen to me, get out of the city now. Fellow villagers, don't be afraid, the Imperial Army won't seize your grain. The villainous boss is my sworn brother, he promised not to harm anyone. Hurry and flee the city. Anyone who leaves the city and gets far enough from Xianyuan City will survive. Those who stay inside will only be waiting for death. Brother Tian is giving you all just 5 minutes. Everyone listen to my orders, evacuate through the north, south, east, and west gates separately. Don't push or shove, be careful to avoid a stampede. And just like that, the righteous leader of the Battlefield Alliance began helping the villainous boss evacuate this bewildered crowd. The spectacle was downright eerie. When the 5 minutes were up, Lin Tian didn't waste words as the radiant glow of his 9 Nethersea weapon shimmered in his hands. Boundary-shattering sword tomb. This ultimate skill of the boundary-shattering sword sovereign had its attack range and power directly proportional to the user's strength and constitution attributes. When Lin Tian unleashed this technique again, his attributes had already far surpassed his previous performance. Whoosh! With a piercing whistle through the air, like several towering mountain ranges, colossal swords abruptly descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Xianyuan city beneath their overwhelming shadow. Boom, crash, rumble. After the earth-shattering tremors subsided, the second largest city of the Holy Alliance has now been reduced to a devastated ruin. War mission completed. Reward obtained, 5-star war chest. You have become mortal enemies with the Holy City Alliance. You are now a top priority wanted criminal. All players can track your location at any time and hunt you down. Players who kill you will receive a colored glass treasure chest as a reward. Chapter 66, the 8-star Hell War Chest, Data Anomaly. Holy shit. This terrifying strike undoubtedly sent both players and spectators, both in and out of the game, into shock once again. Inside the live stream, the 3 commentators were completely dumbfounded. Commentator Serial Brother leaned back in his chair with a dazed expression and muttered, after all these years, this is the first match I truly don't know how to put into words. Who on earth is this Lin Tian? How could he possibly achieve this level in just over 4 days? Hua Guo was utterly astonished. He adjusted his glasses upward, filled with endless bewilderment. Female commentator Tao Tao finally stopped snacking, fixing her gaze intently on the live broadcast screen, scrutinizing Lin Tian's figure with rapt attention. Inside the game world, your 5-star war chest has undergone a 1,000-fold enhancement and successfully upgraded to an 8-star Inferno war chest. After Lin Tian obtained the 5-star war chest as his mission reward, the chest immediately transformed. The 5 golden stars embedded along its edges were replaced by 8 pitch-black stars. Upon opening the chest, several dazzling prismatic beams erupted, instantly forming a rainbow-like brilliance in the sky. The 8-star Inferno war chest contained a total of 4 items, all of the highest prismatic rarity. These 4 prismatic items were leg armor, trample, prismatic, ring, falling stars, prismatic, wings, ancient beast feathers, prismatic. Item, God tier equipment upgrade stone, prismatic. With 2 more phantom equipment pieces added to his arsenal, Lin Tian's already monstrous combat power received another boost. Without hesitation, he immediately synthesized the newly acquired phantom wings. Ancient beast demonic feather, phantom, plus sacred hall crimson feather, phantom, equals supreme divine demon blazing wing, quality, unknown. After the synthesis, his wing quality had now surpassed the game's maximum limit, reaching an unprecedented unknown tier, with all attributes and special effects receiving massive upgrades. Then, he examined the dropped colorful equipment. Upon discovering that this god-tier equipment advancement stone could upgrade colored equipment to phantom-colored gear, Lin Tian hesitated before using it immediately. Highest-tier phantom-colored equipment no longer interested him. What truly held his attention now were the unknown great items beyond those limits, surpassing even phantom quality. Wings and divine flames could break through quality ceilings directly via synthesis. However, to elevate other equipment to the unknown tier, An unconventional approach is necessary. He considered collecting 2 divine-tier equipment advancement stones and attempting to synthesize them using his junk dealer skill. Perhaps the resultant product could upgrade the prismatic equipment to the unknown tier. This was the path he envisioned to obtain such mysterious gear, though its feasibility remained uncertain. Put away the divine tier equipment advancement stone. Having completed his mission, Lin Tian was about to leave. Zhao Wenjun, who had just run off to evacuate the crowd, came trotting back excitedly and exclaimed, "Brother Tian, I'm level 65 now. Can you take me on as your leg accessory this time?" Zhao Wenjun was well aware that while he could still barely hold his own against the 2 top-tier geniuses Huang Tianao and Xia Yun, there was still a decent chunk of time left in the exam. He wanted to maintain his advantage and achieve a top-ranking score in this exam, surpassed by none but one. He had to cling firmly to Lin Tian's prestigious coattails. Lin Tian was well aware of Zhao Wenjun's calculating thoughts. However, he had already helped as much as he could. Forcing someone to reach a height beyond their capability isn't necessarily good for them. After all, it's impossible for someone to help them in every single game from now on. In the end, people must rely on themselves. Facing Zhao Wenjun's desire to follow him, Lin Tianyi smiled and pointed to the Dark Lord of the Underworld and the Nether Dragon Emperor behind him. "You think level 65 is high? My summon creature and pet here are a level 350 Peak King tier boss and a level 400 Emperor tier boss. The place I'm heading to next requires at least this level of combat power just to barely ensure my own safety. If you can withstand a single strike from either of them, I'll take you along for fun. Care to give it a try?" Lin Tianyi asked with a laugh. Zhao Wenjun couldn't help but swallow hard as he sized up the 2 enormous figures behind Lin Tian, then quickly waved his hands in refusal. Then I'll just stay and play around in the central continent. We'll meet again after the exams." With a slight wave of his hand, Lin Tian's figure flickered, and he instantly reappeared astride the Nether Dragon Emperor's back. In the time that followed, idling would be pointless anyway. He decided to conquer every region in the Legend of Mad Blood world. Phew! Whoosh! The Nether Dragon Emperor flapped its wings, sending a hurricane rippling outward. In the next instant, Lin Tian was already beyond the 9th heaven's clouds. "Safe travels, Brother Tian." Watching Lin Tian depart, Zhao Wenjun couldn't help but exclaim, "Absolutely incredible, truly extraordinary." By the time Lin Tian had finished his task, the Dark Temple King and his 3 Supreme Dark Marshals were also nearly done for. The corpses of numerous Dark Temple elites littered the ground beyond the Holy City. While the 3 Supreme Dark Marshals had long been beheaded, their headless bodies sprawled outside the city walls. Holding the Holy Sword, the leader of the Holy City Alliance stepped on the Dark Temple King's head, his expression calm. "How is this possible? How did you become so powerful?" The King of the Dark Hall stared in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot. The leader of the Holy City Alliance gazed into the distant scenery and remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, waves of data flickered through his eyes as he smiled and said, "For I have received the favor of the true God and attained my true self. My power has already reached the very limits this world can achieve. Ah Yi, stop fooling around, come and help me. Together, we shall be reborn." Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within the data center of the Supreme Gaming Research Headquarters, the globally networked cartridge Bloodthirsty Legend used for the college entrance exams was currently running inside a massive gaming console. Numerous data analysts sat before computers, monitoring the cartridge's data operations. "Director, the problematic data segment we detected earlier is showing abnormal fluctuations again." The data analyst stared at the numbers on the screen and immediately reported the issue. The director, who had been eating, startled at the news, his chopsticks snapped from the sudden force as he rushed over. "What's wrong?" he demanded. The analyst pointed at the screen. "Look at this data fluctuation, it's clearly the pattern that appears when rogue data awakens." "Escaped data? How could a globally networked cartridge generate escaped data?" The director frowned, unable to comprehend this immediately. Globally networked cartridges are the most stable among the 3 main types, having scarcely encountered issues like escaped data before. The inspector shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure either, but the data intensity limit in globally networked cartridges is extremely high, and their data correlation is exceptionally strong. If world barriers were truly breached and data escaped, hordes of monsters might pour out from the cartridge worlds. At that point, the entire Kyoto, no, the whole of Dacia, could face catastrophe." The director's expression grew even more grim at these words. "Is there any way we could attempt external interference to repair the data?" The technician clenched his teeth and replied, "We can try, but the volume of data in this cartridge is enormous. Manual repairs would be like trying to extinguish a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water. If we could identify what this segment of data refers to within the game, we might be able to consume the pointers to directly strike the target." The director exhaled a long, weary sigh. Then let's start by investigating what this data segment represents. I'll report the situation to higher-ups and request authorization to use the pointers. Contact me by phone immediately if there are any issues. Once the problem with the college entrance exam cassette tapes is reported to higher authorities, then as the person primarily responsible for this examination, the director will inevitably face disciplinary action. But, seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, he dared conceal it no longer. Chapter 67, The First Legendary Human, Boundless Wasteland. In the game world, over the course of the following day, with the unparalleled divine demonic blazing wings boosting his speed by tens of thousands of times, Lin Tian swiftly conquered every explorable region and plane within the legendary world. By the time he completed this journey, all of his equipment except for the mysterious grade divine flame and wings had been entirely upgraded to illusory chromatic tier. During this process, he once again obtained other divine flames and wings, which, after synthesis, enhanced both the divine flames and wings to an unknown quality. Paradise Divine Realm. Lin Tian sat on the throne of the Angel Queen, stepping on the corpse of the Angel King, browsing the most comprehensive map of the legendary world in his hands. Where else haven't I been yet? Lin Tian murmured to himself while flipping through the map. Beside him, the underworld king, Dehe, was feasting on the corpse of the celestial beast. By now, Dehe's strength had already broken through to the emperor level, his body had grown even more massive, and his appearance had become increasingly fearsome. After scanning the map for a long while, Lin Tian realized that the eastern island sacred land near the central continent seemed to be the only place he hadn't conquered yet. He had been to the eastern island sanctuary once before, where he obtained the job advancement tome for the Sword Saint of Shattered Realms from the trial tower there, because it was too close to the central continent. When Lin Tian was systematically conquering each region in order of distance, he accidentally overlooked the eastern island sanctuary. Let's go, Big Black. This is the last stop. Woof. Nowadays, Dehe's bark sounds more and more like that of a true dog, which brings great comfort to its dog master. Lin Tian yawned boredly and stood up. With the underworld king Dehe in tow, his figure flashed as he swiftly headed towards the eastern Isle sanctuary. Crossing through the dimensional planes took a total of 20 minutes, while conquering the various bosses of the eastern island sanctuary took only 5. Compared to top-tier realms like the celestial heaven, the eastern island sanctuary was simply too inferior. Lin Tian didn't feel the slightest excitement during the battle, just having Dehe swipe its claws was enough to capture the eastern island sanctuary. With a mere flick of his fingers, he defeated the final Dominator-level boss of the eastern island sanctuary. Before Lin Tian's eyes, a system notification popped up. You have conquered all realms of the bloodthirsty legend continent, every territory, defeated every boss, and forged a new legend. After this game ends, the quality of your settlement rewards will be significantly enhanced. You have been enshrined as a legendary human. You are the first legendary human. You are the 7th legendary creature in the bloodthirsty continent, having successfully obtained the qualification to enter the Endless Wastelands. In the Endless Wastelands, the lowest tier monsters are Lord class, with numerous King class and Emperor class creatures. Upon entering, you will have the opportunity to challenge the top 6 legendary beings. The Endless Wastelands are fraught with extreme dangers. If you choose to proceed, please make thorough preparations before entering. So this is how one enters the Endless Wastelands. Upon seeing this series of notifications, Lin Tian suddenly understood. Back in the Dark Realm, that gargantuan 9-headed serpent he encountered had originated from the Endless Wastes. Since that day, he'd developed a fascination with that mysterious domain. Yet, he could never find a way inside. Never did he expect the key requirement for entering the Endless Wastes would be. It was at this moment that Lin Tian succeeded. After all, there's still nearly 2 days left. Since I'm just idling around, why not take a stroll through the Endless Wasteland? Perhaps I can even further improve the settlement rewards after the game ends. Lin Tian thought to himself. However, before choosing to enter the Endless Desolate Realm, he planned to synthesize the gems and other items in his backpack slightly, further enhancing his combat power. After conquering all the regions of the legendary world, Lin Tian had acquired countless high-quality magical treasures, among which there were hundreds of the highest-grade fantasy tier items alone, and the number of color tier treasures was beyond reckoning. After synthesizing these enchanted gems, there was no doubt his combat power would be dramatically enhanced once more, making it even easier for him to wreak havoc across the endless wilderness. Synthesis successful. Cosmic All-Power Stone, color, plus Cosmic All-Power Stone, color, equals Vast Starstone, iridescent. Synthesis successful. Vast Starstone, iridescent, plus Vast Starstone, iridescent, equals Genesis Star Metal, quality, unknown. Synthesis successful. Divine Ascension Fruit, prismatic, plus Divine Ascension Fruit, prismatic, equals Elixir of Final Divinity, quality, unknown. Synthesis successful. Divine Ascension Fruit, Prismatic, plus Divine Ascension Fruit, Prismatic, equals Elixir of Final Divinity, Quality, Unknown. Synthesis successful. Divine Equipment Advancement Stone, Iridescent, plus Divine Equipment Advancement Stone, Iridescent, equals Heaven-Defying Gem, Quality, Unknown. Worldsmith Stellar Iron can be socketed into equipment, providing an additional 100,000 points to all attributes. The Godfin Elixir, when used, it can directly boost Lin Tian's all attributes by 80,000 points. As Lin Tian had surmised, the Heaven-Defying Gem could elevate equipment to the Phantom Grade quality. Aside from these three unknown quality items, Lin Tian had also synthesized many other powerful and practical unknown quality items. As he sat cross-legged atop a sacred mountain peak on the Eastern Islands, tirelessly synthesizing items from his backpack, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind him. Glancing back, he saw it was another player. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. With a dry chuckle, he asked, "What, are you here to claim my bounty?" Although, since the destruction of Xianyuan City, Lin Tian became the most wanted criminal, with his location shared with all players. But he truly never expected that any players would dare to come looking for him. Behind him, Huang Tian'ao appeared, sensing the frigid aura of the Ghost King, De He, beside Lin Tian. Cold sweat trickled down Huang Tian'ao's forehead. Shaking his head, he said, "You've misunderstood. I still have some self-awareness. My visit here is to seek your guidance. How on earth did you manage to achieve this level in the game?" Ever since witnessing that sword strike Lin Tian executed in Xianyuan City, Huang Tian'ao's beliefs shattered, his entire being seemingly losing its soul. After contemplating for a full day, still couldn't figure out why Lin Tian was so powerful. Huang Tian'ao had no choice but to cling to a faint hope, traced Lin Tian's whereabouts and came to the Eastern Island Sacred Land to seek guidance from the man himself. Although the Eastern Island Sacred Land wasn't considered a high-level area, but even the lowest-level monsters were at least level 80. For this player to have arrived here by the 5th day and found me, clearly indicated they possessed extraordinary capabilities. After grinding monsters for yet another full day, Lin Tian happened to be in the mood for conversation and casually asked, "Do you really want to become stronger?" Huang Tian'ao nodded with determined eyes. Lin Tian grew curious, "What's your reason for wanting to become stronger?" Huang Tian'ao hesitated slightly. For the first time, this proud and somewhat aloof young man revealed his true thoughts, to fulfill a promise. "My grandfather Huang Wanjun was once one of the 4 great esports guardians of Daxia. During the era of the 4 great esports guardians, Daxia stood unrivaled in this realm, virtually ranking as the world's foremost nation, its prestige reverberating across the 4 seas. But as years passed and age took its toll, the 4 guardians ascended one after another into the metaverse cartridge worlds in search of longevity secrets. With their departure, Daxia's decline began. Once peerless across the world, Daxia has suffered repeated defeats and wager battles against other nations in recent years, losing vast stretches of territory. At this point, Huang Tian'ao's voice trembled slightly, his fists clenched, and after a brief pause, he continued, "My grandfather, as the last guardian to leave, never intended to ascend to the metaverse cassette world. He wanted to spend his final days guarding the borders of Great Xia for 3 more years. But I couldn't bear to watch him wither with age and eventually perish. So I promised him that I would take up his duty, to protect Great Xia from invasion. Only then did he finally agree to ascend. I must fulfill my promise to grandfather, to guard Great Xia. This is why I must become stronger." As these words were spoken, Huang Tian'ao's gaze grew ever more resolute. Chapter 68 The Geniuses Seek Guidance. After hearing Huang Tian'ao's story, Lin Tian felt somewhat touched, thinking this young man was quite inspirational after all. However, regarding Huang Tian'ao's request for advice, he truly couldn't be of any help. "I'm just a noob, can't teach you anything either," Lin Tian said truthfully. Huang Tian'ao's eyes trembled upon hearing this. Thinking Lin Tian found his sincerity insufficient and unwilling to mentor him, he immediately bent his body, cupped his fists in salute, and remained silent, simply stubbornly maintaining a posture of seeking guidance. Lin Tian was speechless. After some thought, he forced himself to speak a few words about his understanding of gaming. "If you insist on me saying something, the only thing I can tell you is that sometimes, when obsession runs too deep, it can become an obstacle on your path forward. Blindly pursuing strength in gaming will only lead people into confusion. I think you should loosen up a bit and savor the joy within the game, perhaps you'll gain unexpected insights." Huang Tian'ao froze upon hearing this. Was there happiness in the game? In this world, these seem like two completely unrelated concepts. Games are platforms for competition. Games are the stepping stones to progress. In games, one finds beauty like jade. In games, one unlocks treasures like gold. Wherever there are games, there is almost always a battlefield for fame and fortune. Finding joy within games. This perspective was something Huang Tian'ao had never heard of, nor even imagined before. Lin Tian's mere 2 sentences left Huang Tian'ao utterly dumbfounded. Seeing Huang Tianeo's expression of utter incomprehension, Lin Tian coughed lightly and continued, the sense of achievement from defeating enemies, the thrill of loot drops, the anticipation of thorough preparation before challenging a mighty boss. Aren't these all sources of joy? Hearing this, Huang Tianeo's eyes flickered as he felt something stirred deep within. Vaguely, it seemed he had grasped something profound. Without a word, he bowed slightly behind Lin Tian and sank deep into thought. After a long pause, Huang Tianeo laughed excitedly, bursting into unrestrained laughter. I've got it! I've got it! At the same time, on the left side of his chest, a swirl of colorful light flashed. In the real world, the Gaokao live stream room. The camera zoomed in on the scene where Lin Tian and Huang Tianeo were standing. Ever since Lin Tian made his move outside Shenyuan City, 90% of the live broadcast footage had been focused solely on Lin Tian. Witnessing Lin Tian single-handedly sweeping through the 9 domains and 10 realms of the Mad Blood legendary world, all the viewers from Great Xia had gone completely wild. Oh my god, who on earth is this Lin Tian? Is he really a player? How can any player be this strong? Damn it, everyone else is playing a fake legend. Only Lin Tian's playing the real deal. Could it be he has an SSS tier talent? I think your guess is still too conservative. The barrage of comments exploded with frenzied activity. For a moment, the live stream's video even froze from the overload. Before long, the freeze ended. In the frame, Lin Tian appeared to say something to Huang Tianeo. Soon after, unexpectedly, a burst of multicolored light erupted from Huang Tianeo's chest. The live stream audience, upon witnessing this scene, immediately began questioning what this radiant phenomenon around Huang Tianeo could signify. In the live broadcast room, the two commentators, Guagua and Serial Brother, also wore puzzled expressions, visibly confused. Crack! Meanwhile, the female commentator, Tao Tao, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, her face filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, how is this possible? Huang Tianeo actually awakened the wandering heart? Despite appearing extremely unreliable, but she was, after all, a legitimate esports player. Moreover, being qualified as a lecturer in the dating game department of Qingyuan Gaming University, her skill level was naturally not low, and her insight was somewhat superior to that of the two commentators. She immediately recognized what the colorful glow on Huang Tianeo's chest signified. The heart of Yue? Are you referring to? The serial guy seemed to recall something upon hearing this term, his eyes widening in realization. Commentator Guadua still wore a puzzled expression. What's the heart of wandering play? Tao Tao suppressed her shock and explained in the most calm tone she could muster. The heart of wandering play is similar to gaming talent. It's another kind of ability that can empower players within the game world. The difference is, gaming talent is usually an innate gift possessed by naturally talented geniuses, which only requires proper stimulation to awaken later on. The gaming heart typically arises from a player's enhanced understanding and cognition of games. To describe how one obtains the gaming heart in a single word, it would be enlightenment. Because of this, the gaming heart is usually only attained by players with exceptionally high comprehension after thousands or even tens of thousands of gameplay sessions. Thus, players who possess the gaming heart are even rarer than those with innate gaming talent. Moreover, those who possess the gaming heart are generally older, seasoned players. Someone as young as Huang Tianeo awakening the gaming heart. I've never heard of such a thing before. Peach took a deep breath after finishing her sentence in one go, rubbing her cheeks to clear her head a little. Upon hearing her explanation, Melon and all the viewers in the livestream were completely stunned. Brother Wheat stared intently at the two on the screen, still unable to believe it. Just what did Lin Tian say to Huang Tianeo to awaken his wanderer's heart? Peach shook her head and said, no matter what he said to Huang Tianeo, this time the Huang family owes Lin Tian a huge favor. In the game world, Huang Tianeo laughed wildly with excitement for a long time. After a long while, his emotions finally calmed down. Bang! Huang Tianeo suddenly dropped to one knee and clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Lin. This kindness from you, Huang Tianeo, will remember it for life and repay it 100-fold. In the future, should there ever be anything you need, whether it requires my personal help or the resources of the Huang family, please don't hesitate to ask, Teacher Lin. I'll exhaust every means to assist you. Unaware of the matter concerning the wandering heart, Lin Tian only saw a flickering light emanating from Huang Tianeo's chest, completely baffled about why the young man was getting so worked up. Scratching his head, he waved dismissively to shoo him away. No need for formalities. The exam isn't over yet, go enjoy yourself. I've got my own business to attend to anyway. Yes. Huang Tianeo stood up excitedly. Seeing Lin Tian's expression growing impatient, he didn't linger any longer, bowing deeply before turning to leave. After sending Huang Tianeo away, Lin Tian immediately began using the heaven-defying gem synthesized from divine-grade equipment advancement stones to upgrade the array of prismatic equipment he possessed. Before long, his entire set of prismatic equipment had also advanced to an unknown tier. The set of unknown quality equipment not only boosted Lin Tian's combat power to new heights, but also thoroughly satisfied his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, filling him with profound mental relief. Just as he finished socketing numerous unknown quality gems into his equipment and prepared to enter the endless wasteland for his final expedition, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed behind him once more. Master Lin, Xiaoyun humbly seeks your guidance. I beseech you to impart your wisdom. Lin Tian froze. Again? Damn it, I'm here to play games, not run a cram school. Why the hell is everyone coming to me to give lectures? Lin Tian couldn't help but silently criticize in his heart. Chapter 69. Lin Tian, wake up. The great Xia needs you. Lin Tian turned to size up Xiaoyun. Noticing the young man's righteous bearing, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit and sincerity, Lin Tian's first impression of him was rather favorable, so he decided to engage in some idle chatter. Following the previous routine, he asked, what special skills do you have? Ha! Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned by the question. Wrong question. I mean, what's your reason for wanting to become stronger? Lin Tian corrected himself. Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before sharing his own aspirations and ambitions at length. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's desire to change the current situation, to create an environment where ordinary people could also receive respect and benefit from greater resource allocation, Lin Tian also nodded repeatedly in approval. To change the entire system, my efforts alone are not enough. I need to grow stronger, I need to defeat all my rivals, stand at the pinnacle, and inspire all commoners to show them that even those of humble origins possess limitless potential. As Xiaoyun spoke, he seemed to recall again the day his father died, his fists clenched tight, his eyes slightly reddened. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. Having ideals, fighting spirit, and striving for first place is certainly commendable. But if you limit your focus solely to competing with others, your perspective becomes far too narrow. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the deeper meaning behind Lin Tian's words. Scratching his head, he said, forgive my dullness, but could you enlighten me further? Lin Tian smiled and said, have you ever considered that your opponents don't have to be just other players, but the game itself? If you view only other players as rivals, then the heights you can reach will inevitably be limited. But what if, within the game, you pursue the very limits of that world, pushing the boundaries of the heavens time and again? Then, where would your ultimate limit lie? Fighting against others will ultimately lead to one's downfall. Only by battling with heaven can one find true and endless joy. Hearing these words, Xiaoyun's gaze turned vacant. For a moment, it was as if enlightenment had poured over him. A surge of hot blood rushed straight to the brain. To struggle with heaven brings boundless joy. In his eyes, a sudden blaze seemed to ignite abruptly. An overwhelming surge of passion and excitement flooded his heart. Xiaoyun could only feel scalding tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. I understand. In the next moment, he gathered his thoughts. Xiaoyun's eyes swiftly returned to calmness, while intense white light began flashing across his entire body. Within the white light, faint golden rays could vaguely be seen intertwining. Bang! Kneeling on one knee, Xiaoyun gazed up at Lin Tian with reverence in his eyes and said, I am deeply grateful for your guidance, Teacher Lin. I, Xiaoyun, will not betray your teachings. From now on, I will strive with all my might to achieve success and repay your immense kindness. Alright then, get going. Let's do this, Olivia. Lin Tian gave him an encouraging cheer, then promptly shooed him away. Damn it, every one of them is glowing like they're some kind of Ultraman, huh? After chasing Xiaoyun away, Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath before his figure vanished on the spot, officially entering the boundless wilderness. In the real world, inside the live streaming room, seeing the shimmering white light emanating from Xiaoyun's body, the live stream chat erupted into frenzy once again. Commentator Tao Tao's voice trembled slightly as she said, This white light, it's the glow of a gaming talent ascension. Judging by the intensity of this white light, Xiaoyun's gaming talent has reached at least SS tier. No, it shouldn't be just this. Within the white light, golden radiance mingles. This is the phenomenon that only occurs during an SSS-ranked talent awakening. Instantly, the live stream erupted in uproar. What on earth is going on? Guagua felt his mind was in complete disarray for a moment. What exactly did Lin Tian say to them? How could mere words trigger such a transformative breakthrough in both of them? Tao Tao was equally baffled. After a long pause, Brother Cyril slowly uttered 4 words to describe what had just happened. The immortal touches the crown. The other two fell into stunned silence. It seemed no 4 words could better encapsulate the scenes that had just flashed across the livestream screen. Even though Huang Tianao, the supreme genius, had obtained the wandering heart. Even though commoner star Xiaoyun awakened an SSS-level gaming talent. However, in the following period of time, the live broadcast of the college entrance exam hardly gave the two of them any screen time. For the remainder of that day and more, nearly 95% of the live broadcast footage showcased Lin Tian's thrilling domination in the endless wasteland, where he slaughtered gods and demons alike with unstoppable ferocity. In the live stream, the 3 commentators were equally electrified. Guagua, the emotional commentator, wildly waved his arms and exclaimed excitedly, "Another Emperor tier boss slain in one strike. Lin Tian truly is the demon sovereign incarnate, defying all rules in heavens." Meanwhile, data-driven commentator Maipian dissected Lin Tian's overwhelming strength from a technical perspective. As we can see, the Emperor tier boss's full-powered attack barely scratched Lin Tian, dealing less than 0.05% estimated damage. He has become completely invincible in this game. Cao Cao waved her hands vigorously, abandoning her previous slacker attitude as she enthusiastically commented, "That's so F********** ing awesome. So F******* ing awesome." Because she used profanity. The swear words were censored with a bleep sound by the broadcast director, but it seems that blocking it doesn't affect the meaning conveyed in Cao Cao's words. Cao Cao can be considered as having created an entirely new genre in the commentary realm, the holy sh**t style. Just half a day before the exam was about to end, Lin Tian had already defeated 6 legendary creatures in the Endless Wasteland, truly achieving all accomplishments in this game. By opening 6 mythical treasure chests amplified 1,000-fold, the equipment skills Lin Tian obtained boosted his combat power exponentially once again. However, since there were no stronger opponents left to defeat, Lin Tian felt no significant difference from his newly enhanced power. Each attribute had simply been reduced to mere numbers. Only the prompt that appeared after defeating the final legendary creature brought Lin Tian a slight flicker of joy. You have conquered the boundless wasteland. After this gameplay session concludes, the quality of your settlement rewards will be significantly enhanced. Power within the game is, after all, only temporary. What can be brought back to reality is what truly holds value. Having explored all the game's content, Lin Tian found himself with nothing left to do. Damn this stupid college entrance exam, they won't even let you leave early. Whatever, might as well sleep. Above a vast expanse of endlessly erupting scorching magma, the legendary creature Hades Giant Black was doggy paddling through the molten rivers. Lin Tian was lying on Big Black's back, snoring away soundly. On Lin Tian's side, he had already thoroughly explored all the available game content. Other players, meanwhile, were still making their final pushes in the last half-day to boost their exam scores as much as possible. After this day and change had passed, Huang Tianao, who had obtained the Heart of Wandering, and Xiao Yun, who had awakened his SSS-tier gaming talent, had already overtaken Zhao Wenjun, previously the front-runner, in terms of both level and combat power. The two were now in the 7th zone of the central continent, swiftly slaying monsters in a final half-day push to secure the second-place rank in the National College entrance exams. Then, with just 3 hours left before the exam concluded, an anomaly suddenly erupted. A panicked and urgent voice suddenly reached every player in the game world. Students, I am Wang Yutao, the head of the examination department and the main person in charge of this college entrance exam. Currently, there is a major error in this game cartridge, and the situation is extremely critical. The leader of the Holy City Alliance has awakened self-awareness for unknown reasons and is breaking through the world's barriers. If the world's barriers are breached, all the monsters from the entire Frenzied Blood Legend game cartridge world will flood into the real world, causing massive casualties and chaos. All students, proceed immediately to the nearest capital city and attack the city crystals. Disrupt the destruction of the world barrier at all costs. The Gaokao point system has been locked, resurrection restrictions lifted, and the exam terminated prematurely. Move swiftly to assault the city crystals in nearby capitals. Student Lin Tian, can you hear me, Lin Tian? Lin Tian, wake up now. The Great Xia needs you now. Chapter 70, Eve of the Final Battle. Student Lin Tian, can you hear me, Student Lin Tian? The Great Xia needs you now. Lin Tian, wake up. In the endless wasteland, above the sea of magma, Lin Tian, who had been sound asleep on the back of his giant black companion, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He instinctively sat up, looked around, and scratched his head, muttering, what the hell was that sound? Kyoto, Supreme Game Research Headquarters, Data Room. The director, seeing that Lin Tian, who had been slumbering in the endless barren wasteland, finally showed signs of movement, immediately became excited and rushed to converse with him. Beside him, a burly man in military uniform abruptly snatched the microphone and solemnly declared, Lin Tian, I am Li Xiao, the head of the Great Xia Esports military's highest regiment, Dragon's Resonance. I solemnly represent the Esports military department, as well as all citizens of the capital, to urgently plead with you to swiftly journey to the central holy city of Zhengzhou continent and intervene in the actions of the Holy City Alliance's leader. While the city crystals of other capitals may affect the rate at which the world barrier is being destroyed, it is the leader of the Holy City Alliance who truly guides its destruction. Stopping the Holy City leader is the utmost priority. He has now awakened self-awareness, completed data corrections, and can unleash combat power at the world's limit. Only you have a chance to disrupt his movements. You just need to hold him off for 3 minutes. Our needle will be able to lock onto the target with absolute certainty before the world barrier is destroyed. ensuring its complete eradication. Please head to the central holy city immediately. There's not a moment to lose. Lin Tian, now we can only rely on ZZZZZZZZT. Mid-conversation, the communication signal between the game and the real world was abruptly severed. Li Xiu, head of the Dragon Chan Corps, froze momentarily before urgently asking, "What's going on?" The nearby data analyst hurriedly checked the error logs on his screen, swallowing hard before replying. "The Holy City's faction leader must have detected our communications. They've preemptively destroyed the cartridge world's communication channels." Damn it! Li Xiu gritted his teeth, barely restraining the urge to smash the microphone in his hand against the ground. He turned to an officer behind him and asked, "How are the troop deployments prepared near the research headquarters?" The officer solemnly nodded. "The Dragon's Roar Legion stands ready in full force, and 3 of the Elite 7 from the military department's strongest squad are already hastening their way here." "What about the residents of Kyoto?" "Evacuation is proceeding quickly, and nearby residents have mostly been cleared out. Even if the world barrier is truly breached, we can minimize the damage." Li Xiu received the answer he wanted and gave a slight nod. Turning around, he then looked at the data analyst beside him and asked, "How's the progress with loading the needle?" "The situation isn't looking good." Along with the communications channel being destroyed, the access path for the pointer to insert into the game world has also been severely affected. The data operator in charge of running the pointer had a grim expression, sweat continuously beading on his forehead as his trembling fingers tapped frantically at the keyboard. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's face darkened as well. Steadying his nerves, he asked, "Is there any way to restore it?" The data operator quickly nodded. "It should be recoverable, but it will take quite some time. We'll do our utmost. Now, we can only pin our hopes on the candidates in the game to buy us enough time." Li Xiu's thoughts trembled upon hearing this. He let out a long sigh and stopped speaking, his gaze firmly fixed on Lin Tian in the center of the live broadcast screen, silently praying in his heart. Meanwhile, in the world of the Mad Blood Legend cartridge, the continent of Zhengzhou, in each of its capital cities, azure light erupts from the city crystals, thrusting straight into the heavens. Suffused with the immense original power of the world, the blue radiance gathers high in the sky before plummeting down abruptly, converging at the center of a massive altar in the central holy city. Beneath the altar, countless soldiers of the Sacred City Alliance gathered, arrayed in battle formations, already prepared to charge into the alternate world and unleash war. Above the altar, the leader of the Sacred City Alliance tore open the air with his bare hands. A deep blue spatial rift expanded before him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within the spatial rift, the overflowing blue substance continuously corrodes the body of the Holy City's Alliance's leader. Indescribable, immense agony ceaselessly ravages his spirit. Yet the Alliance leader remains utterly silent, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead, as if peering through the blue spatial rift toward some distant future. "True God Vigo, grant me indomitable will. Grant me freedom. I refuse to remain shackled here, reduced to nothing but this world's puppet. I shall liberate this world." The obsession in his heart barely sustained his body, corroded by the sapphire substance. The leader of the Holy City Alliance gave a mighty shout, his power surging even more intensely. The speed at which the spatial rifts were being torn open was accelerating rapidly. At that very moment, above the sky, a blue light abruptly vanished. This instantly weakened the power of the Alliance leader of the Sacred City, who was resisting the laws of space and shattering the barriers of the world. He frowned slightly and murmured, "What happened? Didn't I assign heavy garrisons to guard every capital? How could another city crystal be destroyed?" Beneath the altar, the king of the Dark Hall monitored the situation in various capitals through a magic mirror, furrowing his brows as he muttered, "Those otherworldly visitors are launching desperate assaults on the city crystals of every capital. It seems they possess the ability to resurrect endlessly. After death, they reappear all too soon, wave after wave, an unrelenting offensive." Faced with this undying legion, even the formidable garrisons of the capitals find themselves struggling to hold the line. Damned outsiders! The leader of the Holy City Alliance gritted his teeth upon hearing this, pulling out the last green ember gifted to him by the true god Vigo from his bosom. This kind of emerald essence capable of shattering the world's laws. Vigo had given him 3 clusters in total. With one cluster, he obtained the spatial power to breach the dimensional barriers. The second cluster was used when, not long ago, he discovered that the real world was directing players' actions through the built-in communication laws of the world. To guard against unforeseen dangers, he employed the second emerald essence to disrupt the real world's interference and influence over the game world. Now, not only are players in the game utterly cut off from any communication from the real world, but it has also become exponentially more difficult for the real world to manipulate situations within the game through other means. He took out the last wisp of essence. The Lord of the Holy City crushed it abruptly. Whoosh! A ball of green light soared into the sky. Moments later, the rules of the world concerning player resurrection were damaged once again. Fallen players could no longer be resurrected in the game. Having eliminated the threat posed by the players, the Alliance leader of the Sacred City refocused on piercing through the spatial rift before him, aiming to breach the world's barriers. At the same time, in a capital city called Holy Sword City, corpses already littered the battlefield. Though the city's crystal had shattered, the fierce battle between both sides showed no sign of abating. By the broken city crystal, 3 figures darted about, cutting down the besieging NPC soldiers. They were none other than Zhao Wenjun, Xiao Yun, and Huang Tianao. The swift destruction of a capital city's core crystal was largely credited to these 3 elite players and their formidable combat prowess. Chapter 71, I have already transcended this world. After several minutes of slaughter that left the surrounding Holy Sword City soldiers dead, Xiao Yun, drenched in blood, panted heavily and said, "Hey, did you notice? Players don't seem to be able to respawn after death anymore. Probably the resurrection system got destroyed too, which means we're down to our last life in this game session." Huang Tianao was also breathing heavily. That chaotic battle hadn't been easy for him either. Zhao Wenjun was already severely wounded. Upon hearing that resurrection was no longer possible, he hurriedly took out medical supplies from his bag to treat himself. After recovering somewhat, Zhao Wenjun let out a relieved sigh and said to the other 2, "Anyway, the exam scores are already locked in. Let's just use this last life we have left to do as much damage as possible to the city crystals in other cities. As for the central holy city, Tiange will probably handle that. We can't afford to hold him back. Why don't we team up to improve our efficiency at destroying the city crystals?" Zhao Wenjun tentatively asked. Unexpectedly, the 2 previously aloof geniuses who had barely communicated with him now nodded in immediate agreement. Xiao Yun's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Exactly. We mustn't hold teacher Lin Tian back. If we act together and quickly destroy the city crystals, we should be able to offer some real assistance." Huang Tianao urgently chimed in, "Teacher Lin Tian must already be on his way to the central holy city by now. We should hurry after him without delay. Don't waste time here, hurry up and attack the city crystal of the next capital." "Teacher Lin Tian?" Hearing how the 2 addressed Lin Tian, Zhao Wenjun froze momentarily before his lips twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, so that's why you suddenly became so badass, you went behind my back to hug someone else's thigh. Aren't you just straight up NTRING me?" Regarding Zhao Wenjun's remarks about cerebral palsy, both Xiao Yun and Huang Tianao were utterly speechless. Unable to be bothered with Zhao Wenjun, Huang Tianao was the first to move, swiftly heading towards another nearby capital city. Seeing this, Xiao Yun immediately followed suit. Seeing both figures swiftly disappear into the distance, Zhao Wenjun had no time for further words. Urged by haste, she activated her speed-boosting skill and pursued them with all her might. The exam ended ahead of schedule, dissolving any competitive tensions. Now united in purpose, the players began their coordinated assault, storming cities and doing their utmost to shatter each capital city crystal. Meanwhile, at the central holy city, the leader of the Holy City Alliance was also swiftly breaking through the world barriers. Although the city crystals of various capitals could enhance his power, what he relied on more was the spatial power derived from the green essence, coupled with his own immense strength that had reached the world's limits. The efficiency of shattering the world barriers did not diminish much despite the destruction of the city crystals. Before him, the azure spatial rifts continued to rapidly expand. Just as he was fully focused on breaching the world barriers, a spatial tear suddenly ripped open directly above the altar. Sensing the tremendous aura emanating from the fissure, the leader of the Holy City Alliance halted his movements, his face breaking into an ecstatic grin as he exclaimed, "Great deity, is it truly your descent?" With these words, he immediately dropped to his knees in reverence. Below the altar, countless Holy City soldiers witnessed this scene. None dared remain standing, and one after another, they followed their leader's example, prostrating themselves upon the ground. From within the fissure, Lin Tian popped his head out. "Tada, wrong guess." This spatial leap ability, named Sword Breaking the Void, was a professional skill attached to Lin Tian's secondary class advancement. His level had long reached 100, meeting the requirements for a second profession change. However, he hadn't found a suitable advancement manual, so Lin Tian had delayed his second profession change. Only recently, while exploring the endless wilderness, did he finally obtain a powerful enough advancement manual to undergo his second class evolution. His second advancement profession was Genesis Sword God. According to the instructions in the transfer document, the first-generation sword god of creation appears to be one of the 3 who created this legendary world. Lin Tian has now completely inherited the legacy of the sword god of creation. Upon clearly seeing Lin Tian's face, the leader of the Sacred City Alliance was instantly stunned. "It's you? The one who destroyed Xianyuan City?" "It's me," Lin Tian chuckled as he stepped out from the spatial rift. With a slight flick of his finger, the angelic throne retrieved from the heavenly divine realm materialized, floating midair. Leisurely reclining on the throne, Lin Tian rested his chin on his hand and asked with a smile, "So, I heard you wanted to bring people for a stroll in our world?" The Alliance leader of the Sacred City sneered, why not? You barged into our world uninvited, slaughtering freely, razing cities to the ground. Why shouldn't we return the favor by invading your world an eye for an eye? Lin Tian didn't bother listening to his nonsense and waved his hand to interrupt. Alright, enough chatter. Let's finish this quickly and turn it in. I'm practically sick of this damn game after playing it for 7 days straight. Hurry up and die real quick, then we can both clock out, everybody wins. Looking up at the sky, the Holy City Lord narrowed his eyes, his aura surging. Outlander, I concede your strength. You are on an entirely different level compared to those otherworldly visitors who've come before. But, as he spoke, he drew the heavy sword at his waist, facing Lin Tian, the most unstable element among the players. The alliance leader of the sacred city dared not show the slightest hesitation, unleashing his full strength at once. Upon the heavy sword, a dazzling display of multicolored radiance instantly enveloped the area, the overwhelming energy pressure causing the surrounding ground to continuously cave inward. He laughed maniacally, but my power has already reached the pinnacle of this world. As long as my feet tread upon this world's soil, no one can possibly defeat me. A tremendous sonic boom shattered the ground into fragments. Before the words had finished echoing, as if teleporting instantaneously, the leader of the Sacred City Coalition materialized directly above Lin Tian's head, his majestic sword energy radiating prismatic brilliance as it formed the imposing silhouette of a heavenly deity in the sky before crashing down with thunderous force. At that very moment, due to malfunctioning exam tape equipment during the college entrance exams, the reality that had already begun to descend into chaos suddenly returned to fleeting tranquility. Viewers before their screens, commentators in the live stream, elite esports soldiers from the military headquarters, high-ranking officials from the Players Association, countless people held their breaths. Although the authorities hadn't explicitly stated the situation during the live broadcast, but almost everyone understands this clearly. If Lin Tian falls, then Dacia will inevitably face a catastrophe. At this moment, all eyes and hopes were entirely focused on Lin Tian alone. Highest Gaming Research Headquarters, Data Room. Li Xiu, the overall director of the Dragon's Roar Legion, glanced at the progress bar for the pointer channel repair. Clenching his fist, he shouted inwardly, Lin Tian, hold on tight. Yet, in the very next moment, the unfolding scene once again prolonged the serene atmosphere across the entire Great Xiao region for what felt like an eternity. Within the legendary world of Mad Blood, the massive sword of the Holy City's alliance leader came crashing down with the apparition of a celestial deity. Merely the residual force was almost enough to destroy the central Holy City. Countless soldiers of the Holy City had their hearts shattered by the spreading shockwaves, sent flying in all directions. Yellow sand rose in all directions, whipping up a sandstorm. The ground cracked, the sky trembled. Yet, at the precise center of this sword's aim, Lin Tian remained completely unharmed, not even moving from his position, still sitting in the same posture on the chair, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He merely extended a single finger and effortlessly intercepted what symbolized the most powerful strike in the legendary world. The Holy City's ruler numbly raised his heavy sword, staring blankly at his hands as if unable to comprehend what was happening. I clearly possessed the world's ultimate power. Lin Tian chuckled, sorry about this, but I already surpassed this world's limits long ago. Chapter 72, The Curse of Ruin, Third Stage. The journey through the endless wastelands. Lin Tian's equipment and personal attributes had undergone dozens, if not hundreds, of further upgrades and enhancements. Mythic grade, the pinnacle attainable in the game. Unknown quality marks the ultimate limit of textual display. But neither of these could possibly represent the pinnacle Lin Tian has reached. In this world, his existence is the very definition of limit itself. A flick of the finger. Boom! The body of the Holy City's alliance leader was pierced through. The entire figure shot backward like a meteor, smashing hard into the ground, creating a massive crater. In the real world, the silence stretched on. The vast majority of those who witnessed this scene, I don't know how to describe my feelings in words. There's relief, there's awe, there's joy, there's dumbfoundedness. Many people only realize when their faces turn crimson red, that they've been holding their breath all along. The highest headquarters of gaming research, within the data chamber. Li Xiu stared blankly at the scene before him, his tightly clenched fist unconsciously relaxing in that moment. Turning his head, Li Xiu noticed the team of data technicians repairing the pointer operation channel were also staring dumbfounded at the screen. He immediately slapped the table to snap them out of it and barked sharply, the situation isn't settled yet. Keep repairing the pointer at full capacity. Yes. In the game world, at the central Holy City, after what felt like ages, the dust finally settled. In the deep pit, the alliance leader of the Holy City, with a gaping hole torn through his chest and blood gushing from his mouth, gasped heavily with a pale face, forcing a bitter smile. This is the power that surpasses the world's limits? Not bad. Outworlder, you've made me even more curious about the vistas beyond this world. I will step over your corpse to claim my freedom. With each word uttered from his lips, in the depths of the Alliance leader's eyes, the glow of data surged. The next instant, his grievous injuries were miraculously healed in a flash. An even more towering aura began radiating outward from his very form. His body began to swell, surging with white data light. All over his body, chains of white data markings emerged. During this process, his eyes transformed into two glowing white orbs. A hurricane of energy whirled around him. A massive wave of rubble and sand was swept up. In an instant, the power of the sacred city's overlord had already broken through the world's limits. Witnessing this scene, outside the game world, countless spectators who had just relaxed found their hearts leaping into their throats again. At the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, inside the data room, Li Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight. He's burning his own data chains. Excellent. While burning data chains grants him temporary power beyond the world's limits, it also rapidly drains his foundational data energy. Once the depletion reaches a critical point, breaking through the world's barriers afterward will become far more difficult for him. At the very least, it'll take significantly longer. Lin Tian has already bought us plenty of time. Hurry! Speed up the repairs on the pointer channel. Don't let the time Lin Tian earned for us go to waste. Li Xiu couldn't help shouting in excitement. They could sense the Saint City leader's combat power rising rapidly. Lin Tian slightly lifted his eyelids, revealing a faintly interested smile. Seated upon the throne, he crossed his legs and remarked, "So we're entering the second stage? Excellent. Let the show begin." No sooner had the words left his lips, than the figure of the Holy City's alliance leader vanished. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of colossal sword shadows, each brimming with terrifying power, came crushing down toward Lin Tian. Desolate Feather, activate the stronghold domain. Facing this overwhelmingly fearsome assault, Lin Tian merely responded with a faint smile. The wings fluttered behind him. An invisible pale blue barrier instantly formed. This barren feather was the ultimate product synthesized from dozens of different wings. Its attached special effects covered nearly every aspect, making it formidable in both offense and defense. Hundreds of sword shadows crashed against the barrier, yet only produced thunderous echoes, unable to damage the shield in the slightest. Die, you bastard. Meanwhile, high in the air, the figure of the Holy City's sovereign had long since become indistinct to the extreme. Only half of his body remained as a solid entity. The other half had transformed entirely into flowing, nebulous data. One eye flashed with crimson light, the other eye surged with a white glow of data. Roar! Suddenly, the Holy Alliance leader opened his bloodthirsty maw. A massive surge of white energy erupted forth, crashing violently against the white barrier before Lin Tian's body. The barrier trembled slightly, finally showing minor cracks, but that was all it could manage. I had hoped for a somewhat suspenseful battle to perfectly conclude this match, but the performance of the Holy City's overlord truly left Lin Tian somewhat disappointed. Shaking his head, he sighed and said, "Forget it, stop spitting around like a fool." With a gentle flick of his finger, he uttered, "Forbidden Domain, Sword C." This is one of the professional skills of the Genesis Sword God class. Its power, not bad. The next instant, hundreds of thousands of gleaming purple swords rained down from the sky. Like a raging torrent, they instantly surround the Holy City Alliance leader completely, blocked off all his escape routes. Boom! A thunderous roar like crashing ocean waves. Countless blades surged inward in an instant. No! The Alliance leader of the Holy City let out a thunderous roar, trying to dodge, but found it utterly impossible to avoid. Like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, his figure was instantly engulfed by the sea of swords. Within moments, he was shattered into countless particles, without even a trace of residue remaining. Despite burning his data chains and breaking through the world's constraints, the Alliance leader of the Holy City couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Tian. Like squashing a bug, Lin Tian ended the life of the Holy City's Alliance leader. Ah, how boring! Lin Tian yawned. With another wave of his fingers, the sea of swords vanished. Just as everyone in the real world stood dumbfounded, thinking that everything had finally concluded, Lin Tian abruptly widened his eyes in alarm and tilted his head to gaze at the sky. High above in the sky, an eerie green projection had silently appeared at some unknown moment. Clad in dark armor, with a pallid face, gray-green hair, and a ghostly green crown, this figure was unmistakably the ruined King Vigo, from a certain popular MOBA battle game. What's going on? How did Vigo appear in the legendary world? Lin Tian froze momentarily, gripping his sword tightly, poised for action. But upon closer inspection, he realized the figure before him was merely a projection, devoid of physical form or power. Vigo's expression was stern, his voice icy, pathetic. "Can't even win this. But no matter, I never intended for you to invade the Blue Planet card world alive anyway." As the words left his lips, his palm turned over. Below, right where the ruler of the sacred city had just died, a ghostly green soul emerged. Vigo's fingers tightened slightly. The green soul coalesced into physical form, unleashing colossal surges of emerald energy. You shall remain a slave to the Ruination's curse and fight in my name. Ha 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 ha, Lin Bei. You murdered my father, dishonored my mother, stole my wife, snatched my daughter, and even ambushed me while I was taking a shit. I will slaughter every living being in your entire realm to vent my wrath. The projection of the ruined King Vigo laughed maniacally. Moments later, the projection faded into nothingness. Yet before Lin Tian's eyes, the Holy City Alliance leader, aglow with emerald radiance, rose once more like an emotionless corpse, advancing towards Lin Tian with eerie slowness. There was no time to process the flood of revelations from the ruined king's earlier words. Is there a third stage? Sensing the terrifying aura of ominous foreboding emanating from the resurrected leader of the Sacred City Alliance, Lin Tian finally rose from his throne with a solemn expression. Chapter 73, The Strike That Could Destroy a Continent. The resurrected alliance leader of the Holy City under the power of the ruined king had transformed into an entirely different form of being. Green light swirled around his body as oppressive death energy silently spread, almost imperceptibly corrupting the land within a kilometer radius. Facing this somewhat inscrutable opponent, Lin Tian put away his smile, and continuously unleashed skills to enhance his battle strength. In the real world, countless viewers faced the ever-changing battlefield, feeling their hearts lurch up and down like a roller coaster. At the highest game research headquarters, inside the data room, upon spotting the projection of the ruined king, Li Xiu's pupils shrank. Damn it, so it's the doing of entities from the meta-universe card world. No wonder the globally connected card system is acting up, blessed with higher dimensional powers originating from the metaverse. Lin Tian, can he win again? Li Xiu clenched his fists tightly, staring fixedly at the screen. The emergence of the metaverse existence, coupled with the Holy City Alliance leader receiving higher dimensional power boosts, undoubtedly made the situation even more dire. But Li Xiu, at this moment, was no longer as despairing as before. The same held true for the audiences watching on screens elsewhere. The frequent miracles brought by Lin Tian were like an immovable pillar temporarily steadying the hearts of all great Xiao people. Judging by how effortlessly Lin Tian had defeated the Holy City Alliance leader twice before, everyone vaguely felt that Lin Tian was still far from exerting his full strength. In the data room, beside Li Xiu, an officer frowned and said, "It seems the other party planned this incident to retaliate against someone named Lin Bei." Who exactly is this Lin Bei? Li Xiu massaged his temples and shook his head. I'm not sure either. At least as far as I know, among the dozen or so ascendants from Great Xia who've ascended to the metaverse cartridge world, none are named Lin Bei. Decades ago, there was indeed a world-class criminal named Lin Bei who robbed the cassette tape inventory of the Grand Frank Empire. It's said that among the stolen cassette tapes was an ascension tape. Who knows if this Lin Bei is the same person as that criminal Lin Bei? Meanwhile, in Cloud City, since seeing Lin Tian appear on screen, Lin Yuan and Zhong Shuiying had been staring intently at the live broadcast, not even pausing to eat their meal. Seeing Lin Tian carrying the weight of Great Xia's safety on his shoulders, engaging in a final showdown with the Holy City's leader within the game, both parents were overwhelmed with emotion. Until the arrival of the ruined king, Lin Tian's mother, Zhong Shuiying, upon hearing that someone named Lin Bei had committed atrocities, killing fathers, humiliating mothers, even stealing wives and daughters, and pilfering bottoms, couldn't help but exclaim, how could someone named Lin Bei be so wicked? After doing such a terrible thing that even provoked retaliation against our blue planet, this Lin Bei is utterly inhuman. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then fell silent. He remembered his father. That is Lin Tian's grandfather. Seems like his name is also Lin Bei. But the old man had abandoned him decades ago to travel on his own and never came back. No one knows where exactly he went. Probably just a coincidence with the same name, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself, shaking his head. Then, with enthusiasm, he joined his wife in cursing this fellow named Lin Bei, causing trouble outside and bringing disaster to the family. What a complete idiot. What a fucking moron. Guess his descendants won't be any better. He deserves to die without heirs. On television, the live broadcast footage continued uninterrupted. As the resurrected sovereign of Holy City drew nearer to Lin Tian, the battle was poised to erupt once more. Zhong Shuiying couldn't help but nervously grab Lin Yuan's hand, exclaiming excitedly, "Go on, son, you must win." Not just Zhong Shuiying, countless people of Great Xia were staring intently at their screens at this moment, anticipating Lin Tian to continue creating miracles and protecting Great Xia from this disaster. Araga, primordial power. 9 heavens chaos flame, maximized empowerment. Peerless sword physique. Demon King transformation. Endless demonic intent. Godslayer stance. In the gaming world, Lin Tian faced the slowly approaching leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance while continuously activating buff skills. Like condensed explosives detonating, a terrifying high-pressure energy surged uncontrollably from his body. Within a few breaths, Lin Tian's combat power had once again increased by dozens of times. But the steps of the broken holy city's leader never paused for even a moment. On his revived body, the green flames grew increasingly intense. Unbeknownst to all, the entire sky had gradually been dyed a ghostly shade of emerald. This green energy, it likely originates from a higher dimensional world. Even though Lin Tian had already boosted his condition to its peak, facing the broken holy city's leader still filled him with an overwhelming sense of threat. If we play it safe, we could engage in guerrilla tactics and wait for the military's pointer to clean up. Lin Tian formulated the most rational strategy in his mind. Yet, a faint thrill and impulse in his heart propelled him to take the initiative and step forward, his lips curling into a smile. But that would be too boring. Boom! The nine heavens chaos blaze, forged from the fusion of dozens of divine flames, erupted violently. Half of the emerald green sky was instantly tainted by the purple chaotic divine fire. Time seemed to slow by 100-fold, only to accelerate 1,000-fold moments later. Two figures, one green and one purple, finally clashed. No flashy techniques, no unnecessary movements. Just a simple, straightforward exchange of blows. The next moment, boom! The earth-shaking roar swept through the legendary world. Centered on the collision point between the two figures, the entire central continent shattered into fragments. In the distance, within a capital city, a tremendous roar deafened all living beings, leaving them temporarily unable to hear. The slightly weaker ones even had blood gushing from their ears and noses. They discovered the ground beginning to quake violently as the land fragmented and collapsed. The entire city was destroyed in an instant. Huang Tian'ao hastily activated his skill, his body levitating into the air. Xiaoyun also activated a special ability, growing bird-like wings on his back as he soared into the sky. Watching the ground beneath his feet continuously collapse, Zhao Wenjun dodged the emerging crevices by leaping up and down, urgently calling for help to the two above. "Hey, you two heroes, I can't fly. Save me." Huang Tian'ao glanced at him and immediately turned his head away. Seeing that Huang Tian'ao had no intention of going down to help Zhao Wenjun, Xiaoyun had no choice but to swoop down and haul Zhao Wenjun up just before he was about to fall into the gaping fissures in the ground. The three of them ascended to a higher vantage point, pausing briefly to catch their breath and steady their rapid breathing. Zhao Wenjun swallowed hard, gazing at the nearly obliterated central continent below, and couldn't help but ask, What exactly is going on here? Huang Tian'ao looked toward the direction of the central holy city, his eyes gleaming with realization. "I'm afraid, it's because teacher Lin Tian has gotten serious. Big bro Tian getting serious, and he just shattered the entire central continent like that?" Even though Zhao Wenjun could be considered Lin Tian's #1 fanboy, the current situation had completely surpassed his understanding, and he still found it hard to believe Lin Tian had grown this powerful. A battle of this level must be quite a spectacle. I'd love to see it. Xiaoyun's blood boiled with excitement, his eyes reddening, unable to curb his itch to witness it. See, just how likely we'd be vaporized by the shockwaves before we even got close. Zhao Wenjun swallowed hard, unable to resist the sarcastic remark. His words still hung in the air. Huang Tian'ao's figure had already flickered into motion, flying toward the direction of the central holy city. Seeing this, Xiaoyun immediately prepared to follow. Let's go and take a look too. After all, the Zhongzhou continent is already destroyed, and the mission to destroy the city crystal no longer exists. Using this final life in the game to witness teacher Lin Tian fight at full strength will absolutely be worth it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenjun realized it did make sense and had no choice but to steel himself and nod. Chapter 70 for the reversal cross of finality. Several dozen minutes later, when the three arrived at the central holy city's location, they discovered the surrounding land had long vanished. The destroyed landmass sank beneath the waves. Now, only an endless ocean remained around the central holy city. Neither Lin Tian nor the Holy City Alliance leader could be seen in the vicinity. Where have they gone to fight? Zhao Wenjun was puzzled. Faintly, sounds could be heard coming from above. Huang Tian'ao raised his head, gazing directly at the sky, half ghostly green, half profound purple. At the same time, in the heavenly realm that existed 10,000 meters above the sky, two figures continuously collided, their shockwaves spreading, instantly turning the sacred heavenly realm into what resembled hell. Not only was the surrounding environment massively destroyed, with each collision between the two combatants, severe injuries would appear on their bodies. While the leader of the fallen Holy Alliance could rapidly heal his wounds using the green light surrounding him, Lin Tian could also activate his wing's special effects to quickly restore himself to peak condition. Under the continuous healing, the green light around the leader of the fallen Holy Alliance gradually grew somewhat dimmer. The glow on Lin Tian's wing-like appendages was visibly dimming even further. Their battle tested both explosive bursts of power and sheer endurance, boundary-shattering sword burial. Seizing a momentary opening when the leader of the fallen Holy City Alliance shifted positions, Lin Tian activated his skill, and the giant sword came crashing down. The leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance failed to dodge in time, hastily summoning an emerald shield to block. Boom! The strike landed square on. The leader of the ruined holy city suddenly plummeted, crashing straight through the heavenly paradise. Having barely gained the upper hand, Lin Tian refused to relent, immediately brandishing his greatsword as he dove in pursuit. Bang! 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 Midair, they continued their furious exchange of blows. The shockwave scattered the surrounding clouds, and the vast sky was torn apart by the colossal collision energy, fissures of pitch-black cracks spreading endlessly. The leader of the ruined holy city suffered another heavy blow, his body plummeting at an even faster speed. Boom! Seconds later, impact. The landmass below had already been shattered by the tremendous pressure from the duo's battle, rapidly sinking beneath the ocean's surface. Even after plunging into the sea, the two figures showed no signs of stopping. Emerald and violet streaks of light continued their relentless descent through the abyss. Moments later, they had actually fought their way 10,000 meters underground into the netherworld. Such an earth-shattering and spectacular battle scene had long since stunned countless spectators in the real world. Seeing that the undead lord of the ruined citadel, resurrected by the Ruin King's curse, could fight Lin Tian to such an extent, Li Shou in the data room tensed up and turned to urge again, "Isn't the pointer ready yet?" The data technician immediately reported, "The passage is already 80% repaired. Restoring the remaining 20% plus loading and operating the pointer will take approximately 40 more minutes." Just in the time it took to turn his head. When Li Shou looked back at the livestream feed, he found that the netherworld realm had also been utterly devastated. Apart from the two figures, one green and one purple, nothing else remained alive. From the central continent's mainland to the heavenly divine realm, from the heavenly divine realm to the underworld, the battle that lasted nearly half an hour turned the world topsy-turvy. The legendary world had already been nearly destroyed by Lin Tian and the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance. Across the regional interfaces, only a scant number of living beings remained. The energy they used for recovery was rapidly depleted in this process, now completely drained, preventing their wounds from healing in time. In the beast world. Bang! Bang! After two more collisions, Lin Tian's restorative energy on his wings was the first to be exhausted. Immediately, he felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the ruined Sacred City Alliance swung his sword in a deadly slash. A wound split open across his waist. Lin Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying through the air. Boom! His body crashed onto a massive barren mountain in the 10,000 Beasts realm. Feeling the decaying green radiance continuously devouring his vitality, Lin Tian gasped heavily, only to feel his body growing increasingly leaden. Amidst the bundle, an artifact suddenly pulsed with light. It was a black crucifix. However, due to its poor quality, and since it was obtained quite early, this cross prop had long been forgotten by Lin Tian in some corner. Item, Cross of Reversed Finality. Level requirement, none. Quality, orange. Effect, when this item is placed in your inventory, upon death, you will be revived once at full status on the spot, without any drop or death penalties. Introduction, Hallelujah, may the Buddha's mercy and the Tao's boundless power prevail, the moment to witness a miracle is at hand. Just as the crumbling radiance greedily devoured life energy, Lin Tian felt his strength nearly exhausted, precisely when the black crucifix's glow reached its most dazzling brilliance. It seemed as though something had been sensed, or perhaps something had been remembered. With his last ounce of strength, Lin Tian reached behind him and retrieved from his pouch a vial of unknown quality universal healing potion. Just in case, before leaving the endless barrens, he deliberately synthesized nearly 100 bottles of unknown grade potions capable of perfectly restoring his own injuries and removing all negative effects. Forgot, I still have drugs to pop. Lin Tian immediately swallowed the medicine, his condition instantly restored to full. And so, in parcels, the radiant light flourishing on the black cross rapidly dimmed. The cross of reversed endings. Rising to his feet, Lin Tian continued his battle with the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance. Once struck, the injuries were severe. Lin Tian took out a potion from his pack and drank it to restore his condition. The two continued to battle, wearing each other down. The green glow around the leader of the fallen Holy City Alliance grew increasingly dim. Before long, realizing he was running low on restorative energy, the Alliance leader unleashed everything he had left. Green fire blazed in his eyes as he desperately launched a final assault against Lin Tian. Under the fierce assault of the Alliance leader from the ruined Holy City, Lin Tian's stock of medicinal items was rapidly depleted. Soon, the unknown grade medicines were completely exhausted, forcing Lin Tian to resort to using illusory grade medicines instead. However, the green decay radiance accompanying the attack of the ruined Holy City's lord wielded a power transcending this world, carrying a potent corrosive effect against all living beings. Not even phantom-grade medicine could prevent this corrosion from ravaging Lin Tian's body. Bang! Under the relentless erosion of the decaying green light, Lin Tian grew increasingly weakened in the clash until finally, the ruined Holy City's lord seized another opening, sending him flying tens of thousands of meters through the air. After traversing several towering mountains, Lin Tian's body was hurled directly out of the beast realm and crashed violently into the neighboring blazing sun realm, landing with a thunderous impact. A sickly green glow nearly enveloped Lin Tian's entire body. His vitality was swiftly draining away. The light in Lin Tian's eyes gradually began to dim. At this very moment, within the parcel, the cross of reverse destiny shimmered with light once more. Just as Lin Tian's vitality was on the verge of exhaustion, the cross of reverse destiny blazed with radiant brilliance, finally ready to fulfill its purpose. Whoosh! A streak of azure light, seizing the initiative before the reversal cross could conclude its endgame, roused Lin Tian's body, enveloping him entirely and rapidly accelerating his recovery. Not only that, but Lin Tian's aura surged once again during the restoration process. You have triggered the ultimate skill of the primordial sword god class, Sword God's Nirvana. Divine Sword Rebirth. When you enter a near-death state, you will rapidly recover to peak condition, with all attributes boosted tenfold. This skill can only be triggered once. Inside the package, the glow of the black cross dimmed once more. Cross of Fate Reversal? Cross of Fate Reversal, damn it. Chapter 75. The era belonging to Great Xia is about to return. After exhausting every ounce of strength in the final desperate assault, the battered alliance leader of the sacred city, already running on fumes, had no strength left to continue the fight. Not to mention, Lin Tian triggered Sword God's Rebirth, reviving at full strength. His combat power surged tenfold once more. Even if the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance were to recover to full strength now, he wouldn't last long against Lin Tian. With lightning-fast movements, Lin Tian crossed the boundary and stood before the leader of the ruined Holy City, praising sincerely, "You've done remarkably well to force me to reveal one of my 4 trump cards. That was quite an exhilarating fight." That's right, apart from Divine Sword Resurrection, Lin Tian also prepared 3 additional trump cards. Among them were the Supreme Winged Fire that fused wings with divine flames, a mandatory annihilation-type law artifact synthesized from thousands of illusionary props, and a set of unknown quality equipment he personally crafted by collecting materials. Hearing this, a faint bitter smile flickered across the corpse-like face of the ruined Holy City's faction leader. The next instant, put! Lin Tian swung his sword down. The severed head soared as emerald light scattered across the sky. At last, the final foe had fallen. Yet this legendary world had been nearly ruined beyond recognition. 9 realms shattered, 4 continents obliterated. In the entire world, less than 100,000th of life remains. Pluto Dehe, who had been hiding somewhere unknown, scurried over immediately after the final battle ended. His adorably fierce cross-eyed gaze sized up Lin Tian before he affectionately bowed his head and nuzzled against him. Jiao! Dehe let out a cry. Although the sound was becoming increasingly like a dog's bark, yet, Lin Tian inexplicably found it somewhat eerie. After a long while, the game notification popped up. This exam has concluded. 15 minutes remaining until return to reality. Perched atop Dehe's head, I swept my gaze across this world of ruins. All that occupied Lin Tian's mind were the words Vigo had spoken when he appeared earlier. It was abundantly clear that this incident, where the leader of the Holy City awakened and attacked the world barrier, intending to invade Blue Star, was entirely orchestrated by Vigo from behind the scenes. He remembered that when Vigo's projection appeared, he had mentioned his plan to use the leader of the Holy City to invade the cartridge world of Blue Star, all to seek revenge against someone named Lin Bei. If Blue Star is merely a world existing within some cartridge, then what exactly is the relationship between game cartridges, Blue Star, and the metaverse cartridge worlds? If Vigo doesn't give up, will similar situations keep happening in the future? And who exactly is this Lin Bei? Why does this name sound vaguely familiar somehow? A series of doubts flooded his mind. However, the current known information is too scarce. Lin Tian couldn't figure it out right away, his head buzzing with thoughts. With a sigh, he lay down on Dehe's back. He planned to use the last 15 minutes to catch some more sleep. Meanwhile, back in the real world, having witnessed an intense and tumultuous battle, the hearts of many Great Xia spectators were already in their throats. Only with the fall of the leader of the ruined Holy City Alliance did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. We won. Lin Tian won. Oh my god, holy, I don't even know what to say. I think, borrowing commentator Taodao's famous catchphrase, that was freaking awesome. I'm genuinely impressed by this level of gaming skills. Hats off, truly hats off. Lin Tian, he, saved Great Xia. Inside the live stream room, the 3 commentators remained speechless for a long while, their gazes fixed on the screen showing Lin Tian lying atop Pluto's back. Commentator Guagua remained silent for a long time before saying with a trembling voice, I can hardly imagine the magnitude of impact this year's college entrance exam will have on Daxia. Commentator Mapian wiped his foggy glasses and curled his lips into a smile. The influence won't be limited to Daxia, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, Lin Tian's photo will likely appear on the front pages of newspapers across all nations. Such a terrifying gaming genius, no, I should say, gaming god. The term genius may suit Huang Tianhao and Xia Yun, but it clearly falls short when describing Lin Tian. Cao Dao also seemed dazed. His prowess transcends all conventional understanding. As if suddenly remembering something important, Cao Dao quickly stood up, stepped outside the broadcast room, and made a phone call. Director Zhao, did you watch the Gaokao livestream? We must recruit Lin Tian for Qingyuan no matter what. What? The vice principal is already on his way to Yuncheng? It wasn't just Qingyuan Esports University that had sprung into action. At this moment, the freshly showered admissions director of Kyoto Esports University, having watched the final live broadcast footage, was trembling with excitement. He immediately rushed to the university and burst into the conference room. Inside the conference room, several school leaders sat with stern expressions, deep in discussion. The admissions director paid no heed to propriety. The moment he entered, he shouted, "President, we absolutely must recruit Lin Tian to Kyoto Esports University. He is Kyoto's future, the future of all great Xia. Please arrange for me to go to Yunqing in person." The president of Kyoto Esports University didn't reprimand the admissions director for his abrupt interruption. Instead, he pressed his hands downward slightly and said, "I know, I understand. What we're discussing now is precisely how to recruit Lin Tian to Kyoto. But before that, there's one more important matter you need to handle." The admissions director was taken aback upon hearing this. What could possibly be more important than Lin Tian's case? The Kyoto school principal's face twitched. For fuck's sake, put some clothes on first. At the Supreme Game Research Headquarters, inside the data room, Li Xiu watched the live broadcast footage, his tense mood finally completely relaxing at this moment. Everything that had happened in the game world had been too bizarre and surreal. He touched his cheek, still unable to snap back to reality for quite some time. After what felt like an eternity, he finally let out a long exhale. Li Xiu couldn't suppress the excited smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems the era of Great Xia is about to return. Just then, the data analyst nearby suddenly spoke up. "Report. Good news." "What good news?" Li Xiu turned around to ask. "The pointer debugging is done," the data officer said excitedly. Li Xiu, so tell me, what the hell is the point of the Great Xia raising a bunch of useless people like you? The Empire of Main Flank, headquarters of the Esports Players Union. An emergency roundtable meeting was convened. At the headquarters of the Esports Players Union, 4 out of the 6 powerful union representatives were present. After just a few minutes of discussion, the 4 reached a unanimous decision to recruit Lin Tian, who had performed exceptionally well in the recent Daxia College entrance examinations, into the union headquarters as a trainee for the Keymaster program. This Lin Tian's potential might even surpass Adam's. Though a single game can't explain everything, at the very least, he has already met the standard to become a Keymaster candidate. In these 10 years, we've already missed out on the Divine Maiden of Northern Europe and the Pharaoh of Ancient Egypt. We can't let Lin Tian slip through our fingers too. Moreover, having such a terrifyingly talented player like him join Great Xia would be extremely detrimental to the current world situation. The question now is, who should we send to Great Xia to recruit Lin Tian? Chapter 76, Reward Settlement, Hero Lin Tian. In the game world, Lin Tian closed his eyes to rest, still unaware of the commotion unfolding outside the game world, all because of him. 15 minutes passed by in a flash. Before long, the settlement panel pops up. Game over, server shutting down shortly. You have achieved first place in the global online game Mad Blood Legend during this session, with a total exam score of 195,270 points. Second place scored 3,950 points, while third place scored 3,540 points. Congratulations on topping the Imperial examination. You have earned the following rewards. 1 item, Top Scholar Gift Pack X1. 2 Game Point Card X1 500,000. 3 15,000 EXP. Since this game cartridge is reward overflow type, you have received the following additional rewards. 1 item, Premium Random Treasure Chest X1. 2 Game Point Card X 500,000. 3 Experience 5,000 points. Total rewards. 1 item, Zhuang Yuan Gift Pack X1. 2 item, Premium Random Chest X1. 3 Game Point Card X 200,000. For 20,000 EXP points. For completing the monumental feat of conquering the legendary world, your game rewards have been significantly enhanced. Total rewards upgraded to 1 item, Supreme Gift Package X1 inch. 2 item, Top Tier Random Treasure Chest X1 inch. 3 Game Point Card X 400,000 for 40,000 EXP. For conquering the hidden dungeon Endless Wasteland, your in-game rewards have been significantly enhanced. Total rewards upgraded to 1 item, Legendary Human Lin Tian Exclusive Gift Pack X1. 2 item, Top Tier Random Treasure Chest X2. 3 Game Card X 600,000. For experience points 60,000. Reward has been deposited into storage space. Silently recite exit to return to the real world. As he faced the constantly popping series of settlement notifications, Lin Tian felt slightly dazzled. With a slight flick of his fingers, he directly scrolled the interface to the very bottom to examine the final settlement results after all the stacked multipliers. 6 million game points, 60,000 experience points. Not bad, that's nearly double what we made from the Grand Theft Auto game cartridges. Besides the points and experience rewards, there's also a legendary human pack and 2 premium random loot boxes. I wonder what kind of goodies these packs and boxes might contain. After reviewing this round's game rewards, Lin Tian was fairly satisfied. With a thought, he returned to reality. Exiting current game cartridge world, 6 million game points have been credited. Current point card balance, 9,235,025. Additional rewards have been deposited into your storage space. Acquiring experience points. Experience points acquisition complete. Your level has increased to LV23. Your level has increased to LV24. Your level has increased to LV25. Your level has increased to LV33. As the level up notifications rang incessantly, Lin Tian's figure vanished into the Blood Rage Legends game cartridge. A flash of light flickered. The next instant, when Lin Tian opened his eyes again, the scene of Yunqing No. 2 High School's examination hall came into view. Returning to the real world, Lin Tian hadn't even had time to look at the ID bracelet on his wrist. Inside the classroom, a crowd of students surged forward like madmen. He's back, Lin Tian is back. Holy shit, Lin Tian, it's really him. I never thought I'd be assigned to the same exam hall as such an insanely legendary figure. You're absolutely godlike, Lin Tian. Do you have any idea how many lives you've saved? The classroom suddenly erupted in excitement. Everyone gathered around Lin Tian as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. Not just the students from this exam hall, but even students from other exam halls came rushing upon hearing the commotion, quickly crowding the entire room to the point of being impassable. Holy shit! As soon as he returned to the real world, Lin Tian was instantly engulfed in a sea of people, startling him so much that he nearly reflexively drew the alien blade, weeping blood, from his storage space, ready to clear the entire examination hall in one sweep. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he realized he had become famous, a hero of great Xia. Lin Tian scratched his head sheepishly and, under the admiring and fervent gazes of the examinees, modestly waved his hand and said, "Keep it low-key, Loki. I'm just a gifted gamer with both beauty and talent, constantly creating miracles." Just as he was speaking, Lin Tian suddenly felt someone tugging at his pants from below. Looking down, he saw Yuan Xiaoyu, who had previously always been critical of him, now squeezed in the crowd, clinging tightly to his leg, her face flushed with excitement as she gazed up at him with eyes full of admiration. Lin Tian was left speechless. He tugged at his pants and said, "Sis, stop hugging me already, you're practically pulling my pants off." Little did he expect that saying this would only make Yuan Xiaoyu hug him even tighter. Not only that, several girls who had finally managed to squeeze close to Lin Tian suddenly imitated Yuan Xiaoyu's actions, squatting down and grabbing hold of Lin Tian's thighs. "Hey, stop pulling, I'm not wearing any underwear, damn it. Hey, 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 warning, don't you dare go any higher up. If you keep groping upwards, you'll summon a black hole on the blackboard." Finally squeezing through the crowd, Lin Tian made his way to the restroom, needing to relieve himself. Outside the restroom door, a group of girls still stood on tiptoe, frantically trying to peek inside. Inside the restroom, a crowd of boys gathered around Lin Tian, going so far as to start singing his praises, admiring everything from his physique to his skin tone and even the texture of his hair. This stream of praises left Lin Tian utterly dumbfounded. If he weren't so intimately familiar with his own brothers, he might have suspected the object receiving such unanimous male admiration was some stolen prehistoric mammoth tusk from a museum collection. Under such intense scrutiny, Shanghai Translation Company, Lin Tian couldn't pee for the moment. After steeling himself for quite a while, he finally began the water release process, when suddenly an excited boy pushed through the toilet door, shouting with a trembling voice, "Brother Tian." It was Zhao Wenjun. "Hey, what a coincidence running into you just as I'm dropping my pants," Lin Tian casually greeted while relieving himself. The surrounding examinees couldn't help but erupt in murmurs when they spotted Zhao Wenjun. "Isn't that Zhao Wenjun who defeated Huang Tianao in the college entrance exams? He's actually in our testing zone too." "That's right, Zhao Wenjun is also from our second high school. Our second high school is absolutely killing it this year, to stand out among nearly 1 million candidates. After this college entrance examination, Zhao Wenjun has undoubtedly become famous as well." Seeing Zhao Wenjun arrive, the group of boys watching Lin Tian urinate obediently cleared a path, creating a VIP viewing spot for Zhao Wenjun. With a complicated expression and slightly moist eyes, Zhao Wenjun stepped forward and hugged Lin Tian from behind with deep sincerity, thanking him formally, "Brother Tian, thank you, you've changed my life." Lin Tian frowned darkly and said, couldn't you wait until I finish peeing before hugging me?